anyway. So to your point, why would it make any difference?
I don't think he was suggesting it makes a difference. I think he was just curious as to how you would go about it if you were to cut out one of your senses.
There you go.
We don't use our sense of sight to explain the globe, though.
Right. I mean, I still think it's an interesting question. Like, you get a ball and you go, here, hold it with one finger at one end and one finger at the other. Because I think even a blind person could struggle to do that. Like, oh no, they probably wouldn't, right? But go hold it on two different poles, right? So your two fingers are perfectly 180 degrees apart, right? And then once they got that, you spin it and you go, okay, see how these two bits would stay still. And then all of the other bit, the middle of the ball is going to be spinning quickly. And I think they'd get that. Where I think you'd struggle is then to be like, okay, imagine you were standing at your fingertip and you looked up. What would you see? In terms of the stars and stuff, right? Because you're now crossing back into the visual realm.
Yeah, I guess trying to explain it using celestial bodies would be a little difficult, but that's most of the time not how it's explained. Again, even to Eden's point, he doesn't think that's a satisfactory explanation anyway. So I don't know why that would impact blind people.
Well, I'm sure there's going to be there's a lot of visually impaired globers, right? And I'm just wondering, let's say if you had one that wasn't a believer, how would you go? Is anyone here confident that they could convert them into a globe believer?
Nobody believes in the globe. See, that's the problem. It's not a religious belief. It's a scientific observation based on facts.
No, but remember, we're all religious, even if you're an atheist, because that makes sense. Your religion as an atheist is being atheist, obviously. Come on, get it right, NASA.
Well, see, the problem is they say the word belief all the time when they talk about globes, and it lowers us to their level where they have this book. And...
Okay, I have another question, follow-up question for anybody. Maybe Eggs. Mm-hmm. How would you convince a globe defender who's visually impaired that the Earth is flat?
Doesn't make sense in a statement.
A globe defender who is visually impaired, I would say, I would probably I would get a ruler. I would get a straight edge ruler and the same ball, and I would say, just try and convince them of the fact that we see in straight lines, right? And that we can see what we can see because we could draw a straight line and point at it, right?
Eden,
and I think they would get that idea, and then I might go balance this straight edge on the ball. Notice how you can't have both ends touching, right? Only one end gets to touch. And
Eden. Yeah. How would you do it? How would you do it, Eden?
Thank you, Eggs. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Okay, so what I would do is I would bring the Bible, and then I would explain to him we're all created. However, within this creation, there's also a satanic impact through Satan and his demonic, I guess, his people in his army.
Well, where's the chapter and verse on that one, please? Chapter and verse on that one?
Yeah, we could get into that, but that's where I would start. I would use
how'd you get to the part?
And then biblical foundation to explain that it's a satanic deception.
Oh, I haven't been comfortable to share this with you guys yet. I haven't been comfortable to share with you guys this, but I'm actually blind, and I would like Eden to explain what the flat Earth is to me because I'm blind and we're going through this.
Well, yeah. Well, I would ask them what they believe in, and then I would start to explain that is potentially, I believe, a satanic deception that's used by the government who've already made an allegiance to Satan. And then I would walk them through that. If they had any questions.
I want to know about flat Earth. You didn't mention flat Earth, so I'm curious about flat Earth. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so I would ask them, okay, so you believe you live on a ball, rotating, spinning, right? And then I would ask them to consider to use their God-given senses again, rather than believe what men
God-taken senses, right?
Oh, God-given.
God took my sense of sight.
Deceived senses, like Satan.
Yes, but he has actually restored the sight to the blind in the past, and I think I've seen that.
But he took it from me now.
Is what makes you see the world as flat.
But then I would explain that's why he provided other senses that can corroborate.
So how do I use those senses to show the Earth is flat?
Well, you can use your vestibular system to I would ask them, do they feel that they're on a tilt of 23.4 degrees or 23.5 degrees, or does it feel level?
What level? Off of what level?
I would walk them through basic definitions and see if they agree with
what level though?
Oh, pardon me?
Like a tilt off of what level?
of the Earth's supposed tilt.
No, but that doesn't make sense because if I were a blind, glober, as you say, I would think that down would just be, or level would be perpendicular to the vector of gravity, which would be the same everywhere on the planet. So I wouldn't ever be off of level.
Yeah, I guess that could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I would have to explain the supposed tilt of the cosmos.
Wait,
That
Eden,
would
how
take
do
some time, but yeah,
Eden, how do you know that Satan's not making you see the world as flat?
sorry, I'm actually multitasking. I'm gonna be back at my station. I'm actually I can't focus right now. Give me 5 minutes, and then we can go more intensely. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And also, when you're lying in a bed, you feel like you're level.
What kind of station is he at? Like, I don't understand what he means by that.
He works.
Yeah,
He
I've been
works
super curious about that for a
like with
while.
cars.
I
think.
I asked him to steelman the globe last week, and he just copy pasted some Chat GPT. Like, I don't think he can steelman the globe in the way he was hoping anybody here could steelman flat Earth.
I submitted the flat Earth was so perfect. They actually say that.
Sure, but I mean, I think that shows you can then hear, if you can hear a flat earther struggle to steelman the globe, then you know that shows how impoverished their argument is, right?
I think Eden's not even.
Well, you've got no reason to reject it if you can't steelman it.
All of Eden's arguments are
once they hear the steelman, they should either consider it or maybe adopt it.
Yeah, consider it or say where it's different.
I thought Ian left. Okay, he's still here.
Yeah, I think that the truth to converse, which is that globers are intensely bad at steelmanning flat Earth. That's the bit that
Mate, he was really bad at steelmanning flat Earth just then. He fucking failed. He said demons did shit, and because of that, for some reason, he doesn't know definitions of words.
You don't need to steelman your own side. It's steelman for the other
he
side.
Said,
what's your steelman for globe, Eden?
Pardon me? What's the steelman of the globe?
Yeah.
Well, okay, I guess you've got Big Bang, and then you've got the creation of the globe, and then you've got evolution. So yeah, well,
you're so right.
Do you recognize none of those things use the word globe, level, or any shape designation?
You just said Big Bang, then globe, then evolution, then yeah.
Sorry guys, I'm in my vehicle. I'm gonna be at my. I'll be back. We can chat in a moment. Hold on.
Okay, have fun with that.
Guys, come on! Making fun of Eden is like making fun of a child. Don't do that.
I love making fun of children.
Yeah, I don't think it was a great steelman, Eden. I think you can do better. I should explain what a steelman is. It's like you give the best reasons for why they believe what they believe, and for I would say 99% of globers, for me, it's got nothing to do with evolution. The two are very far apart. Evolution could happen on a flat Earth, and you could have a globe with creation or something other than evolution. So for me, it would be.
Could it happen on a flat Earth, though? Could it, though?
It could happen on a flat Earth.
Could it, though?
Sure. Why not? Why couldn't a god create a flat, enclosed thing and then start a primordial reaction that continues?
Because those words don't.
Because you'd either have you'd either have entropy increase, because there'd be no direct heat from the sun getting into the terrarium, or you'd have it heat overcook everything inside of the flat Earth.
It's also kind of weird to say.
I understand what you're saying.
An all-powerful God can only make a flat Earth. That'd be pretty sad.
Okay, I do admit that was one of the worst steelmans. Actually, I haven't formally created my own steelman or practiced one for the globe. So, thank you for that.
That's the thing. You just have to listen, honestly.
It's a good start.
Yeah.
But the same is true for our side.
I'd like to hear one.
I had a great steelman.
Yeah, let's go.
I don't think yours is very good. I'm sorry, Ochna. But here's what I think is a good steelman. There are many ways that you can be confident that the earth is flat. One of them is from scripture, that we have a divinely inspired text that we can know it's divinely inspired for other reasons that clearly describe a flat plane. And you can go out and do your own observations. And if you can see around the brainwashing that we are fed by media, by teachers, and all of this quote unquote received wisdom, you can come to and just go out there and test and go, how far should I see on a ball? And realize I'm not seeing as far as the ball dictates I should. Then with that, you can tell, okay, I must be on a flat plane. There must be something fishy going on here. What I've been told about the radius of the earth must be wrong.
But that Steelman only works if those things were true, right?
No,
Because
Steelman
false,
doesn't necessitate that what they're saying is true.
No, but if your Steelman is the reasons you believe something, those reasons don't exist. The experiments to do that
They do in the
don't
person's
exist.
head. You're trying to show
Okay,
that you understand
yes.
what's in the person's head.
Yeah, saying that's just, but that's your call. I guess if you want to make your Steelman they're delusional, that's fine, sure.
Yeah, it works for the globe as well. But Rick, Eggs, I have to give you that was a great Steelman. The only thing I would add to that, in my opinion, because you did mention scripture, is Satan's influence and how they've
Tell us
how
about
they
Satan's influence. Tell us what he's done.
infiltrated every organization, including the church.
True. You're so. Tell us about Satan's influence. Go ahead, preach.
Yeah. So essentially, he uses lies to keep people in bondage. The Bible essentially is the truth. Gives people freedom. So what happened was the church from the 1500s, probably 1400s onward, lied to the public about what the Bible said. People were burned alive if they had the Bible or were caught reading it. But brave men like William Tyndale, who translated into English, freed the scriptures to everybody. And because Satan could no longer, Satan could no longer cover up the Bible because of the printing press, he had to undermine the Bible. So whatever the Bible says, he says he'll invert it. So if the Bible says it's stationary, he says it's moving. If he says it's flat, it's a ball, etc.
Then it says you could pass on slaves as inherited
I should put in a bit about the inversion. On the inversion point, I have been thinking about this recently. Shouldn't the inversion lead you to inside out ball?
Ooh, shit.
Oh, well, that's a good question. That's a good question. So essentially, I think the authors, if I'm not mistaken, they were told that at the ends of the earth, they were mountains. So when people say that it curves down, we have to think that it curves up.
Right.
So you think it's a bowl?
So it aligns more with it, like the Middle Earth would be a flat. According to the Hebrew prophets, it was a flat disc, and that's according to Dr. Michael Heiser. But he did mention that at the ends of the earth, they were like winterlands and mountains. So I guess we could say that rather than curving down, it convexes up, or sorry, concaves up.
Do you think that? Wait, just to be clear, you think that a globe is the opposite of a flat Earth?
I suppose. Well, you still have the circle of the earth. That's what was described by Isaiah. So it was a circle, just as if you draw a circle on sand, right? Or you got a circular table. But I guess what Satan did was he turned that circle into a sphere, in my opinion, in other people's opinion.
Do you think we can test the mountains going up at the edges or any of that stuff?
No, Satan's influence prevents us. You know, the Jew penguins. Nazi Jew penguins.
I suppose, right? Like I have a video from BBC One where showing the Antarctic ice shelf or plateau. I haven't confirmed it myself, so.
Okay, but like 8 people went to Antarctica and they didn't see that thing happening, and they didn't all their tests confirmed a globe and not a flat Earth or not a bowl Earth, and all these other problems that, like the way that flights get to certain parts in Antarctica or the declinations of things in Antarctica. All of these things have been tested. None of them confirm what you're saying. So why do you believe that the story told to you by well, it seems like a doctor who has a specific interpretation of the Bible, is anything close to reality.
Well, the latest journey down south, I think they only went to the Antarctic. That's, I guess, the Chile's portion of Antarctica. So I don't think they really confirmed exploring the entire continent.
Yeah, but some of the people there came from New Zealand.
Hold on. You understand that any way that you slice it, and like the South Pole makes no sense on a flat. Like no matter what you do, you're never ever getting a South Pole on the flat Earth. You understand that, just generally speaking, right?
Well, no, I disagree with that.
How do you disagree with that?
Well, because you've just arbitrarily picked the North as the correct one. Just switch it around, and you could say that of the North Pole and go, there's no way you could get the North Pole. The South one is the true pole. You can't pick between them as a globe.
They went to Chile. No, they went to Chile, and then there's nowhere. They couldn't have gone anywhere from actually being in South America to being in Antarctica. Like there's nowhere else to go.
You're only tilting against one specific version of the flat Earth that, as of December, no flat earthers admit to holding anymore.
Well,
So
they don't hold
you're
anything. There's no flat Earth to hold to.
Exactly. That's why the straw man is important, because what you're arguing
I didn't make a
is
straw
a
man.
view
I
that
said there's
people hold.
I don't make a straw. I literally said no matter what you do, you'll never ever get anything like a South Pole on any flat Earth. There's nothing you could do to make that work.
Flat Earthers are too
yes,
busy
but I'm
holding
saying there is.
chalices because
Just turn the
they're
AE
super
map
smart.
inside out. Sorry, go ahead, Blob.
I'm holding a chalice.
Prove it.
I don't turn the AE map inside out, so
Yeah.
it would mess with. I think that would mess with all the times of the flights and all of that anyway. So it still
No.
wouldn't work.
No, it still works.
mean
The meridians are still the meridians. So it's just if you Google AE map, the first one that comes up is like an AE map. There are infinite, right? There are as many points on Earth as there are choices for where to center an AE map. The two most common ones are polar projections, right? The North Pole and the South Pole have equal claim to be an AE map. So all I'm pushing back on is the real thing you want to say is it's not possible to have two poles on a flat Earth.
I didn't say
It's
that.
entirely possible to have one pole. It's just a question of which one.
I didn't say that, and it still wouldn't work because of the fact that they traveled over a certain amount of distance. And because now if you have North America be super wide, that time that it took for them to go to North America to South America still wouldn't work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't work.
Hmm.
And even it wouldn't be an ice wall then, so even Eden's view wouldn't work. To have the edge of the world be, he said, the Antarctic plateau, as the Antarctic plateau in the center of the Earth.
Could be, yeah. Like I've been arguing for months. I've been owning the flat earthers on trying to get them to debunk the
My
South
magic
Center,
8-ball
and they
says
all end
that
up
you haven't owned anyone.
like essentially having to agree that it's got an equal claim to being the middle.
Eden, do you think the Antarctic plateau is in the middle?
Not at the moment.
Okay. So to Eden's
Would
view,
you-
the trip that the people that did the final experiment would never ever work in Eden's view.
If you accept Eden's,
Yes.
so their observations in the South are not possible in Eden's conception. Yes.
Yes.
You guys are continuing a debate that's been going on since 2015 and before. It's like we've got nowhere in 10 years. So
That's
glad to see
true.
everybody's here wasting their time like clockwork every day. Good on you.
We haven't even gotten to
Well-
the bottom of 100 men versus one gorilla, and you guys are trying to figure out what the whole Earth is.
I take the gorilla side, honestly, and a lot of people disagree with me on that. But Egg disagrees. I think not.
Yeah,
about
you
the
would be
gorilla.
wrong.
I don't
George
consider
Floyd
it-
is dead,
yeah, I don't-
moron. The 100 men won.
Cool. So I don't think that it's a debate. I think it's just teaching reality. So yeah.
You know why the gorilla would win? Because the gorilla's got nothing to fuck except for the dudes. So he's gonna fight as hard as he can for that, whereas the dudes have each other.
I was thinking, it's like if you're gonna say that there's 100 humans, which is already a crazy advantage, and then you're also gonna say they're not scared of watching someone be absolutely ripped apart. I feel like that's an insane level of like you're giving so much to the people. It's insane.
You aren't
They're the
actually
super
seriously
bugs.
talking about that now, are you?
So
I mean,
Why is-
it's better. I guess it's better than flat Earth. I mean, it's so bottom of the barrel. You guys are actually seriously moving on to 100 men versus a gorilla. I mean, we could
Well,
just vaccinate the
no-
gorilla and get him out of the way. We could do that.
I mean, that is
Antibiotics.
the current meme debate going on online. Is the 100 men versus the gorilla?
That is true.
it's all to distract us from the failures of the world governments.
Did anyone? I bet at least someone here signed up to fuck Bonnie Blue though.
Oh Jesus!
What the hell is that?
If
Keep it
we're
real. Let's keep it
fighting,
real.
if we're fighting a gorilla, if someone finds pills, let me have them.
Pills here.
What?
All
I
right,
got
cool.
pills.
Let me
Pills to
get
pay the
those.
bills.
Vial jar here.
The gorilla's penis is only the size of its pinky finger, so you're gonna dominate it to into oblivion and assert your authority with some blue pills.
No one
to the
said this.
domination
No one said this. If a gorilla bit into a human stomach and got the bile all over him, that'd be a big problem for the gorilla.
Are they allergic to bile?
What's wrong with your penis only being the
It's
size
gonna
of
make
your
him
little
more
finger?
attractive.
Oh.
I got a pretty abnormally large pinky, so I think I'm okay.
That's good. Okay, well, we've solved that problem. We can probably move on to tackling some of the bigger challenges.
Sorry, I just gotta. Do you guys know there was that other form of evolution that was sort of forward in the Soviet Union? Can't remember what it was called. It was just some dude put forward a theory, and the idea was that if you get real
Is it called
buff as a person,
communism?
then your kids will end up really buff. And I think, does that mean that if you cut your pinky finger off, that your dick gets small?
I think that would be
Only if you're a gorilla.
You'd be like a special infected. Like you'd
Become a smoker.
might help with the infection.
Does anybody here think Witsit could be trans?
Yasuke is the person to get on that one. He's sold on the idea that anybody who's part of any deception, like cover-up kind of thing, must be also trans.
Wait, what is Witsit?
So it's not just Witsit, it's every single person who went to Antarctica, including the staff that were cleaning the toilets and feeding them their food. Everybody there was trans.
According to whom? What's it?
That's Yasuke's. Yasuke's.
Well, there's some other people besides Yasuke. There's one dude was doing he had a YouTube video. Like I don't know him on Discord, and the video was gate watch on Witsit. Like he was like slowing down him walking in Antarctica.
Fuck me, that's funny.
People did the trans shit with everything now.
I bet Michelle Obama has big pinkies.
Michael. Big Mike. Big Mike versus the gorilla.
Dude, I used to date a black chick, man. Biggest hands. Best wanking ever, dude. That's what you want. That's what you want from the black chicks.
I love when chicks have more test than me.
That's disgusting, dude.
God, the depressed voice with this sort of content is peak red pill sad incel.
This is why the red pill's so close to the black pill. It sounds so angry and eager for a fight. Like, please be triggered by these words. Somebody be triggered by them. I need to know that I exist. You do exist. I'm sure you're very good and your jawlines are wonderful, lads. All the girls don't know what they're missing out on.
No.
Nuts. Well, ideally. Unless they're the girls in Antarctica. And that is the exact opposite of what they're missing, according to the transvestigators.
Eggshells, what's your percentage on Witsit being trans?
Pretty close to 0.
But like 1%?
Sure, we can give it 1%.
All right.
I'm going to be telling Witsit you said it's possible that he's trans.
Please do. Poor dude's going through the ringer at the moment, isn't he? Jeez, I do not. What was his big announcement? People were tuning into the stream and it just seemed like he was talking about how people don't follow him anymore and life's tough. But he was meant to be making a big announcement and breaking the silence. Does anybody know what that was?
Churney?
Churney?
Is that what you said? People are churney?
Well, he hasn't been posting videos or anything, has he? Like,
maybe not.
I don't know. Maybe the algorithm has just banned him from my feed. I haven't seen any content.
You know what's crazy? Yasuke showed up and started calling him trans, and then he just disappeared, and he like went into hiding.
Yeah, and then he came back, and his big announcement was that he has perfect push-ups or something.
Yeah.
Please tell me he did say that.
He did.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect push-ups.
The best.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Please tell me that's true. I now need
It's
to
true,
find
I
that.
swear. I think it was a video where he said the Earth is not flat.
Wow.
Video, the clickbait one.
Well, what? No, I'm confused.
I don't watch any of his stuff. I just wait for other people to watch it and give me the
Same
cliff notes.
Well, there's a big cliff note for you.
Him and Jaronism were supposed to debate at one point. What the fuck happened to that? That would have been epic. Would have loved to have seen that. I guess it's not happening. If anybody sees him on here, ask him about the debate because he told Jaron that he was going to debate him. I'm sorry, he told the host of Modern Day Debate that he was going to debate Jaron, and then he told Jaron, and Jaron talked about it on stream how he was surprised that Witsit wanted to debate him. This was probably about 3 or 4 months ago.
What happened with Candace Owens?
Candace Owens, man, she just keeps getting smarter and smarter and smarter. It's really kind of fascinating.
She's
Thought they
on
were supposed to
maternal
debate
leave.
on her show.
Maternal leave.
She's gonna come back with postpartum depression and then never debate flat Earth.
Oh no, she's having a baby. Oh, that's not good.
I'm not a flat Earth. I'm not a round Earth.
She is public about space is fake and gay. Like she said that a bunch of times this month.
She's just a troll, man. She's just fucking trolling, is what I think. That's what people do now. You never know if anybody's sincere, like fucking Kanye West and the fuck, can I say it?
Kanye's just literally
all
lost
my
his mind,
ninjas.
though.
Do what?
Kanye's just literally lost his mind, though. Like, the mainstream has got that right.
I know, but it's still something people do in terms of they just push the buttons of the algorithm. What can I do? There's certain things that like shit like he did that will just make the algorithm flip out. Like talking about Nazis.
Well, he's always been crazy. He's always been crazy. He just got into Hitler recently, so.
I just got into Hitler recently. I was reading Mein Kampf. You know what? All right, God. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has anyone read that?
I haven't read
Mein
Kampf. No.
Have you seen the YouTube short for? It's
Lion-
like in Europe
Lion
somewhere, and it shows a book of Mein Kampf, and it's like a child's birthday, and they're giving the book to the uncle, and he goes, "What? I
No,
thought
Mein
he
Kampf."
liked. You said he liked Mein Mein Kampf, and he was saying Minecraft, right? So the uncle got him the wrong book.
I've seen that one as well.
I see Taylor here. Welcome, Taylor.
No, I haven't read Mein Kampf. I would be interested to read it, though. Maybe I will read it.
I heard it's a hard read. Like,
It's
you
a
know,
hard
some
read?
versions of the Bible.
Marty, can you do either a flat earther or a glober steelman?
I don't debate the shape of Earth.
All right. It's a fail. What about you, 50? Can you steelman the flat earth?
Steelman the flat earth? Let's see here. The best I've heard is water appears to be level.
I heard
That's
that
probably
shit 10 years ago, dude.
that's the best. I think that's still the best thing they've got. That's about it.
The best thing we got is that 75% of Earth doesn't curve.
Well, we're talking about flat stationary water. If you're talking about the ocean curves because the tides. There's high tide in one place, low tide in another. So you can't really use the oceans. You have to use the lakes. But yeah, I mean, to be honest with you,
isn't the
yeah.
science still out on what causes Earth not tides to rise and fall, but for the Earth's oceans currents to flow is what the science is still out on.
Not that. My understanding is that the science is in on it, and it's just basically because we rotate into the bulge of water that's created by.
Why does the tide rise and fall multiple times per day sometimes? When the moon
Because
is
we're
only in one spot?
rotating into it. So you rotate into it, that's the high tide, and then when you rotate out of it, that's the low tide, and then it happens twice per day.
As Neil deGrasse Tyson would say,
2 lows, 2 highs.
Earth's highest tides are caused by the gravitational pull when both the moon and sun align with Earth, pulling her oceans out.
Yeah, I mean that would. I mean theoretically, and I mean you could match it up and see. Jeranism's got some pretty crazy software that'll let you do stuff like that. So you could check it if you live by the ocean. You could check and see if it matches up. Unfortunately, I live by Nashville, so I can't check that, or else I would. The main thing, can you still man the globe Earth?
Everyone everywhere believes in it.
You guys have not convinced anyone.
I could give it another try.
All right, go for it, Eden. Give it another go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the globe Earth model is supported by, I guess, empirical lines of evidence across multiple disciplines, including astronomy, physics, navigation, satellite imaging, space agencies from several different countries, culminating in, I guess, the pinnacle. I guess revealing that the Earth is a sphere, and it was confirmed once and for all from space in about 1969. I know it's short, but I'm sure someone else could probably do it much better.
That's a lot better. That's a
Thank you.
massive
That was
improvement.
a steel paragraph.
Hey, that's a pretty decent one.
I'll work on it, but thank you guys.
So what I generally tell people is think about Occam's razor, right? The thing with the fewest assumptions is usually correct, right? The simplest, and it's like kind of the simplest explanation. And if you look at the globe Earth, right, I think I've got a list of like 22, 23 things that can all be explained by one notion, that the Earth is a rotating globe. The flat Earth, on the other hand, for them to explain those 22 different things, every single one has a different explanation, and not a single one of them, maybe one of them, is because the Earth is flat. But the other
We
21.
already know that the Earth is a globe, bro. Can we talk about aliens or something, please?
Do what?
Can we talk about aliens and space or something, please? Like,
Sure, sure.
I like hearing the Steelmans.
Katy
Are
Perry.
you guys,
I wanted to hear Taylor's.
are you guys excited for QOP's presentation?
Or another Glober's Steelman of the flat Earth.
We talk about presentation.
What
do you
about
guys
Katy
think
Perry?
What do you guys think about QOP's presentation?
Has he already done it? I meant to help him with it.
All right.
You got more than enough help, low key.
Yeah. How are you gonna help?
Help him make the points better.
Okay.
I forgot. I didn't. I thought it was coming up later.
Yeah, he's just asking if you're excited.
Turgid.
You're hyped.
Are you ready to get your mind blown?
Ready to get pretty much anything blown.
Your ass?
Sure. That's what it takes.
I think QOP's down for that. Blow some ass.
Would you accept the nibbling?
What does that entail?
Just a nibble on the
old rim.
On the area.
Blow some ass.
Who here, with a show of hands, please, no voices. Who's gonna be here for QOP's presentation?
Me.
You failed. I said no
When is it?
voices, show of hands.
I did show my hand, but also.
It was supposed to be crickets after that question.
Damn it. To be honest, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
That's good.
It sounds like something about quantum eraser presentation, blah, blah, blah. I don't know.
No. Quantum Eraser's step grandchild.
Oh.
QOP.
There's some.
Wait, is debating McToon or something like that? Is that what's going on?
It's not really going to be a debate. It's going to be a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
What a bitch.
He's coming back for round 4.
I'm just kidding. Why no questions? Why no debate?
Because he knows he'll get shit on.
Man, some woman came into Geo server one day. She was talking about how she used to sing with Quantum Eraser. I was like, what? I was like, you used to sing with Quantum Eraser? I was like, please God, tell me these tapes exist. And she was like, oh yeah, they just go look on his channel. I never could find one. I'm so fucking disappointed. I would have paid $100 literally to have tapes of Quantum Eraser singing. That would be so fucking hilarious. Especially if it was about something stupid. God, I wish I had those.
He did Bad Moon that Bad Moon Rising or
Did he?
Yeah,
Is it on
he's got
channel?
I don't know, but they're like he did a recording of him singing a song. I don't know who did the music for him, but yeah, it's called Bad Moon. Not Bad Moon Rising.
Oh my God, I might have to look this up, try to find it.
I don't have it like
find
beside, I
that.
could
Hey, real flat earther, why do you have Telegram? I watch these videos where pedophiles get
It
caught.
exists.
Like these guys on YouTube catch pedophiles, and they're always on Telegram for some reason. Why do you have Telegram?
I have
He
Telegram.
talks to
Who is
Benjamin?
Michelle?
He's showing
Who's
us the
Michelle?
receipts.
It's kind of like Discord in a way, but not as good.
Okay, I always get suspect when I see Telegram.
I think it's Telegram. Maybe it's not Telegram.
Bad Moon Shadow. That's it. Try to look that up. I don't know.
Bad Moon Shadow.
Bad Moon Shadow.
Let's get
That's it.
on it.
Okay, never mind, flat earther, you're good. Just talking to
Bad Moon
bears on there.
Rising, Bad Moon Shadow. Do I also do Quantum Eraser? Do you do it under his very
I
dumb?
follow
I don't
Owen
know. I don't
Benjamin.
have
Is my
it. Like I've
favorite.
heard it before. I don't have it. Like I wish I did. I could send it to you, but it's Bad Moon Shadow because I remember Bad Moon Shadow. I mean, something like I don't know. It's you have to hear it.
Damn it. Okay, I'm never gonna find it with that. It's too similar
So
to
anyway,
many
I
other
have
things.
Telegram, which is t.me, to chat with the live stream. You can chat with Owen Benjamin, a fellow flat earther. I followed him before he got into the flat Earth.
Do you ever talk with him about like the 10th dimension?
The what? Where's your mic, bro?
The 10th dimension?
I don't know. I didn't know there was numbers of them, let alone 10 of them.
Benjamin does. He knows.
Well, you can have one singular point, and within that you can stack 1,000 points, and still be on a flat singular plane, right?
It's like a little bit like if you wanted to test a line, you do 1 point is nothing, 2 points makes a line, and then the third point tests the line. So like you're saying, to test if Earth is flat. The other thing you could do is test flat Earth progress over time. Have they made further advancements? Yeah, but the flattest thing about flat Earth is the progress.
Eggs, who do you like better, Whitsitt or Jaren?
Don't know. They're both actually pretty good speakers. I like Jaren a bit more.
What?
In that Whitsitt does mostly does grandstanding, like talking to people who aren't present. He'll be in a debate with one person, then grandstanding about some debate he had with somebody else.
I just mean in general, not necessarily like how they talk or whatever. I just mean like, who do you like more?
I've talked with Whitsitt. I haven't spent much time with Jaren, so it's hard to say. There's bits I like about Whitsitt, but Jaren seems really chill. I reckon I'd find it easier to get on with him.
But you like Whitsitt more?
Nah, Jaren, I think.
What about Jaren versus Geo?
Geo's tough. Geo's very good-natured, but in my opinion, very disconnected from reality, such that if he decides that something was with bad intent, for example, he just is completely unable or unwilling to revisit it and misremembers events as they happen. So you can have a nice conversation that if he misremembers it as you being mean, playing the conversation back to him won't change his mind. He's that fixed in his view that I have played the conversation back to him and he's like, this is just more deception. So I find it it's like trying to play with a computer program, but your inputs may not bear any relevance to your outputs. I just won't use that computer program. So I find it a bit difficult.
That was a really good analysis. I agree with everything you said.
Speaking of analysis, I had this dream. I'm kidding.
Like, fuck. Oh, God, I hate dream conversations. The only thing I hate more than those people talking about how fucked up they were on some substance. Those two conversations.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Hell.
Get ready for the Q-op debate.
That's another thing Geo loves to do.
Oh, yeah, I find it so dull. Oh, and then I was kind of connected, but I wasn't at the same time. And then there was this sort of thrumming running through me and into everything. Oh, great. Fantastic. How many fingers? 7 fingers sometimes, and 2 in the
Q-op
Oh my
got
God.
so high on DMT that he wrote. This is a novel that he wrote. Probably like, I don't know, 9 paragraphs. He was talking about how he got so high that a demon fucked him and came this love cream cheese, is what he called it, inside him. And he was scared but amazed at the same time or something.
What a legend.
He told you this?
No, it's wrote down. It was wrote down in his server.
Oh my God, I gotta
I
ask
think I
Booker about this.
screenshotted it or something, but
Love cream cheese. That sounds like
yeah.
Sounds like some frothy ass jizz to me. That's
Yeah.
fucking disgusting.
It filled him up.
What's your sign? Is Scorpio?
Well, you have 2 different types of dreams. I guess you have the dream that you have while you sleep, and then the dream you strive towards.
You know, I
But yeah,
can't say
dreams are
about
interesting.
you.
I do think they're interesting. I don't mean to throw them out altogether. It's just that, yeah, people telling me about their dreams, I'm like, it's just so disconnected from reality and bears no impact on reality. I just, yeah.
Oh yeah. Q
Anyway,
also
let's move
ate his
on.
own
Let's move
cum.
on. Oh my God. Okay. I'm
I
definitely
forgot to say
moving on
that.
then. Who do I want to hear from? I want to hear a steel man out of somebody else for some position they don't hold.
Iron
That's a
Man.
great idea.
I can steel man, going back to our circumcision debate, I can steel man why to get circumcised.
Oh my God. Yeah, I talked about this earlier.
You know, one
Or is that medical?
view.
Oh.
If you gave somebody like an Iron Man suit, and they would basically be able to like inflict their will on the Earth. So you could think of that as like a steel man. Like what flat earther would you want to have a suit of armor that they can rule the world with?
Definitely
Eggshells.
me.
I want an answer to that.
I'd say Geo because he's probably the chillest one. But I don't know.
Insane.
That's a bad answer.
You want a guy? Oh my God.
A guy,
A gay
I don't
guy
know.
running the world.
Chillest one. He's the chillest flat earther I know.
But he's a gay guy.
He just acts chill. He's actually not.
Yeah, he's like Bruce Banner. He's just always angry. You just can't tell.
No, he just acts cool and chill, but
If
he's
you
not.
believe in past lives, you're not chill.
Yeah, if I hear Geo, if someone in chat asks about flat Earth, and I'm in there, he'll chime in and not let anyone else talk, and he'll go on his same diatribe of what they believe, blah 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 blah, as if he's at the bar with some chick after he asked her, "Oh, what's your sign?" "Oh, Aries? Well, let me tell you everything I know about the stars and the constellations."
Yeah. It's almost as bad as somebody trying to tell you about Jesus. Maybe
No,
worse.
Jesus is God, right?
I know, but that's like a trope, right? Somebody sits down next to you on a plane, and they're like, "Oh, do you know who
No.
Jesus? Have you heard of Jesus?"
The thing is, the Geo stereotype is like the complete opposite of like a Christian. Like that new age spirituality, like taking ayahuasca, being a retard. That's the complete opposite of being a Christian.
But I'm not comparing their philosophies. I'm just saying
And
that
Witsit's trans.
Yeah, Yasuke. Wish was asking about who thinks Witsit's trans, and I was saying you
Not
gotta
what
wait
I
till
asked.
Yasuke gets here.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
a
Yeah,
girl,
I
my
said
dude's
it.
a wife, and we just somehow make babies.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, you heard the man. I rest my case.
You heard the man. Am I trans, Yasuke? Have you done
No,
my
we've been over this.
face?
Yeah, we've been over this. You are not.
Okay. Do they know they're trans? Are some of them trans outside of their own awareness?
They would have to know. Yeah, no way they could.
They would have to know, right?
Yeah.
So they're trans and fully aware of it, living
Is
their
Jaren
life, perpetuating
trans
and
too?
knowingly
They
perpetuating.
would have to transcend themselves, and then they could look down and find out.
Transcend. I get it. Love it. Everybody that went to Antarctica, I wasn't strawmanning you before, was I? I said, if you ask Yasuke, he'll say that everybody went to Antarctica, including the people who were like doing the tents and cleaning out the toilets and stuff, were trans. Is that correct? Is that a steel man of your
Yeah,
view?
so specifically, like, I have not done the forensic analysis on the, random little employees, because also, like, they didn't want to be filmed. So, like, obviously that's the case there. But my position is, at least everybody on the trip is. And so it's in that case of, like,
analysis.
Yes.
Did you mean transvestigation?
Are you
Those aren't the
serious?
same things.
I mean, what that term, I don't necessarily know what that means, as in, like, what you would understand that to mean.
Whatever you think forensic analysis is, but you can't call it that because that's not what this is.
He's not allowed to use words that you like.
Yeah, essentially the most solid one is just gate.
Gate.
Yeah, it was really interesting. Like, there's a really big popular streamer, right? essentially the most popular streamer. It's a guy called Kai Sanat.
He's trans.
Who's doing this streaming event, right? And it's like, oh, all of these like up and coming streamers and like, you know, some like really popular streamers. And there is a part of the event where everybody's walking downstairs perfectly in view of camera to get off of a bus.
Oh yeah.
And so
nice.
so it's like a perfect video to see all of the gates. And yes, all of the gates are inverted.
All of the gates are female, feminine. Female.
I mean, it's both male and female.
Can a guy?
Like
I'm an actor. I was an actor. Oops. Oh, slip. I can walk pretty weird. Like walking weird is part of acting. Could I not walk? Could I not adopt a feminine gait?
So it's like you can mimic it of like, you know, the model walk.
Sashay, yeah. Swivel your hips, which blokes don't do.
Yeah, you can like try to do it, but there's because of just the way your hips are and like the angle of your quadriceps, like your knees will not be like your knees will essentially almost rub together. Or you'll have to do certain things to make
your
sure
knees around one another. Yeah, guide your knees.
Trans. They just
whereas women walk in line and their knees don't. Like you don't have to do that as a woman.
I'm joining from my phone. We're testing it. We're testing how feminine I am.
Yeah. The most reliable test is the stair test, walking downstairs. As I was just saying.
Oh no, we got too many people in here. I can't do it. God dang.
Hey, have you looked at Sneeko and John Zerka?
I don't think so.
You're gonna have to look pretty closely because there was a picture of Sneeko.
Guys, remember Yasuke's definition of gay is very different than the normal definition of gay.
I suspect they're not trans, but I don't know.
I can't show the video, but like, surely you can do it, right? I'm like, yeah, you keep bringing your knee back in front, and what it does is mean that your hip kind of drops as you walk on it, and your butt swivels now, and it's like a deer, you know, each foot goes right in front of behind the other, where blokes walk with their feet like, you know, a foot apart, laterally, like my right foot strikes not just in front of me, but like a foot to the right of where my left foot was, right? And if you just don't do that, you can have a little sachet, fancy, gayish, feminine gait.
Yeah, so in this sense, you can try to mimic it, but it will be a visible imitation of it in the sense of like professional wrestling is probably the best place to see this, especially when you're looking at somebody, because like they have a stage set up to where the camera is looking at them and they're going down a ramp, which sort of has the same aspects as a stair would, and you can see them trying to mimic like the woman wrestlers, right? You can see them trying to mimic that, like, you know, catwalk style walk, one foot in front of the other. But you can just see just how much it's forced.
It looks
and
forced.
It's completely different than the way a natural woman would be walking in that scenario.
So it's mimicked, but you can tell that it's forced. Because I think
So it's like you can try to avoid the tells, but because there is a fundamental difference in the structure.
Yeah.
Why do you think the creator
certain
did
things you
that?
can avoid.
Do you think that's intentional? The creator purposely have us built different? Imagine we were all built the same, male and female. That'd be weird.
because it makes no sense for male hips to be able to give birth.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the biological answer too. But the answer to your question is really interesting, Aiden, because I heard this really good 3-hour biology lecture where he talks about tournament species versus pair bonding species. And essentially in pair bonding species, they are pretty much the same. They raise the child together. There's less sexual dimorphism, i.e. the man and the women look similar, right? They're not the man and big and bulky. It's like you struggle to tell the difference between a male and a female rabbit, for example. Rabbit not the best example because they do fight. And then it's a whole sliding scale from that, where if you have more partners, a lower number of men have a greater number of children. So rather than everybody gets one kid, which is a pair bonding culture or species, to a tournament species at the very far end might be a silverback gorilla, where like 6 or 7 male gorillas go without their entire life in order that there is this permanent one patriarch alpha male who bashes the shit out of everybody else, and as a result gets to bang all of the women. Like the number of men he can beat is the number of women he gets to bang exclusively for that time. And they will have high sexual dimorphism, and you'll find less genetic diversity when looking for male ancestors, because there'll be a smaller number of male ancestors. And where you find humans is pretty much bang in between those, where we have twice as many female ancestors as we have male ancestors. So we're somewhat tournament species, but we're not like 8 or 9. We're a factor of 1 to 2. So for every 1 child had by a man, 2 women got to have children. It's not quite that, but if you like 30%, they say it is 30% of men get to have children, where 70% of women get to have children, and that would account for it. So lots of men get none.
Thank you for pointing. It seems very logical the way that you were able to articulate that. Thank you. I can see that in my head. I can see that.
Because it relates, then you can take it all the way back to feminism, where people are like, well, men shouldn't make so much more money than women. It's like, well, if we are partly tournament species, that says we are in competition with other males. And what that says is necessarily women are looking for males who are top of the pecking order. And if that's the case, then patriarchy is brought about by women, not men. It's brought about by female mating choices, and females are absolutely in charge of whose children they bear for about 99% of conceptions, and that's been the way with differing degrees for quite some time. Their consent is necessary. So they're the ones actually choosing. And if you want to fix the problem that feminism sees, it's really simple. Just ask women to bang men in proportion to how effeminate they are. If you find a really flouncy, like high-pitched, oh, hello, and guy that apologizes a lot and wants to braid your hair, and when something scary happens and somebody might be called upon to do a heroic act, he's hiding behind a woman, right? And some dumb man is standing up and walking into the fire to rescue a baby or something. If all of the women just started banging that man, within a single generation, we would all be noticeably more effeminate. Like rape, war, like the raping of the Earth's resources, the growth of giant corporations would all just crash. And men and women would start earning the same wages, and all of the men would be far less masculine. But no woman's going to do that. They're not turned on by men in proportion to how effeminate they are.
Well, like there's quite a few studies and a lot to say that like birth control affects women's preferences in certain ways because of how it affects their ovulation cycle. And women women are attracted to different types of men depending on what ovulation cycle they're on. So when they're on birth control, they're essentially never attracted to masculine men. So like it would make sense why that like there is a vastly disproportionate amount of K-pop stans that are on birth control, because those are obviously like the most like effeminate type of men you could see.
Yeah. And the other thing that is interesting that my brother pointed out is you can create, although you shouldn't, but you could if you chose to, create a sliding scale that is how to say it, masculinity amongst racial groups on Earth. And what you tend to find is women like masculine, men like feminine. And so feminine is diminutive, high pitched voice, et cetera, then you would expect the races to distribute in accordance with like in a diagonal fashion, such that the women of, let's say, white culture, pretty much liked by lots of different groups, but they generally won't date Asian men. It's generally tough to get a white girl to date an Asian man, but they'll be far more willing, despite the economics of the situation, where Asian men are definitely economically far better off than black men, but white women will almost more happily date a black man. And the argument for that would be, well, it's got a high indication of testosterone, high competitiveness, high everything. Where get a black woman, so what it leaves is two ends of the scale, where black women are the masculine end of the women and Filipino men are the feminine end of the men, and they are most prejudiced against in dating sites. They're the least likely to get a hit in the dating sites.
Yeah.
Because a white man will easily go out with an Asian woman, less likely to go out with a black woman.
Yeah, there is just a general thing to note, not that I'm specifically tying it to the thing that you're saying, but like dating app preferences are so dramatically different than in real life preferences. Especially because you can have like hardcore filters, as in like height filters, as an example, right? So like a 5'2" woman can say, I'm only gonna have a 6'2" man. But in real life, like the height difference, it's the stated preferences versus the revealed preferences. In that, if that 5'2" woman sees a 5'6" guy that she's attracted to for other reasons, it all of a sudden it's not an issue at all. Whereas on a dating app, she never would have seen that person, and she would have like if she did see that person, she would have automatically clicked off.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah, there's another point that you had that was really good.
Who in evolution, who's evolved more, male or female? Oh, but go ahead if you wanted to continue.
Evolved? No, we're the same. We're as evolved as a slug. If evolution's just time, we're all in the same moment, as I see it. Like, I think it's just adapted to your environment, and things are pretty much perfect by now, depending on the environment.
Yeah. So I had the idea on the point, right? Is that generally within relationships, you see that there's always, for the most part, going to be a balance between masculine and feminine energy. As in, if the man is more feminine, the woman is going to be more masculine, because there's essentially a need for like an appropriate amount of both energies. And like you can see this in like lesbian relationships, right? There's always the butch and the I forgot what the term is. The wig. There's the term for the hot lesbian, right? The super girly girl, and the butch. And every single time that I've seen a lesbian relationship, it always sort of falls onto that angle. And in a similar sense, when I see hyper feminine men, they're very often with the more like masculine women. And that's something you can also see with like the super like entrepreneurial content creation, like Instagram kind of like girl boss, is that like very often when you look at their partner like it's like, yo, how did that guy get her? But it's sort of a balance of energy, whereas a hyper masculine guy doesn't really want a hyper masculine woman, because it's just there's not a balance in energy right there. Because like, all right, I've already got all the masculinity, why do I need more? Like, that doesn't add to my relationship. It's not synergistic. It's not the yin to the yang.
Yeah.
And you see that in cultures with what you were talking about, of like cultures with more feminine men tend to have much more masculine oriented women.
Say again. So I'm not sure about that one. Say that again.
The cultures with more feminine men that you were saying, of like that spectrum, tend to have more masculine women.
No, I just I certainly think behaviourally the women will step up to the plate in some ways to fill like social gaps, but I think that generally what you find is there are less androgen receptors in that entire population, the whole population, top to bottom. And one of the ways you can tell is we know testosterone in utero is advantageous for health, right? For tallness, for height, not necessarily for health. Actually, it tracks poorly with health, but you'll be taller the more of this you have, right? Up to a limit because you can't bust your mum apart. But year on year, if you boost this, even artificially, they'll get taller and taller very quickly. So what it means is you're more likely to have a population that is just has low and has high. And that's why you find like pitch in either side, right? I think there's somewhat you might find it in like, you know, because the place this is highest is around like China, Malaysia, Philippines, that kind of area. And the men don't have the deepest voices, but the women aren't like baritones if you compare them to black people.
Yeah, that definitely does make sense. I do see exactly what you're saying. I'm just thinking about my experience with like, you know, like older Vietnamese women as an example. And just like seeing a lot of that culture and seeing a lot of the women in that culture that aren't like too Americanized, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, the point that you made of like, yeah, it is, despite what would commonly be thought, that so much of it is just based on essentially women choosing society in terms of who they let get access to their eggs.
So women have created a world in which they have, like our ancestors, previous women, have made decisions on the kind of men they fancy, and that has led us to a situation where we are halfway between a tournament species and a pair bonding species. And the only way to get out of here, the way we got here, is with female dating, parenting choices. You know, who they choose to raise. The only way out is the same thing. You can't just ask, because what testosterone relates to is approach behaviours, right? You are more likely to walk up and start a conversation with a group of people, or disagree loudly, or put your hand up for a job, or ask a girl out if you've got high testosterone, such that if a woman wants to get better at those things, you can just inject it in whatever it is, from the outside place testosterone will boost those behaviours in her. So if the complaint is, men earn too much and they sometimes bash us up and they sometimes rape us, the answer is simple. Testosterone, right? If you want next, so the only way, women made this bed. Now we get the blame. Poor victims here. We're the true victims if you think about it.
Women can say whatever they want, though. They love men.
Yeah, in proportion to how men they are, right?
I mean, yeah, we're kind of designed to like each other. And if women hate men, or if men hate women, like there's dysfunction there. There's dysfunction there.
I'm just saying, there's like this big thing now in modern society where you hear it all over the place. Women acting like men are so bad, and women are getting done with men and all this, but then they turn around and they can't get enough of men. It don't matter what they say. Women absolutely love men.
I mean, that's just
men are. We're supposed to be more romantic, or we're the romantic ones, not them.
I mean, that's just the thing with what's it called? Stated preferences versus revealed preferences. And that somebody can say whatever they want about what they think is like, important. I will like this thing. I hate that thing. But like, what do the actions actually show? Like, the common trope here would be, I want a nice guy. I want a guy who's like, stable, secure, all that kind of stuff. And then going for the bad guy. Because there's this sort of idea of wanting to be like the Beauty and the Beast, is a very strong female archetype that people like going into, in the same way of like the hero's journey for men.
Yeah, the recovering this wayward male and bringing him back to civilization and prospering and being very powerful because of you, because of your touch.
Yeah, like the man who's super dangerous to everything else, but he's like, I was the one who tamed him, is like super, super addictive to women, as evidenced by romantic novels. Like it's always the werewolf or the vampire that's, being tamed.
Yeah. See, I think that also could be genetic. Like it could be you want a stable man, but you also want a fearsome, capable man because society, has only existed, civilization, sorry, has only existed for, an evolutionary blink of the eye, like 6 to 10,000 years. And before that, everybody was constantly hunter-gathering. But even today, even in 2025, hunter-gatherers still exist. So we are part of the same species that are still seconds from hunter-gatherers. And so I think, women want a nice, calm, nice man to pair bond with, but it doesn't get rid of the tournament desires of a big, scary, strong man. And that's why I think that if it's safe to do so, if it won't put you in too much risk, what women will often do is get knocked up by the fearsome man and shack up with the pair bonding man. And there's lots of families work great in that way. Dad's got 6 kids, but stepdad's great. That was my situation. Dad had 5 kids, and my stepdad was great. Really lovely, generous, thoughtful man.
Whatever works. I mean,
Yeah, no, I do know situations that are similar to that. Although, like, my instinctual is just to, like, yeah, it's just kind of, like, you're just kind of a cuck. In that, historically, there were so many barriers to this idea of, like, erasing other people's kids. Primarily, like, accidentally, but also purposefully. Yeah. It's also one thing that's, like, a little bit more speculative as a concept, but there is, like, something to point to it potentially being a thing, is the idea of microchimerism, which is essentially, like, the sexual partners that, like, a woman can kind of implant a little bit of something into the woman.
You're better than that, Yasuke. That's so silly. You leave a bit of the man behind. There may be good reasons. That is not one of them. Unless it can be shown that it happens. But I've heard that, I've looked at it before. Give me the best evidence that happens.
Yeah. I'm gonna look for something real quick. But so, like, if you took the way that society treated these things, and if it would make so much sense the way that, like, most societies have treated this, if they believed that microchimerism was real. Because, like, obviously, like, if a woman isn't a virgin and that they haven't had any relationship in the past, 5 months or whatever, like, that the kid will literally be yours, but that's not, like, really taken into account on the value of virginity.
Yeah, like I don't think virginity is that important, because it's essentially just adoption, right? You're just adopting a kid, choosing to love a kid that isn't yours, and adoptions existed donkey's years, right? Slavery was a form of forced adoption, right? You'd take kids sometimes, and you'd essentially be their parents right now, except in a kind of horrible way. And from where I see it, that's just a nice thing to choose to do. The only reason for what you're stating, I think, is because in the fluid setting of a hunter-gatherer tribe, maybe a people group of 150 people, if you use Dunbar's number, probably gets to about that size before it fractures again. you want to know you can trust the chastity of your woman, because if she's with any of the other men in the tribe, then you don't fully understand how pregnancy works. There's a good chance you would only have a rough idea of how long babies take to come out, because the idea of when you conceived would probably be a bit difficult to tell. And you would want them to be chaste, because the chance that you end up spending, lots of time defending somebody else's baby, you would see it happen. It would happen a bit. But in a society where, like, you're going to get with a woman who's already got kids and you choose to adopt those kids because you quite like her, and you probably quite like the kids, hopefully, right? And you go, oh, we can make a family unit and bring some of my own kids into the world. And because I do understand where babies come from, I know that if this baby is 9 months after that day, it's my baby. Plus I can do DNA tests nowadays. So I've outsourced that system for being sure I'm not wasting my resources unwittingly and then choosing to spend my resources wittingly. And I think it's a nice thing to do. It certainly was nice for me. Like, my dad was my biological father was a very impressive man, but geez, he was a pain to be around. Fuck, it would have been an awful childhood. Now I'm very thankful for it. I wouldn't say that it's like I get your point that it's kind of you're choosing to be a cuck.
Yeah. Like, so I am saying that under the understanding that, like, I do know families that I respect that do have essentially exactly the situation you said. That being said, there are all of the, like, while they're like the best case example, there are a lot of, like, readily apparent issues in that setup that wouldn't have otherwise been there, that are just kind of, like, difficult to sort of manage. On the microchimerism point, I saw a bunch of things just on the microchimerism of, like, aborted fetal cells, to where they can kind of essentially just, like, implant into the mother and change certain things about the mother. And then this one, I am, like, so hitting that, like, tired point that I cannot actually read this because my eyes are just so heavy.
No, I feel you on that. I'm hoping that we're going to have one of our people boffins be able to read it and get to it. I'll try. I'll have to pull it up on my computer.
Yeah.
So I'm responding to Manu in the chat as well about the tournament species and pair bonding. He says it seems to me it seems more important, more person to person rather than situation to situation for the same person. Oh, hang on, I've misunderstood. What are you saying there, Manu?
I think he's essentially saying that, like, you can't make these wide sweeping societal changes and look at the individual. And he's essentially, I feel like he's just denying trends within particular cultures or particular societies.
Sure. Yeah. Individual preferences will be far greater than a generalization about a whole cultural period of time could ever be. Yeah. I like my generalizations, and generally they're bad.
Kind of. So you said something. I don't exactly remember what you said about us being sort of mixed between pair bonding and tournament species, but it sounded like you were saying that there's situations in which someone might choose to go for a more pair bonding relationship, and then other situations where that same person would go for a more sort of tournament relationship. But it seems like it might be people are more tournament or pair bonding, like, consistently, and the mix comes in with, like, having a whole bunch of different varieties of those people, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's, now that I'm thinking more deeply about it, because I think that's a really good point, and it's true, and I hadn't just thought about it enough, and I think that's right, and I would say the person is also just a sort of series of behaviors. And what I'm now thinking is it probably depends somewhat on the stability of your life at present, right? Where if your life is stable, you're like, great, settle down, have kids. I want, stimulating conversations. So I'm going to lead towards the pair bonding, which is the more diminutive, softer spoken, nicer man. But if you are in a war zone, perhaps, or just let's go to Western society, if you're just somebody where violence is a standard part of growing up, your dad might have been abusive, lower socioeconomic status, all that bad stuff, then perhaps it could be the case that you lean in those situations towards more tournament men because that's obvious and natural and beneficial, right? If you're in a violent society, snuggle up close to the most violent man. And that would mean that it's both person by person, very much will track with a person over their lifetime. But also, if this theory is true, we should be able to check it by saying, once a woman escapes that situation, right? So we've got some measure to know she just no longer lives in a violent suburb, perhaps. Does her preference start to switch towards more pair bonding-y kind of men?
I guess that would be the way to test it. My suspicion is that it's more nature rather than nurture, but I don't know really what statistics to look for to back that up. I don't know if this has actually been studied.
Well, I think
there was a.
I'll say it quickly. I think nature and nurture are a false dichotomy because we would know that, like, let's say the culture suddenly tomorrow fancied. No, they did, right? Culture suddenly started fancying big butts. There's a good chance we're going to see more big butts in the future because those people have more kids. Actually, no, I think it's easier to test it with men because almost all of the women have kids. So if, let's say women tomorrow started fancying bald men. We would know that, and that was just a cultural thing, like bunch of bald men become famous and the women were like, oh, I like a shiny head, and all the men started shaving their heads. It wouldn't surprise me if within a few generations, the nature would be such that there are fewer bald people and or women physiological changes happen within them to find that more and more attractive, So I think that cultural changes, the nurture, will affect the nature and vice versa. So it's hard to pick them apart.
Yeah, I guess I could see that. I guess the question is still like to what degree, but isn't male pattern baldness actually linked to testosterone?
There's like the idea of like the DHT connection, which is like something that's related to testosterone. But from everything I've seen in my understanding, it seems like that's just kind of a flawed conception, which is not. It was the idea at one point, and it might still be the idea for people that are like lagging behind, but it just doesn't seem to be true.
Okay, one of those.
But there was a point that you were saying, and you said a bunch of words, and my point is related to the words that you were saying, but not what you were actually meaning, because I lapsed out for a second. But so it'll be exactly related to the words that Eggs was saying. So
person by person preferences for more or less dominance hierarchy men.
It's a point that you were saying about wartime and like how something like that can change a lot of things.
Well, it certainly drives up. Oh, sorry, you were finishing. Go for it.
Yeah. So one thing is that there's just this general idea that, we're like, we're getting healthier in every single metric forever, essentially, and that things are getting better. But one thing that is like really objectively bad that is becoming more and more prevalent that there's no way to sort of like explain away is girls getting their menstrual cycle earlier. And that is something that is common when you are in war. Like that is a trait of what you would do in war because you need to sort of try to reproduce faster and faster and faster.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Birth rates go up during crisis. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so in that sense, it's a really bad sign if we're not in active war yet. Like, the average menstrual age has gone down 2 years, and the amount of women like under 10 that are getting their menstrual cycle is like 5xing or something like that.
Mhm.
It's like really, really bad, and it's like if you have the idea that like, oh, we're getting healthier, like this should be something that kind of sets off the alarm bells.
Well, I'm the kind of person that says that what your opening statement was, which is almost every metric is getting better over time. But what I generally caveat it with is that's in general on most metrics. I think, and over time, which is if you pick certain metrics, they will for short times head in the wrong direction. Like I don't think it's going to get to age 0. I don't think we're going to get babies already menstruating. The chance that living the way we do now is going to cause big issues for us health-wise, yeah, I'm confident about that. But just will it become such a big problem that we can't overcome it? I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And that like
possibly.
It would be so dramatic and so dramatically difficult for any leap in medical technology to make up for the health issues that come from having earlier puberty.
So is the implication there that our biology somehow, I don't know if I'd say subconsciously, kind of feels we're in a time of crisis, or like do you have any clue as to why that is?
Yeah. So you could take it from like it might be some like hormonal angle, like microplastics, soy, excess estrogen, serotonin. You could take a hormonal angle to it, but you can also take it from the angle of like even though everything seems to be okay, like people are physiologically believing that they are in a time of crisis.
Oh, it's interesting.
Yeah, certainly, because there's a few of those things. And I also wonder what's the mechanism, right? And could it just be the mechanism is high anxiety, and anxiety brings forward menstrual age and, living a life when you're in a permanent sort of semi-fight or flight and disconnected from a large, complex social group and all these things that we know people like. Touching grass, solving problems.
Because if you take anxiety and apply it to like the more objective metrics, it's essentially like just running on the stress hormones of like adrenaline and cortisol, which so many people are just perpetually running on those stress hormones as opposed to like actual energy.
It's so funny, the stress hormones. Oh, I'm sliding to it in my presentation, but I'm currently fixing up a presentation that, here we go. This is what I got on my screen right now.
Yes.
Fortunately.
So what were you saying, Mano? You tried to come in again a second ago.
No, I was reading, unfortunately.
But yeah, before that, I felt I said something.
No, that I was curious what the mechanism is and what the implications were.
Yeah, not all of this. I've read up and found many of these bits are supported where they come to the science. Obviously, all of the conjecture is out of my head. But I should put that talk from the guy, because when he talks about the pair bondings and the tournament species, he goes through like 60 different metrics by which you would tell. And you start looking at society and being like, well, what would society be like if, men who are, this is how I came my theory that all suicide attacks are by incels, is like, okay, so what do you do if you're one of these majority of men who don't get any? well, obviously the way to get some is to be violent, so the way to get any is to be hyper violent, like just be the most violent you possibly can, and at least then you, like, the most probable outcome is that you won't have to suffer anymore. The less probable outcome is maybe you'll be famous and chicks will chuck their undies at you. And what do we see with the women when a man goes on a suicidal spree and survives? They chuck their undies at him. Yeah.
Talk by?
Let me find it. Stanford, I think it
Sapolsky.
was. Sapolsky, yeah, that's him. He's like, he speaks really well.
Yes. Yeah, it's where I get most of my my info and this sort of stuff.
Yeah, behavioral evolution too, that's it. Dull ass name for a 1.5 hour lecture that's got 3.1 million views.
Yeah, I like I always, when I recommend this to people, I always say, like, if you only watch one of these videos, watch the first one. Where he talks about the different buckets, the different sort of glasses you can look at these sciences through. And how that,
yes, yeah.
Yeah, affects kind of the conclusions you can come to.
Yes, that's right. I did start watching that one. I should watch it again because he talks about how all of them are wrong, like creating a bucket and essentially trying to categorize reality will always be wrong, but they'll be useful. Is that right?
Basically, yeah. If you stick to a single bucket, you're always going to have a limited interpretation of the final sort of notions.
Yeah.
But all of these things need to be looked at through all the buckets.
Yeah, I mean that's just generally one thing is that, like, you know, people rag on like single factor analysis and it's like, oh, you got to do multi-factor analysis, but like what you really should be trying to do is all factor analysis. And that's the most difficult thing to do. But like,
most time consuming, I guess.
Yeah, that's what you should be striving for, is trying to take into account every single factor possible.
Yeah. But I think, like, in reality, what we end up doing to live life, to make decisions, because this is like speaks to how do you choose who to talk to on a dating site, or whether to, you know, your understanding of this kind of biology could influence significantly the choices you make in life. But if you do a all factor analysis, you will, that, you know, they call it analysis paralysis. You would never get to make a decision. So for me, my view is somewhat, we do need to do an analysis, but we need to hunt perfectly for the test, right? The thing that would show that this is false. And then that's the heuristic, is like, I only want to apply as minimal meaningful tests as I can so that I can move on to the next question about whether I should eat greens or go to a pure meat diet.
Yeah, it's very much a like that. That's also just where the value is in just outsourcing your thinking, in that even if you're in a field that is completely foreign to somebody, if you are a competent person, you should be able to tell whether or not somebody else is competent, just by like analyzing their work, analyzing their thought patterns, like how they break down problems, how they think about things, how they react to like novel situations, novel things. So in this sense, if you can discern, like, all right, on this topic of, like, you know, exercise regimes for somebody who's like has similar goals to what I do, this person seems to know what they're talking about. They have a good base. The way that they're collecting information is how I would collect information if I was doing the same thing they were doing. So therefore, I'm not going to think about it. I'm just going to do what they say. So in that sense, if you have the ability to understand your own hierarchy of values and then understand how to read that in others, then that is like the pivotal skill for not like learning things, but for acting as if you had learned things, because you can gain the lessons without all of the theory behind it to a certain degree.
Yes, and I guess you can sort of outsource as much as you want, but I think you're bang on right. Yeah, like if I started CrossFit a few months back when I came up here, and the simple rule I had was like, I want to look at the trainers to see if they look like they're in shape, but then I want to look at the other class members to see if they look like they're in shape. And if they are, then I'm like, great, I'm in the right place. And it's like, I don't need to get into all of the biomechanics or this or that, or some sort of like forensic analysis of where all the other gyms are and what all of the different disciplines between CrossFit and X45 are. I'm just like, these people look pretty fit. That's good enough for me. Let's go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because at that point, you're not trying to eke out every single percentage. You're just looking for something that's good enough.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where I think I come to with the globe, where I think flat earthers would say, that's not good enough. I'm not going to put up with just the fact that this guy can navigate effectively by treating it as a ball. That's not enough for me. I need to test if it is a ball.
Well, I think part of that is also like what Yasuke was saying. Most people are good at recognizing, even if it's not your field, whether someone has some expertise to speak on a matter. There's a general trend of negating or even denigrating expertise that's disconcerting, firstly. And I'm not sure where the trend started or why it's taken such root, but that's part of the problem in, I guess, the epistemological problem of how do we trust knowledge in the first place. And I've not found a good way to get around that.
Oh yeah, like that's pretty simple. Just as a general note, is that like you could say like like the institutions, science, the experts, however you'd want to say it, like they had a certain air of legitimacy that's essentially a currency, and then that currency was spent on things that were less than legitimate, and that there wasn't a maintenance of the high standard of like, all right, we're only going to push things that we're like 100% certain of, because that currency is very valuable, and people who aren't even scientists might want to use the currency of science to say, oh, hey, this thing that like just happens to fit in with everything I believe, this is also science. So in that sense, like that is probably the biggest thing that informs why people don't trust institutions at all anymore, as a general trend.
But are you saying that it was the scientists themselves or those media people that sort of usurped that currency and devalued it?
Yeah, I mean, so you would kind of just have to take it as like a hegemony, and that you can't really isolate any particular factor individually, and that it's sort of every party is to blame, and that the scientists could have said, you guys are being dishonest with the way you're characterizing my work, or you're trying to get me to do a study that's set up in a way to where like there's this kind of variability to where like you're just trying to get me to get a certain result. I'm not going to buy that. So in that sense, like it's both the fault of the scientists and it's the fault of the people that are, trying to do the funding, trying to essentially spend this currency. It's every party at every step could have solved the issue.
I don't know if I entirely agree with that. I think I have heard scientists say the media doesn't always get it right. In fact, you can't really get something right when you abbreviate it the way that you kind of have to for public consumption. As far as like, I'm not going to do this study because you're setting it up in an unscientific way. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's just more of like they throw so much money out to scientists who are willing to be less than ethical, in terms of being very strict with their scientific parameters. So because all of that money is going to be thrown out, like most people are going to choose the money over the ethics.
Sure, but I
And
don't know how much what percentage of the whole field that is really. Like I can understand the first one, but even if I grant that, like I don't know how much of their responsibility it is. Like
yeah, I mean,
I
so
agree
so
that
you would take
everyone
it in the
deserves.
sense of like influence, in that how much is the average citizen engaging with this science versus that science, and like the spread of science that's just trying to use science as a currency versus science that is more authentic and legitimate. And it would obviously stand to reason that they're going to be interacting with the things that are trying to use science as a currency, because when you try to use science as a currency, you want to publicize it as much as possible.
Yeah, but that's exactly the point. Is most of the general public isn't engaging with the science at all. They're engaging with the science communicators at best, and at worst, they're engaging with the media that's sensationalist and using the science to, get clicks and views, and that's going to be the worst interpretation of the science.
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily just in like, oh, like here's a study that was done objectively and perfectly by scientists, and it's just those darn silly media which, like, misinterprets it or like says something that isn't exactly what the study said. Like, nutrition is just the perfect example. Like, there are so many studies that were just straight up dishonest. Like, 7-country study, to where it's looking at correlations between like saturated fat and heart disease, and there was the data of like 21 different countries in the Ansel Keys study, and he selectively chose 7 of them because those specific 7 created the trend that he wanted. And like, there's also just not really any way for people to know that, like, oh hey, he just didn't include that data. So because of that, like that was one of the foundational studies for the demonization of saturated fat as being the cause of all of these issues.
Yeah, and then that specific thing, like I know that there was a whole to do behind it between like the fats and the sugars and such, but like that's not the norm, right?
Yeah, it's
Like
just
the
the
reason
point
we
is
all
that
know about
like
that is because it's
everybody eats food. Everybody does, like, there's certain acts that people just do all of the time. So if there are there are too many examples of the things that people interact with all the time, to where science has been used as a currency, then people are going to have the distrust. And also, like, just as a blunt way of stating it, it doesn't matter if it's like valid or not. The point is, it does happen. Like, it doesn't matter whether or not people's lack of trust in the experts or their loss in faith in the experts is justified. It's just the fact that it's happening. And
Well,
it's
I am
not
kind of
necessarily so much of a top, it's not as much of a top down thing in the sense of like, oh, Fox News is telling them not to trust the experts, and that's the only reason they're not trusting the experts.
sure. And I am actually interested in the justification because I think if we can pinpoint the problem, that would at least give us some idea on a potential solution. I know that trust, once it's lost, is a very difficult thing to get back, but I'm curious if that trust was actively eroded. Like there seems to be, because I can't attribute it all to scientists making bad decisions, because there's just not.
Yeah, and it's
I
not.
attribute it to just language. Like a couple of years ago was like, I'm going to try and speak as accurately as I can, and I set about that task. I think it's just really fucking hard to be accurate, and the more you know, the harder it is to be accurate. And if you're trying to hope that, this is the point you were making before, Man and Factotum, which is if somebody's done some multivariate study on, or like, meta study, and yeah, maybe he's a bit biased, maybe he's in the pay. I don't think anybody would suggest there haven't been sham studies and influence in science before.
Yeah, of course.
That analysis of which sources did he use and why did he use it would only really be meaningful coming from a very small number of people, and none of them are journalists. And the journalists are like sent out there to understand something they're never going to understand, and then go, okay, how am I going to put this in layman's terms such that people even less informed than me can understand it? And he's naturally going to shoot low there, where he's going to be like, they're really dumb, which is a problem all writers have, is thinking their audience is stupider than them. And then what comes out is sort of like, it's like getting watching a sausage get made. It's just what comes out is awful. But I don't agree that that means the analysis of how they came to that conclusion is hidden from us, because otherwise you couldn't have found it, Yasuke. The fact that you could find this information is evidence that it is not being suppressed, as much as lazy journalists aren't sharing it as easily as you'd like.
There have been times. There have been times in specific studies, like if you're believing the official story, which like it totally could just be. I mean, it could be part of the show in certain ways, of like certain pivotal studies. I think it was like the Minnesota Coronary Survey, which is essentially the most rigorous study that's ever been done in nutrition, because you have, you know, people in a psych ward to where you can actually control all of their details, which is never something that you get in nutritional science. They essentially hid all of the data that went against their claims. And this was not something that was found out until like 50 something years later, when the original person who had done the study had already died. Somebody did like a deep dive into the data that was there and noticed that there were like gaps missing, as in like the trail wasn't exactly like perfectly covered, so it seemed like there was just missing data. So this guy like contacted the family, contacted the son who had the data, found the data in like, you know, a basement, and got all of the data and showed that like, oh hey, yeah, all of the data that was contradictory to the main claim was completely gotten rid of, and that actually has the opposite conclusion of what the study was saying.
Yeah, but that I think that's the same thing. I agree. I'm very confident junk science exists. I am not confident that that is enough by itself to suggest that it is being hidden from us by coordinated processes, where I can see how that would end up being hidden from us even by uncoordinated efforts, right? I can if I can construct the same reality without needing to invoke a coordinated conspiracy, then the Occam's razor says don't invoke a coordinated conspiracy.
Yeah. I mean, with like most of these things, you can invoke what I would call, I don't know if I've like had this conversation with you, but there's like high conspiracy.
High conspiracy. Okay, that's fun.
Which is essentially the idea of like, yeah, there are like smoky people in a cigar room, like coordinating these things from top down. But then there is.
You all right, Truth Seeker?
But then there's also more like emergent, like low conspiracy, in that, you know, these things kind of just happen through you know, organic people doing their own will, and the incentives just happen to line up in a way to where these things that look like conspiratorial are just the consequence of emergent behavior.
Yeah. And that's somewhat
the
claimed
sense,
by those that claim compartmentalization, right? Is they're like, oh, you could get these emergent compartments that are self-sustaining without needing to be aware that they're propagating a delusion.
Yeah, no, but like you don't even need to invoke compartmentalization in the sense of like there's a shadowy figure on the top making sure that these people are like isolated to where there's not going to be any like cross-pollination, somebody snitching. Just that like the angle of, you know, the people who are funding the studies just happen to genuinely think for one reason or another, like some philosophical bias that, saturated fat is bad. And then, the person who does the study kind of has this feeling of like, it would be better for my career if this study said this thing. And it's all of these small little incentives that go into place that sort of cause that thing at the end.
Sure. Yeah. Which is what I think happens. They want to get tenured. My brother was part of, caught somebody stealing his work. Like junk science definitely exists.
Yeah.
I think
But
the
in
main
that
thing is
sense,
also how it's one of the issues with what gets funded and what doesn't is what people are willing to invest in. I mean, that's certainly a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked into all of the studies on the health effects of soy and the safety of soy consumption, and they're all funded by like big soy. Because also, like, what
I'd
other?
do it if I had a soy farm. Try and go, hey, can we get some science that show? And you could do it with best of intent, right? You could be certain that soy is good, and just want some scientists to help you prove something you know deep down to be true. And what do you know? The scientists come back, and provided they look at the right amino acid or receptor or something, they can come back and go, oh, it actually boosts memory. I'm like, great, soy is healthy.
Yes.
Run to the print. No further questions,
That's like
please.
it's back to the language thing, right? Like someone comes back and says like soy helps memory and say, oh great, soy is healthy. That's not what the guy said. Like there was a study on how smoking smokers, and I don't remember this exact numbers. If you smoked for 5 years or more, you have like 20% reduced chance of getting Alzheimer's. If it's 30 or 40 years or more, it's like 60%. I'm probably
Yeah,
butchering
just
it.
measuring the idea of measuring hyper-specific things that like there's no such thing as a pure negative thing. Like there's always going to be benefits of smoking. There's always going to be like negatives of smoking. So if you want to make a study,
chewing nicotine gum, despite the fact that he didn't ever smoke, he's like, nicotine's good for you. Boosts neuronal function.
Yeah, I mean, I unironically smoke pipe tobacco for medical reasons. Like I looked at anecdotes of a very serious health issue that I had, and people got my health issue when they went on a health kick and stopped smoking, and then when they started smoking again, their issues went away. And then I found out later that there's actually several studies on my particular issue and tobacco use.
Are you comfortable saying what that health issue is? 'Cause I need a reason to not quit smoking.
Ulcerative colitis.
Okay.
It's funny that like it helps with ulcerative colitis, but then Crohn's, which is kind of like its sister disease, it makes a lot worse.
Interesting.
An interesting thing on the language, because this is sometimes brought up in terms of whether the media is biased. That study by the Lunt, I think it was, who did the crash images, right? And she asked, how fast do you think the cars were going when they blank, and filled in the blank with like crashed, impacted, made contact, smashed.
Yes.
Yeah, and depending on the language that the word that she put, the estimates were drastically different, which you have to put something in the blank, right? Like you can't just communicate telepathically. So just by use of language at all, there's going to be some, I'd call it bias, maybe call it influence. I don't know exactly, but
yeah. So this is a whole idea in coaching that I got really obsessed with, where they call it clean language, where that's exactly the problem that it's trying to fix. And it's used in like really woo areas where they're like, oh, talk to people about their metaphors, and they go, I feel like I'm carrying a weight. And you use clean language to not pollute that metaphor, to be like, is it a heavy weight? What kind, how, where you'd ask clean questions that assume nothing. So you just say, what kind of a weight? Or so you're carrying a weight, what's that like? And using the question, what's that like, assumes so few things that it's considered far cleaner than saying, you mean like carrying a bag of rocks weight, or do you mean like an emotional weight, which is what most people do, and they go an emotional weight. But it's like he didn't use the word emotional, he just said a weight. So you need to not pollute the sentence by saying, you know, crashed, impacted, made contact, to be like, essentially just go describe what happened. And then it's necessary that they put speeds in there. So you go, well, how do I ask that? Like, you know, I think you'd have to do it going back and forth. Be like, what happened? And then when they described it, if they use the word crash, you go, okay, so you said the car's crashed. Could you guess at the speed before the crash?
Yeah.
You've got to use their framing.
There's a lot of really interesting tips like this just generally in occult understanding. Like another one is E prime.
Yes.
Which is like essentially instead of saying like I think or like abortion is murder of a fetus, you would say, you know, it seems to me like abortion is like the ending of a fetus.
I've never heard that. I try to use that a lot. I'm doing it right now. Is that called E prime? I've never heard of this. Go ahead. Keep explaining.
Korzybski for the win.
Korzybski.
Yeah, E prime. Let me get like a solid definition.
I think it was English without the use of the is of identity. Put
Yes.
Very, very simply, but
yeah, that's the way of putting it. But it's just like trying to find a better way of putting it in like usable terms.
Okay, yeah. E prime, Wikipedia, I found it, I think. E prime, short for English prime, denotes a restricted form of English in which authors avoid all forms of the verb to be. Being, been, present tense.
Yeah, so like is, am, are, was, were, then, being.
Right. So to say,
the grass looks green. The grass looks green to me versus the grass is green.
Is green. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So I really like this because, these I quite like when they come from these weird eclectic things. But I'm like, they actually facilitate really good decision-making discussions. So if you were to apply these during a tense negotiation, and the person says, you know, speed of delivery is paramount, and you go, okay, so it seems paramount to you. In what way is it so paramount? And so you could E prime their thing of that it is paramount, that it seems that way to them, to wind them just so slightly back from such a stuck position, and then use the clean language to be like, let's explore, you know?
Yeah,
because in negotiation, when you're training negotiation, it's like, look for the things they're not telling you because you might find other hidden advantages that cost you nothing.
Yeah. So like just in the abortion example, right? If I say, you know, abortion is murder of a fetus, then you would say, oh, no, it's not. Like, how dare you? You're so wrong. But if you say, it seems to me like abortion is murder, then it's like, okay, yeah, all right, that's interesting. Why do you think that? You can't say that I'm wrong because I'm just saying it seems to me.
Yeah, it's impossible to be wrong. Either I think does not equal, therefore I am, or the things I think I must be right about. So yeah. I think, really good point. I like it. E prime, I'd never heard of it before.
Yeah, it's a concept from Robert Anton Wilson.
Yeah, that's where I heard it too.
Robert Anton. Now I've got another person to find, and I'm meant to be doing work. Robert Anton Wilson. Okay. He doesn't look like he touches kids. It's a good start, you know. A lot of them do.
Eggshells, I'd like to compliment you on the work that you did over the past 2 or 3 years with Flat Earth and trying to figure out where they were coming from and what stance they actually had. I think you had to fight really hard to even paint a picture for them, and I think you did a good job of that.
Well, thank you, man. That's a very nice thing to say. That means a lot.
You were very nice about it. You were just shy of confrontational, but certainly engaging, you know, and the things you did with stickies and stuff to summarize and visualize that was fun.
Oh, thanks, man.
I
was doing that just yesterday again. We should do it for discussions like this, but it's too late to start now.
But I think you're a healthy communicator.
Oh, thanks, man. That means a lot. That's a very nice. Tickled me pink.
And this is a tool. that can make you an even better communicator.
Yes, and as well, he uses the and rather than but. Right? How offensive would that have been? But this is a tool, but he still goes, and this is a tool.
Yeah,
Nailed it.
yeah. So I'm
love
not
it.
trying to contradict you. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I wrote about that in my book too. It's hard to use though. That was a really good usage.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a general rule that I just try to follow, and it's something that just gradually happens more and more over time. It's just like build other people up.
Yeah, I think you're good at doing that. You're like very good at defending, because you've got to defend yourself a lot against other flat earthers. Like you have to be fielding stuff almost all the time.
Indeed, and like,
You're very good at it.
were you here when I was talking about empathy?
Don't think so. No.
Okay, yeah, this is a great point in that empathy, essentially just understanding where somebody is coming from, right? Is there's the one of the most popular Bible verses is Matthew 10:24 to 26. It's essentially the idea of like, you have been told that it is good to love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemy. In that sense of, it's not a difficult choice to love people that are good to you and love people that like you. Whereas it's very difficult to extend that same goodwill towards somebody that is difficult to do so.
Yeah.
And in the same sense of empathy, so many people essentially take empathy as like very selectively, in that be empathetic towards me and be sympathetic towards people that I like. Whereas you're not empathetic unless you are empathetic towards the people that it is hardest to be empathetic towards. So for the people that you have the most like disagreements, negative feelings, ill will towards, if you can be empathetic towards those people and understand those people, then that is you actually being empathetic.
Yes, doing it when it's a knee jerk, when your mirror neurons are firing, is just doing what you're already doing and calling it I'm a good person. Whereas going out, it's actually really challenging to be empathetic to this person right now because I think they're a dickhead and they're straw manning me. It's like, okay, well, here's the good bit, right? Here's the useful. Here's the lesson in it. Here's the.
There's also like
perfect moment.
cultural empathy. Like it starts with neighbors because they're adjacent to you, and then it gets extended to community by name, and then government by country. That you automatically have this attachment to others for no reason. It's really interesting.
It's a bit like you go on, sorry.
Before you even get started, you have these built-in things that get in the way of you having empathy across the board. And maybe by the time you have common enemies and politics and other stuff, you never even get to learn about empathy for others because you're not really able to have vision of that as an attitude to begin with, as an outward way of being,
Yeah.
You have to have to stick together to have empathy for others.
Yeah. And this relates to the thing, sorry, you guys heard me say it yesterday, but terror management theory, which is this idea from like what you're saying, Dan, is if we live on in these things like a cultural thing, I'm an Australian or I'm a New Yorker, New Yorkers really identify with being a New Yorker. That's a way to seek immortality. And so in that, it makes us react as if it's a existential threat, like we're going to be annihilated if somebody annihilates the idea or that thing that we belong to. So we defend it. And that's where I think, this thing with discussing of the idea of empathy for the outgroup is like, why would I empathize with them? They're Republicans. You're like, what? That's the people to do it with. That's the time to use it.
Yeah. It's the idea of like, you should be using your strongest medicines against your toughest wounds.
Yeah, it's another way. I like that.
Yeah, it's a similar thing with like a most obvious way of putting that is the idea of laughter, and that laughter is the best medicine. So that also means that you should be able to like have that sort of mirthful joy, laughing at, taking the positive interpretation of the most like tragic things that happen.
This is a video I like to watch on occasion, and it's just a guy laughing on a train, and everyone on the train slowly starts to laugh with him, and it's very hard to watch this and not laugh yourself. So every so often I'll break this video out, just get a hit of endorphins.
I can't fucking believe there's a new wave of flat earthers.
There's a new what?
There's new flat earthers.
Well, what do you mean by new? Like, what's the time frame we're talking about?
All right, that's a good point. I can't believe the Christian wave of flat earthers is carrying it on. They don't have any connection to science or anything to say about it. I was all proud of going out and doing observations. And I'll still argue about them.
And you've done the most. Somebody was saying this in your absence actually after you left the other day. Was like you've done the most out of. No, I think it was said you've done more than all the rest of them put together, which I think is actually quite close. Because you've got to take out people who did like Balaton, because none of them are in the flat Earth community or doing anything anymore, right? So they 1 in 16th took part in a big test and then disappeared. So of the existing flat Earthers, you've done more work than all of the rest of them put together.
Yeah, but the rest of my people disappeared. I'm just the only one talking.
Where did the rest of your people go?
Well, we didn't get along, and some died, and some moved, and the original breakup had to do with Iron Coin. I don't know if you know that we were gonna have Flat Earth was gonna have its own money, its own Bitcoin.
Get in.
And it was a really fair idea. And the lab coat thing that I did, if it worked, I was going to attach the logo FE, which was the Iron Coin logo, to Flat Earth.
Iron Coin is, yep. I'm
The
with you now.
news would have been, oh, those idiots have their own money.
Which people would have bought. It would have actually massively increased in value because people would have meme coined their way into it.
Especially back then.
Yeah.
So the people involved with that, I knew well, and they fought amongst themselves basically and their own demons. And I knew they had an exit strategy. When he started, they were going to sell off when it got to $20,000 or 20,000 people or something.
Typical rug pull. Planned rug pull.
Exactly when they were getting out. They knew exactly.
They planned on fucking over their own people and they still didn't do it. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I guess I can't tell. They planned. You're telling me, I'm not strawmanning what you're saying now. The Flat Earthers was setting up out in the open planning a rug pull.
Yeah, but it was the fringe side of Flat Earth on the IPS side. It wasn't on the, and I kept trying to unify the white bread part of Flat Earth with the street level part of Flat Earth. So that's where I ended up differing from everyone. Because I thought,
you know what I would
I thought we were a group.
The funniest about that plan, to me at least, is that if you know that somebody else is planning to get out at 20K, you can take them to the cleaners rather than them taking you. Because you buy the coin as soon as you can, as soon as you find out about it, you buy it. But any time it gets anywhere close to 10 grand, you just start selling it. Wait for it to come back down, buy it again. And they're going to keep trying to get it to this magical 20 grand that they told you about. It wouldn't, because they were open about their plans of a rug pull. Were they open at the time they were going to get out, or is that just they admitted later after it didn't happen?
I was friends with one of the guys that differed from the other.
Right.
And he has 1 million coin as part of
He has
his
1 million nothings.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was oblivious to how Bitcoin worked, but I knew flat Earth people would love to spend money on flat Earth anything. And that was like 2017. So I was like, okay, I think I could sell these things for $1. You know, I didn't see it as Bitcoin. I saw it as a token. You know, like I didn't see it as exchangeable. I saw it as a token of the appreciation. You know, that somebody would put $100 into flat Earth or whatever. So I was breaking it up. So 25% went to research. And at that time, without the knowledge of what Bitcoin was,
Yeah.
I was convinced that we had to make a plastic chip embedded, like USB representation of coin that was an iron coin that you could leave as tips in places where you went. So you could leave like a flat earth notion behind you. That didn't have the value of the coin, but it had the message of the coin.
So essentially you would leave them a little like thumb drive, and they would pick that up and go, oh, what's this? And then learn about flat Earth.
Yeah, but it'd be shaped like a coin. So if it had to be chipped instead of a thumb drive.
Yeah.
Or Wi-Fi or whatever. So like I wanted every Bitcoin to be represented by a replica in serial number, physical. Anyway, I had it all parted out and all ready to go, but the guy just kept saying he
Not
needed
quite
more
the right time.
he needed more energy, whatever the hell he needed more of. Seemed like he needed more beer. And he spent a year up in the upper deserts here in a motel. And we never heard from him again. And oddly enough, he still pays for meetup groups in like 6 cities. It's weird. And he had a group of 350 people here in LA when I got here.
350 flat earthers in LA he was getting to turn up to events.
No, he had as part of a meetup.com group. You know, we could get 40 people to show up. And then they were doing sandwich board things, you know, like putting a sign on and walking around by the beach.
Mm.
And trying to hand out flyers. And it was so pitiful and so sad that I asked for permission to oppose in jest. I figured somebody across the street screaming, "Don't listen to them! Don't!"
Oh, that's a great idea. Yes.
Save gravity! Save gravity! Don't listen to those people, because they weren't getting any attention.
No,
So
they wouldn't. But if you had a counter, if you had a bit of Hegelian there.
Yeah, the first time I went to a flat Earth meetup, I asked if they minded if I set up my own table of stuff. You know, so if I needed to be in opposition, I could be the guy over there and not, you know, not in the same circle.
Great fun. They didn't allow it. It sounds like from the way you're telling the story.
No, they did. I mean,
Okay.
I've always brought a table full of goodies to events. You know, globes and figurines and physical memes, levels, things like that. Bendy lights, flexible lamps are nice to represent bendy light. As an end result, I have some globes signed by a lot of flat earthers. I need to peddle them off somewhere. Are you interested in a globe signed by flat earthers?
Go on, show us. It is a funny one to ask them. Yeah, it's a very funny space Flat Earth is in and has been for a while.
I was just thinking about it. They accused Jaron of jumping ship, but it was a sinking ship. Like, I mean, it got blown open, and they expect him to stand on it and continue to take turns at the helm. You know, where were you going to go? I mean, nobody in Flat Earth agreed on anything. They attacked him. He got accused of flipping, but Weiss started it.
Weiss started what? The go to Antarctica or the stacking on Jaron and Whitsitt?
Yeah, they're pretending that Jaron was unavailable and making his.
Was he? I didn't hear about that. What? So they were saying let's do a live debate, and Jaron was there for it, and Dave Weiss was pretending that Jaron wasn't answering calls.
It was when he was still coming home. Jaron was still coming home from Antarctica, and Weiss was saying that it was all faked, and Jaron doesn't return his calls, and you know, it was Vape Gate and Ice Gate, and you know, all those things
funny.
they tried. The shape
I
of
know.
this.
I know he's currently in the air, so can't answer. You know, he's not even answering my calls. What a prick. Do you wonder if Dave Weiss or any of these guys think the Earth is a globe and this is just a sort of, this is all just strategies and tactics at this point? Because to actively avoid a debate that you can't have while claiming you're asking for it, you got to know you're lying at that point, right? Or do they just not know they're lying about the shape of the Earth and they know they're lying about debates and who said what?
The people that didn't know they were lying left. Patricia Steere left when she found out how often she had to be hush hush about this, that, or the other. And more importantly, the way things go away. Here's how Flat Earth would do it. It'd be like, hey, did you watch that McToon video? I'd be like, dude, I'm a flat earther. I don't watch that guy. And what you hope is that by the time you'd be expected to know the subject matter, something else comes up. It's 3 or 4 days down the road.
That's a funny
In the
one.
meantime, since you never fucking watched it, you just say what everyone else said. And that's what Flat Earth did. They would absolutely not pay
That's so
attention
true.
to anything.
This is why the Flat Earthers make the best anti-Flat Earthers. That is brutal to say.
It's a
Go on,
disaster,
sorry.
man. And
Unless Yasuke or Rixky want to defend their, like, I don't think you're talking specifically about
dude,
them.
I'm
I
the
don't think
only
they do it.
flat earther that has any fucking science behind it. I'm the only one.
But what I would say is I don't think they engage in the same thing you do, which is I don't think they just repeat what other people are saying.
Well, the reality is I had to deal with people offline, and that didn't go well either. Like real life, it isn't just a online thing. Because if it was, I would blame that. You know, boys online. I would blame that, but physically it wasn't any easier. And I'm negligent because I would have told you for 5 years, 6 years that this had nothing to do with religion. I mean, nothing.
Yeah.
I would have argued with you forever that it doesn't come up in my conversations. And
Yeah.
just so you know, when I went on that middle ground show thing, that Jubilee Media thing,
Yeah.
I particularly made sure, because my two friends were Christians, I
Yeah.
made sure to not be included so we didn't look like a Christian movement. Like that was like my biggest goal of that.
Yeah,
make
to show that there is a non-religious view to. I mean, King 8-Ball, I think, is a no god. SE is a higher power, but these religions are silly.
Yeah, I was just texting that or direct
I don't
message.
think Yasuke or Rixki identify as Christians. That's probably why they're different to what you're saying. Because, yeah, the Christian ones are much more likely to engage in church-like behavior, i.e. repeating what their pastor said. Whereas if people don't stick to any denomination, they don't have that habit, so they are more likely to form ideas on their own.
All right, let me read something. I sent this to Jaren
Maybe.
yesterday. Yeah, probably Saturday morning. I said, good morning, Jaren. I was thinking about Mark a bit in relation to the truth. Joe Mama, that's a mutual friend, and my own position today. Then I thought about Ben, that's Taboo Conspiracy, turning on you. And I nearly cried as he was the best of them. Taboo Conspiracy was definitely the best, the cleanest of the flat earthers, I'd say. Less political, didn't like anyone, didn't hang out with them. Was his own person the whole time. Conspiracy Music Guru and the rest of them turn out to be just as spineless and pussyful or pussyfied as possible. So why? I was thinking about Ben and his belief system compared to yours and let's say mine, like what belief system. So whether we are considered agnostic or atheistic, I'm not sure, but I'm sure that this is the issue on breaking free. Flat Earth people need to come to grips that they really do not believe in stuff, no matter if it's a book or a proven fact and example. This denial makes a stand, and Flat Earth's quote unquote unproven world hiding the truth fit very well. Well, very well until the attitude is examined and measured against the quote unquote preponderance of evidence that exists. Hi, Bob. Bob Nodell used to say preponderance of evidence.
Right.
And it's actually in favor. I said, like the southern pass of the sun and the stars, and the fact that the northern based AE projection of the known Earth data should have never been referred to as a model of where we live. So, this lack of belief is what made many of the Christians attached to flat Earth. And now, them and the others don't know what to quote unquote believe in because they are not really conscious, myself included, to their actual internal position, which is mostly driven by the unconscious mind that we're unaware by the unconscious mind. We are unaware of our fears and are driven by instinct like sex, economics, politics, and regionally the culture that we were born into, which is what we were just talking about with empathy. I think I'm rambling, I said to him. I think I'm rambling, but flat earth people seem super needy to believe in something. Maybe atheism is not just about God, it's about refusing to believe anything. And the agnosticism I might practice might be basically non functional as it holds no position.
Right. It's yours is the no God, no Earth position in that metaphor. Round Earth, flat Earth, no Earth. You have no view on the existence of a God. And I do think that's somewhat why, because I agree with you with all of that. And I think that for some people, flat Earth is a way to start talking about science and feel like I'm proving God, because it's difficult to prove God with empiricism. But if God said the Earth's flat, I can prove the Earth's flat with empiricism.
And it's just amazing culturally how the foothold that flat Earth had, where it was sought after. People wanted to fight with it or see it on the news. And the truth, for me, was people wanted to know how you go against the grain. That they were fascinated by anybody that, let's say, bugged out, and doesn't live off the grid, lives off the grid. Like anybody that got away from program thinking seemed exciting. We didn't realize we had been programmed as well. And that's very embarrassing. So, me thinking I don't believe in anything is wrong because subconsciously, that's what didn't make me a liar. Subconsciously, I wanted to believe in things, but I would have told you it had nothing to do with belief. Mistakenly. Sorry to say. But it definitely had the belief that the AE was a possible layout, of where we live.
And now what are you thinking?
It doesn't change most of my other opinions. Like I still feel the same way I do about space. I don't know if you heard what Trump did in May, but I mean, I waited 8 years while they showed that video, Orion Trial by Fire, claiming that they were just going to figure out how to fix the radiation problem in the capsule. And of course, they never did a thing. They wear a smock like the dentist, and they tell you to hide behind the water. And the fact is, they never had a rocket, but they had us believing that they were, working on the capsule. And so he canceled SLS, he canceled Gateway, and Orion in one fell swoop. So NASA's had its head up its ass for a long
I'm glad he did, Dan. Honestly, because I think that was a massive waste of money that they were trying to pull off there.
And the ULA is broke. No one even still talks about its existence, but the ULA is broke because they don't have any contracts anymore because they were charging the government 300 mil for the same thing Musk does for 100 mil. And those were 2014 prices. I have no idea what's going on. But if you look up the lawsuit, it's amazing. And if you look up the reason why they put Musk in that government position is because things just get too bottled up. And that's what happened with the space program. It got bottled up with congressional approval, which was never going to come because Congress knew that there was already military funds and CIA funds everywhere. And that, it wasn't a peaceful thing, this space thing. It was at least 50% military the whole time. So that's why Space Force had to happen, because they had to have a legitimate budget. In the meantime, NASA's had their, plug pulled from them on everything they've ever. And they've been inept from day one. So it's really, I don't know what else they do technologically or who JPL is, their affiliate things. But when I tried to find out, when we met with Spiros Makalakis about that, because he was a consultant with JPL, and I said, can you get us a tour there? He goes, oh, I've never been there. He goes, well, maybe I could use you guys as an excuse to go. It's like the way they put people out in front of science, what they were doing with him was just amazing. What I now know they call science communicators, because I thought they were stupid and actors. And it's a real part of life, the science communicator. It's weird. They're not really lobbyists, but they act on behalf of any lobby, you know? It's like a middleman between politics. So anyway, the space program has been a policy issue the whole time. And so either it's about defending the Earth, you know, it's about, I don't think it's about defending the Earth. It's about fighting over the Earth with military strength or escaping the Earth because they know it gets wiped out every couple thousand years. So it's weird to think about what survives these catastrophes. What kind of, are we just plentifully reseeded? The myriad of life on this planet is ridiculous. You know, just in the ocean, jillions of things, you know, shaped jillions of ways. It's true. Like real life is pretty amazing, but science does get bogged down in policies and politics and whatever, the money system. I couldn't really afford to figure out politics or how to do it. So speaking out as a flat earther was my way of trying to get people's attention to what we assumed was, you know, good, right, and wrong, you know, good science, bad science. And I still think the truth is kept from us in a huge way about space and our history and who we are. I'm pretty sure they're telling us.
I certainly get that idea of going, I'm going to wake people up to this question of how do they come to trust the experts? How do they discern who's an expert? But I think if it's so egregiously wrong, as I think Flat Earth is, I think then it's self-defeating in that it goes so far that people then go, well, I don't want to look like those science deniers. They're loopy. They think the Earth's flat. You know, so to sort of sell the benefits of skepticism, I think one needs to like almost try to adopt a position just a bit more skeptical than the person you're talking to right now. And if they find out you're a flat earther, it's like all is lost.
Yeah. I want to show you something I found.
Is it my dignity?
It's just something I printed a long time ago, and it says, well, we're going to have to join forces, as flat earthers, with other powers that be. Flat Earth never had any political anything. Greenpeace, Cousteau Society, you know,
The
like
Sierra Club,
no one.
libertarians.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't do any of that because of what you're saying. Nobody would be associated with the flat earther. But this is the real world that we were missing. If we wanted to make an impact, we'd have to be part of these groups, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm real sad that we didn't get our shit together as a group. And had we could have gotten some things in check and modified the language, you know, to never put the sun or the moon on the AE. And if Flat Earth cared, they would have to go looking for such, you know, ice ring and dome. They'd have to go look.
Yeah. Yeah. You'd need to prove it. You'd need to turn around and give incontrovertible. Here, the Latin longitude you need to go to check it yourself.
How about even try? You know, that's the whole thing. It's like there was no one that was going to try.
Well, I think that's because you're one of the few true believers, or you were. I don't know where you're at now, but I think you were one of the very few true believers because the others didn't test. Not just didn't test, like you can see now with the TFE, the major win for TFE was before they even left for Antarctica. It was just showing how few flat earthers would take a free trip to see if they are right. And they all said no. Why? They know they're not. At some level, they deeply knew that they would get there and see a 24-hour sun, and they actively avoided it. They spared none of their own expense or time testing it, whereas you're at the opposite end. You don't get offered free tickets anywhere, but you go and spend your time and money going and trying to test it. But I think many are ideological at this stage.
It could also be that everyone inside knows with whatever results you come back, you get a shit show. You will get the center of a shit show.
Well, that had value to too many people, and it gave them traction somehow too.
Yeah. Creating content, create contention.
Ooh, is that are the words connected, or is it a coincidence? Content.
Words have a meaning, and we are all wanting to be on the stone of truth, and we want to be the one, and we are the one we are waiting for. That's true, but however much you connect with the outside world, you still are locked up inside of you.
Saying the journey is inward, not outward.
The 100% the journey of getting free of all that is inward. Yes, absolutely. But you can't fully let go of the outworld, Dan. Of course.
I don't think. I mean, maybe I'm still in a bubble, but I'm not sure I ever said anything stupid.
I just said something and then realised I was muted. What Lightwater just said reflected to me, Dan, about when I was talking before. I don't know if you were here about terror management theory. This idea that we live on in our associations or our ideologies. I get somewhat the impression from you that you are like an ideological flat earther rather than a physical reality flat earther. Like
because all I got to do is break down physics, and then we can start talking about the paranormal and the supernatural and reincarnation. And I have a theory on things that coexist with us in brevity, like, things we might call a ghost or even a UFO. I've explained its brevity. If it operates at a different frequency, that means our intersection points are brief. And so time spent in our quote unquote dimension may be brief. And I don't know, like reincarnation seems legit. And some people have wild stories, that aren't explainable. So I would, for it to be a flat earth, it has to be a virtual world. But when I asked McToon that, he said, I promise you, if it's a virtual world, it's a virtual globe.
Well, yeah, see, here's where he might be missing on that, where I threw that challenge at my friend and we'd talked about simulation theory before, and then I told him, I try to treat as if all people's opinions might be right. And he's like, well, what about flat earthers? And I was like, well, what about if the Earth's a simulation? Because we talked about simulation theory before. And what about if it turned out that we are rendered in as a sphere, fine, but we actually exist in ones and zeros on a atomically flat, perfectly flat computer chip somewhere. And as such, it's more correct to say we're flat, but it would be even more correct to say we're dimensionless because we're only a 1 or a 0. And as such, you could then not call the flat earther wrong. You could say, well, they measured reality and they said, this is wibbly, this is a simulation. We're actually in a flat world. And our entire realm is a lie, and this is an inversion. We're not creating little simulations, we're living in one, and that simulation is rendered spherical in a flat reality.
Well, 3D, we're stuck in 3D. We don't understand time, right?
True. Yeah. So if time is curved or cyclical, then we are in a flat world because we're stuck going through it linearly. It's like a great circle route that we can't perceive the curvature of.
Well, plus,
But
if
what
we're
if
sitting,
instead
if
of
we're sitting in bent space, if we're in bent space time, and we're sitting in bent space, everything will look bent.
Yeah.
Everything is bent.
Yeah.
Excuse me, everything is bent.
Would there be a measurable difference between a finite flat plane with warp space time so that it is like traveled and experienced as a globe, but of course measured as flat?
Could be. And in that reality, I hope that this would also affect the measured length of my penis.
And you can see why relativity was an interesting thing, when he realized how we measure stuff is from one position. And real life is going on outside of your position.
You guys know that GIF like is passed around every once in a while in here where it's like the globe unfolding into a flat disc?
Oh, hey, Bundy. Yes, I have. It looks like a pop top or one of those things.
Yeah, exactly. And it like oscillates back and forth from each other, right?
Yeah.
So what if that GIF contained all of the heavens surrounding it, right? And that when the flat Earth one, as you just imagine all the sky and heavens and stars above it were also transformed and wrapped accordingly in that transform, would there be a test that could distinguish between a space-time warped flat Earth versus a non-space-time warped globe Earth? If that were the style of warping, I don't know how you would distinguish a space-time warped flat Earth that appears to be a ball versus a legitimate ball.
Yeah, I feel like the question you're asking is essentially if you were stuck in a coordinate system that seemed fixed, but on another dimension, that same coordinate system were being transformed, that warped in and out of some geometry, I think it would necessitate you could not detect that. That would appear that you could have, and it could render, it could be detectable or undetectable, right? Straight lines might appear curved or everything curved. Everything that appears straight could be curved, and we would remain unable to detect that because anything we would use it to detect it would be straight, but in reality curved.
Sort of. Have you ever seen those computer monitors that are like convex computer monitors?
Oh yeah,
they're like for gamers, right? Like if you play like a widescreen movie on a warped computer monitor, the actors of the movie, the DVD you're playing or whatever on the screen, they don't know that they're on a warped computer monitor. To them, in their world, everything seems, giving them like sentience, right? The Will Smith or whatever. You're playing a DVD of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air on your computer screen or whatever, but it's a warped computer screen. He has no idea that he's on a warped computer screen. Everything appears,
Well, I'm a big
him.
proponent. I'm a big proponent for simulation theory, and the way I see it, the more that we advance, the more we see, in my opinion, that it's very possible that we're in a simulation, simply because we're beginning to understand that what AI and stuff is looking like it can become. And all you can imagine is if you just take if creatures or another computer or something built this incredibly detailed universe, say it's a supercomputer far more advanced than our computers that can run a very detailed solar system. I know you have to be a universe. And then if you just take individual AIs, not one AI that controls everybody, but each person would be their own individual AI program that gets plugged into this universe. Those AIs would interact with each other and the programmed world that they're in without knowing or understanding that they're in a program. They would go about their everyday lives as if they are real, and they would think they're real if they're advanced enough AIs. And
you don't
we're
know what you
getting
don't
to the
know.
point where we're getting there.
It's
I mean,
already
video
happening.
games already are looking really freaky.
It's already happening. What do you mean?
Yeah, I think it could almost get to the point, Cole, that once we could build a simulation like that, we would end up, if we let's say we managed to also develop a way to detect if we're in a simulation. It would almost be surprising to find you're in base reality, wouldn't it? Because you go, we've shown it definitely can happen.
Yeah.
So the probability of us being the first time it happened or the only simulation that's running is so incredibly low that you would have to go, it would make me almost consider something about God, going, maybe some almighty being made me a little godlet in this moment in time such that I can create whole realities and be God over them. And nobody's
that's what I think is crazy, because how many levels deep are we? Because if we're a simulation and yet we are creating our own versions of our AI, then what day will come maybe when we can actually create our own simulation in a computer, and they'll get smart enough to go
universe.
on. And so we could be several levels deep. We could be a simulation entirely made by another simulation or another supercomputer that was entirely made by another layer. You don't.
That's when you win the
there
game
would never be
and
a
they pull
way
you
to
a level
know.
up. There is a hypothesis of how, say we've got an AI and we've got it trapped in it, like in a simulation rather than operating in our real world, and ways that it could potentially try to determine whether it's in a simulation or not. I'll have to look it up. But there's if it could figure out a solution to a problem it knew we didn't know, and then independently it sees a news article or something that we discovered it, then it'd be like, I didn't. I didn't do that. It's not simulated. They didn't know that when they wrote my sim. Now they did. So I'm in the real world.
There's a Rick and Morty episode where they come out from the movies and the battery's dead in the car, and to fix it, they have to go into the microverse that he built.
Yes, that's right.
That is his car battery, and
they have the same thing
he built
inside of their world.
He built a universe that had to use these little pedals to make their electricity, but 80% of the electricity they used went to power his battery. And
Well, have you ever heard the argument that some people point to is like the speed of light, or more so like the Planck constants, or like the Planck length and the Planck second are like evidence that this universe has like a resolution to it, almost like a computer monitor, like a pixel resolution, or a frame rate of a movie. Like if you could have a sentient, computer character, like, hey guys, I just noticed that the limitation to our movement seems to be one movement every 60th of a second. We seem to be inside of some sort of 60 frames per second video game, and I guess that's the Planck second and the Planck length to our reality comparatively. Sorry.
What do they call that where people misremember the past? What's it called?
The Mandela effect?
Mandela effect. I use my version of what I think may be the simulation to explain the Mandela effect, because what I say is if a group of people or a computer, whatever, has built this simulation and say they're using it to study evolution over eons, and they're watching us evolve just as a computer simulation. But if we do something stupid like drop an atomic bomb on Russia and Russia drops one back and we destroy the world. Well, they may not be ready for that world to end, that simulation to end like that. So they may stop it, reset it back 30 years, and then kick it off again and make a few tweaks to make that not happen so the simulation can keep it running. But when you reset it back a few years, maybe that's why things don't always load back up exactly correctly. There's a lot to reload and maybe everything don't always fall back into place.
That's great. That's really fun. Yeah.
That's how we got Jesus.
It really
Evidently
insults.
survived a reboot.
That idea, not saying there's anything inherently absolutely wrong with it, but it does sort of insult our conception of free will, and, and the permanence of our decisions and what impact they have. You know what I mean? If time can be rewound, it's like it just completely changes the game as to like the value and like the meaning and the impact of everything we do.
I think
be undone.
Just accepting being a simulation would necessitate that you're accepting that feminism may well be right, because it's difficult to argue. I think it's possible, but difficult to argue that you could both be an AI and have free will. Because an AI, I think we should agree, even regardless of how complex its code is, identical code, when given identical inputs, should yield identical results.
It depends what the definition of free will changes into.
Well, I think the idea that you could have really chosen to have beans on toast rather than bacon in the morning, whether that was vision that I chose that or I was always going to choose that. And I think that simulation theory you're now starting to accept. You're going to find out
the problem. The quoted problem statement that they share or dispute with is already whether or not free will actually exists. So they have not actually come to terms with its existence. So transitioning into an age where AI tech is replacing old tech and even human beings, since free will hasn't been established, there won't be any let's say dispute against AI, because there's no cognizance about what free will is, so as to oppose the implementation of the AI.
Well, see, this is why I chose to set it up, in my mind, the way I think it would be set up. It would have to be millions of individual AIs. Every person would have to be their own AI program running independently of everything else. That way it would sort of still have its own thoughts and its own ideas and its own doing, its own free will. It's not one AI controlling everybody. It's millions of individual AIs who've been plugged into a created world, and they're just existing in it and doing the things that. And you got to imagine these would be way more advanced AIs than what we're working with ChatGPT as well. When you get to this point, you're far ahead of us.
And now you talk about free will as something that we have come to know in this room. But you see, in academia and the body of science that actually does develop this, they have not established what free will is. So even though we here can talk about free will and possibly have an acceptance of what that is, a shared agreement on what constitutes free will, they don't. So you see, they're invoking something into the world that doesn't actually have that established. The same goes with autonomy and all the other fancy words that they're invoking. They don't actually have that established in their disciplines or in any discipline, other than just
we're free to use. It sounds like you're saying we're here free to use free will because we know what it means, but some other boffins don't agree. I think that's enough to just continue using the word free will. But what you're saying, Cole? To me, an AI would be like there would be variations in the code between the AIs, that's me and that's you, so that we experience life differently, and that would just be a natural thing. But to me, the test would be if I duplicated these AIs such that they had exactly the same source code that they were running off and exactly the same data, they were trained on. They should, if given exactly the same input, like what am I having for breakfast, should always choose the same thing. And that would necessitate, if they were AIs, they couldn't have free will because it would be predetermined by the code that wrote them their decision, like the code that was written or the training material that went in had predetermined whether they would choose bacon or beans.
Yeah, that makes good sense. I follow you.
So yeah, that's why like they would certainly feel like they're having free choice, but that to go back to Fundy's point is yes, I think any simulation theory would necessitate we accept
But
determinism.
simulation theory is already also happening, and that's being done with identity. But you have a metaphorical language to talk about something else, when in actuality identity is the real simulation theory, especially the one, specifically the one where people identify as a self or an ego and goes into constituting a persona, living through that persona. Now they're actually simulating their lives rather than living it. So that's already being simulated. It's already happening. So
But it sounds like what you're describing is somebody's lived existence being a simulation of them just living that existence. I don't get that. That's just once a simulation gets from 1 to 1, you're just doing the thing. How could I simulate my own identity? What would
that's
that
the
look like?
point, because you create an image of who you are and you go on to impersonate and react from this image. You go out to live reality through this image, meaning you actually endeavor on a daily activity or activizing a simulation whenever you wake up in the morning.
It's not what I would call simulation. I'm not tracking with that idea. I think that's getting a bit too poetic and recursive.
Well, but guess what? You are being programmed. You can admit to that.
Sure,
For instance, bacon was part of one of the ways of life that Edward Bernays sold us, with fluoride, cigarettes, and bacon. It was an actual campaign.
And what I spoke was not an idea. It's descriptions of actions that people do. It's real human behavior in the world.
Assuming they're
Not
conscious
talking about
and they're not acting out of free will, but they're acting out of all this cultural bias and the empathies that are regionally built into your life, and then fears and a lot of things that happen before we get rational.
Yes, all that exactly. All that assimilates into what you can just call a persona, image, or character, or something the likes. Their person, but the person has been hijacked by the identity of who they are. So they have then completely conditioned themselves to act out from this identity, and is in and through or from that or within that, and there's just too many words to use here. They're creating a finite life. It's limited and locked off. And that's why you can tell when you meet people that they're caged in, locked in, and they're very, they're not open for any, they're not actually open to have a conversation that goes anywhere beyond their current conditioned status.
How would you tell that you're not that person? You could be that person, right?
No, because I don't go into creating an image that I adopt. Like, I'm cognizant of this. Like, I'm aware of this. Why would I be doing it? Now you're invoking radical doubt.
Aren't you creating an image of somebody who doesn't create an image of themselves? Isn't describing yourself at all creating an image? To say I don't go into creating an image of myself is an act of creating an image of oneself as somebody who doesn't create an image of oneself. It's absolutely image creation, and you're buying into it. You're trapped by the system. You are durning. You did it right now.
No, you are having a limited view through your description of the fact that I'm presenting here. I can hear that how you phrase your words. So simply,
I think you've got a limited. view of your own epistemology, I think you need to dig a bit deeper into it and realize that
You
if
don't
that
need
could
to
be true
start
of other
ad
people.
homing me and my epistemology because I am
Did I ad
putting
hom?
forth something very real that obviously is emotionally triggering for you.
No,
That's
it's
okay.
I
Okay.
was a perfect example where I thought I didn't believe in anything. It turns out I believed in flat Earth while I was saying I didn't.
And that's a good example of it, Dan. Like, you see how the flat Earth then constitutes an identity or a persona, etc., etc., etc. And now that you are aware of that very fact, you step out of partitioning in or within or inside this identity, and you actually expand upon yourself, and you become larger unto life in a sense. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't know. Yeah, to some extent. But I did have a life outside of Discord.
Of course.
Sacrilege.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that.
So here's the thing that Flat Earth did that's really it's particularly a bummer. They took the healthy idea of questioning things and somehow attached the process of not questioning things to that. So while stating that they had questions, they weren't interested in answers.
Yes, because the flat Earth was always an Hegelian dialectic. It was already it was a net or a web or a trap just there for you to, when you have realized some of the major flaws in how they condition you to not even think realistically. It's one of the first or one of those things that is implicit, going against the mainstream and also having some truth in it. But then, then they condition you yet again into a specific way to view the world or reality through this new thing. And that's why most flat earthers aren't actually flat earthers. It's just a new identity that they assemble or unite within or by so as to have a sense of community. And those that run the Hegelian dialectic knows very well that once a human feels has existential crisis or is kind of like not feeling as with the tribe, they will go out on a journey. So immediately when you go out of the, let's say the forest, there is going to be a house there, a farm there, or some kind of new guide or mentor for you to subjugate yourself beneath and worship as an idol. And until you just start using your own sense of reason or thought, you will go willy-nilly around and looking for an idol.
Brilliant.
So reality then really asks of you to become a powerful being upon yourself, who is able of thinking for themselves and discerning what reality is for themselves. And that doesn't require some kind of identity landscape label so as to find community within. But this is where actually my epistemology does come in, and I've created a new, attempted to create a framework that does or is able to be used like a hammer. You have a choice here. If you want to use a hammer to build your house or just, cut the wood, you can do it still yourself. But at least it's a framework in the real sense, I would say, of science, so as to be interpreting reality in the way that I would say reality in of itself is and should be interpreted as, or, by actually just gaining the ability to speak about reality in of itself to first and foremost begin with, without just going into another belief system. So yeah, server is soon up and running. Now I'm kind of like advertising myself. That was the point, but yeah. Well, so I think that's where we're at, Dan. And I think the flat earthers and whether or not they even labeled themselves with that, and all the other different types of identities,
really unite within the fact that the claims and assumptions and flawed interpretations about reality obviously are flawed because they are rightfully identified as just nonsensical. And that's where actually we should all join together again, remove that old label that was created for us, and one has to then create, if not epistemology, well, some kind of framework for ourselves that can be used to actually think and discern reality as an actual you know, why would you always go into a house someone else built? Build your own house. And now you know what a house is. You know, now you know what work was needed to create that house.
Yeah, but what we're dealing with often is herd mentality. And when you say we're looking for a leader, it's a natural part of our social structure. Group size means something. Dogs, for instance, their groups don't go over 20. Groups like this don't do well when they get into the 50s and 60s. When there's only 20 people, we can handle that. But when there's 30 and 40 online, it's dead. You know, so it's weird. There's natural limitations that military industrial, military um, intelligence knows how people behave. You know, for instance, if we're watching YouTube channels, if they're under a certain number, they're inconsequential. If they don't have 1,000 or 20,000 viewers, whatever it is, these thresholds exist in life. We don't notice them.
Well, that's the point, which is why I think it's safest to create an epistemology and become labeled as a philosophy, because the best way to go through and develop the system is not just starting to break open doors and break in and start to like replace someone else's property with your own and tell them to adopt that development, even though it's for the better. That's not how it works. So that's why I've created epistemology, and that would be like using the key to the lock. Because once you have now created an epistemology, you can go into academia and argue and create, you can create experiments that are replicable with this epistemology. And with it, it's going to actually outperform every other epistemology in reality as of now. And that's a huge claim. But that's really what it's going to do. And with that doing, it now develops, well, first and foremost, data that it does the thing that it claims to do. But also, since it will dominate, it will replace, and it will become the new main body of how knowledge is made. And that will now get an effect. Of course, obviously, schools will adopt this. When philosophy changes into this, schools, the whole educational system will adopt this. So it's like an actual vaccine in the real sense of things, where you implement a change that has drastic effects and curates the entire system. So if you actually want to do anything, like, you don't need a huge tribe of 5 million soldiers. You just need a very intelligent being, or a few more who can recognize this, what is being phrased or framed into a work that does this work. And you actually just need those to be willing to put the work in to put it simply, save the entirety of the system or the galaxy, because galaxy is a system of systems. Or wait, sorry, that was universe actually. So in the sense, well, yeah, that's really all you need to do. But you need to create that framework, and it needs to do what I just said. And there needs to be people who recognize what it is before, you know, we're all mentally handicapped enough to even not recognize us placing a hand on something that's actually real, like a tree. And we need to put in that work, and the change will come by itself as an effect to that work being done. Because
Does anyone else want to chip in? Because I know there's not many other people here, but yeah, monologuing is a certain definition. But if anyone else is wanting to,
I'm
try
not
to
following,
chime
to be
in.
honest.
you can complain
sounds like
about me
expensive
monologuing and just completely overshadow everything that I said that was of high value, just because you think
You don't
that
get to decide the
a
value.
conversation needs to have a 5-second output.
But who decides the value of someone's speech? Is it the person speaking or the people who have to hear it?
Yeah, you went on for so long, I totally zoned out and quit listening.
Okay, so let's
I would
hear
work on brevity,
you
bro.
respond, because obviously you aren't one of those who are aware of anything of what I said, and let's just hear what Dan has to say, because I think that he has much more intelligent sharing of or imparting of what I've been saying than those that just raised their voice so far. So Dan, what do you say?
Okay, so in terms of human programming or societal programming, let's just imagine now the visual range, even though we have a knowledge of the infrared and ultraviolet. So we live in a range visually. Audibly, we're also aware of things out of our range. So I just mentioned two of the senses, but I think most of life is out of our range. I don't think we understand life. And it's maybe through tools or adaptation or evolution, we'll maybe be in tune to our sixth sense, you know, or other things that maybe we will tune in to these other things. But in terms of physicality and reality, it may also require the bonding of these resonant frequencies to keep things bonded and to keep things in place and to keep things rendered.
Okay, so you did not actually reflect upon what I said at all, and you presented your own ideas about what constitutes reality, supposedly through a render. So you think that a human being is programmed like a machine, I hear. And
Actually, I was distracted by reading your profile. Your profile said, knowledge is not belief. No model, no myth, only what is directly seen and publicly testable. So I'm contesting your basis on reality because you're only speaking from your perspective. And you only can see, hear, and probably think in a certain range.
yes, but I'm not so finitely construed as you imagine me to be.
Well, what we're talking about now, dealing with the public.
Obviously, what is in my profile attempts to alleviate the poison of having an expert opinion cater to what is real, when obviously what is real is accessible by just anyone. Like me drinking water from a river is accessible to everyone. They just need to be next to a river, you know? So it's publicly verifiable, testable, and very real. It doesn't need
What you're saying?
doesn't actually need a knowledge claim, but in today's age where philosophy has completely hijacked the knowledge claim and are stating that you are believing you're drinking water from a river and you're not actually knowing it, or just invoking radical doubt and asking questions like, how can you know that you're not doing that? How can you know that you're actually drinking water? How can you know that you are even farting? Like, it's actually just stupefying. So then I have to be creating a knowledge claim about what is just obvious
But
and
I think we
self-evidential.
need to go back to that knowledge claim of what I'm providing is of very high value, because the question I asked was a direct question. Who decides the value of any one person's speech? Is it the listener, or is it the speaker, or is it something else entirely, or a combination of the two?
Why do you think that this is a question we should reflect upon? The value
Because
is
you're
inherent
speaking a
there.
lot and it doesn't make much sense. You're saying loads and loads of words. It's kind of killed the conversation, and they are unnecessarily verbose sentences that don't make a whole lot of sense to me. And then when challenged on that, you told all of us, you deigned to tell all of us that your words are of high value. And I'm just challenging who ascribes the value.
Actually,
we'd like a bit of a back and forth.
It's highly intelligent sharings that seems to be going straight by your head instead of actually talking about what I'm talking about, because you just reveal or expose yourself not being able to or wanting to.
Well, you do make a lot of
By
points.
indirectly attacking the topic, and instead of like what?
Well, I think I've decided
Harry,
my
you're not here.
contributions. I've decided personally. I've decided my
Excuse me,
contributions.
I am here. Thank you.
Go for it, Terry. Sorry.
Yeah, you definitely are here. So am I. So what were you saying, Eggs?
I've objectively decided that my sharings were the valuable ones.
Okay, I can hear that in how you use your voice too, because you sound overly cocky.
I do I? Just the one of the two of us, is it?
Well,
So
that's
you
because
can
we're
tell
Australian. Is that because we're
intonation.
Australian?
X, you can shake zijn hand. You are
Your
as cocky as
intonation exposes
you
your
are as
being,
cocky as
okay?
he is.
Yeah, exactly. We're both as cocky as one another. Calling me cocky is going to run you into more problems than me, mate. I know I'm cocky. I'm just not the one sitting here going, my words are of high value and anybody who disagrees with me is wrong, because that's obviously dumb, which makes the value of my offerings lower. So I don't
But
want
you
to
see,
engage in that.
I'm not cocky. I'm adamant and bold.
Well, it's up who decides cockiness, the cocky person or the audience.
Well,
you're still missing the fundamental point, Josephine. Josephine,
well,
it's how you get
information
received by other
reveals your
people,
behavior.
not how you told them they liked you.
But this goes back to the simulation theory. You see, I can tell what simulation you exist by just listening to your intonation, choice of words, and the actions that you do, and what you choose to talk about or respond to in the conversation.
Sure, tell me. I'm going to guess right now that your simulation is telling me that I am dumber than you and less valuable than you on all of the metrics that you happen to choose.
You see, having studied theater and drama, it's very easy to have the discernment of recognizing human behavior and the modality a human being chooses to exchange and interact with through a conversation, your persona.
I did a theatre course for 3 years at university and then became a quite successful actor in many films and TV shows, including being a TV presenter, specifically on the topic of how you present yourself with authenticity without the acting. So if your credibility renders your opinion now more valid, again, you're deciding for yourself that your opinion is more valid than mine. And if what did that is studying a bit of theatre, I think we might find that we are unevenly matched and not in your favour. And maybe it's the case that the listener decides the value. And if you want to check in with whether people are enjoying it, it's a good idea. And if you get feedback saying, as I did just yesterday, hey, eggshells, this is annoying and dumb, then you take the feedback because they're the boss. They're the one who decides whether they're interested in what I'm saying.
Completely wrong, and so you have not learned anything about how you actually present the theme. Just because some recipient doesn't find it at all amusing doesn't mean you change your entirety, because that person is not just necessarily the recipient of what you have to say.
Maybe. In some cases, you are. Sorry, Mike, talking in the middle of your sentence. No, I've nearly lost my train of thought.
In some
sometimes
cases
it's not
you are.
sometimes it's not just a matter of a person listening; it's the person that's engaging with the back and forth.
Obviously. Obviously.
You
And
said the
sometimes
listener. You didn't give the the other bit.
The interlocutor.
Is that the
Person,
word?
yeah, the person in the chat. Yeah, the person you're chatting with. Surely it's better to treat your opinion as like recognize we're going to be bound inside our own existence to think that we're right, but they bound inside their existence to think that they're right deserves respect, even if I think it might be wrong. And as such, all worldviews are as valuable as one another. And if I'm communicating with a room full of people and get feedback from a few different people that it's going on for a bit and doesn't make a lot of sense and isn't a back and forth, then just go, okay, that's their truth.
and that's what you have accepted and are believing is true. But if you actually knew that the justifications of a character's worldview is inherently bound by perhaps very inferior ideas. And although, sure, we can respect that specific character's view of the world, it is obviously very easy to just completely debunk the entirety of said worldview if you just realize that it constitutes just, from absurdity. So,
So because if you just
if your
decide somebody
worldview
else's
is just in
worldview
of
is
itself
inferior,
absurd, if your worldview is in of itself just absurd, sure, we can respect that you have an absurd view, but it's definitely still respectively absurd.
you're totally missing it. You're deciding that somebody else's worldview is inferior, which is an external judgment, which is what I just said everybody does. And that shows an impoverished worldview to go, oh, but he thinks what he thinks for dumb reasons is in itself a dumb reason to think a thing. You don't just get to go, the other person's worldview is absurd. That in and of itself is an absurd worldview in my opinion. To think that the other person's wrong because they think the wrong thing without diving into why they think it is what bias is. You're just describing bias like, oh, but when I do it, it's not bad.
Bro, you are yourself describing bias, and this is obvious. But you see, if a person
But I'm the one that's aware that I'm doing it. I'm aware that you think you're right and I think I'm right, and we need to behave as if I don't get to behave as if your worldview is ludicrous. Obviously, I think that, but I don't just get to toss it out because I think that. It's like, well, let me show you why your worldview is ridiculous, and that is because it is self-defeating. We can look at the internal characteristics of it and go, is the idea that it's based on silly ideas, is that
Obviously.
well-founded, or could that itself be a silly idea?
Obviously.
Could it be a silly idea?
What I am presenting?
That was a great question.
For any person, right? 8 billion people on the planet. If I pick any one of them, they're going to hold a view, and the chance that they hold a different view to you is high, right?
Obviously, because there are individuals.
Right. So if they hold a different view to you and you don't know why they hold it yet, how do you decide whose worldview is ludicrous? How do you test that?
Obviously, you just don't go on the outset and claim or say that they are without having actually observed whether or not they have a ludicrous worldview.
Bingo. You're so nearly there. Right. So what do you know about my worldview?
You're just testing my epistemology, but you say, whatever.
Yeah.
Well,
you must already. You said you need to know. You need to know what the other person thinks, why the other person thinks something. But you're then in the next breath admitting you don't know what I think.
You don't need to have absolutist knowledge of the other person. You can easily discern how a person views the world just simply through could have a 1 minute exemplification of your behavior. It will be a broad generalization of how you actually conduct yourself. If that is repeated over and over, it's giving a good evidence of what you think and how you interpret the world and how you engage with it.
Sure, it's also called
just because
fundamental.
you are unaware of going to the deep niveau because you today just need your psychologist to get there, doesn't mean that it's actually possible for every single other human being to discern. It just means that it rather means really that they haven't been since they haven't actually really got an education, they aren't able to put it into words, which is why they need to go to the psychologist or psychoanalyst to begin with.
So
or
why
even
do you have so much
psychiatrist.
difficulty putting it into words?
Because I put my entire life working with doing so.
You put your entire life working with doing so. Does that make sense to you when you say it?
Definitely does. I've used my life as long as I can remember, meaning from a very young age. And I've been working with, studying human behavior. Are you following?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
At
the
this
doing?
point in
What is the
time,
doing going?
at this point in time, I have some time ago finished the study and come to a
You finished.
conclusion. Yes.
Interesting. How did you tell you were done? How could you tell you were finished?
Because the developed skill is there. It's like you becoming good at playing the piano, but now you're a
He ran out of
master in playing the piano,
he
and you
ran out of
realize
paper
you're a
eggs.
master in playing the piano. You don't need to necessarily go and exercise becoming better at the piano.
What? You think that people, once they become excellent at playing the piano, stop playing the piano and maintain the same ability to play the piano? That's just
They obviously
observably
don't.
false. The only
They
people that
obviously
get good
don't.
at playing, let me finish, please. The only people that get good at playing the piano do it for most of their lives and maintain that by continuing to do it for most of their life.
Correct, and now you get me, hopefully.
Well, no, you stopped. You said you determined you were done with your studies of human behavior.
No, you are conflating what I'm saying because I'm not finished with what I'm saying. You see, a piano, this excellent piano player at some point becomes a professional. To maintain his skill, he is exercising. I am maintaining my skill by exercise.
And how can we tell that you're so skillful? Obviously, a piano player is going to play a great bit of music, complex bit of music, I guess, whatever that constitutes. How could we tell that you have, what do you measure yourself on to know that you've completed your study and now just maintaining this depth of understanding about human behavior?
Which is more difficult because instead of me holding a guitar playing on it, I am the instrument itself.
Yeah. But like for me, if you ask me that question, I would say A, you never end, but B, I would base it on the feedback from other people. And if the feedback from other people is you're nailing it, I would go, okay, I'm going to do more of that. I'm going to keep working at it.
But if you see, if we are currently living in a world where exposing human behavior when they want to impersonate identities and hide behind them are in fact creating rather actually negative behavior or talk about the being itself. You can't just use positive claims or statements or reviews of someone's, let's say if I'm an instrument, me playing music, you can't just use the good reviews to tell whether or not the instrument is actually working for its intended use, because perhaps also the entirety of all the reviews actually constitutes what my instrument does. And also you have to look at the person who is giving the review. You just can't look at the review itself, obviously. And now we get into the realm where who are you? Like, do you have the discernment to actually tell whether or not the person giving the review is giving an honest, an actually intelligent review, or is it just slander because they were exposed? So, good luck with that. Which is why I'm creating an epistemology, and you can judge it by that. And with everything else, with every other genius that entered into this world and had a claim that. Obviously very easily got claim a knowledge pool, to say it the least, just as
Can you wrap
anyone
this
else.
up?
Yes, it's wrapped up very easily. Obviously, you will have poor recipient or recipiency by those that don't want to be exposed. Because you
Okay.
see, what I enter into the world
Just wrapping
with
it up.
will
Can you please wrap
make
it up soon? Because this is a really
and
long run on the
please be
thought. That's my
so
feedback.
fucking more impatient. Be more impatient, dude. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I'm impatient, and I'm
And
encouraging you to wrap it up.
exactly what you need to be doing to what I'm saying to attempt to destroy what I'm saying, because you actually recognize it as intelligent, but you don't want your own image of being intelligent gone, so you have to keep adding all your impatient shit into the commentary here, just to, you know, try and attempt to reduce what I'm saying into something that, yeah.
A better point could be made shorter. This is just ranting and complaining now. The only
There
point
you
you've
go.
made
Here
is
are your
is a valid
commentary
point.
that is non-intelligent. Non-intelligent
Thank you, yeah.
commentary. Yes,
Again,
no
may
problem.
I- Thank you.
May I
Okay.
jump in?
Yeah, no problem, dude. Non-intelligent
go for it.
commentary.
Go for it, Laurie.
Yeah. I actually listened to the last part you were of your monologue before people said that you had been going for long and they weren't listening and they kind of dozed off. I remember you saying something like you will present your ideas at the university stage or whatever, not something to that effect, and they will become the new worldview. But I honestly think that's quite unrealistic, because you already have a test audience here, and the test audience isn't taking it. And we have some intellectual people. You cannot just go, well, you are too stupid, and the people in academia. I'm already currently in academia. I study English and translation. So if the test audience seems to be saying your ideas do not resonate, then it doesn't seem realistic that your ideas will be the new worldview and paradigm in the future in academia.
Wrong, because I am not creating, presenting a theory of math inside kindergarten pedagogical theory, you know, would be a weird thing to do. You obviously are not a part of the field that I am presenting my theories within, where it would be making absolutely perfect sense, and so on. Even though we have a small community here, and some could be somewhat labeled or described as somewhat intelligent, okay? It doesn't mean that it's actually a sound example of how it would really be received. Because
Okay, he wants to ask you a question. Hold on, pause and let him ask his question. Pause. Now, let him ask his question. You've went on long enough. Stop for a second. Let him ask, and then you can answer. Go ahead.
Is it my question? The question I was going to ask is, it sounds like you've gotten this feedback from me. It sounds like you've got this feedback from Laurie. Can I ask, is this feedback you have received just these 2 times, 10 to 15 times, 40 to 100 times, or 100 to 10,000, like 1,000 to 10,000 times? Have you received this feedback regarding your speech, both in terms of it talking down to people is some of the feedback I'm giving you, but also being long and rambling and taking a lot of time to get to a point? Is this the first time you've heard this feedback? Sorry, it must be the 3rd time now. Is it more than 3 times? By how much?
Just because you think you're quite funny, because you actually just, you know, are so flawedly impersonating a character and imagining yourself as highly intelligent, doesn't mean that your words actually have any value. You're not giving any value. You're just voicing the well.
Well, the point I'm making is you made a very good point before, which is, well, it depends on who's critiquing you, right? If it's just the other side and they're saying, oh, what you're saying is dumb, then maybe you're right. Maybe you should take that feedback with a grain of salt, or maybe not. Maybe take even hostile feedback and go, how could I work on that, even though it's coming from somebody who doesn't like me? But
Obviously, thank you for explaining.
I think it's absolutely fine to continue and go, well, maybe I'll take advice from people, but if it's good advice, I'll take it from the other side, right? If it's positive feedback, I'll take it from the other side. If it's critique, I'll take it from my side. And if I'm getting this generally, i.e., if this has happened to you many times in many Discord servers that I know it has, Lightwater, maybe at some stage you would go, I do waffle and talk down to people and fail to get to a point quickly.
Obviously, you don't need to explain to me just basics, but thank you for your concern.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Obviously, I do that if I claim to do what I do.
May I ask a question? You said that we are not in the field that you are going to present these ideas to. Which field would that be?
Theater and drama. The most underdeveloped field in academia. That's actually subordinated. But really it's impermeating all fields because you all reflect role and function. So just wait until my theory sets feet in academia and you're going to start reflecting your role and function by it. Have fun.
I don't see theatre as academic. Like, although I studied at university, I don't know if it even makes truth claims. Is that what your theory relates to, truth claims?
Makes knowledge claim. It doesn't really claim, it just finally gives a formalized talk about what knowledge actually is. Like, it doesn't exist. Now you finally have something that talks knowledge in of itself. You know, not just, what is knowledge? I am rendered in radical doubt for eternity because I have completely dissociated myself through the conditioned behavior that I adopted through philosophy, justifying my immoral behavior as a scientist.
Beg your pardon?
Finally, there's a epistemology that didn't question whether or not they were insane.
What is your roadmap to getting there? When are you gonna present your ideas and stuff?
Well, I would have to likely take up a doctorate in order to implement it. But not necessarily. I already have my professor calling, well, this doesn't help the cause, does it now, my friends? He calls me a genius. He calls me one of the most intelligent people he's ever met in his life. Coming from my professor,
I don't know about a genius, but you sure are a braggart.
Who has studied cognitive science and changed over to theater because he found it more intelligent to actually study human behavior, you see. What about that?
I don't mean that in a bad way, bud, but you're just sitting there bragging on yourself like you think you're this incredibly intelligent person and everybody that you have ever met in academia also says so. I find that not just hard to believe, but I think that you're just obnoxiously a braggart.
I'm not here to make you believe me. I'm just speaking what it is, and if it is
You're not.
received by
You're
you as
definitely not
bragging,
making me believe it.
well, I don't want you, or I'm not attempting to make you believe it either, because I don't make belief claims. I make knowledge claims, and obviously, making these claims will sound or come off as being, somewhat on the forefront and And if you imagine yourself as highly intelligent, then yeah, you see it as bragging. You know, just reveals that you have a sort of
But I can see myself as highly intelligent without telling everybody I talk to that I'm highly intelligent.
Yeah.
I don't need to tell you I'm highly intelligent.
The world is full of geniuses that hardly can talk in social environments.
Yes.
They can't connect. They can't connect with people. They have to build their own tower to stand tall on. And to me, Synact, I see a lot of good in all of your thoughts, but to me it feels like you are leading us to your waters and you are pushing my neck that I have to drink it. I have to drink it to be intelligent, to not be inferior, not to be not intelligent. It is annoying. It is pushing people away.
It is if you just want comfort and soothingness in what you already have.
Oh man, you create.
That's similar to what I was saying to you about getting feedback from people and listening to that feedback. It's soothing to just say, well, they've just got it in for me. Those people, they've got bad ideas. They're just trying to bring me down with this feedback, rather than going, actually, maybe this is strangers on the internet choosing to demonstrate their caring and their love for another member of the species by saying, stop being so this way and we will like you more.
Maybe I'm not listening to a person who is impersonating themselves talking in this way to make it sound like they're any at all intelligent and has value to put forth in a conversation. Because
Why would you put on a voice while making fun of the idea of people putting on voices? I don't think I am, but I mean, maybe my voice changes quite a bit.
Unaware
But
of it.
But just realize for a moment,
you are not a
what you were
source of
saying.
value for what I'm putting forth because you're already unawarely or unadmittingly going into impersonating something and putting on a voice.
But you were the one impersonating just now, weren't you? If impersonating is an issue, were you doing it right now, yes or no? You were, right? You put on a voice.
Are you not putting on a voice right now? Or
I don't
are you
think
just
I am.
unaware of it?
This is how I speak. I think this is how I speak. So who clearly, definitely put on a voice just now? Who definitely was doing an impersonation just now?
Correct. You
One
think
person
it is
definitely
how you
was. Another
speak.
person maybe was.
You think it is how you speak, so you hide behind not being sure. Could be.
Well, I know I don't sound the most intelligent when I know I don't sound the most intelligent when I speak, but I'm not trying. But when I said you're a braggart, I wasn't meaning that as trying to tear you down or anything. What I'm saying is I could sit and listen to you have a very intelligent conversation, and I could learn from the things you're saying. But it's when you begin saying that you're the smartest in the world and everybody else around you that's in academia always says you're the most intelligent they've ever met, stuff like that just shuts me off and turns me away, and I don't want to hear anything else. All I'm saying is just drop all the self-building up that you do and just have a normal, intelligent conversation, and we will engage with you, and we will do it happily.
Yep. We'll enjoy it. We'll want to. We'll say, well, get Zynac back in here. I want to hear his opinion on it. And you won't spend any of your time having people repeatedly tell you how annoying you are to talk to, which is just going to be objectively a better existence. Subjectively, obviously. You know, there's not many people who goes, geez, I wish room full of strangers told me off about how I speak every time I spoke. Core blimey, wouldn't that
highly
be
aware of what I'm doing, and the purpose of what I'm doing is exactly, you know, to
yeah,
the
that's
point.
what you hide behind. That's just obviously a bias to hide behind, to go, oh, no, I'm doing the right thing, right? We see Ochner do it when he gets muted, right? We see all of the flat earthers do it, where they go, oh, it's just the truth you don't like, so you can hide from yourself the fact that, no, it's clearly actually the way you're speaking that's the issue.
Oh, you don't even know why you're on this server, it seems.
Oh, you're still wiser than me, I see. I'll get out of this issue about talking down to people by talking down to some moron again.
Yeah, kind of.
Yes.
You're learning, you're attempting to impersonate me, but you're still having flawed ideas, so that's why you sound really bad.
Yeah, of course. I think my ideas are flawed. I'm completely okay with the fact that many of the things I hold to be true may well and probably are statistically speaking, many of them must be wrong. And
No,
I'm
yeah, that's
kind
the
of
point.
okay
Yes,
with that.
exactly. That's the point. When you admit to the things, you hide behind possibilities, and it's like, I might not be gay. Guess
What?
I am not. So I am heterosexual.
What? I'm not following that line of logic at all. Can you draw the yarn between those two pins?
I think Mustard got it. There was a laugh.
Yes, there was a laugh, but it was exactly because it didn't sound intelligent or didn't sound like it makes sense.
That's the point. I deliberately made it not sound intelligent and make sense because it didn't make sense.
5D chess, I see. Anything but
Yeah.
take the feedback. That's what I'd be doing. Absolutely anything I could rather than accept that maybe this group of strangers has my best intentions at heart.
Now you're speaking somewhat more normal. I'm starting to hear your actual voice instead of the impersonated gay one. What's happening, Eggs?
Gay one? Do I?
No, no, it's fine.
Can you tell me, do I have a gay voice?
Yeah, you
How
do.
how can you even tell if Eggshells has a gay voice and then a normal voice? How do you know that gay voice isn't the normal voice?
Hang on, you're just agreeing that I've got a gay voice?
That's what you're able to do when you have studied what I have studied and have worked with it. You know, you have developed discernment, so it's easy to discern what's a gay voice.
Right. But Laurie, why'd you do me like that, bro? Thought we were friends.
Like that. Why did Laurie do you? That's also kind of gay.
This is the high intelligence.
And now saying, that's also gay.
Okay.
Okay.
Fine.
Why did you do me
It's
like
good
that,
evening.
Laurie? Okay. Not gay. Laurie?
Do me a different way.
I'm not speaking like a gay person, Laurie. Don't do me.
So it's a good thing. I think that actually doing impersonations or changing your voice is a good idea, right? It's different ways to be you.
You
But
become
it's
aware of
weird.
your own actions, don't you? Like, I'm not gay, I
Right.
guess.
But what I would say is, if I held the view that impersonations were in some way detrimental to my message or my psyche, I wouldn't engage in doing them. I would try to engage in it.
Well, we're doing it in a
Maintain it.
fun way. And before you fall in love with me, I actually got to go into work now. So we'll speak later.
Oh, don't tempt me, bro.
And see, here you are exposed.
Take care, brother.
The stage is yours. Bye-bye.
Look after yourself. Have a good one. Where were we before all that?
Good morning. I don't know about you, but I was outside.
Nice. We lost Dan. Wearing some clothes. I like the start of the conversation, the idea of what does it mean to be a flat earther. But Dan's not here.
They to be. I don't think they like to discuss that because one of the worst thing they hate is to be put into boxes.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like Dan kind of accepts the box. He's pro box, you know.
Oh, he just wanna be like, yeah, I am a flat earther.
Yeah.
Some flat earthers don't want to like even say it.
Yes, they want to sort of go, what does it even mean to be a flat earther? I'm just a real earther, right? I'm just interested in reality. All right.
If I'm gonna make like and kind of like an excuse why they are so evasive is, I would say it's probably because it's hard to defend, and also when you say it, you often get like attacked on Discord in a sense, like people were like immediately like, okay, really, like what about GPS, what about blah blah blah, you know.
Yeah.
I would say not that it's like remotely comparable because one is more complicated than the other, but it's like saying on on Discord like I'm pro Israel or something like that, and it's like it's a little bit complicated, but if you say it, you know you're gonna get attacked. Oh yeah, what about the Nakba? What about the, you know, like people are gonna just freak out.
Yeah. And I think certainly from when I was a 9/11 truther, you can, and I can see it logically, you feel like, well, their angry knee-jerk retaliation is in an indication of that I might be right, in that people don't like truth and they're not thinking rationally, they're just sort of squawking things at me rather than weighing the ideas, which shows they've been unable to weigh them and they don't know why they disagree. They just believe whatever the TV tells them.
Yeah. But you were a 9/11. What's the 9/11 truther? Did you think it was like a CIA scheme or something like that?
Yeah. I thought Rumsfeld and the people within the government perpetrated it themselves to invade Afghanistan and feed the war beast. Did you ever?
I was never like that deep into any conspiracies like that, but I remember, what's his name again? Richard Moore or Michael Moore? What's his name again? He has this.
Yeah.
Is it Michael Moore?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that video when I was younger. I don't remember, but I remember there was like videos, and then you showed the whole. Let me see. It was 9/11 Fahrenheit, wasn't that? Wasn't that the name
Yes,
of the movie?
he did something on 9/11, but it wasn't even questioning if it was an inside job. It was just like what's been done since then, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, I'm more or less.
Yeah.
Let me see. I guess it was his handling of it. He also alludes some connection between him, Bin Laden, Saudi Arabia. It is very like, I don't know, it's very conspiratorial, although it's not so extreme to just make blatant accusation that the state did something. It's more like incompetence and yeah. But it was yeah, I don't know if I believed it, but I certainly like, I just liked watching it. I don't know. I was young.
Yes.
I was like, how old was I back then? Like 18 or something. But I've never been into some deeper conspiracy, but I could easily see myself becoming that when I was younger. The way my mindset worked, I was a bit more naive. I was a bit quicker to like switch my mind. Like if somebody just showed me a YouTube video, that could be enough for me to probably make my mind up on something. It's and I would be like, holy shit, if I watch a YouTube video. Now I'm like, huh, I don't know. This is seem a bit far fetched. I'll have to look in more into it. I didn't think that back then. I would just gobble it up, and that's like I think it's kind of funny with flat earther because a lot of these people are like quite grown up, and they seem to be doing that. What I did when I was like 18, and they do that today. That's when they are
Yeah.
like 50 or something.
I don't think I think that when you're with your first conspiracy, you're like you first described, where you're like, that's ridiculous. I need to look further into this, but that's crazy. I need better evidence. And then
Yeah.
the thing that takes over is this excitement that you're on the hunt, right? You're
Yeah.
uncovering a secret. You feel like, you're in some, movie almost trying to. And the first one is really hard to convince you of, I think. But once you get good at it, you can hear it when you go into the flat earth rooms and somebody brings up one that other people haven't heard, and they're almost like they're tasting it, they're sampling it. They're like, okay,
Yeah.
give me a bit more. Water is the devil or something.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if sometimes I'm asking the question like under different circumstances, could I be a flat earther? I don't think I could be a flat earther because I've always been very much into science and I've always been very good at it. So I don't think I would have ever become something like that. But like in terms of these conspiracies that you can't really prove, you just rely on like vague ideas, vague what you call conjectures, and just holes in information. It's a lot easier to like feed the conspiracy, I guess. But
yeah,
I mean, flat Earth is just dumb as well, dumb as fuck, to be honest. But yeah, I can remember, like, not that it's a conspiracy, but like when I was like 13 or something, and you know we have this when you go to church when you're like there is like a thing you do when you're like 13 or 14. We call it confirmation here. I'm not sure what it's called actually, but it's like a Christian ritual that you do in Protestant church. And I'm not religious. My parents aren't religious, but I had to do it in church. And I always said to my parents, like, why do I have to do it in church? I don't even believe in it. And when I had to go to like the priest and everything, and I just asked like a lot of fucking I would just say like to my priest, you know, like I guess everybody really knows that God doesn't exist, but why do you believe it anyway? I just asked him that straight up. So yeah, I think I had some like push, and yeah.
I certainly think it people helped along to believing flat Earth if something goes wrong in their life.
Trauma and stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, like you suddenly lose a job and you have this like things aren't right. Powerful people are out to get me. The world's all inverted, and I've got a load of time to stay up until 3 a.m, counting the number of times Katy Perry does Masonic hand signs in a dance video. You know.
Yeah.
And the other one, which is when I liked in a paper the other day, where they're like, well, intelligence might track with these kind of beliefs because what intelligence pretty much is pattern matching, pattern spotting. And pattern spotting is inherently like a really exciting behavior, right? You go, oh, hang on, I've just noticed that blah, 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 blah. And now you're like excited and activated and want to test it. And
That's why it's so dangerous. That's why you have scientific method, inquiries, peer reviews, all this stuff, because people get excited when they do this. And I guess researchers probably also get excited, and they need people to hold them back and like say, chill, it might not be as good as you want it to be.
that is interesting. Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of sad actually. I'm not gonna. I think like some flat earther disclosed some personal stuff to me, so I'm not gonna obviously say who it was or be very specific. But there was like one flat earther who like opened up a little bit, and it seemed to me that he was like very like angry with the government, and when he like talked about it, he like started suddenly talking about his kids and everything, and he seemed very emotional, and he attached all this stuff to flat earth, you know. And eventually he said like, and he just, I pushed back, and then he continued, and he told me about some traumatic shit happening at school. And I'm like, yeah, that's bad, you know, but like that doesn't make the earth flat, you know, but like it's still, yeah.
But that'd be enough. Make me want to detach from reality a bit and fight some, you know, like it's like fight some massive ideological war and be the true, you know, like somebody just said the secret king theory, is it? That's what Erratic was saying. Secret king behavior. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of like it. Like I secretly understand the truth of reality, like those tropes in, you know, films or kids' books where, you know, Harry Potter turns out to be this, you know, he doesn't live under the stairs, you know, being treated poorly by his foster family. He's in fact a demigod, you know, or lots of that in women's drama stuff too. You know, turns out you're a princess. You never even knew it. And I think that is so appealing to somebody whose life is a bit shit.
Isn't that kind of like, to me, I guess everybody has some narcissism, but isn't that kind of like narcissistic? Like, I don't know.
But that's the idea. We're all a bit narcissistic, but those people really need it, right? Most people are narcissistic only to the point they think they're a little bit better than they really are. Whereas for people who are really struggling, they need to be a lot better to even break even.
Yeah. But some of these people have like jobs or whatever. You know, like people like, for example, Rakia and whatever. He has like a family and everything, which I find it kind of funny. But he does have this like need to like, I don't know, be a little bit superior, I would say.
You are already talking from I'm right and he's wrong, so you are creating that superior person as well.
Well, I'm not saying like I think I guess you could say I think I'm right compared to them, but like I'm willing to say there are like a lot of these people who knows a lot more than I do. Most people know that. More people than me knows more about it.
I think
but they do something else, right? They say that they know more than most people, right?
I am a flat earther, but I really think that everybody's worldview is based on different things, and we all live with certain kinds of trauma and emotional choices, and however you can keep it away from your voice. I always have to laugh that very emotional people are immediately pinpointed, but I hear a lot of emotion on very intellectual people. But it's built in, and then it becomes unrecognizable for other intellectuals.
But don't you think that's kind of like what I said earlier, right? Like I'm not saying like I'm saying okay, I'm saying I know more than Flat Earther, right? I'm not gonna say anything else, but I'm not gonna question like a bunch of experts who have like invested their whole life into these subjects, and sometimes they might explain stuff that is like a little bit over my head, and that's for me that's okay, you know, because I didn't invest my whole life into this stuff, right? Like I will never be as good as Shubil in surveying because he has worked with it most of his life or maybe his whole life, you know, and that's fine, right? But like some things I am good at, the things I work with, I'm an expert in, but I can't be expert in all this other stuff because I don't do this. But Flat Earther think they know more than these people.
Yeah, it's very narcissistic to think that you know more than the experts.
Well, I think it's not wanting there to be expertise at all, wanting to be so confident in your own faculties and ability to see through bullshit that like their whole expertise is flawed, which like I think is silly, but then I'm like, well, I think that about homeopaths. I think there is this well-developed field and qualifications and people and hierarchies within that field, and I think they're all basing it on a very dumb, obviously false premise. So I'm kind of doing the same thing in that.
At the moment, X, I have a fantastic encounter with an homeopath.
Well, many people. I say it's a lot like water divining in that it doesn't work, but it does work.
Yeah, it does work, but it is going through. It's not always working through logic and and directly noticeable. But every time I go back to him and we have our talk, he lifts out some things in me, in my in my inner disturbed world, and I have to admit that something is coming out of it. and I'm really not easy to convinced by those things. That's why this encounter that I have with him is so invigorating for me.
Throw the Jew down the well, so my country can be free.
Well, it is interesting. How do you balance that? You know, I think like especially in medicine, it's easier to like take the wrong path because medicine is like it's not very hard science comparison, or like at least it's much harder to establish because like you know every body is very different, so you can actually have like some like people reacting like some way to something, and yeah, and it might affect it might have a unique effect for one person, and I mean we are all very very biased, so I guess that's something that's probably more easy to how do you know like misinterpret. Like I have to like pinch my hand because you know my if people have medical issues, you can get desperate and you want to try everything eventually, and doctors might not be able to fix stuff even though like on paper this stuff should fix it, and then it doesn't. And like for example like my mom have some issues, and I mean I think she did some fucking was it like some healing stuff or something. She just tried it just to test it, you know, and if it has like a placebo effect for me, that okay, that's great. That's better than nothing, you know. But then you
and
could
that's
also say it's not placebo, right? It's real. You could say like it's I don't know, it's easy to misinterpret.
Yeah, it's turbocharged placebo. I think certainly homeopathy is like if you wanted to do a study not of does pure water treat conditions, but if we looked at the placebo as a really effective medical intervention for a vast array of conditions, then go for it. Like the which Lightwater was alluding to, your average consultation time with a homeopath, I think like in America, I remember reading it's half an hour. Like it's a good old chunk of time. And some of them, like that's just an average. So some are doing 45-minute, hour-long consults where they, you know, really exploring, like it's not just sleeplessness, which, you know, doctor consults are average like 5 to 7 minutes, depending on where you're at. So you turn up to the doctor and go, I'm not sleeping. They go, what have you tried? And you go, this, and this. And they go, all right, take this. And you're like, all right, bye-bye. And with so the effect of the healing, just the touch and the talk, which has a big effect on placebo responsive conditions, you get none of that with a doctor. Then, and they're giving you something that's going to belabor your liver versus going to a homeopath and having a really nice chat and a sit down with somebody you really feel cares. And then they give you some pure water to take, which doesn't bother your liver at all. And the sleeplessness goes away because you're a little bit more relaxed getting into bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that of course that's always true. But in my understanding, the homeopath tries to give you something that triggers the self-healing properties of your body.
Yes, that's the idea. Just my objection to it is that
and
process is
my experience with this one is very different than from the past, because in homeopathy you have these measuring apparatuses that measure certain frequencies and vibrations and things like that. But this one, he only talks with me. And we are both very invested in the apocalypse and reset, but both with a different view. So, and with my experience of feeling helped but not helped in the past, to say it like that, I was a little hesitant in my conversations with him, and I felt a little how should I call it? Yeah, maybe even hostility towards him. Not to beat him up, but just for my own safety. But in the third conversation, in the middle of the conversation, I suddenly reached out to him with my hand, and we shook hands. And from that point on, I didn't leave my critical side, but it's more balanced now, and I'm feeling that it's helping me, but I can't really pinpoint it. I'm starting to open a little bit more, and yeah. So it's a different experience than I was expecting and a little bit afraid of.
You know, an easy way to trick your mind with this health stuff is, you know, when kids are like newly born, some of them have this disease. I'm not sure what it's called in English, but they just cry and cry forever. It's like some stomach stuff or something. They will cry forever. Yeah. And
in the Netherlands, we call it the crying baby syndrome. Yeah.
Is it called colic here, Harry?
I don't know. A lot of things can cause.
Yeah, that sounds like it. Yeah.
Yeah. So colic. Yeah. So colic. So a bunch of like not people but studies or whatever say they have a solution for that, right? So they give people stuff, and a lot of people test it, and then you get like reports. Oh, I'd give it to my baby, and they stopped crying after a week. They stopped crying, right, or something like that. But what they don't tell you is that, well, for most people, it just stops on its own anyway. So whatever you did, you could have given him like fucking yeah, something that is completely inert and does nothing, right? And it will still stop, because nobody has colic forever. Every time kids have colics, it always stops after a while. And it's so easy to like be biased there, because you tested it and it stopped crying, right? And for that individual, it seemed like it worked. Of course.
Yeah.
But if you're going to test it, you have to test it with people who didn't use anything, and you'll see, well, it actually worked for them to not do nothing. So it doesn't actually do anything. It's the same result as doing, you know, it's the same result as doing nothing.
Yes,
but both of those, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it.
I demand.
As I see it, which is it works in that the same as like water divining works, in that it makes you dig deep enough to find water. And what you're saying is homeopathy works because it makes you wait long enough for a condition to go away on its own.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is inherently more healthy than going and giving a kid drugs because it won't stop crying.
Well, that's true. But I think like
I
a good
agree.
doctor would say you should wait and see if it goes over by itself. That's what
When
most
my
doctor like.
when my kids were young, when my kids were young, I'll try to say this real quick. I got 3 kids that I raised on my own. When they were babies, maybe between 2 to 6, they're all 3 within that age, 4 years apart or 5 years apart. Anyway, the doctors had them on like handfuls each every night of pills. It was either something for allergies, something for runny nose, something for this, that, and the other. And it was, and I finally, after it went on for like a year, and I started looking one day, and I said, these kids are being handed handfuls of pills every night before they go to bed. And the doctors are saying this is what I'm supposed to do. And when I stopped giving them all of that I saw a noticeable change in their health and their behavior and their mood all improved. And they're super healthy now. They're teenagers. My oldest one just graduated high school. Super healthy, smart as a tack, and I got him off of all that much stuff. Now they still go to the doctor and take it when they have to have it. But I'm just talking about just doctors prescribing pills, handfuls, for whatever reason when they don't need it.
And many doctors say that this is the same issue that they face, that it's actually the system that creates this, where they go, if I had 30 minutes to sit with a mother who's fraught and at the end of her tether and fucking fed up with this kid that won't shut up, then I probably could walk them through it and calm them down and show that I care and walk them through the available options, but also then give them a talk about, look, each of these, chemical, each of these compounds are going to bind to receptors, and then your liver's going to be clearing them, and you might find that other conditions pop up, and then you might find that you got them on drugs to treat the side effects of a different thing you're treating. And the best option might be keep them well hydrated, reduce stimulation before bed, and just put up with a bit of crying. Babies cry. But I don't think a doctor can do that in 5 minutes. And that's what they say. They go, look, I just have this short person screaming at me going, do something about this baby that's crying. And if I say don't give it anything, they just get angry and go to another doctor. So I just go, fine, this should help, and I try to give them the least worst drug that I can. And that sucks for both sides, because I think there's so many kids are juiced up to the eyeballs on one thing, and then they've got to take something for another thing. And I think adults too, we do it as well, but at least we've got the choice.
Good one, Eggs. Let me state this first, because I think good homeopaths know workings of the colic system and any other organ that have their own frequencies that are part of our consciousness working in our body. But of course, the concern of the mother being over concerned is also a frequency that can disturb the child. So if the mother visits the doctor and he gives something that works, she can let go of that over concern a little bit more, and that might be a part of the healing. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, one of the things that they say about why people say homeopathy works in an objective sense is well, if it's just the placebo effect, how does it work on babies? Why does it work on pets? You're like, wow. Yeah, and that's, I think, exactly what you're saying, which is, look, it might work as well as by the placebo effect, but certainly a placebo effect of a calm mother helping a baby stop crying seems like a pretty...
That's what I was getting ready to say. The placebo may be given to the baby, but it may work on the mother.
Yeah. And we should tap into the placebo. And that's why I think the NHS does it. Or these health, funds do it. I think they look at the efficacy and they go, well, for the mechanism itself, it doesn't have very good scientific standing, because it makes claims that would require that we rewrite the laws of physics and propose, accept these fairly absurd notions. But if we just look at the effectiveness of it, it definitely, obviously works.
Yeah. Well, using that logic, should we propose that doctors should spread religion because religion makes people healthier, perhaps, or safer, or whatever you want to call it?
If it did, so one thing I've thought in line with that is, would I, in the apocalypse, when we no longer had society to keep us good, would I be okay, because I love to imagine that I'm running a compound, and I'm the big honcho because I got it started first.
Shit.
And I'm in charge of the people, right? I'm the warlord dictator in this compound. Would I start trying to propagate the idea of religion because I realized that it was just too difficult to say, look, don't steal people's shit because it's bad to steal people's shit. And they were like, yeah, it's not working for me. So eventually like, okay, so there's a man in the sky and he's going to get upset if you steal people's shit, so stop it. And I think I could see myself doing that. I hope not, but I could see myself being weak enough to use that mechanism. Or just having to. Just if there's no police, there's no courts, there's no science anymore, how do I encourage people to wash their hands? Just go, oh, God told me. God came down and had a chat with me and said, you guys need to wash your hands.
It's one thing with these things that have a mechanism, but if it doesn't have your mechanism, you also have the placebo effect. And I think like if it's just pure placebo effect, I mean, if you have, like if you go to a doctor office, they're supposed to fix your somatic problems, right? But sometimes, or most of the, not every time, but like a lot of times, the somatic problem can either become worse or like from psychological problems, from like you're worried about the disease, will make you sicker than if you weren't worried about the disease. So just being worried is like enough. But they never treat that part, right? Or at least some treat it, but that's primarily they're there to treat your actual disease, not the psychological one. But like there are many things that they could do to perhaps like for example homeopathy, like things that, but that's like cheating, right? Because they also pay them, right? You pay for stuff that doesn't work. That's a little bit different, I think. I'm just babbling, sorry.
I think we're all just babbling. Parramatta.
Yeah.
Now, like with my kids, like I was saying, where they was getting, I still take mine to the doctor when they get sick or whatever. But it wasn't that. It was like when they were babies. The doctors would say, okay, every 6 months we're going to reschedule you, or every 3 months come in for your checkup, or with your kids, because I'm a single parent, so tried to stay on top of all that when I first had them, because I was much more nervous about them getting sick than I am now. I finally learned after a couple years that your kids aren't just going to get sick from everything. They can play in the dirt and do all this shit, and they're not just going to get sick like everybody act like doctors act like. And once I began once I started paying attention and actually saying, look how many drugs I'm actually giving my kids. It's got to be hard for their liver. It's got to be hard on their kidneys. And it was, like I said, it was for things like allergies. They might have a sniffly nose or something at night when they get ready to go to bed and stuff. Well, I sort of have to weigh, was it better for them to have a little bit of a sniffly nose every, once or twice a week when they go to bed for allergies around here in the springtime? Or should I give them a chemical that could do something in another way? And I know one pill won't, but nowadays it's just handfuls. And I cut it all out. And when I cut it all out, I saw a noticeable difference in how my children started behaving. Their attitudes improved. Their crankiness went away, or a big portion of it. They started sleeping better at nighttime. Like all these pluses. And I'm not against medicine. I think that medicine is a good thing for kids when they get sick and stuff. But I am against these doctors that just write handfuls of stuff out and say, give all this to your children. I don't think it's good for them.
They never do that here in Norway, I would say. Like the
Yeah,
only
they're
thing,
bad.
the only
They're
time
bad in America for shit like that.
Yeah, I know that it's kind of different over there. Like I know here in Norway, the only time they give stuff out is if like they have they could have sniffles or whatever, but the only thing they check their vitals, and if there's nothing, there's nothing you can do, right? You just have to wait. That's what you're being told, and that's what you should be told. But I mean, they give antibiotics sometimes, but that's only if this they do this blood test, they do this CRP shit, and if it's like really high, then obviously there's something else than like a virus. Then they might give it, and I think that's a good thing because like literally kids were dying back in the day. Kids died from it, so it is a serious thing.
What happens here?
So
What happens here in America is you go to the doctor and they say, okay, it's just a checkup, and they say, how they doing? You say, yeah, they say my kid seems to be doing great and everything, and they say, okay, are they sleeping good or anything? And if you say anything, if you say, well, they had a couple nights last week where they was a little fussy or something, they say, okay, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write you something for that. So when you go to the doctor here, you have to about learn to not say anything or to tell them that you don't want a bunch of medicine, because if you tell the doctor just about anything, they'll write something out and give it to you. Say, take that, or have them take that. And I learned that lesson,
That's terrifying. Golly. Okay.
Another thing too, I think in America is it depends a lot on where you're at. I think some areas have better doctors and different laws than other areas. And
yeah,
it seems like here where I live near the Appalachian Mountains, we get all the shitty doctors, all the greediest ones.
I mean, we have like a doctor issue, but I would say like most doctors or many doctors are pretty good, and they don't overprescribe and stuff like that. They don't have like an incentive to do that here because they're not like paid by some pharmaceutical company or anything like that. So, I mean, they only have like they're not going to lose their patient because they don't give them drugs.
Yeah, like even I skipped to the front of the queue in the UK because I wanted a cortisone shot for a like tendon issue I was having, and like which is effectively doctor shopping. The other doctors were like, "Oh, we're not sure you need it yet," and blah blah blah. And I was like, "Yeah, I just want it." Even he was pretty good in that, like his whole practice revolves around giving paid for treatments rather than letting people do it the quote unquote proper way. Also waiting for it, so you're skipping the queue. But even he was really good. He was like, "Look, it's not for anybody, da, da, da." And cortisone is one of the best injections. Like it's just so reliably effective at clearing up that kind of inflammation. And he gave all of that spiel about it, but he was also like, da 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 da. You stretching and just lifestyle changes will still get this result. So I think, yeah, once you endorse that profit motive even the whole culture changes. You know, the way all doctors speak will be a bit different, even if they are part of the commercial system, the for-profit system.
Yeah, and see, that's you see that here in the states. States will have different laws, so some states won't allow doctors to get away with as much. So, and I ain't saying all doctors. Most doctors try to be good doctors. I know that, but I do think they fall into the category of if they're getting kickbacks for writing things, they tend to write them more. That's just human nature. I mean, I'm sorry. It's just, if you're getting paid for something, you're probably going to do a little bit more often. And some states allow worse practices than others. Some states are a lot stricter. And that's why, depending on where you live here, you could get lucky and have really good doctors, or you could have really shitty ones.
I use way too much medication. In America, I think it's pretty clear. I mean, I've had colleagues of mine, and they were like, when I had sniffles, like just a cold, and they're like, I'm saying, oh fuck, I have a cold, like I'm just gonna stay at home. Did you go to the doctor? Did you get medication? And I'm like saying, medication what? What do you mean? You don't need medication against the cold, right? Just wait 3 days and it's fine. And it's like, I think they're used to just getting medication for everything. Like it's just a minor thing. You get medication, even if it's going to fix itself, you just get medication. If it can make you feel a little bit better during those 3 days, you get it. Even if you don't really need
I
it.
just thought of something. We're not supposed to talk about medical stuff on here, so maybe
Oh,
we
that's
better
right.
change the topic. I hadn't even
Yeah,
thought
that's
about
true.
it till just now. It dawned on me.
Hey, Cole, how's things?
Hello, how you doing?
Not too bad.
Well, we were originally talking about conspiracies. I guess we could talk about that instead of just medicine in general.
I've been painting.
Have you? Did you paint your house or what?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. I had to put up new veranda poles, and so I painted them and the crossway beams. And I've got to replace gutters, so I'm
That's
looking
cool.
up learning how to
I
do
bet it looks
guttering.
nice.
Yeah, I've taken out we had heritage colors. So it was like Indian red and bottle green. And so I've painted that black. And then the house is cream, so eventually I'll paint it white. And be a
At least
little
that
more
paint
modern.
was tiresome.
Yeah, and bring it up to date. I had to paint the poles anyway, so it was like, oh, do I paint them the same shitty colors or do I change it? Fuck it, I'll change it.
Yeah, if I was going to paint it, I'd probably go for a different color. If I'm going to go through all the trouble of painting, you only paint once every so many years anyway. I'd probably paint a different color each time.
Yeah, and in between each pole is like some metal architrave, like curly pattern stuff. So you got to unscrew that to be able to paint it. So, like, fuck it, take them all off and I'll just paint it, all of them. Even though I've only had to replace 4. So, fuck, I'll just do the whole lot and spruce it up a little. And the fucking gutters are
What kind of
expensive.
color?
What color? Just black.
Yeah. Ooh, okay.
It's got an
I
olive
see.
green roof, so I couldn't have like a pretty blue and white
Ah.
house or anything. So I thought, yeah.
Hey, you don't have a bad looking house, Trouble. I've seen pictures of it there. When you've showed me and stuff. I don't think you got a bad looking place.
No, it's not too bad, but it's nearly 60 years old, so You gotta do maintenance every now and then.
Yeah. Yeah, I
I
know,
got a
right?
quote for that.
When your
It
place
was
starts getting
6,000.
old. Do
Sorry.
what? No, go ahead.
I got a quote for the guttering, and it's $6,000. They quoted me. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna try and learn to do it myself. Maybe just pay a handyman to help me or something.
God, they want $6,000 to do your gutters? Wow. Seems
Yeah,
expensive.
$2,000 for materials and $4,000 for labor. But I've looked at the materials at Bunnings, and I'd probably get everything for $1,200.
Yeah, they a lot of times they'll show up they'll do like the continuous gutter where they actually
Yes.
bend and create the gutter right there on the back of their truck and they make it in the
Yep.
lengths they need it and stuff.
That's what they were gonna do. Yeah. And
And
it's probably
if you
better.
do it
but,
yourself, I mean you can just buy lengths of it. You can buy 10-foot lengths of it or whatever and just you just overlap one over in the other and put you a little bit of
Yeah,
sealant
glue.
in it there to keep it from leaking out.
It's only got one bit where it goes up and down, like a slight bend in it. But again, you just cut it and overlay it and glue it together.
Yeah. You got anybody around there that can help you do it? Any of your neighbors
No.
or anything? Anybody?
No.
'Cause I mean,
I got a few ideas.
you're talking about having to either get on your roof and lean over the edge and nail it on, or get up on a ladder, and try to nail it on. So
Yes.
don't fall off and get hurt. Well, you got your daughters there though, don't you? Don't they live there with you or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah, I won't be
Yeah.
doing it myself. I'll get some help.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't want to think. I didn't want to want you, be up on a ladder trying to nail gutters
Well,
up
I've
all
been
by
on the ladder
yourself.
painting. But I can, if I'm not paying them $6,000, I could use that money to buy a bloody
Yeah,
decent ladder.
it seems like a
you know.
lot of money to put gutters up around the house.
It's just too much. It's too much to try and save. It's out of my reach.
And I know companies have to make money because a lot of these companies they'll have a couple guys that they'll
Yeah.
hire to work for them. They have to pay insurance and bond or whatever and different things. So I know they have
Yep.
expenditures, but still it still seems expensive. $4,000, $6,000, well $4,000. Obviously you got to pay for the material, but $4,000 on top of that.
Yeah, $4,000 for like, whoa. Yeah, so that's all I've been up to lately.
Yeah, I hadn't seen you around in a while. I didn't know where you'd gotten off to.
Oh, hang and miss the server. It's pretty quiet there. What's been happening over here, anything?
I popped in a while ago and they was having a conversation about AI or something we was talking about, and then people's just been off and on talking about different stuff. It's random. About time for more Australians to start showing up.
Is it night or morning or what is it in Australia now? I guess it's not morning because it's morning here.
Nearly 6 p.m.
That's
Yeah,
6 in the evening. Okay.
Yep.
Usually you start hearing a bunch of Australian accents for me in my middle of the night, where I'm at. That's when I start hearing a bunch of Australian accents start showing up. Usually.
Yep.
Isn't Ricksky Australian?
Yes.
No,
Where's
he's
PhD Tony here? PhD Tony?
Don't think he's here at the moment.
Oh, we got other Australians. Cool.
But he's an Aussie.
I was about to say, usually when I come in here and he's here, he would be like talking. So So surely he's not. But yeah, he's a fun Aussie, and then we got a Rick Skis and a couple others. I just stay up late because I have like delayed sleep phase syndrome, where like at night I'm like awake and then I'm like tired during the day. But tomorrow's Memorial Day, so I don't have to work anyway, so that's good.
Nice.
So what are y'all talking about?
Painting a house, so nothing exciting.
Painting. You're talking painting. That means you know the we have been through everything when you're starting to talk about paint.
Oh, man. Was Jay Ace here today?
He was a bit earlier on.
He was
and I'm
here early?
offended. Yeah, and I'm offended I wasn't included in the list of Australians.
Oh yeah, eggshells.
I don't think Jay's responded to my DM. I was asking him if he'd like to go through David Deemer's papers here on live so everybody can see the evidence that he wants to share. And then I told the space last night if anybody talks to Jay Ace, tell him I'm trying to ask him to go through the papers here on live so everybody can see what evidence he has to share. Did anybody do that? Eggs?
I didn't. I joined at the end of him being here. I think I didn't say one or two things. I assumed somebody else would have said that you were spoiling for a debate.
Wow, you didn't even say anything to him.
No, what am I meant to say? As far as I can tell, it's just that Taylor wants to have a debate about David Deemer's papers.
Yeah, tell him that.
Oh, okay. I will then.
Bad eggs. Next time. Next time. Yeah. Does anybody know what's wrong with me? Like why I'm awake at night and asleep during the day? Like I'll be awake during the day, even if I am like I'm still very tired. Then at nighttime I'm like ready to go.
If it's anything like me, it's got to do with stimulation, like debates, and
yeah,
drinking coffee late in the day. If I'm having sugar coffee like after midday, and if I'm talking to people who frustrate me, I'm like, the other day I stayed up until 6 a.m.
Oh, it's like an adrenaline rush to be on here.
Yeah.
It's your coffee. Okay. Whatever works for
And then
you.
it becomes a habit, you know, and then your body gets used to those hours. So, I think.
I feel like no matter what I do, I can't break it. If I go to bed earlier, if I stay off my phone.
CBD
Yeah.
helped me.
Maybe I need that. So I went on TikTok earlier and I was talking to the Satanist. Like his eyes were black. Like he had his eyes black. He had like horns behind his head. And I was just very respectful and kind to him. And we had a good conversation. I want to be like the Christian that like, is not like the, crazy, angry. And he brought up all these different points too. Like we went through so many things in the Bible. And I was able to give him like, reasons and explanations to the best of my ability. And it was a good conversation. And I think that that's the way that Christians should approach things, and atheists too, just being respectful, hearing them out. Sometimes the toughest people like that, like who literally have like horns in their head and like black eyes, like they just need a hug. They just need love, They just need love.
Yeah.
You can't be too hard on them.
Done a bit of body modification. I think those people really need a bit of a hug.
Yeah, it's sad. They've been broken.
Yeah,
Out
like
of
whether
curiosity.
whether God or the devil exists or not, that person's made a choice to appear in a really shocking way to other people, and that's a person that I'm with you on that, Taylor.
Yeah. Was somebody about to ask me something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you're a flat earther, aren't you?
Yeah, so I believe in the Bible, but I don't stick to any like hard titles or anything like that. Like I don't have any labels, and I wouldn't know if it was like flat or not. Like biblical cosmology isn't necessarily explicit on that.
So you don't know what shape the Earth is?
I would say I've never seen the Earth, but I don't stick to any like names. Like I'm a globe or I'm a flat earther. Like none of that. Is that offensive to you? Is that
No,
okay?
no. No, I've heard
Okay.
that before. That's fine.
Do you
I was just
do you lean one way or the other?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's obviously an ovoid spheroid, duh. I mean, how could it not be? How could we not just be flying through space at a million miles per hour in a ball? Like that's just common sense. You know?
Well, I was just wondering how, because I live in Australia, so I was wondering how the south, being the same size as the north, would not suggest that it's a ball of some kind.
Yeah, maybe not.
Well, not really, because the south proves it. The shape of the south and the shape of the north.
Okay.
Okay.
I agree, Trouble.
Better. Don't make me come over there.
I better cook dinner. Getting hungry.
Can y'all hear that?
What? No, I think the answer is.
Okay. I just dumped my dehumidifier. I just wondering if you could hear it. Because my voice isolation hadn't been working lately. But I think it only
so.
doesn't work when I'm talking.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to like when people walk, but generally I find the noise cancellation incredible on Discord. Standing there, I can be standing there right next to my what do you call it, NutriBullet going off, and people can still hear me speak. It's wild.
You can be on the other side of the room, they can't hear you speak, and then you sing a song and they're like, stop singing. It's like, how come that carried?
It's that. Okay.
I just made my husband some guacamole and fed him in bed while he was sleeping. Like open wide.
That's a lot.
And then I stained his shirt, so I had to go clean his shirt. So I'm about to give him another shirt. Hey, darling, can you put this shirt? Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
Was he the one in the background when we were having the debate the other day about the remote viewing?
He's the only one that I'm ever around, so yeah, probably. he gets like I'm like, Dan, you have to stay calm, like, you know, this will go on all
He did
day.
sound
Like,
pretty
but he's
wound up,
very,
like debated over it.
yeah, he's actually a very, very kind and loving person, but he gets excited even about other things, not just debating. Like he'll get like fired up about doing something. Not that he's like mean or hateful, but he's just really enthusiastic. So yeah, I've been getting ready to go on my trip. I'm going on soon to Chaco Canyon to like document biblical evidence like the flood. They're doing a presentation on that, and then also the six-fingered petroglyphs. And then I'm going to interview some Native Americans and see if they know anything about the giants. Like they have a lot of legends of giants that were in America, and so I was going to see if any of them know anything about that. And so I've been like really getting ready for this trip. I'm going to be on for 3 weeks.
That's really cool. I like stuff like that. That's awesome.
That's a very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool. And then I'm going to go to the Creation Evidence Museum in Dallas, Texas. Does anybody know about that?
Is that Ken Ham's one?
No, that's ICR, Institute for Creation
Yeah,
Research.
that one's in Kentucky. Ken Hams is in Kentucky.
Yeah, this one's in Texas. And then they also have like 6-fingered petroglyphs that are much more giant than the normal hand to show like, they had like 6-fingered giants. And if you remember in the Bible, David and Goliath, like Goliath, he was a giant and he had 6 fingers and 6 toes. So there's like 4 or 5 of them around like Nevada and Arizona and stuff
Aren't
like
they
that.
supposed to have like two or three rows of teeth as well?
Yeah. Yeah, they're crazy. And this is how I know it's not just like some giant human, like it's something genetic. There's some genetic manipulation or whatever. Imagine seeing that thing. Imagine seeing a giant with 2 rows of teeth and like 6 fingers. Have y'all heard anything about like when you wave, apparently you're showing that the Native Americans, like, this is why waving started, to show like that you don't have 6 fingers. And then you're not one of the giants, not one of the Nephilim, because apparently they're terrified of them. Have y'all heard of that?
I haven't.
Yeah.
No, never.
It's a neat. I mean, it's a neat idea. I haven't never heard of it, but it's a cool idea.
Dr. Tom Horn, he did a lot of research on it. He did like his PhD on stuff like that. Like he was, I don't know what it would be called, like studying like ancient cultures and stuff. And he's the one that interviewed the Anasazi tribe leader. And the Anasazi tribe leader was telling about these like the giants and like how they were like, how they would like kill them and stuff, and the Indian mounds and like the giant bones found underneath the Indian mounds. And I think he's the one that said that the waving thing came from that.
Do you think they could have been Nethanderals or something like that? Because there's a few stories of giants.
Well,
in a
I
few
mean, you think
seasons.
it sounds like really. I'm sorry, Trouble. I thought you was finished. I didn't hear you.
No,
Go
that's
ahead
okay.
now.
I have. No, you go.
You think at first that sounds a little crazy when you hear, like behind the waving, when somebody says that, but at the same time, they say that it's widely held that the reason that I think it was the middle finger was used to the first what kicked that people flipping each other off was supposed to be that there was this army and it invaded this country or something. Now I could have the details a little bit wrong, but I'm just giving you the gist of it. They invaded this country or something, or this city, and they were known to cut off the middle fingers of like all the people that they captured or something to do with it kept them from shooting a bow correctly or holding a sword correctly or being able to do something. They cut their middle fingers off. And when that army ended up ultimately being defeated, the people that defeated them, they said all held their middle fingers up at them, to show that we still all have our middle fingers. You didn't come, you came here to get this, but we all, here you go. That's the gist of where the middle finger is supposed to have originated from. And
Yeah,
that's
what I heard.
widely
Yeah.
held by a lot of people as, by that's got basis in truth. So it's not too far fetched to believe,
Well, I look it up. It says that it's to show you don't have a weapon. But some of the ancient legends and stuff can have 2 different stories.
Well, I mean, it don't necessarily mean that giants are real, but in civilizations, people think dragons are real. People think that all kinds of things is real all throughout history. So they could have had a belief that giants were real. And when they met other people, they threw their hand up to say, see, I'm not a giant, even though giants might not exist at all, but in their belief, they might have believed in them. So they may have held that tradition between tribes to show that, hey, we're not one of these mythical creatures. We're just normal people, and they
I wish we
waved
had
it.
an idea of the size of the people who claim they saw giants and the size of the giants that they saw. Because people in England used to be really short when you look at the castle doors. And then there are people around today that are 7 foot and 6. Like, they're huge. Is that
But
the
they're
kind of
also
giants
like
we're talking about, or are they talking even bigger again? I'm like, it's hard to
definitely bigger.
know.
But another thing is not just them being giant, like the 6 toes and 6 fingers. Is another thing that's like widely recorded. I can like post some of the petroglyphs.
I think there's a family
Yeah,
outside of
post
the
'em.
world somewhere where they've all got 6 toes.
Yeah, it's called polydactylism.
I try to stick with science a lot. Like I try to be pretty scientific, but I also am really fascinated in a lot of ancient stories and ancient tales of things. And I believe myself that there is a lot of things in human history that we have wrong. I don't think that the first cities that we see in Mesopotamia were supposed to be the first large cities that people came together and built, but then they were these built with these incredibly huge stones and stuff that would have had to have mastery to know how to do all that. And yeah, I know that could have took that city 1,000 years to get built up to that point, but I still feel like that saying human history started advanced humans that were building large cities and stuff didn't start till 6 or 7 thousand years ago. I don't believe that. I think that they're much older than that. I think humans have been able to do things much further back in the past, and I think there's a lot of things back in the past that have become legend that are based on partial truth.
Yeah, I can see that. Just, I was going to go a little bit back a topic. I saw this show on this. There's this tribe or group of people. I don't know if they're in Indonesia or somewhere like that, and they do a lot of tree climbing. And so their feet look almost like their hands. Their big toe is spread around so that they can climb the trees. And it's just something that slowly evolved in that group.
I posted one picture in the text chat.
So I don't see any reason we couldn't have like a family of giant people or a small community that grew bigger, survived, and just interbred with themselves and got bigger and bigger.
I've seen that group you're talking about that can climb the trees. Their big toe and their second toe next to their big toe are spread real far apart. They're like 3 inches apart or 4 inches apart from each other, and it allows them to almost grip trees, smaller trees with between their toes as they climb, and it allows them to climb trees in the jungle. I saw that same thing. They show on their feet. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add some more pics. Hold on.
And they were pretty brutal back in the olden days, way back when. So if they wanted to breed in and out a certain thing, I imagine they had no problems with, killing babies that didn't fit the right mold. So that they're kind of like designing their own genetics, but slowly. Because they see that trait as advantageous to them, which might have been height. Because even when you get these people that are like 7 foot, everything is huge. Their hands are fucking huge. Everything. They're just.
Did y'all see this picture I posted just now?
It's an odd direction for the stone to be sitting. Like, what did he lay on the ground and stick his foot into the rock? Oh, it definitely looks like a footprint, doesn't it? Back.
I don't know how it got upright like that.
And the toe, like the displacement of the rock above
Is
the
there a
toe.
source for it, Taylor?
Yeah, let me get that. This was just from a photo camera roll.
Could be a freak of nature, and we're just doing that recognizing shapes thing that we do.
I got a couple other ones then. Definitely like footprints.
When I was doing Tartaria, you saw a lot of this stuff. There's some amazing rock shapes that look like animals and all over the planet. It's not bad.
Okay.
Whoa, is that a footprint on a cliff? On a like a rock wall? It's crazy. That guy with
There's
the
a
yellow
lot of
shirt
people.
on.
It's in Africa, apparently.
Yeah,
Pretty neat.
It's hard to imagine a giant person laying down and the rock would have had to have been soft. So therefore maybe it's had to have moved.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought. It would have been on flat on the ground, and over eons it's been pushed up and
But
rotated over.
it's
If
also
it's
hard to
real,
imagine.
you know.
Yeah, but it's also hard to imagine that natural.
Man, there's a lot of these.
But I guess if it's sandstone, like a rock that disintegrates easily over time, and there was a patch inside it that rotted away or disintegrated quicker. Oh, I don't know. Or if some person did it. Mind you, the stuff at the top though that makes it look like it's rippled.
Yeah.
Here's a video of a guy.
Newspaper Rock, Utah. Oh, 6 foot. Oh, yeah, 6 on that big one, and 6, 1, 2, 4, 6 on all of them. No, there's 5 on one of them. The toes on those ones you says Newspaper Rock, Utah. They all got 6 toes.
Yep.
That's cool.
I'm gonna be going there and documenting it myself with like 4 or 5 other places like that.
See, now that right there is what confuses me, because if Native Americans, if they were drawing on the wall, I would imagine they would know how many digits is on their feet. You know what I mean? I imagine they're not even primitive humans couldn't have been so dumb that they wouldn't have been able to match.
Unless they were
You know.
tripping, like they'd taken some mushies and they were just like,
Well,
the
that's
funniest thing ever,
true.
let's add an extra toe. That's hilarious. What the fuck's that?
But then also Goliath in the Bible had 6 toes and he was larger. They must have been tripping too.
But they might have been a tribe that had 6 toes. It's not like it's a fault that's impossible, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, they also drew other things around these petroglyphs, and that's one of the things I'm gonna try to document. Like,
Okay,
what
that's
are
the
they drawing in association with them?
that's the creepiest Woody I have ever seen.
Some of them are pretty good drawings. You wonder where their practice drawings are.
Somebody posted a Woody in the chat from Toy Story, the cowboy, but it's all like twisted up and it's all freaky looking.
Oh, here's a paper on polydactylism in the Southwest. And they have a bunch of polydactyl drawings here. And then they found a burial site of this like kid who had polydactylism who got like a special tomb. So like they obviously like revered these people or had some type of some type of reverence for the polydactyl individuals. So here's a paper posted in a PubMed Central on polydactylism in Southwest. And they go over a couple others of the drawings. So you can see more polydactyl drawings there if you like. And then the YouTube video that picture came from, I posted Ruhif in the chat.
Right.
He's like kind of talking about it and going over the area and stuff.
I've never been into all this spiritual stuff. Never got to me. Ghosts or whatever.
I've read one article on it, Taylor, and they're saying, oh, it's a naturally formed erosion feature. And I'm like, meh.
I love symbology and hidden keys and artifacts, but I think this one is pareidolia.
It does look very foot-like though, with the toes.
If you find me 15 or 20 of these horizontally along a riverbed, now that is compelling.
Yeah.
But one sideways one, it just looks like a melted anomaly.
How easily can you carve granite? Mhm.
What evidence would you need for Bigfoot, Colt?
I don't know. I'd like to
already-
see one. I'd
You
like to
already
go.
believe-
Go ahead.
So you already believe it, but like, what would be the confirmation?
Seeing one in person.
Yeah, and you can just
I mean,
tell it's not bear.
say it again.
You'd just be able to tell it's not a bear, and
Well, I mean, I would have to see one where I could tell it's not a bear. You know, not to be 100% certain to really satisfy my brain. I would have to see one in a way that I knew that it wasn't a bear.
yeah, that'd be wild if you actually did see one.
Me and my son, my oldest son, he said he'd like for me and him to go out to like Washington State, spend a week out there, just go, hiking mostly, but call
Yeah.
it Bigfoot hunting. And I would love to. I told him that we'll try to do that someday.
It's a perfect excuse to go camping and hiking with your
Yeah.
family or your brother or your friend.
Yeah, it's even if you don't see any Bigfoot, you're still getting to spend time with your family, so you still get to have a good time.
It sort of like adds this myth adventure vibe to the camping.
Yeah, that's what I say. It gives it like a mysterious feeling or something, or like you said, an adventure vibe. You're not just going camping. It's like something more to it. I think that'd be so much fun to do.
I wonder if we have cryptid hunters in the UK. They go in the woods and look for cryptids.
So I think I know why the footprint's like sideways on the wall. I was just watching this video. He said like the tectonic plates like pushed it up. It's been so long, but in like a crazy, event. What would you call it? What would you call it when like a meteorite strikes the earth or something? Like a catastrophic event, something like that. Like you know, the Christians say the different layers that happened and formed in the rocks happened because of the flood. And, I could imagine that things like that would also get shifted around like a world flood if that were to really happen. So, I suppose that would be why it would be sideways on the wall.
You mean like maybe in the flood the water rode some rocks where they used to be flat. It would have rode it up on its edge.
I actually heard someone the other day, yeah, talking about how like a lot of the mountains and stuff actually formed either like during or after the flood or something like that. And he quoted a Bible verse, but I don't remember which Bible verse it was, and I don't recall seeing that Bible verse either. So I should have went back and checked. But he was saying like that the mountains and stuff and formations like were created like during the flood, essentially. So I would have to go look back in the Bible. He did give the verse, but that was just my lack of knowledge. So yeah, I think that that's what the Christians say is that a lot of these things and shifts happen, and definitely like the layers of the rock. You know how they say like the age of the rock, like basically like the different layers are from like the ones further down are like older, and then they got covered up, and that's how you get these different layers. Well, if you've heard Taking Back Eden here talking about it, he's basically said if you take sediment and shake it back and forth, it'll form those like same layers that we see that appears to be like the rock layers over millions of years.
What do you think? Which do you believe? You think was
Yeah,
the
I believe
flood?
in the Bible.
Do you?
Yeah, I believe in the Bible.
That's cool.
I think when you start digging down into a lot of different topics, I think that each time the Bible gets proven correct. And that's a hot take, but I stand by the word and think that unbiased evidence does as well.
I think there's a lot of truth in a lot of ancient legends and myths. I think that a lot of, especially the myths that stick with humankind for the longest and seem to have lasted for thousands of years. These same myths and tales and different things, like dragons and stuff. I think that they have basis in truth somewhere back through history. I ain't saying that there may necessarily been fire-breathing dragons flying around, but I think something made people think, there was something that they made that connection. So I think there's a lot of basis in truth. Just that truth has been skewed and a lot of it's been lost, but I still think a lot of the legends and myths are based on a lot of truth from back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at like stories around the world, it's pretty like coincidental or ironic that many of them have the same legends and myths and the same, even like the same drawings of the same beings across the world. Like in South America, some of their pyramid structures have the same drawings of the same beings as the ones in Egypt. And like, how could they have known? How could they, unless there was some worldwide thing happening? That's the only thing. And then same thing with the flood. Like there's legends around the whole world of this flood. Like how did they all know like across the whole world have the same stories of some flood? Like how
the,
random,
the way I try to imagine it to, if it's based on something truth, the way I try to figure it is, at the end of the last ice age, there was enormous glaciers that had came quite a ways down from the North Pole. You know, pretty good ways down towards the equator. And as they started retreating back, as the ice age was coming to an end, and those gigantic glaciers were melting and retreating back, there would have no doubt have been huge lakes of fresh water form on those massive ice sheets as they were over thousands of years, as they slowly melted and slowly, retreated back up, melted away. You would have had large bodies of water form on top of those ice sheets. And in some cases, they would have busted open as, the ice next to the edge where it's melting melts away. Large bodies of water that's sitting further back on the ice back there that has formed over the last couple hundred years or 500 years. The edge of the ice has finally melted back far enough to allow that big body of water to break loose and flood out. And I think that may have happened well, we know it happened a couple times because out in the Midwest, out in Utah, you have the scablands or whatever they call that. And that's direct evidence of that very type of event happening. But I think that there could have been several of those events over a couple thousand years as the ice age ended. And even though each event would have been a localized flood, it would have been such a large flood, or could have been such a large flood that it would have made the primitive peoples in those areas think the whole world was flooding, even though and that would also allow for multiple different peoples around the world to all have flood myths, because most of them all went through the end of the last ice age. And I think that's, if I'm thinking, if the entire world really didn't flood, I'm thinking that it was something like that that led to the stories of the Great Flood myth.
Got a weird question for you, Taylor. I assume you believe in the sort of Garden of Eden in the middle of the flat Earth, somewhere near the equator. I mean, not the middle, the nice hot bit near the equator of flat Earth. Are you open to multiple Gardens of Edens? And was Adam and Eve black or white?
Hey, I can talk now. Sorry. Am I open to multiple Gardens of Eden? No, no. I think that I don't know. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter to me. Maybe. I would say, like, I would say there's probably one Garden of Eden, but in terms of where it was at exactly, people have claimed to find out.
Then I would ask, were we black or white or brown?
Oh, I think what makes us like black or white or whatever, like that's gonna depend on like the expression of melanin in the DNA, which is already there. It just depends on
Right,
how
so
much
that's what I'm wondering, where you
Would you?
place your one Garden of Eden would affect the skin color of Adam and Eve, possibly.
Oh, I would say they'd probably be like a Middle Eastern type look. I don't know.
Right.
But I think that the information for black and white, like the melanin production, like that's already in our DNA. It just depends on like how it's expressed. Like how certain things are expressed really determines, like you don't have completely new genes for like new races. It's just like depending on the expression. And what else was it? Black or white, Middle Eastern. And then I was gonna say one more thing to the other guy's point about the Ice Age or whatever. I would say, it's not. I see what you mean about the Ice Age, and it could have been like a big ice sheet breaking off, and that could have been a flood that everybody wrote about. If you actually read the stories, it seems a little bit more mystical and of much more importance than just like an ice sheet breaking off. There's probably a lot of crazy weather events if you look at human history, like over millions of years, if you think that that's true. And also like the drawings of the beings and the ideas of giants roaming the earth, like those are also legends. And I would just implore you to actually go read those, because some of the things it says about them and some of the beings that came down to earth, like, it would give you much more like detail instead of just like some random ice age, like some random glacier breaking off and causing like a flood.
Yeah,
And then
I wasn't saying I necessarily believed that it was from the Ice Age. I was just saying that if it wasn't a global flood, if it was something else based on, then that could be a possibility. But I'm not saying that it wasn't a global flood. I'm just saying,
no, it's cool. And then also like the drawings of the beings, like you should go look like some of these like hybrid looking entities, which like I said, I believe genetic manipulation was happening, and this hybridization was occurring. So the idea of the hybrids would definitely fit into that. But if you look at even some of the hybrids that were drawn, like in the pyramids in South America and Egypt, are like nearly identical. It's crazy. Some of the weird reptilian looking entities. I don't know if you've seen these or not. Maybe I can try to find a picture of them if not. But yeah, it's very interesting.
I've seen them. I've been thinking about where the land's all connected. So we had one garden as in a starting point. And I think how you said brown, Middle Eastern makes sense, because it's not duality then, it's in the middle, and then people split either way. And that's nicely ordered. But I've also been thinking maybe the lands were always separate. There was huge oceans, and then I believe in multiple gardens and ancient sailing and stuff.
I
But
believe
have
in
you
ancient
heard
sailing. I think humans were making their ways.
the
this-
Globers say they walked, so some of the land was still connected, and these pyramid builders would have walked all the way around and copied their ideas.
I don't know. I feel like humans have been smart enough to sail. And the humans back then, they were the same intelligence as we are today. Just because we have more acquired knowledge today doesn't mean that we're smarter than they were. And I don't see why. I don't understand when people say, "Oh, there's no way that people could have sailed around." Well, they may not have sailed straight across the center of the largest oceans, but that don't mean they didn't sail, and just stay a few miles off from shore or something, far enough out to where you could still make good time, cross large, vast distances. But if something
That's what the
happened, you could
Globers
always get
say.
to shore.
But I would sort of tease the Globers and say, no, sometimes they were really good and they sailed straight across.
It's a possibility. I mean, I wouldn't say it's impossible at all. Just humans do amazing things.
So if you've got like some brown kings from Egypt, a couple of teams managed to sail across and build some more in America. And then some made it back and said, there's a new world over there, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, you never know. And then something like that could have happened, and then there could be have been a catastrophe later on that separated and then allowed Europe and Asia and stuff to then forget that America existed. You know, if something bad happened and it wiped that memory away, then all of a sudden you would have two bodies of people that didn't know about each other, but once used to, but now they don't.
It explains it perfectly, I think, or logically, or whatever. Some floods and catastrophes can make you forget where you might have come from over generations.
Yoo.
Hello?
Hello.
Is somebody there?
Hmm.
Good morning, people.
Good morning.
Eden.
You flat Earth yet, Rufus?
Yeah, pretty close.
Nice.
Give me a few more C2 fars and I'll be there.
There you go.
I was actually looking for some flat Earth poetry to read to you guys, but maybe another time.
Hmm. Why are you a flat earther, Eden?
Why am I a flat Earther still?
Yeah, what brought you to flat Earth? What's your favorite flat Earth proof? Conversation.
Probably some of the outlier high altitude footage, and then I guess you've got some of the flat Earth documents from the government.
Right.
Yeah, that high altitude footage is crazy.
Is it though? Or was the
think so.
camera used in your favorite one, Eden?
I tried contacting Christopher Farms, but no response yet. I've tried a few times.
Most of them use GoPros, right?
Probably.
What do GoPros do to the horizon?
Either, I guess can you set the settings for wide angle? And I've heard people say it makes the horizon flat. What do you think?
I don't think most of them use GoPros. I think that they have a particular album on YouTube of ones that use like wide angle lenses.
Most of them use GoPros.
Well, there's a whole YouTube channel, like what do you call it? Playlist of videos that are particularly using wide angle lenses.
You have a favorite high altitude balloon launch?
There's no favorite, just there's the playlist of them with wide angle lenses. Any ones that don't use like fisheye lenses would be my favorite.
Yeah. And those ones show that it's curved.
Yeah, and other things in the frame are also curved, including equipment.
Let's have a look at one.
Yeah, I mean you could pull up the ISS. The NASA claims to use fisheye lenses because they say like it's more in the shot or something. They don't deny that they use them.
So we're discarding that, right? We want a rectilinear lens, right?
Yeah. That's what we want.
Like Mage.
That's an odd one
What'd
though,
you-
because I did take a look at it. Jesse shared that with me, and I found Earth curve at 30,000 feet, 38,000. That shouldn't be. I'll post it.
Really?
One moment. So I just posted some screenshots, and I think it was at 38,000 feet. There's obvious curvature there, and that doesn't seem to match other higher altitude footage.
Is this Mage?
I believe so. Maybe not.
Looks
Eden, have you-
really crappy. Why does it look so
Taylor,
crappy?
you were saying? Sorry, Rohit?
Oh, I was saying, have you seen the ones with the China one? It says they forgot to add the curve.
I haven't. I'd like to, though. I'll take a look for it. Thank you.
Are you looking for high altitude balloon footage, Ruhif?
I'm
Is that
looking
what
for
you're
high
looking
altitude balloons that Eden thinks has convinced him of flat Earth.
Oh, well, I don't know which ones he looked at, but I have a playlist of them on YouTube.
So, if I think this one Jesse sent me, he may have mentioned it had a rectilinear lens, but why do we see Earth curve at 38,000 feet, in your opinion?
Because it's curved.
Because Earth is curved, is what he's gonna say.
Okay. What about...
Yes, I can tell you his response. I can almost tell you all the Glover's responses to pretty much anything, like at this point.
That's awesome.
Do you know what I reckon, Eden? Is that you should just accept that the horizon is curved and come up with an explanation for why the horizon drops below eye level. That's your better argument.
Why would he accept the horizon's curved?
Because it necessarily curves if it's below horizontal. It's a geometric fact.
What if there was some sort of optical effect that was appearing, just like, do you know, on a highway, maybe not even too far away from you, where it mirrors along the road? Maybe there's some sort of mirroring effect, so we don't actually see or it appears that the horizon drops?
No, because you can see boats on the horizon that are below horizontal.
Ah, the whole boat's on the horizon, eh?
Yeah, I'll
Ruhif
show
will
you one.
never let that one go.
Give me a sec.
Yeah. Pretty sad.
There we go. In the chat.
Thank you, Ruhif.
Oh, is it a boat going over the horizon? Quote unquote.
It's boats. So I am at 23 meters.
That's
and
all
the
he's got,
boats-
dude, is the boats. Why are you even bringing up boats right now? We're not even talking about that. We're
Well, I
talking
was
about high
halfway
altitude
through
balloon
the
footage.
sentence to explain why I brought it up.
Telling you, that's all we got.
Right, so I'm 23 meters high. These boats are typically about 30 meters. So why are they below horizontal?
Why in his high altitude balloon footage is there no curve?
There is curve.
Yeah.
You just said there's curve and tried to blame it on something else.
Eden, do you have the videos, the ones you said weren't curve?
Yes, I'll post two. Let me just run to my computer. One moment, guys. Thank you.
Because Ruhif is running to his boats now.
I like the 23rd of May one where you can just see the tippy tops.
Yeah. Well, he's got the
Where's the bottom of
boats.
the boat, Taylor? Where's the bottom of the boat?
Where's the ground when they're floating in midair?
What?
Is it being refracted or what? Oh, it's being
You're talking
mirrored,
about
right?
floating boats.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had this
You're talking
conversation
about
before.
you're
This
talking
is
about sinking boats. So if you keep bringing up the same point that you think that you refuted. That,
We've had this
and I'm going to
conversation
keep
before,
bringing up
haven't
the
we?
same point that, yeah, whatever. So if you're
Right,
going
so
to
what
keep
is my
saying that
answer?
they're going behind the horizon, I'm going to keep saying that they're floating in midair.
Okay, what is
And
my
it's
answer
like,
to the floating boats? Given that
and
we've
what
had
is
this
my answer to
conversation
them
before,
going behind the horizon? We've each
I don't
answered
know.
each
No
other's
one's modeled
question,
it.
but you
I haven't
keep
seen
bringing
anyone
up the same
model.
point.
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone model bottom-up obstruction.
What do you mean by model?
Explain it. What is the explanation for only seeing the top? Show me the geometry that explains bottom-up obstruction.
The same geometry that explains sinking effects and refraction. Have you seen
Right,
the
so you're talking
video
about
by
upwardly bending light?
Sky3 where they basically have the
Yes.
little dots on the ground and they open the door and then they merge into the ground even though they're still there? Or have
Right,
you seen
that's an
any of the
inferior mirage.
have you seen any of the Skunk Bay time lapse where things continuously
Yes.
disappear bottom up, but they're not actually
How
disappearing
long do you
bottom up?
think I've done this for, Taylor? How long
Okay,
do you think I've
so
been in Serena for?
are you saying that's like not a thing?
I'm saying those are inferior mirages. You've got a hot surface and then cold air coming in over the top, light bends upwards.
Okay,
So it hides the
but
bottom.
that can't be the case with a boat. Is that what you're saying?
Right, I'll show you, because you've necessarily got an inferior mirage. I can show you plenty
No,
of
you
boats
can
without
see
inferior
things.
mirages.
You can see things disappear bottom up without any miraging in the
Okay,
Skunk
show me
Bay
one of
time
those.
lapse. Okay, I'll post the Skunk Bay time lapse.
I've seen the Skunk Bay. It's all over the place.
Yeah, and you can see things get covered. But the problem with the boat is you don't have any time lapse, you just have an image. So if I was to post a picture of the Skunk Bay time lapse and screenshot it and say, hey, where's the bottom of this building? You'd say it's behind the horizon, but then I showed throughout the day it goes up and down. So you just have a
Look at my
picture.
right. So look at my 8 pictures again, 8 of them, and tell me if the horizon's moving up or down.
I wouldn't know.
There are 8
I don't have
pictures
any
there, Taylor.
time lapse. I
There
don't
are
care
8
how many
pictures there,
pictures.
Taylor.
I can Ruhif.
8
I can
different
take
days.
Ruhif. I can take 8 screenshots of Skunk Bay and say, hey, these are in the same spot at the same time of day.
Right.
Throughout
How
the
about I
same
show you
time
some
of
more
day, they
then?
actually show things in a pattern moving shorter throughout the day in the case of looking at the mountains. So wouldn't you think every day at the same time they'd be in the same location?
Oh, look at that. The horizon's in the same spot for another 8 days.
Yeah. I wouldn't
Right.
be surprised.
Right, because the horizon hardly ever moves when you're at a decent height above the surface.
Or it's because the sun heats up the surface and the inferior mirage or sinking effect, whatever you want to call it, is going to occur.
Yeah, that
So
doesn't happen when you're a decent height above the surface. How many
okay, we
times
can
have we had
prove
this
it.
conversation?
Prove that. You're the one that keeps bringing it up, Ruhif. This must be the only evidence you have.
Inferior mirages is when it's less dense lower down and more dense higher up. We agree on that.
Yep.
That happens when either there is an extreme temperature gradient or an extreme humidity gradient.
Extreme
Those
temperature
things,
gradient? They actually showed negative refractive indexes on stable temperature gradients near the
show me that.
surface. I already showed you that. I already sent you that paper.
Wasn't it 0.5 degree per meter?
Like we already went over all of this. Are you acting like you're forgetting now?
Was it 0.5 degree per meter? That's not a stable temperature
I
gradient.
don't remember the exact numbers,
Okay.
but I've
0.5
sent you the
degree per
paper.
meter is 500 degrees per kilometer. The
Near the
typical temperature
surface,
gradient. Right. Get away from the
near the
surface.
surface, you're gonna have more. There's actually another paper on that one too. I sent you 2 papers on temperature gradients. Do you have any paper on temperature gradients near the surface during the day? Because everything I've seen is really steep, especially right there near the surface.
Right. The one you sent me, the one I've seen like 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay. Yeah. Well, then there
Get
you
away
go.
from the surface. Do
Yes,
you
I
want to
do.
hear videos from like 2017 or 2018 from me saying get away from the surface?
I don't.
Okay.
I want proof that
One
if
of
you're
those
away from
papers,
the
that's why.
surface, Yeah, I want proof that if you're still standing on the surface looking at something else over the surface over sea level, which is what you're claiming, I want proof that that's going to mitigate the effects.
Yeah, because the vast majority of the line of sight is looking through air that is well above the surface.
But you're still looking
We
at the
went through this
surface
again as
and you're
well.
still on the surface. You bring this point up, Ruhiv. Like, I don't know what
Yes.
else to say. Sorry. You keep saying
know.
boats are sinking, even though if you actually look at, there's videos of boats in time lapses going up and down. Like, literally, it's not like some hard set thing. And I
All right, so I
imagine
wrote to
that
you.
if you take it at the same time each day, you'd have relatively the same effect.
Right, I wrote to you on the 18th of May, my 18th of May. It says, let's say you're on a 15% slope on a mountain. So after 200 meters distance, your line of sight is easily over 30 meters above the surface and therefore away from the extreme temperature gradient. So in my example of a 50-kilometer line of sight, you have two components. The longest component where the refraction is stable at 2.3 arc seconds per kilometer, and 0.4 of a kilometer at an extreme temperature gradient gives you, a smaller amount. The long part of the line of sight easily dominates that short part. Which is why I've said for fucking 7 years or whatever, get away from the surface where the vast majority of your line of sight is well above the surface.
Is there any papers on like different refractive gradients and like I'm looking at a surface of one refractive gradient and then looking through a line of sight of another that would show like, the math on what you're saying? Like, is there
As in,
anything I can reference?
to work out how much refraction there is per kilometer. Yeah, I mean, I can give you the temperature gradient. The density gradient above the surface, and that's about minus 0.
I don't even know where to find this math. I don't know where would this would be worked out at. I guess the best way to do it would just be find the, like if you actually got the raw measurements in the line of sight and plugged them in.
That's the thing. You don't have to make it specific to one place if you get above the surface, because all the atmosphere above us, it's only the lower 30 meters or so that's heavily influenced by the surface.
Yeah, but if you're looking at the surface, I imagine they'd have those same effects. Like where the light rays will be bending to begin with seems like it'd be more important. But unless
No,
there's some
we
paper on
just went
this,
through that, Taylor. Literally
no,
just
we
went through that.
didn't. You haven't proved that to me with anything
Okay,
substantial.
I will screenshot what I sent you.
I know what you said to me, but I want some type of studies or measurements to show that that's the case.
Let me stick it in the chat. There we go, in the chat.
Because I could just say, nuh-uh, like there, where the light rays will be bending out to begin with would be more important. Like that, I could just
But
say
they're
that.
not.
But unless we have studies to back it up, I mean, what are we gonna do?
So I used a K of minus 2.9, which came from your paper, and that equated to a 47 arc seconds per kilometer of distance. And then for the rest, I used the standard refraction of about 2.3 arc seconds per kilometer. So even with that extreme minus 2.9 at the surface, it's still dominated by the rest of the line of sight.
According to what?
According to geometry, maths.
So yeah, according to math, got it. Oh yeah, and that would be me even conceding the fact that the temperature gradient would even be stable in the line of sight without having any actual measurements. You just be assuming.
No,
In
I'm not
whatever
assuming. I
observation
have
you're talking about.
measurements. I have measurements from hundreds of weather balloon stations that show that it is stable above the surface.
I mean, you're just you're at this point invoking some imaginary experiment where you took some like
Not
uh
imaginary.
yeah. Well, what experiment are you talking about? Like what were you viewing in your observation? What was your zenith angle and stuff like that? What was the temperature
No,
gradient?
no. They send up weather balloons every day, twice a day, every day.
Okay,
Hundreds
that's
of
fine.
stations.
That's totally fine. So what observation are you referencing that things dropped over distance that you were able to get the gradients for?
No, I'm telling you that the weather balloon data says that once you're above the surface, the gradient is stable.
Oh yeah, and I think you're supposed to be giving me that weather balloon data too.
Yep. One sec.
But I just want to say that unless you actually have some measurement that we could apply this to, it'd be hard to like say, yeah, totally, without any actual
There's a
like measurements.
gigabyte of data. Would you like a gigabyte of data?
Yeah.
Okay. Link in the chat.
Is it in a paper format or so I can know the materials and
Most of
methods?
it's CSV,
What is that?
comma separated values.
So how am I supposed to know what's what?
Well, I've given you the courtesy of processing it all myself, which if you look in the that root directory, you'll see on my Python files.
I'm
know
not
what
sure what's
Python
in
is?
that.
What's that?
I'm asking Tyler if they know what Python is. They can run Python, can execute script languages.
No, I'm not a
What am I
computer
talking to?
tech person. I just read
Maybe-
like reading papers. Don't know how to do
then,
that. Sorry.
then you should learn so you can check if gentleman is incorrect or correct.
But if this is legitimate data, like there should be a paper behind it, like talking about what type of weather balloons, where were they at when they were looking at it? What was I can look at actual data and charts. There's a meaning behind writing papers.
This is actually.
Why does it have to be a paper? Could be a report, could be just a cheat sheet of some.
Anything where I know what the numbers mean and what they're saying, that's
Okay.
fine. It doesn't have to be a peer review paper, just something.
All right, go into the data directory and then double click on one of the files.
Rohypnol, can't we cross-reference with some weather satellites? The weather balloon.
I'm sure you could, Slitzy.
You think that the satellites might be a little more accurate? There's so many.
Insert. Oh, people.
So I just want to challenge the guy with the boats. I challenge you to find me a video of a boat dropping over the horizon and not being able to zoom back in on it with a zoom lens.
Okay.
Just one. And just post it in the chat when you find it. Thank you.
All right, one sec. There you go.
What is it?
I posted a high altitude balloon footage at 121,000 feet. What do y'all think about this one? It was posted 1 year ago. I'm looking at the description. It doesn't look like there is any description, so maybe that's not a good one. Because I'd like to know what kind of camera they're using. Let's see.
You reckon you can zoom that boat back in, Maddie?
Is it a video?
I noticed an image at 46 past.
I think he said a video of it going over the horizon. Did you hear
And
his
then
request?
not being able to zoom it back in. The point is with our visual perspective, that it does appear that it does disappear from the bottom up. That's how perspective works. But if you take a pair of binoculars, you can zoom back in, and then you watch it drop over the horizon again, and you grab a telescope that's more powerful than the binoculars, and you can zoom it back in. I've seen this thousands of times. I've never seen one video where they're like, they zoom in, it drops below the horizon, they zoom in on it, and oh, yep, it's gone. I've not seen one in the 8 years that I've been researching flat Earth. I have never seen a video that says it. So I challenge you to find one. And if you can't find one, then you have to admit that that's not the case.
So if this is zoomed in at the full, 2,000 millimeters of the P900, are you suggesting that zooming further in is going to expose more of the bottom of the boat?
Oh my God. I'm saying that it's a still picture. I don't know whether that was zoomed in or what. I don't know what that picture was. A video, you can tell, oh, they zoomed in. You can't tell from a still. I had a coworker that tried to bring me a photograph of the curve of the earth, but you get a fisheye lens and you can easily take a picture of curve, but there's no curve actually there. A still photograph is not evidence. That's a picture. It's
I can give you the video, that's fine. But are you suggesting that if this is fully zoomed in on a P900, that I just need to zoom in more to make the bottom appear? Is that what you're saying?
Just give the video. Yes, that is what I am saying. I have
Okay,
never
that's
seen a
retarded.
video where they zoom in more and they cannot find the bolt. Never seen it.
Here's the, all right. That's retarded, but there's the video.
Yeah, if it was refraction, you would not be able to like zoom it back in. But I think there's a lot of weird optical effects that happen over the ocean.
You can model
Yeah.
those and explain bottom-up obstruction. That would be fantastic.
I mean, we know that bottom up obstruction happens. We can see it happen in time lapses throughout the day. It's not a big mystery.
So show it happening without an inferior mirage.
Yeah, look up the Skunk Bay time lapse.
No, model it. What is the
Oh, don't show it at this
explanation?
point. Just model it. Okay.
Yeah, what is
Yeah,
the
I mean,
explanation without using an inferior mirage?
if the light rays are bending up, so it's going to appear shorter.
Right, and then you have an inferior mirage because you're at the surface.
You don't have to.
Now what? Yes, you do.
No, you don't. You're tripping.
Yes, you do. Didn't you
No,
play
you
with Big
don't.
West
People have
Simulator the
literally
other day?
modeled this. Like Sky Free has modeled this by just opening their door and watching some
Right,
little
that's
Legos
not modeling it.
sink into the ground.
That's not
Okay, let me
modeling.
explain this like you're a 7-year-old. I want a video of a boat dropping over the horizon, disappearing, and then you taking a zoom lens and zooming back in on it and saying, yep, it's not there. You having zoomed in on a boat and just zooming in on a boat isn't what I asked for. That is not what I asked for. I want a
so
video of a boat dropping over the horizon and then somebody zooming in and saying, yep, that boat is gone, because I've never seen one. I've seen thousands of videos where, yep, the boat's there. I can zoom back in the boat, but I've never seen a single one. And if you can't find one, sir, then you have to admit that your model is wrong.
So I'll repeat what I said before. That's a fully zoomed in P900. And if you think that if zooming in more lets you see more of the bottom of the boat, I say that's retarded.
On that video, I can see the entire bottom of the boat. I can see the water
Sorry,
level
what?
above. I can see the water level above. There's some shore in the back of it, but they never zoom in on it, sir. You're not giving me the video. I challenge you to find a video. I challenge you to find a video, not show me some garbage of a boat going over the horizon and then zooming in on it and not being able to see it. That's what I'm asking for, sir. So if you can't give me that, quit giving me garbage.
Hold on. Did you say you could see the bottom of the boat? We're talking about the boat in the background, obviously. Are you saying you can see the bottom of that?
I can't even tell if that is a boat in the background or if that's just shore or what that is in the background. But you're not zooming in on it any further than what you already are. That's what I'm saying. You're
I
not
identified the
doing
boat.
you're not doing what I'm asking you to do.
Okay.
You're giving
I
me
don't care
garbage.
what you're asking. I honestly don't care what you're asking. If you think zooming further in lets you see more of the bottom of that missing boat, I don't know what to tell you.
So that's your argument, just nuh-uh. Your argument is nuh-uh.
Yeah.
That's the case. I'm not gonna. I don't have to prove it to you because
If I
that's
may.
just
Yeah,
the
I'm not your
case.
fucking slave. You
You're
can
an
go
idiot,
find it
dude.
yourself.
Well, if I may address this thing, so you're talking about like you're saying the reason why the bottom of the boat disappears is because like the angle resolution, right, is like low, right? It's like when you're
I'm not
far
saying
away,
that.
right? It's no, I know not you, the other guy, right? He's saying, yeah, it's like an object if it's far away, you cannot resolve it anymore, right? But when that happens, the whole object disappears, right? Why is it disappearing bottom up? To the flat earther guy, if he's still here.
Rob Kiba did model that. He did that after he did his boat trip towards Chicago, where there was bottom up disappearance or compression or whatever it is, and then he also noticed there was magnification happening, and then he did it. Then he did that test with the magnification sheet that he did in that video. So, and things started to disappear bottom up when you pull them into the distance.
And what did he use
So
to make them disappear bottom up?
then that shows that there is a possibility of the lensing effect.
Right. Did he point that through the bottom of the lens or the top of the lens?
Through a lens.
Top or bottom, line order? Top or bottom?
Not of his camera, a sheet of.
Yes, a circular lens. I'm aware of what he did. Did he look through the bottom or the top?
He placed it in front of the situation.
Right. You know what I'm asking. He looked through the bottom, it curves light upwards. or the lens bent light upwards. That's typically not what we see in the atmosphere. Anyway, I'll be back in 2 minutes for round 2 of dinner. 1 minute.
Oh, take your time.
Yeah, please.
Don't call us, we'll call you.
Okay, so I'm posting the Sky Free video right now. I can tag Ruhiv if he's not here. But basically there's these little Legos on the ground, and they have the camera on the ground, and they're looking at the Legos, and they open the door, and the Legos start to merge with the ground. So y'all can check that out if you want. Just
Thank you,
by
Taylor.
yeah, let's see. Here we go. I was trying to tag Ruhiv, but I can't find him. Found him. Okay. He can check that out. Let me know what he thinks. They weren't Legos. They looked like some type of button or something. But yeah, same principle.
Oh, where did Madiahu go? He legit said that he couldn't recognize that as a boat in the background. You recognize it as a boat in the background, Taylor?
Those boxes. I
The
mean,
container ship.
I would probably say so. You know, I mean, I could see what he's saying though. It's like we don't even know what that is, but I mean, I wouldn't really push back too hard on that. But you know, if it's his, if that's what he wanted to see was a boat, you know, going over the horizon, then maybe you could find a time lapse or something.
A boat is the Conti Leon, and I tracked it with AIS. Marinetraffic.com.
Oh, I finally found this video. They had a toy boat in their pond, and they put the camera near the surface, and they drove the toy boat away, and they saw it disappearing from the bottom up. That obviously wouldn't be far
modeling.
enough for Earth curve. So they
That's not
recreated
modeling.
this in a little pond in their backyard.
Right, but what
Here's
is the
video.
explanation?
I'm gonna link it in the chat. Yeah, so the light rays are bending upwards, objects appear shorter, and they're gonna start sinking, appearing to sink with the merge with the horizon.
Oh, I should do a video to explain visually why you necessarily have an inferior mirage when light bends upwards.
So these like experiments that we can recreate are like just fake or something? What do you say?
No, I'm saying if you can model it without an inferior mirage, then I will no longer have inferior mirage as a possibility for hiding things bottom up.
So I'm just kind of confused because like I'm kind of confused. So like in the paper I sent you with the mountains getting shorter throughout the day, are you saying that's like an inferior mirage?
No.
No, that one's not a inferior mirage. What about like the sky for Skunk Bay time lapse? Is that inferior mirage when they
I'm
start to
sure there
merge
is
the
some.
horizon?
Yeah, I'm sure there is some in there. Yeah,
Yeah, some. But like the rest
it's
of
all
it,
over the
like
place.
when all the buildings disappear throughout the day. Not all of them, but most of them, a lot of them.
Yeah,
They just kind of
there's
vanish behind the horizon. Is that inferior mirage?
probably, but that footage is all over the place. So there's clearly not a uniform gradient in that footage.
Okay. And then so the video with the buttons disappearing into the ground, is that an inferior mirage?
I don't know that video.
I tagged you in it just now.
Excuse me. Did you? Whereabouts? Sky Free. Yeah. Again, that's not modeling. It's not explaining. It's just like replicating whatever is happening in the real world observation.
Okay.
What is the explanation?
What like I've tried to explain it. I'm not sure what kind of explanation you're looking for. So like if the light rays are
Geometry.
bending up, the object's going to appear shorter and
Yep.
it's going to appear to be sinking. And
Yep.
are we good so far?
Yes. Are we at the surface?
Yeah, and that's where the temperature gradient's going to be originating from. And the higher the
So
what?
if you're at the surface and there are light rays bending upwards, there is necessarily a hidden zone and necessarily an inferior mirage. I need to make a video about this.
Maybe you should because I'm not really I'm really not understanding what you're even asking for, but I'm trying my best.
Okay.
But whether whatever has been modeled to your sufficiency has happened or not, there are replications of this, and it's clearly like a known optical phenomenon.
Right, but look, the thing you posted for Sky Free, right? The buttons. That might be replicating something that's happened outside, but it's not an explanation. It's just replicating it.
So how
An
about this? How
explanation
about
would be
for
something like a ray diagram.
okay, a ray diagram, got it. So maybe take the ray diagram for like the superior mirage and then have the light rays bending the other direction and see what would happen.
Yes, you get an inferior mirage.
Okay, so in the superior mirage, do you acknowledge like that objects in their same proportion can be lifted up in the same
Yes,
like
superior. Yeah, superior mirage is a extreme looming. Yes.
okay. So we got the one object, no mirroring or nothing, just appearing higher.
Superior mirages are mirrored.
Okay, so they have to be mirrored. Is that what you're under the impression of?
My definition of mirage is an inverted image, and I think that's the same as
I'm a
Andrew
little
Thomas Young.
confused. So you think every type of refraction is going to have some mirrored image? Is that what you're saying?
No, just mirages.
Okay. And so if objects are lifted higher or appear lower, would that require mirroring in your opinion?
Nope.
Okay. So can we have things appearing higher without mirroring?
Yes.
Can we have things appear lower without mirroring?
Yes.
Okay, well that one.
Yep. So
That's it.
lower without mirroring. But guess what
Correct.
happens? So that happens when light bends upwards, and when light bends upwards near the surface, there's necessarily a vanishing zone, the bottom of the object, and necessarily an inverted image of the actual object as the gradient goes from negative to positive. Oh, sorry, from positive to negative.
What if the entire gradient is negative to positive?
So when I say negative, I mean typical. So light bends down. So close to the surface, it would be positive gradient light bending up.
I've had a glass of wine or two, and then it's like, wow, Stacy. It's like, what the fuck? Here comes Stacy. Forgive me for those hot nights. Forgive me. Sometimes you just gotta snap around here a little bit. I'm usually not too bad, I think. I hope. But I'm telling you, it can be mental up in this place. Oh.
Yeah, sometimes. Let's say if someone's acting like, if we have a scale of 1 to 10, someone's acting like a 7. You kind of have to meet their level, or go to like a level 8 just to help calm them down. I guess. So I can empathize.
You know, if I could say something and it's really kind of, I don't make anybody have a doom and gloom sadness this morning. That's not what the point of this conversation when I say it is. I wanted to say it for about 5 days, and I didn't want to ruin a conversation up in this room. But I've been hearing a lot of people argue, scream, fight. People get upset internally. And I've been here on these servers where it amps up your energy and it changes you. But we recently have lost somebody in our community that I don't know if anybody even knows about. He used to be on my channel every single day I did a show and supported me, whether I believed in a different opinion than him or not. Didn't matter. So I want to say, God bless Roto. If you guys know Roto X, he is no longer with us. We almost want to cry. But people pass away, guys. We're sitting here talking to each other, fighting each other, screaming at each other. And that could be the last thing you say to somebody. And I just want you guys to remember, these servers like Jim's server can be fun and entertainment, but it's toxic. And you are affecting people's life every single day, even screaming on a Discord server. Because when they turn off that thing, they're upset. It's internal. We affect each other. So I just want to say, let's not forget that, because we've just lost somebody that, whether opinion or not, globe or not, flat or not, he's a human being. And he was very supportive. So I just want to say shout out to that person who's no longer here. And let's try not to be bad to each other. That's the point.
Thank you, Stacey. That's a great reminder. And well said. That some of the things you might say might be the very last thing you communicate to someone. So we should keep that in mind. Yeah, thank you.
The last thing I
It's
would
hard
like
to
to
say because
say,
I don't want to doom and gloom people. But go ahead, Spartacus. Yes, please.
the last thing I would like to be known to have said is "fuck all of you." Okay.
Fuck you too, Spartacus. Out of love, though. See, this is loving. This doesn't sound right. This doesn't
I
sound
mean
right
it with
at
all the love in my
Take
heart,
everything
of
back.
course.
But to see
Spartacus,
how
are
it comes
you?
with laughter, that's what's important.
I have to check, Spartacus. Are you a glober or a flat earther?
Glober.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, the flat earthers in here, few and far between. But yeah, I think that we should try to be respectful. You know, try to be respectful when I talk to people. And if I die, just know I love you guys, whether we agree or disagree.
That's awesome. Thank you, Taylor.
Oh, Taylor, that was sweet, bye. That was sweet, hon. Thank you. Love you too.
There was a flat earther who recently passed. Well, not recently, maybe like a month ago. Brian. Brian. He was from Kentucky, I think. I think his name was Brian Kentucky on Twitter. And he hit he got in a car wreck. So, rest in peace. He was big on Flat Earth Fridays and stuff.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Brian. Did you say his name was Brian?
Yeah, his name was Brian.
Yeah, tomorrow's never promised. Sometimes not even later today. I guess that's why they call it the present.
I did post what is written on his. I thought I would say one more thing about this too. On his profile page, and I also posted it in the thing real quick. We can delete it; it's no problem. But I just want to say too is his wife, his ex-wife, was so amazing that she actually came on Discord and told us, because this could have been a situation nobody knew, right? We can lose somebody and you never hear from them again, and they never get back on Discord. But his ex-wife knew how important that people like us were to him in his life, that she came on here to let us know. And that is an amazing thing, that, because I wouldn't have known any of this without her. And if an ex-wife can be in someone's life like this and take care of them, This man was, I ended up finding out he was blind and had an aneurysm and everything else. This man is going through a lot of stuff online, and a lot of us are. We have health problems and everything else, and we do not need to affect each other in this manner, because he could still maybe be here today. I don't know. Who knows? The point is we just need to love one another. Maybe learn from Roto is we take this opportunity to not do this so much to each other. Is why. But yeah, shout out to his ex-wife for being so amazing to come on here and tell us all.
Yeah. Did you guys notice that Wizard had no ring on his
Don't
finger?
believe so.
Tim, you were
I
saying,
didn't hear
sorry?
anything.
Did you guys notice that Wizard had no ring on his finger last night at streaming?
He hasn't had one for about 3 shows, sweetheart. He's been not having one for a minute.
That's so
Well,
sad. It breaks my heart
I've
because I
heard
know
a
he
lot.
was. Mm.
Seems like the Christian values weren't that strong after all.
Well, it's not
Well,
even that sweet. People have problems, whether it's Christian or not. Listen, my aunt's a Christian, and she used to go to church every day and talk about how great their life is, and everybody does this, right? And then they go home and her husband's cheating with her. Okay, shit, and people are not necessarily so good, and people have problems. We sin. We're not that great. Listen, we're humans. Okay, we have
But the
problems
point
out
is,
here.
like,
But the
I've
thing
heard
is, just
so
to sit
many.
here and bring his personal life, I'm not going to do it. Like, see me want to do videos, but on servers, let's not do it because it's not fair to him to be judged for every little thing that he does. Because I
Well,
bet I could
he
judge
is a
you.
public
You know,
person,
no
so
offense.
there's that.
Just, you know what I'm
He's a
saying?
public
We can
person.
get him on the lying and the vaping and all that shit through Antarctica. I'll get you all day on that stuff, but I will not attack you. I'm just not
But
going to
I
do it.
mean,
I
he
can't
did
on
come
Twitter servers
out.
about his personal life, about
He
this.
did come out admitting that he actually did wave, you know. So there was that too.
Yes, yes. You're right, though.
Oh,
I just don't want to be
So
talking about my husband or my
many.
wife, you know what I mean, or something like that if I had. I just wouldn't want it.
I've heard so many stories of like flat earthers getting their families split apart because they refuse to abandon flat Earth, and there's like husbands and wives just say either you stop with the flat Earth or we're leaving, and they choose not their children and their spouses; they choose flat Earth. So it's really
You know, but
tragic.
that's not fair to say, though, because I was in a relationship for 15 years and I found flat Earth. And let me tell you something, it destroyed my relationship. Not just flat Earth, all truth, COVID, all those talks, right? Then out of nowhere, after 3 years after we separated, something hit him. And he called me. He's like, oh my God, what's going on? And then now he's sitting here, and we've been separated for 7 years, and he's now a flat earther. He believes everything that's supposed to be going on in the world correctly now, not just this bullshit they feed him on the media. And he's turned his life around. Sometimes you make a stand because it's important, because you care about them, because you know the truth, or you want to help them, or at least you want to care about yourself. And being a role model, being a good role model, might affect other people. So yeah,
But,
I'm
but
not going to do this
why?
whole like you're going to ruin your relationship, you're going to ruin people. No, actually, it can help you and others.
Why choose flat Earth over your children, though?
I
Like,
don't
so
have
many
children
people
like that.
do that. Not
Yeah,
not you, but like so many
yeah.
people do. PJ did that.
But it's not choosing children. You're choosing
I don't think.
truth over lies.
I don't think bringing up PJ in any form of example is not fair to the majority because he's an outlier. He's crazy of the craziest, you know.
Well,
He
what about
stays fun though.
turn it around? Let's turn it
I mean,
around.
he's an
Yes.
extreme within that
It's extreme.
quote unquote community, you know. Like the rest of him is not him.
I am not
Thank you.
Pete.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay.
Not even
Well, what if
close.
we
What
turn,
the fuck?
Not even close.
what if we turn it around? What are parents choosing the globe over their children? I met a young child named Leonard. He was in 5th grade at the time. He was first generation Chinese Canadian. And when I asked him how he came to his flat Earth not being a sphere, he said science. And then I asked him, did he tell his dad? He said no. So it seems like maybe there's parents who are choosing the globe or maybe science fiction over their family.
Well, you said
But
it
that's not
yourself. He
choosing
didn't
the
even
globe.
ask him or talk with him about it. So it doesn't seem it does not seem like the answer. The question was my son or my son's belief. You know, like you kind of indicated that they didn't even talk about it. You know, so it couldn't have been flat Earth that torn them apart. You know, something else underlying must have done that.
It's of course not the flat Earth that creates this it is all the contention and all the discussion and all the name calling that can enter you and influence your personal life. So
Yeah,
you can,
I mean, for example,
you can now project it on the flat Earth because you think it's dumb, but it is more the fight you have to fight. And I see a lot of content creators that get influenced by it, and that's the hard part, because two little people can just talk with each other.
Thank you, Lightwater.
Amen, Lightwater. I was supposed to do a
think-
show, and that's why I haven't done shows, because it's like when you know people in your chat every day supporting you, and then they ain't there anymore, and we fight over some dumb shit. See, this shit affects me. Y'all actually care. I care about y'all more than you probably realize. I think we all do in here as people, as friends in life. I don't hate you guys. I actually care about people. So when they're no longer here, or we're fighting, or something happens to you, why are we fighting you? I care about people. That's what we're supposed to be here for, right? Either both sides is caring about the truth, caring about each other, whether we agree or not. You know?
Yeah. How much do you care? Do you care $500 much? Because then I could use $500.
$10,000. I'm kidding.
That actually, that
Uh-huh.
reminds me of Planet Peterson. Do you guys remember when Planet Peterson was here for a show? It was so funny. There was a point where he was talking. We were trying to get him to believe in God, and he said that he would believe in God if he could have a McChicken appear in his hands. So we were like, all right. I said to him, all right, I'll send you money right now. We'll Uber a McChicken right to you. Will you then believe in God? But he didn't respond. I said, I'll get you that McChicken right now, but you have to believe in God.
I think he meant a live chicken.
I know,
Just
it's so
poof into
weird.
existence.
Well, how'd you get
I
that
don't know.
chicken?
I don't know why would you
chicken.
ask for something trivial as chicken. I think my standard
Oh,
in
no,
that
no, no, no.
hypothetical would be: I want the Archangel Michael, to appear right now with his fiery sword.
He might.
That's
Don't play
the only
around. Don't get
standard.
twisted.
I think that's what
But that
happened to.
chicken is real. It was killed, honey. Whether you want to look at it or not, if a chicken appeared in his hands, a chicken still appeared in his hands. He needs to think about, how did the chicken even become on the same place, this planet? What do you want to call it, right? Flatland. What do you call it? How did it appear here? You're not giving the bigger
Well, I
concept.
mean-
Chicken and the egg. How did the chicken become into existence, though?
To be fair, if a chicken dish appears, like a roasted chicken, rotisserie chicken appears in my hands out of nowhere, I probably believe that something is afoot.
Exactly.
Oh no, my first thing would be, okay, I need stronger meds or
No, my
less
first thing would
meds.
be, where are the oven potatoes?
That's right. Yeah.
Where's the beer and the oven potatoes and the freshly baked bread?
So Zoidberg, I'm not sure if you actually heard about that. You actually raised a good point. You want some substantial proof. So, you know, Dr. James Tour, before he became a prominent man in his field, he was actually brought to Christianity in his college room, laundry room. He went back to his room and asked for Jesus to appear if it was true, and it happened. That he shares that as his testimony.
Jesus appeared to him?
Well,
That's
yeah,
what he
but we
said.
have, but we have people who
What did he see exactly? Does he say that?
I think so. He said he sensed it. I don't know if he said it appeared like visually but he does share the testimony. I'll see if I can find the YouTube video. It's been a while since I've watched it.
But that's
Look,
not the only
guys,
right
I'm
experience we've ever
open
heard of Jesus appearing.
I'm open to everything. I just need evidence to pass through my threshold of
The majority of
evidence.
times I have heard people
Acceptance.
say something like this. They are describing it as there was not a physical form. It was not like some dude with beard came down and talked to you. It's more like they tell me that they sense a presence or some sort of light, or it's more like a feeling of presence.
Comes over them. I've actually heard people tell me that there's a big light in a room. You can't see the face. It's almost like the garments, everything, but it's just this very big lit up light. And then it's gone when they close their eyes and back open again. I mean, listen, I've witnessed things where I have to rub my eyes a couple times. I'm like, huh, am I seeing shit? Or some weird things in my life, supernatural. See, that's what's weird to me is people can experience supernatural things in this world and they know it's like, I can't explain that. I cannot explain that. But they will not believe in something that they cannot see. But they're like, God cannot exist. However, there's some supernatural shit here that I don't know what's going on. We've all been through it almost in our lives. At some point, you're probably going to witness something that you cannot even explain.
I don't think you can remain intellectually honest and say God definitely does not exist. I think you
No,
would
I
be
listen.
lying.
No. I can't tell you it's God, but I do believe it's something outside of this place that created it all. Because how the heck is this happening? You can't explain it. I can't explain it. Shit, we cannot explain
No, I assume there's
outside
a
of us.
possibility for said existence. I just can't prove it.
Okay, I got
And
you.
if I
Yeah, I'm
can't
not
prove
against
it,
the idea of a
you
prime mover
cannot
either.
accept it. Yeah.
But I do have contentions with that also. Like there's a lot of logical arguments that is like I don't know. I lost the train of thought. My bad.
Just
I have it
but
too,
no,
and I'm grew
that's a
up in church 3 days
fair
a week,
statement
and
as
I'm
well.
also a person who doesn't want to believe in a book necessarily, right? When you start believing you're lied to all the time, and all these books lie to you, and you're like, "Fuck book," excuse my language, and they can just write a book, put it in the ground, reset us, and go, "Here you go, guys. Here's a narrative," and we believe it. And there still could be a higher power, but they're got me believing some name
No,
and
all of
something
it,
that ain't even real. They could, but I know I could.
all of it,
All this could be a fact.
all of it can be
This-
true. All of it can be true. All the holy scriptures are true. Everything is true. I just need like evidence for that to be true. And if that convinces me, if the amount of evidence that is presented convinces me, then I'll just believe it.
That's awesome.
All of it could be
I
true.
have
I'm
a
not
question
saying
for you,
that.
Stace.
No, you know all the evidence is already here. You're just not looking.
That could be true. Stace, you mentioned books.
Show me how to
Imagine
look.
of all the books we have, let's say we have 1 million plus books, right? Imagine one in that million is actually the most accurate. I think that's what the
Yeah.
Bible is.
I agree. We have so much truth in that books and people's experiences, whether they are from, listen, and I'm not saying they're not, but they are written from God, right? From God, can't be changed or altered, or they're not. There is some truth in those words, and we know it because we've lived it ourselves. We can see it match up with the world around us. So we have to say well, there's some facts in this book. Whether you want to believe it or not, it is 100% factual. And probably most information we have of this world comes from that book. So to say that it
Well,
isn't truth in or we shouldn't apply it to our lives would be stupid, I think. It's
no,
important.
those texts have
You
a
can
lot
learn
of
stuff.
proof to them. They describe a lot of human psychology, like innate
Exactly.
human attributes like greed or anger.
Morals,
They
love,
give
care,
some
compassion.
they give some interpretation of these like phenomena. They hold a lot of truth, I would say.
Right.
But the
Absolutely.
metaphysical truth, that's the difficult part to swallow. Especially if your brain is not structured to think the way like other people who don't need evidence in the way I need evidence. Like if my brain is structured this way, I cannot do
sleight
anything
of
about
hand
it.
insult.
No, I'm saying no. There's like different structures of. I'm not saying that. Oh my god, man.
I'm joking. Come on.
But haven't you ever like I don't know? I talk to God all the time, and I don't forgive me, guys. I don't say Jesus. I don't anymore. But I talk to God, and God is constantly answering me. But I don't know if you're listening. I don't know if you're looking for the right signs. For me, I'm so open now. I'm aware that I even listen to. I might say something out loud as I'm like, God, I'm talking to God. I don't understand what's happening today. Please give me a sign. Next thing I know, beep beep, wonk wonk, and I look to the left, and there's a truck or something goes by and has words, and I'm like, oh, I hear you. Okay, okay. See, no, most people won't do that. They'll just go, and they'll laugh or something, move on. They don't even acknowledge that God may have given you a signal right then and there. You're not paying attention. I am now so aware that I'm paying attention to every sound. What time it is, 11:11. What did I just say? And then ding, there's a sound. I'm waiting for God to give me signs every second. Because when you do that, it's a magical place we live in, guys. I'm telling you right now, you'll start realizing that God is all around you. All around you. But I'm not saying it's that book exactly, but God is here.
Stacy, look in the chat.
Are you this hypersensitive and also drink like coffee? Because you should cut down on the
I
coffee.
just had my
if you're
first
this
cup of coffee, so cheers.
Yeah, I was gonna say that explains a lot about like how you talk quickly, right?
Yeah.
If you idolize
Yeah.
everything for signs of God.
Listen, I didn't used to do that, sweetheart. But then when you start realizing that that is what that is, everything in your
Could
life
you not-
changes.
Could he not just leave you, I don't know, like a voicemail or something?
A voicemail in your heart.
Funny. Sorry. That is funny. God, give me a voicemail, please.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
what the
you
message
cannot
from
really
God
talk
is,
like
right?
no
Because
God.
like, I don't think humans can understand God. It has to be translated to them. Otherwise, they would not be able to comprehend. That's why you have messiahs and prophets, messengers.
I'm always this hyper. I'm actually talking pretty fast even when I first wake up. It's hard to keep up with me, I'm being honest. Every day.
You're hustling.
Every day I'm hustling. Okay. Gotta do something. Tim, what's hilarious is wait till you get me, my best friend of 30 years, and a couple of other people around me. And you guys would just be like, you know what? I don't understand a damn thing that's going on right now. It's so much happening. And 5 people will talk at one time. We all understand each other. And we're all talking fast. Crazy. Why is that though? Do you guys think there's something that makes people's brains wired where they can actually, I don't know, I can have a lot of conversations going on at the same time and I can pick up things, still hear, and I can also have my own thought process going on. I got like 5 things happening at one time in my brain, and in fact, it's too much. A lot of us feel like we just want to shut it off. Sometimes it doesn't shut off. But with that ability, I don't want to lose it because at the same time, you get a lot from that ability. My brain's like super wired, fast all the time. Ding, 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 ding. Would I want it to be slow? Do you see the world around us out here, how slow it is? People be not even like awake. They just walking around like zombies. I'm aware.
You think and talk so fast that you're living several lives when other people just live one.
Do you guys know that religiosity is correlated with lower IQ?
What is now? Sorry, I didn't hear that. Some with lower IQ. What's lower IQ?
Being religious is correlated with lower IQ.
What? Where's the paperwork on this? Where's like the study for this?
Correlation
Well,
or
that-
causation?
I
You
mean,
can Google. The
that
paper
does
is
make
called The
sense.
Negative Intelligence Religiosity Relation, New and Confirming Evidence.
Did you know most
it
scientists
makes
are
sense,
not
actually.
atheists?
Taylor, help me out.
Yeah, look at some of the greatest scientists in the world that we've ever seen. Newton, right? Michael Faraday, devout Christian. They
Most
call him the
scientists,
grandfather of the electric motor.
yeah, most scientists aren't atheists either. There's studies on that.
Yeah, the guy,
No,
the
that is
inventor of the
actually
MRI
false.
machine. He was a young Earth creationist.
Most philosophers, though, are atheists.
Who cares about philosophers?
Yeah, of
As
course.
God
It's,
said, as God said in
as
the
a
Bible, where are
STEM,
your
yeah.
philosophers now?
Well, do you know that the term philosopher was coined by Plato, and some people think that he had the man Socrates in mind. So Socrates was teaching 500 years before Jesus, and he was teaching people about the soul. Do you think you have a soul? So it looks like we've had a 180 from philosophers. Back then, they were trying to teach people about the soul and how harming others actually harms your own soul. That's what Socrates was teaching. So and now we have philosophers today who don't even think they have a soul.
But I wouldn't call that philosophers predicting Christianity, but rather Christianity building upon what these philosophers thought. Like, for example, Christianity takes a lot of the philosophy from Aristotle.
What? What did you say?
Saying that Plato talked about the soul before Christianity.
Socrates.
That doesn't mean that these philosophers predicted already what then Christianity discovered. That just means that Christianity basically hijacked what those philosophers thought.
What? Those
Not
didn't those philosophers
necessarily.
come after Christ?
Not necessarily, yeah, because there were Jews who were teaching in ancient Greece, right? And then the Greeks probably wanted their Bible translated, and that's what was to become the Septuagint. It was the first Greek translation of the Old Testament. There were Jews teaching in Greece.
Yeah, like the Bible came before those philosophers? You're tripping.
But yeah, what an amazing man, Socrates, teaching people, getting them to think. Because back then they were, surrounded with the idea that there's Zeus and all these gods that were indifferent, and he was getting them to think and think about, because back then, right, war was so. I guess that was ubiquitous back then, war and being involved in wars. So he was trying to get people to think, and they actually put him to death for subverting the youth. I think he was in his 70s when they put him to death. But what a man.
Yeah, what Christianity, the major thing that Christianity took from Greek philosophers, or Aristotle to be more precise, is that God is some kind of like absolute cause of everything. Because before that, God wasn't even thought to be like all powerful, and Jesus in New Testament actually has characteristics that differentiate him from like being all knowing. For example, he says that only the Father knows the day when the apocalypse will come, and he doesn't know it. But Aristotle, already before Christianity, he thought that he didn't like think that it's some specific person, but he thought that there's some ultimate cause of everything, because everything has a cause, and that means that at some point in time there had to be some cause which doesn't have a cause by itself. That was supposed to be God, and they took that from Aristotle, and that's why God is now, that's why God always existed in Christianity. That's why God knows everything, and God can do everything.
Yeah,
Like, why do you
you.
think they took that from Aristotle? I don't get it.
Because Christianity developed in Greek influences. The Israel during the Roman times was broadly colonized by the ancient Greeks, who colonized all of the coast of the Mediterranean Sea at that time, including Egypt, including the ancient Israel.
So this is just like your opinion? Because there's like ancient manuscripts of these same ideas way before Aristotle.
Where? What are those manuscripts? Because the Old Testament clearly displays God as not knowing everything. For example, God, he repents, he
relented.
God doesn't like the idea. Wait a moment.
The God of the Old Testament is the same God of the New Testament, isn't he? I mean, so like when someone says Christianity, essentially it's just a continuation from the Old Testament, because the Old Testament was they were told of a coming savior.
Yes, and in the Old Testament, it's clear that God doesn't know everything, because, for example, he regrets making humans after when the flood comes, right? When he finds out that the Nephilim, that the fallen angels, they interbred with human females, giving birth to giants. He basically regrets that he made humans, and in order to regret something, you had to firstly not know the negative consequences of that, and then later you find out about those consequences, and then you regret your previous choice. So God is portrayed in the Old Testament as a character that's like basically a more powerful human who still doesn't know everything, but he kind of has some superpowers.
I think that's maybe your perception of it, because think of it like this: parents, right? They're gonna have a child. They know all the dangers ahead, right? So they still have the child. So it's just a matter of dealing with the consequences of living in the complex world. That's just
Yeah,
my
but
opinion.
if God knows everything, then God would already know that that child is going to misbehave.
Yeah,
in the
but a
past.
loving parent still wants that child because they want them to experience the love of this. To give them an experience, right, and give them an ultimate experience.
But that wouldn't make you regret that you
He's
made
just
the child.
jumping from one
God
point to another.
regretted that he made humans. And that's why he
This is
killed them
ridiculous.
during the flood. Because they created giants, the Nephilim.
Okay, so is like you just changed points. Like you're just constantly just switch. First, you said it was off of Greek philosophers. Are you the one that said that religious people have lower IQs? Now you're saying Christian. Then you said Christianity is from Greek philosophers, and that's not true. And now you're saying God doesn't know everything. So you're just like scattergunning and like hopping all over the place. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, a lot of
You
weird
don't like
claims, in my
Christians,
opinion. I
that's
mean,
fine.
I'd like to
If you
see
don't
that
agree with
study.
it, that's totally okay. You can have that
IQ is
opinion.
not a good study anyway of intelligence. It's just a certain sort of puzzle solving.
Great point.
So the reason why I talked about the Greek philosophers and Aristotle is because you already were talking about that before I joined. And you were also talking about Christianity. So I connected these two topics together. So I don't see how that's irrelevant to the conversation.
I don't see how your last point was relevant to the conversation either.
But this is not the only example where God doesn't know everything in the Old Testament. For example, when he wants to
Who
destroy
cares?
the
That wasn't relevant.
Well, he must
Iambo,
have,
or how
he
do
must
you
have
like to go
gained
by?
omniscience. He must have gained omniscience since that first verse, if you think it's chronological.
See, people try to like dog on Christians and then they like get shut down at one point and they just immediately jump to another point. It's just so stupid.
The conversation moved forward. He wasn't scattergun.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
do
I'm
I
sure you
need
would
some
agree with the
kind of
manufacturer.
permission of other people to speak about something that's just kind of absurd? Just kind of, I think you just got triggered by what I said, and now you're trying to kind of gaslight me because you
No,
cannot
I think
rebut
that you're
the actual
switching from
point.
one point to another and your last point was stupid,
And you
so you
can
had to
just
move
say,
to another one.
nobody cares, nobody cares.
You sound like an anti-theist, but that is allowed.
Yeah, Iambo, why don't we go back to your first point you mentioned? So, are you an atheist, if you don't mind me asking, or agnostic?
I'm a deist, which means I
Oh.
believe in a supreme being, but I don't believe it's the Christian God.
Okay.
I think
Well,
the
yeah.
Christian God is an evil concept.
Wait.
What about the Islam
Christian
God?
It's not the only evil
Yes,
one,
the
is it?
Christian God.
There's going to be loads.
Islamic God's evil?
If you call
What
that
about
evil,
What
all
about
the
the
gods
Islamic
are.
God?
I think the Islamic God is also evil.
Okay, so at least you believe in a creator. So what about the creator you believe? Have you given it much thought? Does he have rules? And do you follow these rules? Or are you still searching?
I don't think. If you do you mean like moral rules?
Sure.
I don't really think he has rules because if at least he doesn't have the rules that he wants humanity to follow. Because if there were specific rules like that, then he would have communicated them in some way. And the books, which would be this form of communication, the holy books, all of them that I researched, I think all of them have contradictions and have very evil concepts that I wouldn't base my morality on.
Okay, so let's go to Christianity. So you've read the Bible, I take it.
Yes.
Okay, so what about repenting is evil to you, if you don't mind me asking? We're taking a person who had evil actions throughout their life, right? They choose to repent because they've learned that God actually has morality and He has set a standard, and He's instructed them to do a 180, to repent, to stop sinning. What about that is evil again? Can you remind us?
Nothing, because you just cherry-picked one of the concepts in Christian morality, which I would agree that is moral, and it doesn't mean that entire Christian ethics is.
Okay, so I chose. Let's say I did cherry pick the best argument. What's the worst argument where you can undermine my first evidence that I presented?
For instance, one of the worst ones would be like collective responsibility for other people's actions. For example, the fact that all of the humans have the original sin, which is a fault of Adam and Eve like 6,000 years ago, which we don't have any choice to accept or not. And another case would be God drowning babies because he collectively drowned the entire planet except Noah and his family for the sins of their parents, because babies obviously are too young to have responsibility for their actions, but he drowned the entire planet nevertheless, which would include babies.
Okay, thank you. So wait. I was focusing on the New Testament, but he seemed to want to go back to the Old Testament, which it precedes
You said it's
Christ.
the same. You said it's the same God, so that's what you've got
Yes,
to
exactly.
assess.
Now you're contradicting
yes.
yourself.
Yeah, but no. I was specifically referring to when Jesus came and he gave us his teachings. So that was from the New Testament. But it seems like you wanted to go back to.
Yeah,
Remember,
so
I was focusing on
he
Christianity.
used to kill babies. That's his point. If you believe that.
Okay, but anywhere in the New Testament where Jesus did he ever instruct that?
No, he's
Did
saying
Jesus somehow
the
kill
same
God,
God
or
before he was Jesus. He did that.
No. Yeah, I know, but I was focusing on Christianity, right? So
Yeah, you said it's the same God in the Old Testament.
Does
okay, yes,
Christianity not believe that the Old Testament is the word of God?
okay, yeah, but what happened? So let's just say that everything is that way. If that was the case, I guess that would be in what's done is done in the history, right? So when Jesus came and he gave us clarification, right? Gave us the wisdom. I don't see anywhere in the New Testament, because you mentioned Christianity, right? So if you want to say Christianity, I would focus on that so more than the Old Testament, where Christ hasn't really
No, but that's why he's
shared his
bringing it up.
wisdom. Right?
He's checking if you believe the Old Testament is the same guy.
yeah, I was just asking, like, how do you disconnect the Old Testament from the New Testament? I mean, did I miss a chapter where Jesus was another God that killed the God from the Old Testament and then be a better one, or is it the same one?
No, think of it like this. Okay, you got a movie. Let's say you're watching. I don't know. You guys watch Avengers, and you're only critiquing from the first half of the movie, right? So you're missing. I don't know. I guess someone mentioned cherry picking. Maybe you guys are cherry picking from the Old Testament, where I was hoping you guys would focus on Christianity, right? Where Christ was teaching about how to treat others, right? And the parables of Jesus, and about the Ten Commandments. How we not only have to follow them, but we have to have them in our hearts. So rather than just hating, or rather than not killing on anybody, because you can not kill somebody, but you can have a lot of hate in your heart for them. Jesus was telling us, no, we not only do we not want to kill them, we don't even want to hate them. Same with adultery, we don't even want to think it.
Okay, but let's take the Marvel and Avengers universe. So the first movie, let's say Iron Man. So Tony Stark was a weapon producer. He was not a good man at all, right? So, but he changed over the story. He changed his mind. He was sorry for all the stuff that he did, and he sacrificed it himself in the end. Sorry for the spoiler. For humanity. So and the story actually deals with this change in the character, but the Bible kind of denies any kind of change. God is without any failure. God has infinite wisdom. Yeah, so God never regret anything that he did in the Old Testament.
Okay. Oh, what about this then? Okay, we could judge God if you wish, but what about people start judging themselves? Do you think? What
No,
about?
no,
Do you think people are going to be
that's
more moral
whataboutism.
than
That's
God?
whataboutism. Don't deflect from the topic.
No. This is
The
more
topic
important
was
because
the topic was is the story of the Old Testament the same God, and is it connected to the Bible, and is it connected to the belief?
yeah, yes, but remember, Jesus was okay. How
Fritzy, you're hot
you know what I
micing
mentioned
again.
initially a minute ago, or maybe 2 minutes ago?
Fritzy, you're hot micing. Schlitzy. Schlitzy, hot mic.
And so we haven't seen him.
Can someone send him to the hot mic room?
Because he's here.
Sorry, guys, I was busy doing some. I got to mute real quick, and I'll turn this into the hot mic room now. Okay. Thank you.
You.
He has been here in London.
Beautiful, thank you. So
Thank you very
when
much.
I mentioned repentance, the reason why people repent is because they looked at themselves, right, from the creator's rules. Sure, we could judge the creator, but I think it's far more important that we judge ourselves, because otherwise we'll be a hypocrite, right? We judge one, but we don't judge ourselves. So everyone wants to blame God about the evils in the world. What about the evils that people have contributed to this world on a collective?
Okay, but again, this is changing the topic. I'm
No,
totally
but my
fine
visual,
about talking of your own sins and regrets and so on. But if we so you asked the question of religious belief, and your communication partner brought up the Old Testament, and then you said no. What's about the New Testament? And I ask, how do you disconnect those two? Because it's the same God, and that God never claimed to did something wrong or changed his opinion or something. So
I don't know about that.
it doesn't
seems
make
to have
sense
been the
to now
case.
switch the topic to, do we have guilt? We were talking about the Bible and the stories there.
Well, initially, the flow of the we wanted to reset the conversation to Christianity and being, I think it was initially being intelligent, and then or Christians having a greater intelligence. But then I think we went back to the Bible and seeing about Christianity being wrong, right? So, and then I asked him specifically, what about repentance is wrong or evil or immoral? And then I think he agreed with me that that's not wrong. And then I asked him about, okay, what about Christianity is evil? And then he went back to the Old Testament.
What you're
sorry,
basically
go
saying
ahead.
right now, what you're basically saying right now is like Zeus, like, you know, the Greek god of thunder, he prohibited murder, for example, let's say. And that's obviously a good thing. So that means that Zeus is all good. And we can just ignore the fact that he had multiple wives, that he raped people, he killed people. This is basically what you're saying right now. You focus on one aspect of Christian theology and you ignore the entire rest. And because God did one single good thing, or at least one good thing, that means that he never done a bad thing. But this doesn't make any sense, because if you have a claim that God does only good things, then like selecting some singular cases of those good things doesn't prove that he always does good things. But finding even one case of him doing bad thing already invalidates your claim that he only does good.
In my opinion, what you guys think is good and bad is your perception of good and bad. Maybe you guys have a warped sense of good and bad. That's just my opinion.
So drowning babies is good now. That's what you've got to now.
Yes, that's the logical implication of Christianity. You have to believe that drowning babies is good, at least in some extreme circumstances.
Not
Unless you,
Christianity.
unless you
per se.
denounce
That's-
God's old ways and all of that, which is possible.
Yeah, yes. Well, but back to my original question about repentance, right? So what? Let's focus on Christianity. What is evil about Christianity?
The God
I
drowns
already told-
babies.
No, that's not what Jesus taught at all. He said anyone who harms. Remember that what God does is
So how
separate
did
from
Jesus
what
change the
what
rules?
humans
Do
do.
you believe he changed the
you-
rules?
If you want to take the conversation further, I can even talk about like more fundamental aspects. So let's, for example, talk about the original sin. So the
Hold
original
on,
pair of
no,
humans.
wait. I want to before we switch topics. Why don't we just put this one to rest?
But
said
you wanted to switch topics. That was your entire point. That you want
we
to
were
stop talking about the flood.
Christianity being evil or wrong, right? So I asked you, what about repenting from evil is wrong, and then you agreed with me it's not wrong. So then you said something about cherry picking. So I wanted to see maybe you can come up with what's evil about Christianity, and then you went back to the Old Testament. But what about Christianity is evil in your opinion?
The fact that God permitted or directly commanded evil things, And because God is supposed to be the ultimate standard for morality in Christian worldview, that implies that bad things are actually good things according to Christianity.
That's interesting.
We could forget the Old Testament, but in the new one, I would say the bad thing about it, the evil thing, is they try to convert people and oppress everyone with it.
Yeah.
Even if it's true, you shouldn't try to convert and oppress everyone.
Who did that?
The Christians.
Oh, wait. So hold on. I have a question for you. Let's say if I'm a Satanist, but I go around claiming to be Christian, and I force you onto Christianity. Am I really a Christian, or am I just a wolf in sheep's
No,
clothing?
I'm saying real, actual Christians, true Scotsman Christians, try to oppress and convert.
Do you think?
That's
Do
my
you think
claim.
all of
You
them
don't
did
have to
that?
agree.
I don't know if all Christians did that. Maybe
No, but
some
that
did
makes
that, but they
Christianity
would
better.
it would be going against Christianity.
It sours
So
the
it's like,
movement.
pardon me.
It sours the movement if you're oppressive and trying to convert people or killing them, hanging witches.
Yeah, again though, let's say if someone breaks the rules, just like if you have a doctor, right? You've been given a license, but if other people on the
Okay, so
board
making up fake
agree
rules.
that you're
Another one.
not following the rules, your license is revoked.
Making
Same
up
thing
fake
with
rules.
Christianity.
That's another
So
one.
there's the Bible says that people will claim to be Christians. When they go to Jesus, he'll say, "Depart from me, you workers of iniquity." That means lawlessness. So there's going to be a lot of people going masquerading as Christians, saying, "I did the Christian thing." It's like, uh, they're just posers essentially. Because people,
Okay,
there's
then
you're
then
gonna have
I'd have to argue.
infiltrators,
Then I'd have to
and
argue
you're
that
gonna have misinformed people.
Satanism isn't evil. They're just posers. That would be my
Think of
argument.
it like this. There's two versions of Christianity. Three versions of Christianity, I guess. You got the true believer, which actually took the right word and studied it and accepted it. And then you have two on the other side, because I want to have a dichotomy here. You've got a Christian, and then you have a non-Christian. So on the non-Christian side, you have two versions of that. You're going to have one person who, let's say think of it like this. One person has to study for an exam, and then they were given the wrong material. They studied it. Let's say they had a photographic perfect memory. They apply that on the exam, they're going to fail because they were given the wrong information. Now, let's give them a second chance. You give them the right information because of their photographic memory. They pass with flying colors. But then, right now they have their license, but then they no longer want to follow the rules.
But you
Their license
glazed,
is revoked.
you
Their
glazed over
license is
my
their license is
reflection.
taken. So again, they're still on the side of not Christian. So someone can have learned all the rules, but then go join war and start killing people. Their license has been revoked.
So what about Satanists? Let's say there's three types. There's the real, pure, great Satanists, the holy ones. Then there's the posers, the non-Satanists, and then there's the atheists, the third type. So I'm asking you to accept one type of Satanists is all good, perfect.
Well, that seems like
The
good.
true Scotsman Satanist is perfect. That's my mad mental claim.
Well, yeah, I guess good. What is good then? Because according to the Bible,
decide.
isn't
You
it? Sorry,
decide.
the dictionary, moral excellence.
I'm
Isn't it?
saying they're even better than what you say the Christians are. So that I'm saying they're that good.
Well, I guess you're gonna have people looking at what's good, and then if they want to decide if that's Satanism is a higher good than the Christian, I guess
I would say
freedom.
building a
I don't
church,
think it's. I don't
trying
think
to
it is.
convert every village. That's not good for Christians, but they still did it.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, as a Christian, think of it like this. Okay, you have. Uh, okay, imagine you have a community of 10, and then you have one person in the community that is a psychopath. Right? They want to go off and kill everyone, rape everyone, steal things from everyone. The duty of the Christian is not to kill that person, but to help convert them. So they see from them, they do their own internal reflection and choose to make better choices. That's what the message of
Yeah, so
Christianity
now
is.
you're admitting it. You do oppress and convert people.
It's not oppress. No, no. It's the opposite of oppression. You
You've
give them a
admitted that
choice.
you do it though. So the true
No, you have
Protestant
to.
Christian does do it. So that's
No,
my
yeah,
I rest my
exactly.
case.
Otherwise, think of it like this: if you don't, okay, think of it. I'll give you two scenarios. So you were given a message, a warning of all the evil, right? And let's say you're on a roadway, and there's a big curve ahead, but the sign is down because either people took it down or no one put it up. You've seen what's happening, you know what's happening, and you see a car speeding up, and they have no clue what's ahead. And if you don't warn them, I don't know what you would call that person. Or let's say someone's house is on fire. You don't want to go in and warn them that their house is on fire. What would you think of that person? They don't even want to bother. They don't love that person enough to go and warn them. Hey man, your house is on fire. Or let's say
Yeah,
another
but
one. A doctor
I'm
who has a
claiming
cure.
Christians went further than
He
that.
has a cure to something, but someone comes to him looking. He's confused. I don't know what's going on. I have all these problems, and the doctor knows he has a cure but doesn't offer it. What kind of doctor is that?
You know what would be the most moral answer to that problem, assuming that you were a being that has an ultimate power and can do basically everything? Just putting that fire down. Just with
Okay, perfect. So you want the creator to put the fire down. Does that include you? Is he going to put you down?
no. Why would the one thing imply another?
Wait, you said you want him to put the fire down. Let's say God's going to stamp out all evil right now. Does that include you?
Why would it?
Oh, so just some other people, right, who are maybe more evil? I'm not saying you're evil, bro. Don't take it. I mean this. No, I say this with all due respect.
Well, the fire
there's a
in your
reason.
example, in your analogy, the fire was a person. It was a problem that person had. So in my analogy, putting that fire down would be making people unable to sin. If the sin was fire in your analogy, that would be removing sin, just as Adam and Eve didn't have sin in their world. People now could have no
perfect.
sin and no evil in their world while still existing.
Okay, perfect. Do you want to live that way then? How about this? Instead of him forcing it upon you, why don't you choose? Are you choosing not to live in a sinful way?
I don't believe in the concept of sin, but if you want to define sin as something
there you
bad,
go.
then
Well,
yes, I want to avoid being bad.
Amazing.
Yes, for example, I would like not to have a gun, except of always carrying a gun and always have to remember not to shoot anyone. So why should you be tempted at all in the very beginning?
Well, yeah, because the ability to choose to do that, I think, is such an experience. I think that's one of the elements,
you can
or one of the
directly
parts
see
of
the
this
effect.
ultimate experience.
But
Choosing, you taking your freedom and choosing not to sin and not to live in an evil way anymore.
Yeah,
Can I
sorry
ask
that I
you something?
interrupted
None of
you,
us are
but
choosing that.
wait a second. Just as a analogy, look handguns in the US versus handguns in Europe. Look how many people are killed by shootings in the US because they have the guns. They are capable of doing that. It's easy to get a gun and to shoot someone. And in Europe, the weapons laws are very high.
Right.
There is a high barrier in getting a handgun. It's not allowed to carry it, and therefore the result in people killed by guns is super low. So it would be the best mitigation by God to increase the barrier of people being able or even capable of doing sins. And it's an almighty God, so he could just do that.
Well, yeah, in my opinion, he provided information or instructions, just like a user manual. But some
Yeah,
people
they
just
do
don't
it
want to
in
read the
they do it
user
in the US
manual.
as well, and it doesn't work. You
Yeah,
shall not kill. Super easy.
it's not a shooting
No
problem.
big
It's a sin
things. But
problem.
if I have a personal advantage, why shouldn't I kill that person? Maybe no one finds out. So bam, person dead. You see, it doesn't work.
Yeah, there's a better
Can I
way
ask
rather than
Either
killing.
he's evil
There's
or
a better
stupid.
way than rather than killing. Killing is just starts a cycle of violence.
Yes, and it happens every day in every city in the US.
Yeah, it's a sin problem, not a shooter problem.
No, it's a shooter problem. It's a weapons problem. Because
Wait,
humans
so
are
you're saying,
imperfect.
hold on,
Humans are
hold on.
imperfect and
You don't live in the
selfish.
U.S.,
And
but you're saying that people are running around in every city shooting each other. What?
yeah, look at the numbers.
I don't know
Look at
how
the
you're
numbers. So, I mean, I
Yeah.
lived in the U.S. for a long time, and I've never seen a shooting.
Okay, I was visiting in the US and was involved in a shooting. What the fuck? Where are you
You were
living?
involved. Oh, so you
You're
had a
probably
gun.
living somewhere in the
So
woods,
you
or
were part
you're
of it.
living in a
I wouldn't
city or
say
so.
every.
Well, actually,
I wouldn't
so
say
hold on.
every
So actually, I
city.
lived in Oklahoma where everyone had guns.
I wouldn't say it's every city, but yes, it does happen.
So the problem with your argument, Eden, I have, is that you say that God should permit sin because he should permit the free will, the free choice to either choose doing the sin or not. But according to the Bible, the original world that God created was without sin. Adam and Eve lived without sin, and that world was better than the one after sin. So them actually having no ability to choose that sin or not, to not have that urges to sin, was better than them having that free will but being able to choose sin. And then when people die and go to heaven, then they will also have no ability to choose sin because there can be no sin in heaven. And that also is described in the Bible as a better state than what's right now. So if God already favors being good more than the free will, then why can't God implement that right now?
He has, and he gives people that's why the Christianity is the largest faith in the world, because people have chosen. They choose Jesus.
Okay, do you think collectively for the entire world, would it be better for all people to be forced to never sin than to have free will? And some people, not all, some people will choose to not sin, the Christians, and other people will choose to sin, the non-Christians. What would you think would be better for the entire world?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I have to think about it. But if I was to choose another option, if I would create my own dichotomy, allow people to choose not to sin versus allowing them to, forcing them. I think
Yeah,
having them
that's what he's saying.
choose.
So you give them the option.
So now connect the dots. If you have a being that can do literally everything, and there's a possibility of some better state than what we have right now, and that being doesn't want to implement that state, that means he's not good because he doesn't wish the most possible good you could have.
No, I don't know if that's true, because allowing someone to come to that conclusion themselves rather than force is the ultimate. Think of it like your wife. If you're gonna marry a wife, do you want her? You want to force her to love you? That sounds pretty psychotic. Or the experience is far more enjoyable when she chooses to love you. So it's just it goes like that. And then apply that to your life. Choosing to walk in a righteous path, I think, is the most epic version, one of the highest levels of this user experience.
Yeah, it's
But
cool.
anyways, guys, I'm
but
gonna
you have to
jump
make
out.
it up. It's cool,
pardon?
but it's just your opinion of what's righteous. Someone
Yes.
else might be walking their own righteous
right.
path and doing something
yeah.
completely different.
For sure, a lot of people have different look at the same definition, but have maybe a different understanding of it.
Like I believe it's righteous to accuse Christianity of being silly. That's part of being righteous, is to point at it and say what it is. That's silly. That's from 2,000 years ago. It's a cool story, but doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you're entitled to use your free will to think how you want.
Righteous to be intelligent and share information.
Yeah. So if you want to say that this what we now here, what we have here right now, is better than if we were forced, you can have that opinion, okay? But that would still contradict the Bible, because that's not the way God originally created the world. He originally created the world with Adam and Eve not having urges to sin, and that was better according to God. And God's opinion is more ultimate one than yours. So even according to God, having no free will to choose sin is better.
No, I think they had free will, but there was Satan in the garden that maybe introduced lies, right? So they were given instructions, right? Instructions act as your protection. Instructions equal fun, right? Rules equal fun. I don't know if you watch sports or play any video games, but imagine watching your favorite sport. Nobody knows the rules, including the referee. It's not fun at all. So rules actually make the fun. So, but what happened is because free will, I guess maybe they were living in there for quite some time. Like, their free will led them to maybe indulge or let themselves indulge in the lies, and then one lie leads to another, and then. But thankfully, you can choose to break that curse. Personally, you can start following. But I don't know about you, like
We're all
Didn't
cursed.
Jesus wipe that?
We're all cursed now. Thanks. I'll pray for you later as well. Thanks.
Sure, thank you. The last bit before I go, Imbo. So you think your God that you discovered and now believe in, you really think he's indifferent about? I mean, that's an ancient belief. They thought about that like in ancient Greece that the gods were indifferent. So you still think God is indifferent and doesn't care?
Yeah, either indifferent or more evil, I would say. I think automatically linking being all good to being all powerful is a recent concept, is a Christian concept, and I don't think one necessarily follows from the other. I think God can be
You think-
basically morally like a person, but just like with superpowers.
Okay, so he's indifferent all the time, or do you think he's do you think he's evil? Your God that you discovered.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay. Is there any books that you learn about this God from, or are you kind of like creating? Sorry, are you trying to discover still what this God is
No,
like?
I don't follow any book with ultimate authority.
Okay. Well, thanks for sharing your point of view, and thanks for the questions, everyone. I'm gonna start getting ready for the day, but I'll be back later. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, bye. So what I discussed was already under the assumption that we have free will, but if I wanted to get into even deeper into that, you could discuss the fact that according to Christianity you don't have even free will because God already knows everything in advance, and the Bible discusses that. It discusses the concept of predestination, that God already made the sinners for the purpose of them being sinners and then punishing them even before they are born. And that is discussed in the Bible multiple times. It's actually a very, very evil concept.
Embo, can I ask you a question?
Yes, why not?
That accent of yours, are you Eastern European?
Yes, I'm Polish. Although in
Same.
Poland we have like an inferiority complex, and we want to say we're Central European and not Eastern European
You're
to
both Polish.
differentiate.
No, I'm not Polish. We're Slavic though.
We have lots of you guys moving to the UK, and then we give you nice benefits, and we house you in between us. So it's great.
Crazy.
Great, nice future. Anyway, Embo, I was going to say, do you understand the sort of, this is how I understand it, that the New Testament is more Christians saying it's changed a bit now, and that old guy has been replaced with the same guy, but a Jesus version. So it's the New Testament.
I mean,
Yes, the
I
concept of God
think they
definitely
could.
evolved over time.
I think they could even be honest and say the Old Testament has been written by the evil Jews, and now the New Testament is our better God or so. But they don't do that, and I don't. I don't like this kind of
Yeah, but that breaks continuity,
between the
Snows.
Old and the New Testament.
Yeah, but that breaks continuity. If they say the Old Testament is bad, the New Testament is good, that breaks continuity because Jesus came to fulfill the old law, not to abolish it.
Yeah, so they have to sort of loop it back and explain why it's different without admitting that being different is weird.
Yeah, but that happens with almost all scripture, like be that Taoist or like Buddhist, or there's always like these continuity problems
Why
in
couldn't they
terms of
write
the.
it in that Jesus
Does-
fulfilled the sins of God as well? That's all they would have to write in.
That's why in early Christianity there was that sect Gnosticism, which isn't really like hidden knowledge because it kind of became mainstream on the internet, who believed that the Old Testament describes like a demiurge who isn't the main god, the ultimate god, but like a evil lesser being who created the world for the purpose of punishing people for being in an evil world. But there is that better god, that ultimate god, who was actually Jesus, and he basically came into this world to give people knowledge to escape from this world.
I think that
Evil
makes
is
more
created
sense.
by that
That's
demiurge.
Gnosticism. That they actually get it and they admit this change.
Yeah, so you can see that people already saw that discrepancy between testaments already in the first centuries of Christianity, which is pretty interesting.
Yes, I think that's important.
People like to discuss what the Bible supports, if it kind of supports orthodoxy or if it supports Catholicism, if it supports predestination. But my opinion is that the Bible was written by so many diverse authors with like contradictory opinions that it really supports everything at the same time. And you can just and different fractions of Christianity, they just cherry pick what they want and ignore the rest of the verses, which would be the actual answer to that question.
I actually think it makes the story more interesting. There's more to research, more to understand about the big guy. And there's a duality to do. 'Cause, you know, if like compare it to your own dad, he's not always nice. Sometimes dads are drunk and they're
He's
bastards.
supposed to be perfect, right?
When is God
No,
drunk?
that's a misreading of it. I thought
Wait,
I know
God
they
is not supposed to be perfect?
No, maybe it says that, but that's wrong.
The perfection is
See,
actually
another believer write another interpretation.
Well, Don is not a Christian. He's a pagan.
I said a believer.
Yeah, I just help them to interpret it, even though they hate me doing it.
Well, you as a pagan probably will not be welcome interpreting that, to be fair. Not that I mind, I'm
I
just
do
saying.
good study groups.
Yeah.
I can tell the future.
For me, it's funny because God being perfect, God being all-knowing, and Trinity and other concepts like that are actually developments of the early church fathers, which would be a tradition outside of the Bible. And it's funny for me because Protestants, they at least say that they reject all of the traditions outside of the Bible, but the most fundamental concepts of Christianity that even they accept are actually outside from the Bible, because the Trinity is never directly mentioned in the Bible. You have to additionally interpret it and kind of conclude that this means that Trinity exists.
Yeah, that's why I believe like Judaism and Islam are more robust in that regard, because it's a singular God. There's nothing like lesser gods or multiple gods. It's a singular God. Not a triune God, but a singular one.
I think it actually makes Christianity more interesting. I like nuances like that. They are pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm just saying from a theological perspective, like more robust would be a singular monolithic God to represent a monotheistic religion, while a triune God is kind of an iffy grounds.
Yes, I think
When
so.
it comes to monotheism, though.
Although I would say that if you have a god, then that being could be like so outside of our comprehension that it could have those three natures and be ones at the same time, simply because we are too stupid to comprehend it.
I mean, yeah, you could say that.
Yeah.
I think it's a trap for Christians to look silly if they make all these claims about God.
Why would it be a trap?
It's like that's the exoteric reading, and they haven't understood the duality of God's power.
Seems like
Actually, it's very interesting for me. That's the probably the most interesting part of the Bible, that you can see this gradual progression over time of how the concept of God developed. Because in Old Testament, you have these most ancient fragments of the Bible which still have the remains even of polytheism. For example, you have a psalm in which because the ancient belief of Mesopotamia and the Middle East was that there was this most supreme
the
God,
Canaanite
who was like
people.
the God, yeah, who was like God the Father, and there were lesser gods who were below
Yeah.
him, and these lesser gods, they all had their individual tribes, and they all like took care, every single one of them,
Well,
of their
Elohim was
chosen tribe.
the El, or Elohim was the main god, and then he had a
Yes,
son,
exactly.
Baal, and then each individual Canaanite tribe, the Hebrews, the Amalekites, they all had like some version of Elohim and his pantheon, and which are very close to each other, obviously, because they all stem from the same tradition, but they had like differences.
Yeah, and there's an actual like psalm in the Bible where there's a scene of El giving these different tribes to different Elohim, and Yahweh is used as a name
Yahweh.
for one of the Elohim. Yahweh. I
Oh,
don't
it's
know.
pronounced
Literally,
Yahweh in Hebrew.
It's
Yahweh.
got plural in the first
Yeah.
verse, hasn't it? Starts plural from the very beginning.
Yes. And he's one of those Elohim, and he's being given the nation of Israel. So at that point, they believe that Yahweh was their individual God. They still worshipped them as the main God, but they didn't believe it's the only one. Like worshipping only one God doesn't automatically mean you only believe this only one exists. You simply think that all of the rest ones aren't worthy of worship, because only one of them takes care of them, and this was the point where what
At
they
that
believed at
point,
that point.
they're related to like mountains and storms, as well as maybe the sun and the moon, but a lot of mountains and storms.
In the Old Testament, there are descriptions of how all of the other gods bow before Yahweh because he's so powerful.
I mean, like it's called the Tetragrammaton, the name Yahweh, the WHYH. It's Yod Hey, well, Hey, they're the Hebrew letters,
yeah.
And Hey Asher Hey, which means I am who I am.
Oh my god, what should they?
If I remember correctly, we don't actually know exactly how it's pronounced because some of the letters weren't written in the alphabet. They were just kind of only in the spoken language.
I think it could be breaths sometimes, like yeah, just breaths, out breaths.
Yeah, but it's something like Yahweh, I think. You also have the Jehovah's Witnesses who think it's pronounced Jehovah, which is like completely historical. That's
And then
also
they started saying we can't say the name, and we can't even say now the secret name that we've made up, and we can't make pictures of it anymore.
Yeah, that's the Jews. The Jews believe that. They don't even spell the word
Fascinating.
God. They always leave the letter O missing to not spell the complete word
Right,
God.
so now even the Latin or English God word is banned as well. I don't know where God comes from. I assume it comes from Middle English, good, or whatever.
I'm going to find that psalm where this scene was.
I love the story of polytheism into monotheism because I think it's like a journey for humans to think about hierarchy and family and where we come from. What the hell's going on? The more you say it's all one God, you get little pockets popping up saying, no, no, it's got to be infinite gods or 33 gods. Or it's definitely one God, you're right about that, but everything about it is completely different to what you thought.
Sounds cool though. Tetragrammaton. Sounds like a transformer.
Yeah.
Ba whip grana whip ninibon.
The secret name of God, only revealed to 33rd degree rabbis.
I don't know. Robert. Yahweh used to live between the Tigris and the Euphrates.
That's also an interesting point. In the concept,
Between the two rivers, yeah.
in the context of creationism, because creationists believe that during the flood, basically all of the earth was reshaped. Like the new rivers were created, new mountains were created, but in the Bible, these two rivers were already mentioned before the flood, which basically
Tigris and
contradicts
the
our own story.
Euphrates.
Exactly.
You've got that saying from the river to the sea, what they say.
No, that's the River Jordan.
Oh.
He lived because the Canaanites spread to ancient Canaanites spread to Iraq. The Tigris and the Euphrates rivers were very important to them culturally, religiously. River Jordan is also important, but Tigris and Euphrates way more.
I think it's logical to put importance on a river. And I think some of that comes from Egypt with the Nile, but loads of other rivers too.
So I actually found this polytheist part of the Bible. If someone is interested, it's Deuteronomy 32 verse 8. And what's funny about it is that let me read it. When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. And this term, the children of Israel, is actually a later addition, a Christian addition. And in the aerial text, when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, the earliest manuscripts of these texts, they found out that instead of children of Israel, there were children of God, the Elohim. And they basically replaced Elohim with children of Israel because Elohim means that there were those different Elohims and they were given those different nations, and that would basically imply that Yahweh is not the only exclusive God.
You know what's really interesting? There's like an enigmatic passage from the Bible about Zipporah and the fact that God wanted to kill Moses. And Zipporah cut the foreskins of her two children, two sons, translation implies, but it's still kind of disputed as well. So she cut the foreskins of these two young boys and rubbed it on the feet of Moses, and God decided not to kill him. It's a really enigmatic passage. And that's the sacrifice. That's the justification for the sacrifice, the blood sacrifice that you must commit to enter covenant with God as a Jewish person. And Christians as well used to do this. Circumcision.
Yeah. And then in the next verse is, for the Lord's portion is his people, Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. And the Lord here is translated from the word Yahweh. So at the beginning there's the word Elohim used as for those multiple gods, but then there's a description of a specific God of Yahweh in the next verse who gets Jacob's people. So that would mean that that Yahweh is only one of those Elohim who gets this particular nation.
Oh well. I might agree actually, but I have to look through the text. But The other thing is that according to the Canaanite religions, El or Elohim was a fire god, the king of the pantheon, and also a fire god, kind of like Zeus.
It is Zeus,
Yes.
the father god figure.
He is
Archetype.
the father, but he's also a fire god. His powers are like fire, volcanoes.
Yeah, volcanoes. Yeah.
You mean kind of like a dragon?
Yeah.
No, dragons are not fire gods. They're creatures that can create fire.
If you look at all the descriptors of Yahweh, they're very dragon-like. I think if you look in the songs, is it the Psalms, right, where they're singing about Yahweh, his like the way he comes down or something like that. He rides on the clouds and he spreads over the battlefield or some shit like that. It's something basically if you read it, the way it describes him is as a dragon. If you imagine dragons are real. Otherwise, you're kind of confused.
So I just want.
It even says the
Look-
word dragon in Revelations, referring to the serpent.
I just wanted to correct one thing. Elohim doesn't mean the same thing as El, because Elohim is just a plural derived from El. El
Yeah.
is one thing, and Elohim is multiple things. Just as you have a seraph, a type of angel,
Yeah.
and you have seraphim, multiple seraphs.
Yeah.
So
El's
Elohim is
mate.
basically
El is the god. Elohim are the gods.
Yes,
Pantheon.
exactly.
Well, it's actually so El is like, I guess it's the race of beings. So you have El, which is the main one, and then you have the El of him, Elohim.
Well, all the name of God is contained in almost all Hebrew names. Daniel, Gabriel.
Yeah, because they're copying the quote unquote gods.
No, they're just something God, like like glory to God, like Daniel, right?
El was a single god, and Elohim were
Elohim
those smaller
is-
gods derived from El.
I see it as El's mates, so they believe in El, and then they decided he's got a whole group.
You know, in the first Superman movie, they were called El.
Yeah, that's the point. If you don't know this, that's the reason why Kal-El and Jor-El are Els. Because they're making a
And their
direct
little
comparison.
Yeah, and their little symbol is a snake. It's not an S.
Well, I don't know about that.
Look at
Could
it.
be a Hebrew letter that. Oh well. I mean, my Hebrew is kind of really fucked, but. See.
I mean, all the angels are pretty serpent-like. The seraphim are serpents. I mean, everything tells us that the Elohim and Yahweh and all these beings that people are calling gods, they're all some kind of serpent being in some form or fashion.
No, it
whether
is.
it's a whether it's a dragon or a guy.
Hebrew script, it's Aleph and Lamed. Elohim. There is a Tzere, which is on the Aleph, which points out to a vowel under the Aleph. Yeah, Israel, Gabriel, Daniel.
If I can ask,
El
can I ask?
Elyon. Elyon in Hebrew is.
Queen Elizabeth.
I don't.
Yeah,
That's
elites. The elites.
It's just a coincidence.
No.
There's no such thing as a coincidence. If you think there's a such thing as a coincidence, go jump off a bridge.
Whoa.
Whoa.
First of all,
Alex,
that's
No, really.
rough.
Why so
That's
aggressive?
rough, man. That's fucking rough.
I'm not, but I'm not trying to tell you to do anything. I'm just trying to tell you to jump off the bridge if you think there's a such thing as coincidence.
Maybe not tell people to go kill themselves.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you said. Yeah,
I
if you
said
disagree with
jump
me,
off a bridge.
If
I
you disagree with my ideology, all right, yeah.
Listen. Did I specify the height of the bridge? Did I say what's
Guys.
underneath the bridge? I just
Guys.
said jump off
Yeah,
a
yeah,
bridge.
You're
Guys,
dude, come on.
point of moderation. Let's
The
avoid these kinds
moderation
of.
is in your head.
Sure.
No, it's
but let's
actually in
avoid-
his hands on a mouse there. You can click it.
Let's avoid making these claims for everybody. It's Omni's channel, Omni's Discord server, and Omni's YouTube channel. So
Oh wait, this is streamed to YouTube too?
yeah,
Oh, God damn, everybody's streaming to YouTube now.
yeah, content. What do you mean? Free content.
So people
It's
use
really
this also.
crazy how quickly people start assuming.
Oh please, motherfucker! You know what you
Can
meant.
we stop, guys? Can we please stop this topic, please, for the sake of
I mean,
my psyche?
it was a messed up hypothetical, but it does relate to many words, the elites and the elected. All
Damn
that.
it! I just poured my wine. I just poured my wine accidentally into my coffee. God damn it!
Who?
Me.
This could be delicious. I must try it.
No, I don't want to try it.
White wine and coffee?
No, it's just
Maybe.
red wine.
Red wine. Why not white wine? Why red?
They didn't have white wine.
White wine with some ice is so refreshing. Holy shit!
Oh yeah.
Put a lemon in it. Mm-mm.
If you,
I want to try that.
if you're a traditional Christian or if you've read all the books, you probably believe in angels, demons, Satan, God, Jesus, and Mary. So there's all these sort of spirit figures, and then you know that God has his mates in the sky, like higher angels. So you're
Satan
basically
is
a
another interesting
polytheist.
topic.
You're just not admitting you're a polytheist.
Satan is another interesting topic because at the beginning he wasn't like the arch enemy of God, but he was rather one of the angels in his pantheon. Was the word Satan itself basically means an accuser, so he was an angel with a function of accusing people.
Yeah, but then they conflate every demon and every bad god they decide is bad, little
Why
demigod.
do people call him Satan and not his
all in
actual
the
name, Satanael?
Yeah, I don't, because it's shorter and then it changes. It makes him seem like an individual.
There was also a
You know-
verse, but I would have to find it.
So
Like
so what if
multiple
the
angels-
Bible
Sorry.
So what if the Bible isn't about human beings at all?
Whoa, man, that's
deep.
It's about Martians, and we just happen to end up with the same story or something like that.
Well, so we're given the story, right? But if you look in the Bible, there are actually no descriptors of the characters. You occasionally get things about like their height, but that's really about it.
Did they have to specify that they have like 4 arms, 2 nostrils, 2 holes or whatever? Pretty sure the Bible is talking about humans, and it's quite clear. Most of
You're
them.
pretty sure.
Oh, the angels are not humans.
Yeah,
They have pretty detailed descriptions of how angels.
Yeah, that's
Now-
crazy. They have like what, 4 wings, 4 faces that like rotate.
3 heads, a lion, a goat.
Yeah, see, that's the thing,
right?
right? So we get all these descriptors, right, about all these things, right? We even get the details about the clothes that they have to wear in the temple, but we don't get a single description of what the people looked like.
I mean, what would you expect?
Yeah, really, what would you expect, right? With detail like that, right down to the fucking button, but not the details of what any of the people
Well, we know what Jesus. We know some stuff about Jesus. His hair, his skin.
Do we?
His face.
Well, so to be fair, I don't really like to talk about the New Testament. It's kind of a weird book. I prefer the Old Testament. Yeah, the New Testament seems to be some kind of like weird Greek play. Basically,
seems
from my
intense.
perspective, it seems like Jesus was the first Epstein.
Whoa.
Yeah, he was the first sacrifice, if you will.
What? What? Wait, how was Epstein a sacrifice? I'm sorry.
He was a major one. He fits that category of the misunderstood rebel, martyr.
I think you need to
Epstein is
talk to
a
a person. I think you need to talk to a person called PJ.
Yeah, you
No,
don't like him very much. I gotta be serious.
so
Well,
you're
no, you would agree with him on. This is crazy.
you're
He's saying
wondering. Hold
Epstein
on.
is a martyr.
You're wondering how Epstein is. No, I said sacrifice.
Somebody else said martyr. I'm talking to him.
No, not martyr. Sacrifice. There's a huge difference.
Yeah, how was he sacrificed? To what?
So okay, so Epstein was a sacrifice. Okay, so how he was. So he was part of something that a lot of people are doing, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So he was basically given up, and then we're told that he was killed in prison. So he was a sacrifice for that little ring that they're doing, so that basically people will be like appeased for a short time.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, I can
sacrifice.
see that. Then I agree. Actually, that is kind of like what happened, pretty much.
Yeah.
And a
So
lot
the
of
thing
there are
is
people.
that so we're told a certain story about Jesus, but we're not told the full story, right? So if you look at who we're given testimony from, it's only what 1/3 of his posse, right? We get four of the characters of the 12. Is that right? Four. No, that's yes, 1/3. So where are the other 8?
Which books are we talking about? Matthew, John, Peter, Paul.
Is it what
Or
is there? Is
so.
only Matthew, John, Luke, and Mark.
Peter and Paul had their own books too, right?
Well, Paul wasn't. I don't think he was one of the ones.
Yeah.
If I'm correct, I could be wrong.
If that's not wrong, can I ask you what country you're from? Because you have an. I mean, not you, that other guy. Oh, he's muted. I was asking for Zoidberg Prime.
See, the other real interesting thing too is the 4 books, the 4 testimonies. They're given in a way where it's like they kind of overlap, but they don't really share the same details.
There's yeah, I heard that there is a theory that the more in time you go, like the later gospels you read, the more divine Jesus appears, and that's a hypothesis I've heard about, that they basically made up Jesus from a human to God over time with those different copies, but I haven't researched that enough, so I cannot confirm or deny that personally.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But Jesus was a strange character. That's all I can say.
Yep. If you claim to be God, your mind's got to be pretty popped. You got to be, pretty high strung on some ideologies. Some good memeology. Remember David Icke in the shell suit, and he claimed to be Son of God? Bright blue shell suit. And the crowd laughed at him. I followed this cult online once called Love Has Won, and the lady said she was Jesus reincarnated, and she became a manager in McDonald's because that's what the modern Jesus would do. And then she started drinking colloidal silver, so
Don't
like an
She
don't
became
like
have
an
blue
you
Egyptian.
eventually.
You what?
Did she became blue?
Yeah, she died. She was really blue and died of malnutrition and alcoholism and silver.
have you guys also noticed that right now, like in modern times, people think that Jesus was some kind of hippie, and that like when some Christians say something like that gay marriage isn't like real marriage, they say that you have to be loving because Jesus said to love everyone. But he actually wasn't like that at all. He actually acted against things he saw as evil. For example, he kicked out those merchants from the temple when they were selling their stuff in the temple, which was a place of God.
Yeah, but there's also stories about him being very loving with his disciples, kissing them on the lips and stuff.
Sounds
I mean,
gay.
Sitting on each other's laps, cleaning each other's feet.
That
Oh, well,
wasn't
naked.
really that wasn't really a sexual act back then, and it wasn't really in some regions until like 20th century. For example, in Russia and in Slavic countries in general, it's like a traditional greeting even between men to kiss on a cheek.
On both cheeks. Don't forget.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
sometimes some of them do like the short one with one cheek. It depends.
It's two parts of his character that are getting confused and conflated and used on both sides of the argument. But yeah, I don't know, where does the hippie stuff come from? Because he wore a dress and because we've seen those pictures of the white dude with the long hair. So if you say Jesus is all loving, free love, then people bring up the Roman verses about the sword and splitting your family up over religion. And then if you
Jesus
say
said that
God
he
was
didn't
bad,
come to bring peace, but to bring a sword.
right?
That's what he said.
And if you say all that stuff, someone else says, yeah, but he also wants to love everyone and lie down in front of his enemies and all that bullshit.
So as I already said, I'm not a this is what I absolutely hate when people who aren't Christians, they try to kind of get into Christian mentality as if they were Christians and tell the Christians that Jesus would actually think otherwise, which in most of the cases they're wrong. Like for example, that Jesus would support gay marriage, Jesus would support abortions because he said to love everyone.
Yeah, no,
Or when the globe earthers do that with flat earthers, that what they say that in the Bible it actually doesn't say that the earth is flat, which it absolutely does, but it doesn't mean everything in practice, because if we measure in reality that the earth is a globe and the Bible says the earth is flat, then sorry, the Bible is wrong. But like assuming the Bible is true to kind of connect with them more and then say that the Bible actually doesn't say what they think is stupid, because in most of the cases, yeah, they are actually right. The Bible actually says that. The Bible says the earth is flat, and the Bible, if you calculate the ages of the prophets, it actually says that the earth is 6,000 years old. And it also says that gay marriage is sinful. It also says that abortion is sinful, and other stuff like that.
You could shock a Christian every 5 minutes with a verse that they haven't read. That's an interesting part of it. Did you know that God's word said this crazy thing, blah, 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 blah? And they're like, oh no, Haven't heard that one for a while.
So as a deist, I actually I am more close to Christians who cringe at atheists butchering the Bible. I'm actually with them rather than with the atheists.
Yeah, I mean,
Which probably would get me many enemies here in this server.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not
on my list
pro-Christian.
right now.
I'm anti-atheist rather than pro-Christian.
What did we do, man?
So you misunderstood God and religion completely, and then you had a go at a religion instead of progressing them.
Hmm. Okay.
You fell for Christianity and then disagreed with it.
Guys, I'm against abortion. You can debate me if you want. I can take all of the arguments.
Can your mama take all the arguments?
But the funny thing is, as you stick up for Christians, they say more and more and more outlandish, crazy shit.
Well, I don't think there's any sense in arguing really against like fuck, like pagan notions of God, right? Because this has to be taken case by case, right? And I'm just gonna be like, okay, show me evidence that this extra powerful being, just exists, right?
That isn't even what
But
most pagans mean. They don't mean an all-powerful being.
I didn't say all. I said extra powerful.
Yeah, no, whatever. They don't mean a being. Most pagans really.
They don't mean a being. What do you speak for
No,
all
so
pagans?
that's what you mean. You fell for Christianity, thinking God has to be an impossible being.
No, that's exactly no. What I meant, what I was saying when I said extra powerful, I meant like extra compared to like a human, right? Like a Thor character, a Zeus character, right? Not an omni god, not a god of classical theism. Like all knowing, all
Yeah, you're
loving,
right.
all
Maybe. A lot
powerful.
of pagans would claim some type of being. I
Yeah,
just
like
think
a
that's wrong as
powerful,
well.
yeah, just a powerful dude, basically, who has all the flaws of of us, right? And I mean that would have to take that case by case. I don't have a all out proof against that, but against the god of like classical theism, like I don't know, omnibenevolent one, fuck that shit. No, it's easily
Well, if I
disproved.
say the Elohim stuff is slightly real, we do come from an alien species. We was brought here as an experiment. Have you got any case against that?
I just don't see any evidence for that.
I mean, I guess the first evidence is we're different to animals.
No, we're definitely like part
We're
of
similar,
the like.
different.
No, we're like just a beautiful, nice piece of the puzzle that fits perfectly within the greater puzzle of like all animal and all life here. Like everything you can say that is like special about us is merely a sort of an extension of like other animals' abilities, right? Or like their genome, rather, right? I mean, genome itself, right? The blueprint for life. We can see how we neatly fit there. We were definitely born here and evolved here as an animal, and we are an animal. We're an ape.
Now, would you
Hello,
say in
Alex.
general that most animals have some other animal that wants to eat it?
Not all.
Oh, that's a
Just,
good
just,
one.
just, just think before you really answer that.
I don't know. Not all, I think. I mean, generally, but the idea of evolution is survival. So yeah, and
Even
I mean, heck, even
elephants.
cows will eat like a little bird. I've seen it. Right. So what's your point, though? I don't understand.
So
Yeah.
there
So
must
where's
be.
ours?
Yeah, where's the predator? Our predator.
You mean? Where's the predator? Have you heard about the great white shark? A lion, right? Like, oh wait, you thought like you think like that there's a preset like predator for each species? No, they change, they adapt, right? Like species
No,
have evolved to
something
eat
above
different
them in the
food.
food chain.
We are part of it. If you don't believe me, go find a bear in the woods.
So you've got like an
Now,
infinite regression fallacy,
What? What do you mean?
or the opposite, whatever you call it. In your religion, you've got this regression where everything's got something above it in the food chain except humans.
No, humans are part of the food chain. We just made
Yeah.
ourselves really hard to fucking eat because we like develop tools, sophisticated tools, right? I mean, we are our own biggest enemy, and frankly, we are the biggest enemy of most of living things on this planet, considering we're like changing the climate so much by our activities, not giving shit about what we're doing because of profit motive.
yeah, that's all garbage. There's still lots of ants.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
We will all be eaten by worm at the end. Worm our predator also. We are part of the food chain.
Isn't
Yeah,
it
I mean,
racist to say you're the top of the food chain? Nothing surpasses you.
not the species, if anything, not racist.
Social Darwinism.
No, it's species, not social Darwin, because I'm not saying. Because we didn't mention like white people, black people at all. Talking about species. It would be
Yeah, but
speciesist,
what?
not racist.
Yeah,
And again, we
speciesist.
are
Okay.
we are not on top of the food chain. Like, how do you
The
say
speciesist
naturally?
fallacy.
Right? No, it's not. No, we are part of the food chain, man.
Bro,
Again, go.
we can make
Yes.
any species extinct if we only wanted.
Sure.
Really?
But
Then
we
why are
need
there
them.
still ants?
What do we need them?
Because we didn't want them to be extinct.
Well, we need all the different species. They're part of the fucking ecology, right? That makes us food, right? Also, right? Like we've learned not to mess with. Well, actually, no, we shouldn't say that. Humans have tried to wipe out some species, right? Because they thought, oh, they're just a pest, right? Like finches, right, or something, right? And then turns out, oh shit, they eat the bugs that eat the fucking food that we want to grow, and now the bugs are overproducing and they're eating all of our crops. Oopsie.
Yeah, that's what happened in China during the
China
government.
No, that happened many times in history, right? Many times
Yeah, but
in the Western countries. China, just a big example because it's a big country, and oh my God, horrible communists. You know,
But that's the biggest example with the most casualties.
well, because it was the biggest country.
Possibly yes, but
More
this
people,
still doesn't
there's
change
more
the fact
people
that
to die when you fuck up, right? Compared to like 1,000 years ago, when you fuck up and there's only like a couple of 100 million people, right? And in your region that you control, there's maybe like 2 million people. At the most, what you can kill by your stupid policy is like a couple of million people. Consider that too. Not to defend Mao or anything. He's a fucking idiot. A good intentioned one, but still an idiot. But yeah, we're definitely part of the food chain. Again, we just managed to create society. We artificially sort of protected ourselves from it.
you know that being on the top of the food chain doesn't mean that you aren't a part of the food chain. Being, I don't know, a biggest number, like for example in numbers 1 to 10, 10 is the biggest number, and this doesn't mean that 10 isn't a number. That means that
Sure.
we are the apex predators, that we can basically kill any other species.
Yeah, but the other guys were saying we're like something separate because we don't have a quote unquote like natural predator, right, or like something like that.
No, that's not the argument.
Well, we have 83% genetic compatibility with a banana. So,
yeah, true.
what does
I
that
heard,
mean?
I heard it's 77. I heard it's 77%. Yeah, our genome is.
Was
banana.
it 83? Let me check.
Doesn't matter. The aliens might have made bananas for us.
No, we are banana.
Well, the banana is. Oh, sorry, it's 60%. Okay.
Oh, 60.
60%.
God, I was off.
60% of our genetic material is shared with the banana.
It just
Let's
shows.
do
Doesn't show
with
anything.
shark. With shark, we share. Right, not straight out the number. Researchers have identified that 154 genes in humans have comparable matches in elephant shark.
Why are people becoming racist in the text chat?
Wait, hold on.
It's just because the C word cracker isn't officially.
It's still going on. That
It's not on
discussion
the
is.
text ban list, but it is against the rules because it's racist, and they're just still going on about it.
That discussion has been going on since I joined this room like 2 hours ago. No, 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I heard that someone called someone a cracker, but I don't know what was the context.
Don't say that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I
Oh,
didn't
the
want
popo
to.
is here, man. Yeah, watch out. I'll get you.
I'm not gonna moderate anybody for that. I'm obviously gonna like just ask people not to say it. What the fuck?
Ah, you softy. So how much DNA we share with sharks? Come on.
It says with elephant sharks we share 154 genes, which is amazing.
Was that in the terms of percents?
No, in percent, no. It's just number of genes. Let's try with a different creature. Rabbit.
Thank God.
Do you know what's the most? You know what's the most crazy fact about our relatedness that I learned about?
Yeah, what?
That not only the chimpanzees are the most, not only humans are the most close to chimpanzees out of the all other animals, but also chimpanzees are the most close to humans from all of other animals.
Bonobos
We
are closer, I
mutually the
think.
most close. No, that they are both equally. But my point is that chimpanzees are actually more closer to humans than to gorillas. We tend to think about ourselves as something like completely more separate, and then you have chimpanzees and gorillas. But chimpanzees are actually closer to humans than to gorillas.
And also,
I
we
know,
have
we
the fusion
have like
point. We have the fusion point in our DNA, right? Because we have 47, and apes have 48. Other apes have 48, right? Chromosomes, and we can literally see how the two ape chromosomes fuse together. And
Yeah,
in
which,
us,
I saw that video too. I know exactly what you're referring.
yeah.
Apparently, humans are
the human
missing one
chromosome
chromosome,
fusion.
and that's evidence for the Anunnaki Elohim, because they took
They're
one
not
out.
missing it. No, they're fused together.
Okay, yeah, but that takes the number down from one, doesn't it? By one.
Yeah.
Well, it just makes its function different.
They call it
Little
the
bit of
missing
DNA.
chromosome, or the
It's
binded
not missing.
chromosome.
It's there. It's just like buddied up with some other chromosome.
Yes. So why did that happen?
Genetic
They're
mutation.
like
Genetic mutation.
Gene splicing.
No.
Well,
you don't know that.
Nature gene
naturally,
splicing, I
maybe.
suppose,
Yes,
yeah.
naturally. Yeah, sure, right. I mean, there's
maybe
a
it
lot
was
of evidence.
aliens. Maybe it was aliens or God who connected these two chromosomes to create the humans.
I
But that's
choose
like
to believe in
pointing to
aliens, but I
evolution.
think it will be weird for aliens to just come here and do that specific thing.
Yeah, it's like
I would think they have like much more serious things they want to do or have to do instead of just like making humans out of chimps or some shit.
If there were enough smart to know that humans are going to develop into sentient species, then it would be pretty funny to create some kind of sentient civilization, and then just kind of watch what is happening with it.
Like a reality show? We're there reality show?
Yes,
Oh,
or like a game, a video game where you can simulate civilizations.
The ratings must be off the charts, man, or something. Well, my favorite like argument for evolution is the phenomena of ring species, where we can see.
I do the Lenski long-term E. coli experiment.
Oh yeah, but that's
That's
not
my favorite.
it's not as flashy or sexy, right? Because the ring species they actually show how like one type of a lizard, one species of a lizard, or a bird or a plant, we have multiple examples, genetically change so much that they can no longer produce viable offspring, right? And that's just a different kind, aka species.
But it's still a kind of lizard. That's what
No,
Kent
no,
Hovind would say.
but how? No. Yeah, I know. Hey, but by the way, but by Ken Hovind's definition, biblically, what makes a species is that it brings forth. Oh my God, brings forth of its own kind, right? And he explains that actually in a video. There's a clip. It means that that they can produce offspring, basically, right? They can two chickens, make a chicken. Well, there's now two different chickens who cannot make a chicken together. They're so genetically far apart.
Yes, but they don't only base on the Bible, and everyone who talked ever to creationism would know that they take everything from the Bible, but then additionally add some fanfic to it to like kind of merge it with science more. So they say that kind is indeed originally what could interbreed, but over time some of these animals could lose that function. So everything, if something can interbreed, that means it is definitely of the same kind. But if something cannot interbreed, that doesn't exclusively mean that they are not of the same kind. They could be or there could not be. The problem with it is that it is unfalsifiable because there is no test you could make in that case to test if something is of the same kind. So it's absolutely unscientific. But this is what they do basically.
Well, yeah, I would say, yeah, I mean, okay, I would first of all be relying on the scientific notion of what a kind is, a species is, right? And because that's the whole point of the theory of evolution. It's a theory of speciation. It's trying to explain how different species emerge, right? And by the scientific notion of what a species is, this is different species. One species became two different species.
I mean, I know I'm only playing a devil's advocate.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
To pretend I'm a creationist and what they would say. The problem with that entire idea of a kind is that it is just undefined. So we can demonstrate some kind of change, like one animal evolving into another, and the fact that they cannot reproduce is basically the only kind of definitely defined factor. This is what defines a species, and any other more kind of change, like I don't know, growing a new limb or whatever, is only relative. So if you want to make a distinction how much change you have to demonstrate, that's completely arbitrary. And they have the burden of proof to demonstrate that at some point evolution would have to stop working at some arbitrary point, because the only thing we have to do is to demonstrate that it can make those changes, and then logically, if we can observe smaller changes over smaller time, if you extend this,
you're preaching to the choir.
if you extend this to a bigger time, that means you will have more changes. So this is all.
That's kind of interesting. The elephant, African or Indian, the rock hyrax, which is typical for Fertile Crescent in Africa, and the manatee are in the same family. I'm sure no creationist will say that they're all elephant kind. One looks like a rodent, like a Tasmanian devil. The other is the elephant, and the third is the manatee.
You know what really fucking breaks my brain almost with evolution Is the idea that fucking whales used to be like a cow-like fucking creature?
Yeah.
I was like, wow. Okay.
I mean, look. If you look at seals, then that idea becomes less ridiculous because seals are basically a transitional form between like aquatic and land animals right now in present.
Yeah, I guess so, man. Evolution be crazy, man. I'm gonna take a piss, guys. Be back.
It's actually especially crazy with those kinds because it's like it's a tower of misunderstandings. Why one misunderstanding is based on another misunderstanding, and to deconstruct this entire thing, you would have to spend hours discussing in loops. Because one of their arguments when we demonstrate evolution, like speciation, for example, is that it's still this bigger category. So it's still a lizard, it's still a plant, it's still a bacteria, and that's the point. I mean, in evolution, you will always still remain a part of this bigger category. It isn't like you're abandoning one category and being given another category in its place, like a fish becoming a tetrapod or whatever. You're still a part of this broader category. We are still apes and we are still mammals. So their objection is actually agreeing with evolution. They simply have a strawman version of evolution, and then they are arguing against this strawman using arguments that actually support real evolution. It's actually insane. If you have evolution, then that evolution is going to always build upon this previous body plan. So if at some point animals evolved mammary glands and mammals evolved, then all animals then that descend from mammals will still be mammals. They will have some additional features, some changed features, but those features that make them a part of this bigger category will still be there. And the second tactic, which I already discussed, is trying to make a split between macroevolution and microevolution, which is basically saying that at some magical undefined point, evolution has a barrier which it cannot cross anymore. This is stupid because from macroevolution just kind of it is implied logically, because if you have smaller changes over smaller time, then if you have bigger time, then they are going to accumulate more over this time. The same way as, I don't know, languages, a change in how one person speaks from one generation to some another generation, from a parent to a child, will be negligible. But if you add it over thousands of generations, then new languages will be born. Like French will be born from Latin, or Romanian will be born from Latin. So that question, to demonstrate macroevolution as something different from microevolution, is already a loaded question with an assumption. The assumption is that there is some kind of magical barrier, which there isn't, and they have the burden of proof to prove that this barrier exists, which they simply cannot, because logically, if we can only demonstrate microevolution, macroevolution just logically follows from it alone, unless there is this barrier. But this barrier is a positive claim they have to demonstrate. There's also mutations cannot create new information of the boundary. there is no definition of a kind based on taxonomy, on actual physical characteristics of an organism that you could use to determine they are of the same kind. So really the only definition they have is just a definition based on the fact that they have no common ancestry, that they were originally created by God. But in that case, it's just tautology, it's just stating an obvious fact from their position that one kind cannot evolve into another. From definition, they cannot because they have no common ancestors, and ancestors of one group will never become the ancestors of will never become a member of another group after they split. So yes, if creationism is true, then no animals from one kind, from one clade, will become animals of another kind, another clade. But this is all you can apply these arguments to. Hypothetically, if creationism was true, then that would happen. But if you want to apply this to physical reality, that the magnitude of changes physically are too great, then you would have to define actually what a kind is and how big of a change is too much. Would classify as something becoming one kind as compared to another, and then demonstrate that genetically, in terms of actual mechanisms of inheritance, there is some kind of blockade. And the reason they cannot objectively define a kind is because humans, I already said, chimpanzees are more closely related to humans than to gorillas. So if you want to use the genetic definition, which would be the only definition that would give you actual numbers, quantifiable numbers, like a percentage of how much you have to be related in order to be a part of a kind, then basically humans would have to be a part of the ape kind. Because if gorillas and chimpanzees are the same kind, then humans automatically also have to be, because they are even more closely related. And they cannot do that because in the Bible it says that humans were separately created. That's why it has to be arbitrary. Because humans and chimpanzees are so closely related that even African elephants and Asian elephants are less related than humans and chimpanzees. So many animals that they would intuitively classify as the same kind in that case would become separate kinds, and they would have too many kinds to fit on the ark. So they are basically being eaten by their own ideas. They have some they have some problem. They place a solution on that problem, but that solution generates even more problems, which then they have to solve using a next excuse, and that excuse makes even more problems, just as with flat Earth. Why does the sun set? Because of perspective. But with perspective, the sun would have to be getting smaller when it goes far away. Atmospheric magnification. So what's the proof for atmospheric magnification? There's none. And why don't we see this phenomenon with everything else besides the sun, with things we can actually measure physical size of, for example, a boat being observed distantly on the ocean? This is called fractal wrongness, or being fractally incorrect. In every single piece of the argument, you can take a look at you are wrong. and there's also balancing between another two problems with the kinds, because if you have too many kinds, then you have too many animals to fit on the ark, and it would be impossible because ark is given specific size in the Bible. But if you have too little kinds, these kinds, you have to remember, have to diversify into all of the modern biodiversity after the flood. And and mutations and evolution, it has some kind of rate. We don't just see, I don't know, a tiger becoming something like a lion over a course of a couple of generations. But only two animals, only one pair of each kind was what survived from the flood. And then they had to like a cat kind, those cat ancestors from the ark had to diversify into lions, into tigers. And if you calculate the time required to do that, they would have to be basically a new species being created every a couple of generations. So when they say evolution to demonstrate macro evolution, you have to have an like a tiger giving birth to a lion, or a chimpanzee giving birth to a human, or an ape giving birth to a human, which doesn't make any sense because human is an ape. This is basically what they require, because they require a very extremely sped up evolution after the ark, without anyone noticing that, without anyone noticing every species, as a new species being created every generation, and writing that down. Because we already have records of lions, we already have pictures of tigers from like 4,000 years ago, or 4,000 years BC. Sorry, 4,000 years BC. Yeah, flat Earth requires far more than globe, but in the context of creationism, it's even more hilarious because creationists require the thing they accuse evolutionists of, because they say that in order to demonstrate some big changes, like let's say a lizard evolving out of fish, you need to literally observe that lizard giving that fish giving birth to lizard in one generation. Because in order, if you don't observe that, that's just beliefs, that's just faith and magic. But they actually require that for those species to diversify enough fast after the flood. And lizard and a fish evolving, just a matter of those very, very slow processes just extended over a very long time. No, wait, it actually would be analogous, because the flat earthers accuse the globers of requiring refraction, and for things to be hidden below the horizon, flat earthers would also require refraction, but much more. That would actually violate the laws of physics, just as the mutation rate in creationism would violate the laws of biology and inheritance. But it's nice to know that anyone is. I don't really have many opportunities to share my interests in fringe topics like that. Yeah, have you heard about the heat problem? This is like the most devastating problem for creationism. It's like the sunset for flat Earth, then the heat problem is of the same magnitude for creationism. Okay. So a heat problem. In order to explain what a heat problem is, I have to explain some other topics before, because it's another case of patching one problem with another problem and then another problem. So I have to go to the very source of that. So the source of that is radiometric dating. When you measure how much of a radioactive isotope there is in a rock, and how much that isotope over time will react and will actually dissolve into some another isotope because of the radioactive decay law. And if you can measure the ratio of how much there is of this parent material to the daughter material, and because we can know the time, the rate of this decay, because we can just measure it in a lab, we can know how old the rock is, because when it was formed, it will have 100% of only this parent material. Then after the half-life of time will pass, then it will have half of this parent material, half of the daughter material, and so on. And the problem with that for creationism is that it gives states of billions of years old, or millions of years old, which is way too old for their idea, because they only believe the Earth is 6,000 years old. So what they basically think is that this rate, for absolutely no reason, magically sped up during the flood, just to fool people into thinking that the Earth is old. But there's a slight problem with that, and this slight problem is that this decay releases heat, and this isn't a problem if it decays at the normal rate, because this heat is distributed over a very long time, over a very, very slow process, so it isn't any significant. But then, if you want to cramp these billions of years of radioactive decay and accelerate it into only 1 year of the flood, which is what they think happened. They think that all of this decay happened only during the 1 year of the flood. Then you get heat of dozens of hydrogen bombs, of nukes per every square kilometer of the Earth's surface. Enough heat to completely evaporate the Earth's crust a couple of times in a row. And what's even more funny...
Dog, you don't know what you're talking about, dude. At all.
Okay, what's your problem with what I'm talking about?
Everything, dude. You've just been spewing out nonsense, dude. You're being incredulous. You have no idea
Give
what
an
you're talking
example.
about.
Give an example.
Well, the carbon-14 stuff, like your assumption, right, is that carbon-12, all carbon-12 is a direct decay of carbon-14. So all the carbon-12 that exists and has existed is decayed carbon-14. That's a premise that you hold. You assume that all the carbon-12 is a result of carbon-14 decaying over millions of years.
So the first problem with that is that carbon is being used to date rocks. It's only being used to date living material because its half-life is way too short. It would give you too much margin of error if you wanted to use it to date rocks.
Non sequitur. I didn't say anything about dating rocks. That's not what I said. I know carbon-14 is only used to date organic.
So this is what I was
living at one time, living animals, living trees. What's that have to do with what I said, with carbon-12 being a direct result of decay of carbon-14? And your premise.
Well, I was talking about rocks, so I thought that we are going to talk about it, but we can talk about carbon-14 if you want.
Okay, so with rocks, it's the same thing with potassium, argon, right? You think that argon is a direct result of the decaying of potassium, or with what's the other one? What's the third one that you guys use? Lead?
Lead, yeah.
Uranium, lead? You think that lead is a direct result of uranium decaying?
Yes.
You have so for your premise to work, right? You have to prove that's the case, which you can't. Now, granted, we on the Earth we do see elements that are unstable decaying to other elements, But nothing's stopping the creator from creating all these elements alongside each other simultaneously at the same time, in the correct proportions.
Can I answer because you've been monologuing for a couple minutes? Okay, so the reason why we know all of this carbon 12 comes from carbon 14 is that because we observe when animals die today that all of their body is composed only from this carbon 14, and we have no reason to think it worked in a different way in the past.
No, but there's different amounts of carbon in different things, like, and not just carbon, dude. It's like you guys act like it's consistent throughout the natural world, these proportions, and they're not. They're finding anomalies in all types of different things. And even in the ice cores, the anomalies are found with the amount of carbon that existed just 12,000 years ago. Never mind 30,000, 60,000, 100,000, just 12,000 years ago, the concentration of carbon 14 and carbon 12 was drastically different than it is today.
Okay, so what is an example of that of that anomaly?
Ice cores. Or even they found bubbles, air bubbles inside of sap, and they've tested the air bubbles to compare the ratio of nitrogen, hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon dioxide, and they found drastically different ratios in the past. So this idea that in order for your calculations to work, you have to assume a consistent amount of carbon 14 and carbon 12 decaying and existing in the atmosphere and in the ground. You have to assume, right, to then guesstimate, to have an educated guess on a dating of a specimen. But you can't actually defend your premise that carbon 14 or 12 has been consistent.
That isn't really a problem, because when a rock forms, then we don't observe this carbon in the atmosphere polluting the sample. We only observe the carbon being in the rock.
My point here is that when you said that for all the carbon 12 to exist, it would have had to have decayed, and the decay would have created a lot of heat, right? And that heat would have melted the earth, would have destroyed the earth, right? Yeah, that's only if all the carbon 12 that exists is a direct decay, right, of carbon 14. You could have had the creator create carbon 14 and carbon 12 at the same time, alongside each other in correct proportions. Just like he did everything else, just like he did all the other elements. One element doesn't have to always be a byproduct of a previous element, right? A mother element. Because if you look at the periodic table, it's organized by its atomic weight, right? And hydrogen being the most abundant element, people assume that hydrogen was the first element, right, that the universe created. And then after hydrogen, you got the second, and then you end up at carbon at number 6.
But the creationists, they don't believe that the rocks from the, for example, Cretaceous or from Jurassic, they don't believe they were created. They believed they were deposited during the flood. So they were already created through natural processes after the world was created. And yet those rocks, they give dates of billions of years old. And they have to say that they weren't created because they contain fossils, and Christianity believes that in the originally created world there was no death, there were no remains of animals, so these rocks have to come from the flood.
All right, so I have this is from Answers in Genesis. Geologist Dr. Andrew Snelling identifies 3 primary concerns with specifically uranium lead dating, which is used for trying to, not only we have carbon, we have potassium argon, and we have uranium lead. It's the same problem with all 3 dating techniques, but in this specific instance, he's talking about uranium lead. Common lead assumption: the method assumes that all lead isotopes found in rocks are products of radioactive decay and I already tried to push back against that assumption, because the creator could have created uranium and lead at the same exact time. Lead doesn't have to be a direct result of uranium decaying. That's an assumption that you guys hold. All right. Number two, however, the presence of non-radiogenic lead isotopes such as 204 Pb suggests that some lead may have been present from the very beginning, challenging the assumption that all lead is radiogenic or a result of radioactive decay. Number two, decay's constant variability. Accurate age determinations rely on the consistency of decay rates. Dr. Snelling points out that uranium decay constants may not be as well known or constant as presumed, which could affect the reliability of age calculations. And number three, this is a number three assumption. Assumptions about initial conditions and contamination. Uranium lead method presupposes known initial conditions and a closed system free from contamination. Since these conditions cannot be verified for ancient samples, the reliability of the dating result is questioned.
Again, I guess I would have to just myself because I already answered objections before you said that. We observe the same type of rocks, let's say igneous rocks, that are a result of volcanoes. We observe also those rock forming nowadays in volcano eruptions, and they only contain this parent isotope. They don't contain any daughter isotope. So this assumption that you're describing isn't only just assuming it because we like it. It's because we literally observe how it forms, and we know this assumption is true. The same way as you can say you're assuming the radius of the Earth, but we've already measured the radius of the Earth, and then we can work based on that assumption.
You're saying that igneous rock contains only mother isotopes. Is that what you just said?
Yes. Yes, exactly.
And because of that, you assume that the crust is igneous rock, and the crust does contain mother and daughter isotopes. So therefore, it must be older than 6,000 years or something. Is that your logical sequence?
Yes. Do you have any problem with that specific?
Yeah, I mean, how do you know that the Earth's crust couldn't have been contaminated over time, over even 6,000 years, to produce daughter isotopes in the correct time? You know, or what if it wasn't exactly igneous rock that cooled off over millions of years? What if it was just created, the crust? Now, I know you got the mantle, you got the whole layers. I'm not entirely sure with tectonic plates and all that, how that all works, but I don't remember all the layers. But I know, yes, there was a flood, and part of the flood destroyed the upper mantle or the upper crust. I don't know how that would play out. But at the end of the day, we're just assuming things, right? How do you really know that the Earth's crust at one point was igneous rock?
Again, this rock couldn't have been created like that because it contains fossils, which means, according to your paradigm, that it was already created after the world was originally created. So it was created during the flood. So
Exactly. So why would it have? So why do you assume it to not have daughter isotopes?
Because there's no physical mechanism that would cause it to have those. Do you have any?
Yeah, the mere fact that it just, it destroyed the upper surface of the Earth, right, engulfing all the animals, completely suffocating them and petrifying them under immense pressures from the surface of the from the ocean waters that came, what 13 cubits above the highest mountain. That would have created immense pressures that would have fossilized everything, including with all the elements, the mother and daughter elements. It's all big soup.
Okay, let's say for the sake of your argument, let's even assume that it all got contaminated. In that case, why is there a relationship that this ratio of parent to daughter isotope gets greater and greater the lower you get in the rocks? So the lower rocks, they always have these greater proportions as if they were actually physically older, and the higher rocks have always lower proportions. If it all was a matter of random contamination, then there would be just no relationship. All of these rocks would be dated completely inconsistently, and it
Not
wouldn't make
necessarily.
any sense.
Not necessarily. If you look into the creation account, right, and or if you even bother looking into the Answers in Genesis website, they explain how the fossil record was laid out, right? They explain weights and densities, Archimedes' principle, how things were preserved in the earth, right? And you start to see now there is anomalies because there's some big animals at the top that should be at the bottom, but it has to do with like the heaviest elements would be sinking to the bottom, dude. So if you're talking about uranium lead isotopes, I would expect lead to sink down to the bottom in greater proportions than you're going to find it at the top. Something is now that's just me hypothesizing of why you would have greater concentration of lead isotopes at the bottom versus the top. Something very practical that you're completely handwave dismissing.
Okay, but in that case, why would it be a gradient? Why wouldn't all of the lead be stuck to the bottom? I mean, in the first place, you have it completely wrong, the other way around, because uranium is actually more dense than lead. So the uranium would have to go all the way to the bottom. Why wouldn't all of the uranium go to the bottom, and then there would be a layer of lead? Instead of that, we have a gradient. We have a gradual. On the bottom, we have the most uranium and a little bit lead. Then you have more lead and less uranium, more lead, less uranium. The higher you go. If you sort
No, yeah,
something
you're
by
right.
densities,
The uranium would be the
if
uranium
you
would
make
be heavier.
if you make a density tower, right, then all of the element that is less dense will go to the top, and all of the element that is more dense would go to the bottom. It wouldn't be a gradual. It wouldn't be gradual. It would be a sharp boundary between the two.
Right, and yeah, it wouldn't be exactly perfect because it was a chaotic event, right? Some things got smothered and covered in mud instantly, right, and stuck at the bottom, and some didn't. Some were floating in a solution of salt water, right? Now, I want to let you know that Charles Lyell, an attorney friend of Darwin, came up with the geological column. He believed that different layers, strata of dirt represented time periods. And this is from my notes. This isn't ChatGPT or anything. It's from my notes. Only dirt doesn't sort out like that. It doesn't lay down limestone for a million years, then decide to lay down sandstone. It is sorted underground by weights and densities. To be clear, it is sorted exactly as water would sort dirt and rock. In fact, this is such a common occurrence, there's a scientific name for it. It's called the liquefaction. And the layers of strata of the sedimentary rock are global. Sedimentary rock, actually, by its very definition, means rock laid down by water. And if you look up what sedimentary rock means, it literally means rock that's been laid down by water. That was traditionally what it meant. And liquefaction, there's different types of liquefaction before you critique me for using that. There's certain liquefaction where the material is completely obliterated, right? And turned it into dust inside the water. And it becomes a solution. So basically the material is broken down to its individual particulates. And then over time, as the murky water starts to settle, sort of like when you disturb the bottom of when you go into the beach, right? And you disturb the sand and it gets all murky. And then you wait a little bit and the sand settles and it gets clear again. That's the type of liquefaction I'm talking about. The water destroyed the upper layer, right? And caused this solution. And then as it settled, just like the density tower, as it settled, things were organized by their weights and densities. And that's how you end up with the geological strata. With some exceptions,
But
Yeah,
are you aware that not all of the rocks in the fossil record that are laid by floods.
Yeah, I'm aware. But most of it is. And as you can tell, it's organized by its density. And you could test the sandstone, you could test the limestone, you could test the granite. The granite was mostly already there. I mean, that's another anomaly. You heard about the polonium isotopes or the polonium halos, I meant, in the granite. How do you explain that?
I haven't heard of that. Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, so the polonium halos are. Yeah, I got you. Well, I'll post a picture in a second. So basically, what we have are bubbles inside of granite that should have escaped from the granite unless the granite was instantly frozen or instantly cooled.
Okay. And what are those bubbles made of?
It's polonium. It's some radioactive. Hold on, I got you. Etched within Earth's foundation rocks, granite, are beautiful microspheres of coloration, halos produced by radioactive decay of primordial polonium, which is known to have only a fleeting existence. The following simple analogy will show how these polonium microspheres or halos contradict the evolutionary belief that granites formed as hot magma and slowly cooled over millions of years. To the contrary, this analogy demonstrates how these halos provide unambiguous evidence of both an almost instantaneous creation of granite and the cooling off of the granite. A speck of polonium is molten rock. Excuse me, a speck of polonium in molten rock can be compared to an Alka-Seltzer dropped into a glass of water. The beginning of the effervescence is equated to the moment that polonium atoms began to emit radioactive particles. In molten rock, the traces of those radioactive particles would disappear as quickly as the Alka-Seltzer bubbles in water. But if the water were instantly frozen, the bubbles would be preserved. Likewise, polonium halos could have formed only if the rapidly effervescing specks of polonium had been instantly encased in solid rock. And I'll get you some pictures. Hold up. And yeah, there's peer-reviewed journals on this too. It's not like I'll post that in a second.
Okay, can you link it? Because this is, I must admit, this is the first time I heard about this.
Yeah, so in every question regarding the validity of or implications of this polonium halo evidence has been systematically dealt with. In our published reports, and I got you right here, and in various discussions with those holding differing views, we invite you to pursue the points we have raised in our exchanges. Consider them and decide for yourself the truth of the matter. Of particular interest would be our recent discussions with the Institute for Creation Research regarding the validity of our work. But you have Dr. K.R. Walker, Dr. Larry Taylor, Dr. Brent Rimple, and it says the Academy has vehemently opposed creation science, even claiming that the evidence for creation has been scientifically invalidated. We have repeatedly challenged the Academy to publicly explain where the polonium halo evidence for creation has ever been scientifically invalidated. For over 15 years, they have refused to even try, for they know that their statement is insupportable when it comes to polonium halo evidence.
Can you just post the link maybe so I can read it?
Yeah. I got you, bro.
So that
Legally, it was not called science. Legally, a judge deemed it and then upheld in the Supreme Court as creationism is not a science by the Miller versus Kitts-Dover trial. Since then, it has a legal definition of not being a science, so that's why it's not allowed to be taught in schools. Academically, that probably would refer to the same process, meaning that in the Miller versus Kitts-Dover trial, there was a sleuthany of like scientists that presented numerous books or numerous studies in regards to evolution being actual science and creation not being science, so you can address the trial as well. I think the trial proceedings are open and you can download everything from the United States Federal like Bureau of Justice or whatever it's called. It is none of these processes are like established versus via rigorous academic research or scientific method. None of these processes can be established for that. They have to be assumed for political, philosophical reasons to be the case.
Oh, the irony
don't have-
of you saying that.
They don't have the peer review. So they
I mean,
can
they can be
publish
peer reviewed among
Yeah,
other
they do. They do have
theists and
peer review.
theists and theologians, but that doesn't mean it's biology, right? I don't understand. We don't have to like dressing this in the mantle of science, like creationism does not bring people close to God, right?
Can you rebuttal this though? Because it says here every question regarding the validity or implication of the polonium halo evidence for creation has been systematically dealt with in our published reports. Every proposal for an evolutionary origin of polonium radio halos has been systematically and experimentally falsified. No hypothetical naturalistic scenario has yet been suggested that can account for these polonium halos in the granite. Not so. Do you have a rebuttal to that?
No, I'm not a geologist.
Yeah,
if you're
this is the
asking me
first
to
time
do
I hear about it.
research, I will have to read a lot and then come back to you. Like right now, I cannot rebuttal anything.
So, all right, that's fine. But as far as I know, it stands that this has not been refuted. The polonium halos, you don't have a naturalistic explanation for the polonium halos. Doesn't exist.
I mean, sure, I'll read and I'll come back to you. What you can actually do right now, Lion, is you can use consensus.app, which is the new AI studies search engine, which you can just type simple words and it'll find all the studies correlated to that. Or you can copy paste the text here and request studies from the AI agent, and it will provide all the studies related so you can see if they're really if this mechanism or this event or this anomaly has not been explained by naturalistic means. But even if that's the case, let's say it's not been explained, that still doesn't get us to, well, a creator did it, right? It's just, well, we can't explain it. Both sides have to retreat. They've laid out their armies, but they have to retreat because neither creationists or evolutionists can present or like materialists can present anything.
Yeah, but it's not about proving that the creator did it. It's not about 100% proof here. We're dealing with evidence, and when you start stacking the evidence, it starts.
Yeah, but this is evidence for no
see
side.
that. No, this is evidence for a creator, dude.
How? If none of us, not you or me, can present anything that sways this in our favor, how is it evidence for a creator?
Because the liquid magma that was granite, all of it, the mass of the granite would have had to have cooled off instantly. Now we don't have a natural explanation for how that could happen. There's no, they don't have a mechanism that they can even fathom, hypothesize of how that could happen. It doesn't
but that
exist
doesn't
right now.
mean it's a creator. It just means that we haven't figured out how that works yet.
That's fine. I already granted you that that's not 100% proof, right? But it's evidence on my side. It's evidence for me, right? In the creationist.
I respectfully disagree.
All right, it's fine. But that's just one piece of evidence of many. We can go through it.
I would actually agree with you that if you have evidence that cannot be explained using a model that is against but I cannot really agree that this is evidence against our model because I haven't researched it yet. You just gave me like dozens of articles about something I
Yeah, but
hear
from
about
a-
for the first time. So I will go and do my research and then we can talk.
From a rhetorical standpoint, we can grant all of that for the sake of the conversation and still come out with, again, we've laid out our armies, we've prepared, and now we have to retreat because none of us has the right to attack. This proves neither side gets to tip the balance of the war, essentially. That's most debates are like that. Like people lay out their army and they do some attacks, but in the end, like things turn out to be very nuanced. They're not binary. One side has to concede things, the other side has to concede things, and that's it. It's always vague. It's always in the gray. It's always like amorphous. It's not crystal clear. It's not crisp. It's gonna be, since humans are doing this. Human minds are operating under pretenses with specific information or pieces of data. That's always going to be the case. It's never going to be crystal clear. There's always going to be chances for doubt. That's how the universe is. But still, again, I'll read it. Chris, you said what kind of halos? Sorry.
I posted it in the chat, but it's
Oh, okay.
polonium. Polonium radio halos. Says on a newly formed Earth, for C14 to equalize in the atmosphere would take about 30,000 years. Tests show that C14 is still increasing in the atmosphere. It has not equalized. In layman's terms, the atmosphere is not even 30,000 years old. Further still, if the entire Earth were one ball of C14, it would be completely gone in 1 million years. Yet, you find it in everything from dinosaurs to diamonds.
But in that case, you have to accept certain bits of modern science, like radiometric dating, right? You have to concede that radiometric dating is true for you to make that conclusion.
Yeah, and I've never denied radiometric dating to an
Yeah,
extent.
I'm just trying to to an
Wait.
extent.
Yeah, to an extent.
So when does the science break down of radiometric dating?
Well, it depends on what you're dating and what radioisotopes you're using to date. Like we brought up potassium, argon, uranium, lead, and carbon 14 and carbon 12. When it comes to manuscripts, like I love the science of studying facsimiles and manuscripts from the ancient days, whether it's the Bible or other texts, and they do carbon date these texts because these texts a lot of times were written on lambskin, animal skins, and you can do carbon dating on them to get a rough estimate within 100 years, and I believe they're fairly accurate within 100 years. With that being said, they're only accurate as long as the material that's being dated wasn't contaminated. Now I brought up contamination earlier. Contamination is very big deal when it comes to carbon dating because any contact with, like, if let's say that the manuscript was near a volcanic eruption like Pompeii or something, if any of that dust from the volcano for whatever reason ends up touching that manuscript, now that manuscript's the dating is going to be way off. Or if it's been in a fire, if it's been in a slightly burned, there's going to be some carbon buildup. It's going to throw off the dating. These things like this can contaminate the sample.
Lion, what if I find a manuscript that's not been tainted by anything and I carbon dated and it's like 50,000, hypothetically, 50,000 years? Would that be like, would that seem strange to you? Would you accept that result or you would contest it?
So two things with carbon dating is only it can only be accurate within a 5,000 year time frame. And then beyond that, it's yeah, you're gonna get some wacky numbers because I don't think the Earth is older than 6,000 years old. So anything beyond that with carbon dating, you're gonna get some wacky ass numbers, bro.
Interesting.
Zoidberg, can I ask what country you're from? Because you asked that me and you have.
My father is Bulgarian Thracian, like Spartacus and Orpheus, and my mother is Jewish.
Wait, am I your dad?
Israeli.
I know.
No.
You ever heard of the
actually,
Thracian Chronicles?
Thracian Chronicles, no.
No. You know the guy that speared Jesus on his side was a Thracian soldier.
Longinus, he was a Roman.
Yeah, he was a Roman citizen, a Roman, but he was of Thracian descent.
Oh, I did not know that. Is that significant or?
Yeah, because he
Just
had
like
his own. In your country they have preserved testimonies of that character. When allegedly when it's called the Thracian Chronicles, when he was hit with the blood of Jesus, when he speared Jesus on the side and the blood and the water came out, his eyes were healed because he had vision problems. He couldn't see very well, and he became a believer right after that.
I see.
Are you Christian? The guy.
Wouldn't God punish him for killing Jesus, or?
No. He was already dead. He was making sure that Jesus was dead when he speared him in the side.
Oh.
But he got covered in blood that instance. He wasn't expecting the water and the blood to pour out the way it did, and it hit him in the face and healed his vision, allegedly, according to the testimony.
Yeah, I understand.
Are you a Christian? The guy below.
Who, me or him?
You.
Yeah. Why?
Okay. Just making sure.
So, regarding speciation, if you want to, because I did want to mention, I heard you talking earlier about the Noah's Ark and all that, and I do have something to say about that. I got my book here, my handy book here. Trying to find it. All right, here we go.
Are you on the road right now?
No, I'm at home. You can't tell? My mic sounds better? Hopefully.
Your mic doesn't sound bad in general,
Doesn't
so
sound-
maybe.
No, usually I got my headphones on for my iPhone. Now I'm at home. I got a nice mic, dude, but sometimes people say they can't hear me. It's a SM7B connected to a Focusrite and a Cloud Lifter.
Nice.
So when it comes to Noah's flood, okay.
By the way, Lion, you are aware that many cultures, especially in that region, in the Tigris and the Euphrates, in Persia, had a flood myth, right? It wasn't only. Okay.
Yeah, over 200 cultures around the world have a flood myth. And I know people love bringing up the Epic of Gilgamesh. I own a physical copy of the Epic of Gilgamesh. I've read it. I understand. There's parallels between Noah's flood and the Epic of Gilgamesh. To me, that doesn't mean much. They all came from the same family in my worldview. Gilgamesh is a direct descendant of Noah, actually, in my worldview, but it's besides the point. So Noah's Ark. Okay, if we go with the most absurdly high numbers we can muster, then it would be 75,000 animals total to get every creature today that we see on the earth. So Noah would have had to bring, and this is just like, he might have had less than that. We were being generous here. 75,000 animals in total on the ark. That would be 42% of the total capacity of the ark. 42%. So that means under half of the ark's capacity. How do we know? Because the ark's capacity, if you do the math according to the Bible, would have been equivalent to, it says here, where is it? 750 connexes. You know what a connex is?
Yep.
750 rail cars. You know those connexes, those shipping containers that you see on ships?
Yeah, yeah.
So 750 shipping containers.
Length or capacity?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Noah's Ark was roughly the measurement of a modern day super tanker ship. In fact, its shipping capacity in modern terms would be roughly 750 boxcars or connexes.
Gotcha.
So the math for this is actually very simple. We are also in this example going to say all these animals are the size of a full-size sheep. Most of the animals are nowhere near the size of a grown sheep. Because if you actually look at the account, you had 7 pairs of clean animals and only a pair of unclean animals. So it was seven of the clean animals each and 2 of the unclean animals each. So it says here, if we go with the more realistic numbers, the boat will hold 180,000, right? But you don't need 180,000 to repopulate the Earth. You only need 21,000 of that, or roughly 12% of the boat for the animal storage. So 21,000 animals, which is 12% of its capacity, and you could repopulate the Earth.
Well, animals tend to have like big genetic diversity, so it can take up to like 7-8 rabbits to populate an entire forest with genetically diverse rabbits, so they don't suffer from inbreeding or.
How many species there are total?
Existing currently, or
Yeah.
A buttload. Well, we have like 1 million species so far.
Oh, no, much more than that. Kind of goes to 80 million.
With speciation, according to Darwin, finches speciate in 2 generations, not 2 million years for Darwin's birds. Darwin's finches on the Galapagos Islands are said to have diversified into 14 species over a period of 2 million years. But in 2017, the journal Science reported a newcomer to the island, which within 2 generations spawned a reproductively isolated new species. This is merely a variation in species type called microevolution, far different from a rhino becoming a turtle or a monkey becoming a person or a T-Rex a bird.
Yeah, so that's not what actual evolution says.
I understand. They're reducing it to
doesn't say.
absurdity. They're reducing it to
Yeah,
absurdity. But
they're
yeah,
being
go ahead.
dishonest or ignorant. Well, so I looked it up. It's 8.7 million. And
What?
that's our span of 5,000 years, 6,000 years, or how many? So that's
4,000 and a half years.
Yeah, but probably Lion would contest that some of these species, because, for example, let's say an insect has like a slightly different antennae or a slightly different positions of the legs, is not really a new species. They're just the same insect, but just some variation of body plan within the same genus or the same family.
Yeah, so if you think about it, with canines
just
or
1.2
felines,
million though have been formally described the species. So there's of those that we know, of even those like minutia things that you're saying, oh, that we're like exaggerating the number there. Roughly a tenth. We only know a tenth of the species that must exist in the whole world. Right? It just seems to be quite a far-fetched thing, even if you grant the story of this giant ship and stormy seas and all the shit, that they have to clean.
I mean, again, but that the problem is here. It's just
No, you guys don't understand.
What a creationist would say is God kind of like shielded the ship.
Well,
But bro,
if you're gonna
if
use
you break it down,
use
even if
magic,
hold on, dude.
if you're gonna
If you
if
break
you're
it,
gonna
no, dude, it's not magic, dude. You're just being incredulous, dude. If you break down the rate of growth, population growth, you know you can get 1 billion people on the earth in 1,000 years, dude, with just one couple doubling every 40 years with a 2.1% fixed exponential growth. You get 1 billion people in 1,000 years just from one couple.
it's
Now
about the
imagine. Well, hold
species.
on. Well, hold on. Well, if you hold on. Speciation is arbitrary, dude. If you're talking about genetic variation, like a Chihuahua from a Great Dane, and you want to call that two different species, that's not a different species, bro.
Yeah, I
Right?
agree.
So
They're a dog.
even if they can't mate, even if they can't reproduce, right? Even if they can't have viable offspring, doesn't mean that they're a different species all of a sudden. That's not how it works in the Bible.
Isn't that how the Bible defines kind?
No, not at all. So with that being said, so we have Noah's Ark. If we just look at canines and felines, they would have had seven canines and 7 felines, 7 pairs.
And so from those 7 felines, you now have all of the families of felines.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Like the house cat, like the
Pumas, leopards, jaguars, tigers,
hyenas.
cheetahs. No, not hyenas. It's not a
Hyenas
feline.
are hyenas are feline.
I don't know. That's debatable. Do they have the same amount of chromosomes?
They are feline. They come genetically.
I don't care, dude. I don't care what. I don't care how you subclassify.
felines.
I don't care how you guys
they're
subclassify
feline.
animal species. Bro. Do they have the same
Feline.
chromosomes? Yes or no?
Yeah, they belong to the family of feline.
All right. Well, if they have the same chromosomes, then they're feline. If not, they're not a feline, dude. Because you guys try to say the same thing about the fox.
Told you,
You know, the fox literally is missing.
a canine.
No, it's not. No, it's not. And you say
Yes,
the
it
same
is.
thing about the African painted dog. Just because it has dog in the name doesn't mean it's a canine. And just because it looks like a dog because it has 4 legs and a snout doesn't mean that it's a canine. That's not how
Talking
speciation
about
works, dude.
Genetics. Talking about genetics here.
Yeah, me
Things
too.
that we
I tried to
objectively
tell you.
can see. No, so look, I understand you're trying to I don't know if you're probing what his position is, but we both know it is it's not the case, right? And I'm just pushing back a little bit. You know, I mean, I can, can I also chime in? You know, can I play here too in the
Yeah, of course,
sandbox?
bro. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the thing. So I'm contesting a few things. As far as I know, Carnivoria, Mammalia, Feliformia. Yeah. Suborder, which order Carnivoria? Yeah, cat-like. Yeah, yeah. There we go. I know this would trip you, man, because it's counterintuitive, but they're a type of feline that found an evolutionary niche in the
Right.
environment where dogs would usually occupy it. Correct, right? That's why they look like dogs, because they adapted to look like dogs, even though they're feline. They're actually cat. Fun fact.
No, dude. That's what I'm trying
Well,
to
you
say.
just added
Just
a story
because,
there, though,
just
didn't you? Right? You just added a bit of a story.
Huh?
You added the story, right?
I added the story. You said what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, to explain it because people.
Yeah, you had an imagination. I could imagine add imagination too, because the
Andy, what do you think?
whatever the fucking
Andy, what do you think?
Andy, guys, they've been reclassified according to molecular genetics and all sorts of different information in regards to their fossil records. Hyenas are indeed Feliformia, and you know what? African wild dog actually is from the family of canine. They're just not from Canis lupus.
I understand you guys like to subcategorize different
they got
animals.
mental with these fucking labels.
But yeah, just because they have similar genes, right? Just because they're genetically related doesn't mean that they have a common ancestor at all. I made this point the other day. Just because, hold on, dude, I'm still talking, dude. Just because an engineer created 2 different types of software with similar code because the code happens to be efficient, doesn't mean that that software came from another software.
Yeah, right. But are you gonna say this when the genetic tests come for I don't know? Do you have children?
What?
Do you have children? Right? Would you say
Yeah.
the same thing? Right. And
No.
so you don't.
No, because there's nuances. Yeah, I can have relatives that actually came from me, or that we have a common ancestor, a grandfather, or Adam, right? But then to say that just because me and chimpanzees we share genetics, 95% of genetics, doesn't mean that me and chimpanzees have a common ancestor. You're jumping to conclusion.
No, so the reason why you could say you're related to your children and to your grandfather is based on a same type of evidence by which we know that these creatures are feline.
Yeah, it's
Sorry,
similar.
because
It's a similar
Can I-
thing. But when we track the mitochondrial DNA or the paternal DNA, you're saying that at some point, if you go back in the evolutionary lineage, eventually you're gonna end up to a
I haven't
common
said that yet.
ancestor that both us and chimpanzees are related to. I don't believe that. That's a story. That's a fish story.
I haven't said that.
I
I'm
I
only
want to ask.
talking about categorization of
Bro, why do you guys always do this? You're saying that about the hyena. You're saying it about the fox. And I'm saying,
Just
no,
wait, hold on.
the hyena does not have a common ancestor that's related to the dog. I mean, to the cat. And the fox does not have a common ancestor that's related to the dog. Not at all. Just because they share genetics doesn't mean that you can jump to conclusion and say that we both have a common ancestor.
Can I ask, please,
So
a
the fox
question?
is also from family Canidae. So I don't know why you're saying the fox is not a canine. I think you are confusing. I think you are confusing. I think you're confusing genus with family. Most Barrowmans and Barrowmanologist specialists stop at family. At the moment, you're mixing up two different creationist talking points and getting them backwards with each other.
I'm not arbitrarily classifying species on the earth with these subcategories like you guys do, right? Based off of arbitrary
They're not
traits.
arbitrary.
Wait,
Actually,
yes,
you are,
they're very
actually you are,
arbitrary
because you're
Wait,
referencing
my fucking
Barrowmanology,
goodness,
which
dude, I'm still
arbitrary.
fucking talking, dude. I'm still talking. All right.
Well, you can
So
still keep
dog,
fucking
this is
talking. That's not
dog,
gonna make you
dude.
more right.
Dog,
I'm still
listen,
fucking
bro.
talking. I'm still fucking
Bro.
talking.
No,
Damn,
come
you're
on.
annoying.
I'm giving you the justification why I don't believe foxes are canines. If you just hear me out, listening ears, like I tell my 6-year-old, listening ears.
Yeah, but
No, we're not gonna do this.
Dogs have 78 chromosomes. Go tell me how many chromosomes foxes have, please, for the audience.
At the family level, you don't have to have the same number of chromosomes in order to be considered within the same family. That's far enough.
It's
Got
just
him.
like
How many chromosomes do
Now-
foxes have, please? I want to hear this.
It
what do you think a
doesn't
chromosome
matter.
is?
It doesn't matter.
How
This
many?
isn't-
Somebody answer the fucking question.
The number of chromosomes is not what determines necessarily which family you belong to.
Oh, now all of a sudden chromosomes don't mean shit, right?
I didn't say
How
that.
many
I said that
chromosomes
the
do
number,
foxes
I
have?
said the number of chromosomes is not what determines that. It's the
Bro,
it's
Some
the
foxes
it's the
have
relatedness
34
when it comes to the
chromosomes, okay.
information shared within the chromosomes.
all right, here we go. So foxes have 34 chromosomes, less
Oh,
than
okay.
half the
You're not
chromosomes
listening.
of a dog, right?
May
How the
I
fuck
ask my?
did a dog? Hold on. How
Jesus.
does a dog over time lose more than half its chromosomes to become a fox? How do you explain that mechanistically with evolution? Go ahead.
How to explain that mechanistically? I don't personally have an explanation for that, but that doesn't mean that one doesn't exist if you were to actually review the literature. And once again, you are completely going past what I said, which is it is not necessarily the number of chromosomes, but the information contained within those chromosomes and the fossil record in regards to where you see the species that seem to come before it in the records go to, and where you can find the splits, because you actually can coordinate these two things together. And what you find is that there exist these species before, and they go to a certain point where there is before that there is no fox, there is no line of dog.
Right, Lion, if I may, listen, don't take this personal, right? We obviously disagree. We knew this from the get-go.
Can I ask my
Right.
questions?
Yeah, I just wanna just peace offering here, olive branch, right? Don't take this personally, and I would say the same thing for like my side here, right? Just obviously gonna disagree with this guy. Let's not just yell at each other. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. No, just see where we like agree,
I-
disagree. What's the strength of evidence? Go ahead, sorry.
To Andy and Lion, please, only them. What do you guys think hyenas are, and what do you guys think foxes are? To
I think
Andy and
people
Lion.
People will read data just to fit their bias, whatever it is. That's what I think.
So, but in your personal opinion, what is a fox? Is it a dog? Is it a cat? Is it a whatever?
It seems to have qualities of both, doesn't it? It seems to have sort of a bit of feline quality to it. But then again, it looks a bit like a dog, so I don't know.
Yeah, a hyena is a unique animal. It's a unique species, bro. It's not. It's neither a feline or a canine, and it never had a common ancestor connected to the feline
Incorrect.
line or the.
Incorrect.
I know you guys
That's
believe that, but
incorrect.
I don't. Yeah, just
That's
because we share genetics doesn't mean that we're
just
all
because we share
related.
genetics, just because we have the same, you know, genetics doesn't mean we're related. That's bullshit, and you know it.
Yeah, it's common creator.
No, it's not.
Nasty Shell.
Yeah,
Common
a common
creator.
creator. Exactly. Thank you. A common creator who created a common ancestor a long time ago that split off. Amazing how that works.
No, it's just it works well, so it's used in. If
Yeah,
you think
he
about
appears,
it,
he appears to have for a creator god, he appears to have a very limited palate. He seems to have certain ideas that he can't get away from for some reason.
no, that's not limited. You're limited. That's the
No,
issue.
you're limited. You're apparently you're limiting your
No,
god.
you.
You're limiting your god.
It's like a
You're- you're-
5-year-old.
You're
I'm arguing with
limiting.
a 5-year-old.
Of course it is because you have the knowledge of a 5-year-old on this subject.
No, you.
Be derogatory. Come on.
You
go
have
for it.
a knowledge of a 5-year-old on this subject. Your basic
All
answer to
right,
everything.
jeez.
Your
I'm
basic.
getting attacked
Your
by this gay
basic.
fella.
Your
This
basic.
gay
Your
fella's
ba-
attacking
your
me.
basic.
Jeez.
Your basic. Your basic answer to everything we say is no.
You talked to your
I don't
boyfriend with
believe
that mouth.
I don't believe that. No. That's your answer to everything we've told you so far. I don't believe foxes are canines.
Oh my
No.
God! Listen to this guy whining.
No, because you're saying "nuh-uh" the whole time. Stop saying "nuh-uh" and come up with real answers rather than
Can
just.
you put
I
yourself
don't
on
believe
mute,
that.
please? Because you sound
No,
like a
put
woman.
yourself on mute, you moron. You sound like
Guys,
I'm arguing with an idiot, and that's the problem. Well, it is productive if he would shut the fuck up and listen and stop saying "nuh-uh" all the time. All he ever says
Top
is
of the
"nuh-uh."
morning.
Nobody
all
wants
that,
your.
all that,
Nobody
all that
wants
I ever
your
hear from
planet.
flat earthers on evolution or anything like this is "nuh-uh." I don't believe it.
Would you like some tea?
Would you like some cheese with that wine?
Yeah, I know. I have some tea. I have a C-U-N.
Jesus,
I'm
guys,
talking
come.
to one.
Let's get back to the actual point.
I'm talking to
Yo,
a
hold on.
C-U-N.
Who's saying the N-word in the chat? Yo, what's going on here?
And by the way, foxes and dogs can interbreed. Happens rarely.
I don't think that's the case.
No.
Chromosomes would kind of preclude it.
Actually, they do, but their offspring is sterile.
Oh, okay. Yeah. In that case, I can believe it.
Like mules or donkeys. What's one? Mules are the ones.
Oh
that
yeah, what's the ones?
cross between a horse and a donkey, whatever that.
Yeah, there's also a cross between a lion and a tiger.
And ligers.
Yeah, they're huge.
Yeah, because it turns out that I might have this backwards, but one of them is the size is controlled by the female genes, and one of them is controlled by the male genes. So you end up.
Isn't a liger like a donkey kind of? You can't.
hybrid.
Yeah,
It's a hybrid.
Yeah, it can't
hybrid.
breed.
It's a hybrid of subspecies, I think. It would be.
It's an abomination. Like I'm gonna we need to
No,
like
man, what-
I have radical opinions on like the level of breeding that you should be allowed to do, and I think you should have a license just to own a dog. Like just like not any like random idiot should just be able to own a dog. It's kind of crazy that that's the case now. That wasn't the case like a long time ago. Not just anybody, because not anyone has the ability to like tame, like to train a dog
Jesus.
properly. That's why there's so many dog. That's why there's so many dog
foxes-
attacks in America. Because
I'm just looking at the liger, man. Jesus
Foxes and dogs can't
Christ.
have. That's crazy. Who's saying foxes and dogs can have kids or whatever?
I think it's like, isn't there like a need?
can.
I didn't say that, but isn't there like
There's
a
a
certain?
chromosomal difference.
Yep.
You can't do it.
I'm pretty sure like a,
Actually,
like a specific type
actually
of
they do.
wolf dog.
Nah,
a
it's not
specific
rare.
type
It's
of-
just won't take.
No, there's a specific type of wolf dog that I think that can breed with a type of fox.
No, wolves is different. Wolves are different. Oh, with a
Guys,
fox.
Foxes and
Guys,
dogs
tick-
can.
Nah, dude, that's not happening, bro. It's not happening. Unless you
Yeah, I don't think so either.
genetically engineer it in the lab somehow, dude. Like it's not happening.
Nope, look it up. Foxes and dogs can interbreed. Look it up.
God works
that's
in mysterious
happened.
ways, God. I don't understand why Christians are like, nah, this couldn't be a real animal. Your God works.
No,
more
we're
than
just
that,
trying
right?
to see the We're trying to find out
It's
if it's legit because you guys say so much shit. We gotta like double back and check it
Really?
out.
Oh, look who's
Listen,
talking about saying shit.
I'm not against hybrids, dude. I know hybrids are possible in the plant kingdom and in the animal kingdom. You get hybrids. It's just the hybrids don't have vital offspring.
Yeah.
Like their
Yes.
offspring can't reproduce.
Yes, they're an endpoint. Yeah, that's
not
why
viable.
they're kind of like exceptions to the thing, right? Which is why they're
It's
not
almost like-
considered to be a species separately. Actually, yeah.
They can't pass on their genes.
And I do need to
you know.
correct you again on something else, Lion. You were actually falling for another old creationist line, which forgot to actually count chromosome pairs in foxes versus dogs. The difference, depending on your fox, is the difference between 32 chromosome or 34 chromosome pairs versus 38 chromosome pairs. You're off by, it's not over half the genetic information gone. Once again, you've read something without understanding it.
So,
Guys, check
okay,
out-
And
look this up.
in
check out-
answer
I gotta double check
Chill,
this,
I need
hold
to correct something from you as well. The dog, what was it? The dog fox hybrid. I'd have to go check exactly which species it is, but true dogs and true foxes cannot interbreed.
That's what I was trying to say. That's why I was saying it was some sort of wolf dog. Like it wasn't. Well, I'm not sure if it was exact. It wasn't. It wasn't exact. It wasn't like a regular dog.
No, it's not. It wasn't even the dog that was the issue. It's a specific breed of. It's a specific type of false fox that's a different order, and I think it's from South Africa. I just can't remember what it's called. You're asking me to remember. You're asking me to remember
Nah, bro.
something
No,
from
this
like
guy's
undergrad.
dude. I just looked it up again just to make sure. Foxes have 17 pairs of chromosomes. If you're gonna pair them
That's
up,
not true.
they have dude, I'm looking it up right here. Foxes
looking
have
at it. Want me to
17.
look it up?
All right, dude. I'll post the source in a second. Foxes have 17 pairs of chromosomes. This includes 16 pairs of autosomes and 1 pair of sex chromosomes. Now, dogs have 39 pairs of chromosomes. So I don't know where you're getting your sources from, dude, but I mean, this is right off the top, dude. VHCA Animal Hospital. So, dude, please, if you're gonna spew out facts like you know so confidently, make sure that they're correct, dude.
Well, no, guys, listen. You just chill down. I just for like pause here, guys. Check out that fucking YouTube short. That's a liger. They can weigh up to a ton. By the way, just incredible creatures.
They need to be killed. All but
No, they're beautiful. We
Yeah,
need to breed
dude.
them. We need
Every
to. We need to
chihuahua
put.
needs
We
to
need
be
to.
put
We
down,
need to
too.
put lasers on them, right? What the fuck do you mean?
Dude, you're insane. You're like a Harkin, bro. You're a Harkin.
We need to send them to fight in Russia, Ukraine war.
Yo, real quick. So when it comes to population growth, it happens much more rapidly than most people realize. If you have one couple, never mind 7 pairs of unclean animals that Noah would have had in the ark, Noah would have had 7 pairs of felines and 7 pairs of canines, and with that, right? And it says here with just one pair. Yeah, with just one pair, it says here that doubles about every 40 years a generation. Starting with 2 people on the planet, it only takes about 32 doublings to reach 8 billion. Now you have to take into account wars, famines, increases in food production, but a modest time frame to reach our current world population actually just about matches perfectly with our empires and written records. You get 6 billion people in 1,100 years.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Steve. Even
I
if
wonder-
like I never understood the argument. Like I don't believe in Noah's Ark, but the argument that like it doesn't make sense. It really like how does that like if the Christian God exists, like I'm pretty sure he could make it work. He could make the ark work somehow. Like he's God.
No, there's not enough space. And how did the kangaroos?
But why is that?
How did the
how does that
wombats?
make
There was enough space.
How did the wombats get all the way from Australia to the Holy Land, eating only
God teleported
eucalyptus?
them.
Oh, God teleported
I mean, yeah, like,
magic
what
now,
would
right?
God do?
Well,
I mean,
one
yeah,
thing
'cause
at a
he's-
time.
To be fair, he did.
So how
to
did
be
they
fair,
crawl
how did he
all the
save
way?
the entire Earth though? Like you're kind of like I'm just trying to say. It seems like you're kind of.
And why were there fish? What happened to all the fish? There were no aquariums on the ark. Yet suddenly he like tripled the amount of water.
Dude.
He tripled the amount of water in the ocean, which
Bro.
would drive the salt content down, which would have killed all the fish in the ocean.
That's the show.
So
I got
you're
you. I got you. So,
scatterbrained.
So NASA show one thing at a time. So he didn't need to bring any aquatic life forms on the Ark for obvious reasons, Brainiac.
Well, he would have.
Right?
He
These animals would have been able to survive the flood. He don't need to bring penguins and whales.
No,
You don't need to bring amphibians and insects. He wasn't called to do that because those things could survive. Cockroaches can survive an atomic bomb, for goodness sake.
Yeah, except that
he don't need to bring any of that on the Ark.
In the ocean, if the fish in the ocean, if the water was suddenly diluted by a factor of 2 or 3, the fish in the ocean would all die.
God made it so they could just survive.
You don't know, bro. There could be pockets of salt solution, pockets of fresh water. We have no idea. Plus all the water that mixed in, there could.
Wait, you
we don't know. We don't know. We have no idea. We have no idea.
So how did?
But the point is that he could have diluted the theoretically. Dude, can I talk?
How did he keep the lions? How did he keep the lions?
You keep asking questions. You don't allow me to answer them, dude.
They were on the
That's
Ark
the show.
Hey, excuse me.
I need a mod in here.
They were on the Ark for a fucking year, according to the book. There's no way they had enough food for all the animals and all the poop they made for how many people? 8 people were on that Ark? No way.
And that's the show. You gotta chill out, dude. We were going good until you joined. Hold on a second, bro. I'm trying to get this out. One question at a time, dude. For all we know, right, the waters could have been diluted in just the right amount that both freshwater fish and saltwater fish could have survived.
No, so you need a miracle.
It could have been brackish.
You need at least one miracle inside of your miracle, and you need an additional miracle to make sure. And you need an additional miracle to make sure that the plant.
Why don't you just say it's like?
And you need an additional miracle to get. And you need an additional miracle to. And you need additional miracles to get all of the. And you need additional miracles to get all of the insect species, and you need additional miracles to make it to where there's going to be either no required food, or there's going to be minimal required food and or food provided, and you need a miracle to prevent the entirety of this Ark, which does not have ventilation, from everyone dying of either methane or CO2 poisoning, and you need a miracle.
Oh my God, bro, we get it.
He has no idea. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're speaking incredulously. But another thing that I want to point, dude, I need to fucking be able to talk. I'm gonna stop being angry because the mods are clearly not doing their job.
I get interrupted, and you're the one that needs to finish the sentence. And when you interrupted, fuck you.
Dude, you were like rambling on.
NASA show was not asking you fucking questions, dumbass. He was asking me the questions.
Hang on a second.
How'd the plants survive after being submerged for a year?
Everybody, shut the fuck up a second, because this is getting a little chaotic. Like, I get that there's a lot to be said, but let's have some semblance of a back and forth.
How the plants survive?
He's asking me the questions back to back. He's asking me questions back to back to back. This guy wants to answer them. Please go ahead. Answer for me, Brainiac. Go ahead.
So I didn't answer for you. I just continued to compound the issues that you put in front of yourself by saying that why couldn't the waters just be mixed in such a way to where the salinity didn't turn everything into muck? Like that's not an actual rebuttal. That's begging for there to be a miracle performed so that these fish which aren't going to survive in water with slightly less salinity somehow survive, and the ones that won't survive in slightly more salinity will survive. You are asking and begging for there to be some miraculous mechanism by which they can be saved. Same thing with the plants, same thing with the insects, same thing with the lack of oxygen, same thing with the buildup of methane, same thing with the lack of food. Every single component of it needs its own individual miracle in order for it to work.
Why can't it just have a wider miracle? Why can't it just be the miracle of, God's like, I'm gonna make it so like you can like actually do this stuff.
Why does God need the boat then?
Hold on, let me explain, dude. Let me explain, bro.
No, 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Why did he need the boat then?
I mean, because why not?
Again, he didn't have to bring any aquatic life forms on the Ark. There was a method that I don't entirely understand how they would be able to survive.
He could have had
like I already said,
water to,
you could have had you could have had certain pockets of fresh water, certain pockets of salt water, certain pockets of brackish water. It's not really relevant to the conversation here.
Yeah, it's not relevant.
There are plenty of fish. There are plenty of fish that can survive, like the salmon, for example. It's not just salmon. There's a whole host of fish species that can survive both fresh and salt water that could repopulate the earth, no problem. With that being said, though, Noah's Ark, you made a claim there wasn't enough space. I already brought this forth, right? Noah's Ark was the equivalent of a modern day super tanker ship, capable of carrying 750 connexes, 750 rail cars.
Still
when you
not big
start
enough.
calculating the dimensions of something like that, you could have had 75,000 animals on the ark, right?
With 8 people to take care of them for a year?
75,000 animals is only
It's a miracle.
42% capacity, but Noah didn't need 75,000 animals. He only needed around 12% capacity, which would be 21,000 animals on the ark. to
21,000
repopulate the
animals?
earth.
How many species are
If you
there?
have if you have 7 pairs of felines, you can get from those 7 pairs, you can get all the genetic variations of cats
Okay,
on the
can I
earth
ask
today,
you a
from
question? I just
pumas
wanna-
to
can I-
lions to tigers to leopards to jaguars to the
No,
modern
no, that's
house
sorry,
cat.
you don't
can
know
get
genetics.
that in
Okay,
4,000
wait,
years.
wait, wait, wait,
Absolutely.
wait,
you
wait,
don't
can
have
I just
enough.
ask him a question, please,
You actually
dude? I'm
don't
trying
have
to, I
enough.
just want to ask one question, please. Like, I just want to ask, like, the guy with the, like, I don't know what, like, language that is, Asian characters. Like, why does this even? Why do you need to justify this to them? Like, it's like it could just like I don't know why you need to prove like all these individual miracles. It's so dumb. Like, why don't you just say like it's just a miracle? Like the fact that like God flooded the world and all this, it's just one big miracle. I don't know why you're like trying to like logic out all this. Is like ridiculous. Like, just say like, he did it. Like, he just did it. Like, God did it all. Like,
No, because yeah, I understand that, and I was gonna bring that up, but the thing is, this doesn't require miracles. This can also be explained practically, logically.
Oh my God! Okay.
This doesn't
I
require
already explained
miracles?
to you the capacity
The whole
of
thing
the
is a
ark,
big
'cause you-
miracle. What do you mean
You
this
have a
thing
lot
doesn't
of
require
misconceptions.
miracles?
You have a lot of misconceptions that are just plain lies. Like I said, Noah with 12% capacity would have been 21,000 animals.
Nowhere near enough for the genetic
There's
variation
plenty
of
of space.
all the animals. Nowhere near enough for the genetic variation for all the animals.
Especially knowing that these animals were babies. They were
And
adolescent.
and
They weren't
the
full
measurements
grown.
of the ark, no way, shape, or form approach that of a super tanker. There's an ark. There's an ark that's built to the size that's listed in the Bible in Kentucky, and it's not remotely the size of a super tanker. It's significantly smaller.
And it doesn't swim.
That's
by the way.
debatable. That's debatable.
When you count the amount of animals in the ark, you have to balance between two problems. Either you have too little animals to then repopulate the earth and give all of the different species that we have currently, or you have too many animals to fit in the ark. And none of these can work regardless of what number you pick.
That's not true, bro. If you understand the account, right, they would have prepared. Like I said, it is 12% capacity. There's enough room for food and other things like, you know, and the idea that there was no windows, there was nowhere to breathe. No, that's not true. They had an opening. That's how they kept track of the moon.
Yes,
How
a
do you think
singular window was all they were instructed to put in the thing.
We don't know, dude. They had portholes. We don't know what, because it was upright. It wasn't.
No,
It wasn't cat.
The instructions was for a window.
The amount of shit, man, that you have to sweep every day.
No, it's
You
not,
know
bro.
that
It's not that much, dude. It's less. It's actually more
You've never been to a zoo,
explainable
have
than
you?
evolution, dude.
You've
Abiogenesis.
you've never been to a zoo, have you? Talked to the zookeepers?
Yes, I have, but dude,
Yeah,
the
just
thing
for-
is,
you
like,
think
if you
that-
were to
you think that
justify
8 people-
abiogenesis, you have nowhere to stand.
You
dude.
think that 8 people could take care of 20,000 animals for a year?
Well,
Yeah, and
there's
let's say just like 500 like large animals, man. The amount of shit, the amount of care they would have, just Jesus, the amount of food they would eat.
See, a lot of people don't understand
You
or
have no
realize
idea,
that
dude.
they were on the sea, according to the story, for a year. Not like, a couple of days, like a year.
A lot of poop.
the
Yeah, but you
window
don't know.
argument, I
You
hear
don't
it
know.
for
You
the
don't know
first time,
what
and
was
it's
going
actually
on. You have
genius.
no. We don't know, bro. We're
I
just
read the story.
speculating. But
read the
to be
story.
incredulous,
the
no, you didn't
story.
even know the space. You didn't even know the space.
I knew the space. The space is not anywhere near as big as you'd say. The amount of animals they would need. Where are the koalas? How did the animals from North America, places they didn't even know existed at the time, how did they get to the Holy Land and back? I don't know. Koalas are my favorite because they only eat eucalyptus, and there are no eucalyptus in the Holy Land.
Or
Listen,
penguins.
I don't have all
Not
the
only
answers
how-
for all your questions.
Right, you don't have
but
any
if
answers.
all you have
they
is
only
I
eat
don't know.
eucalyptus? Because they
I don't know how
don't
this
go
is
anywhere. You
possible. I don't know how
retard.
this is
You have to
possible.
chill. You're dumb as hell.
I'm dumb
Not
as hell.
only how did they go there, but also why don't we have a fossil record of the radiative migration from Armenia, where that boat was supposed to settle, outwards everywhere in the world?
We do.
We would have we do?
Yeah, it's called the Fertile Crescent for a reason, the cradle of
Oh my
civilization for a
God!
reason.
The
You
Fertile
think that's
Crescent
just
was
a coincidence?
Armenia?
yes. It had to do with
Turkey.
farming.
Turkey.
It had to do with farming. It didn't have to do with eucalyptus growth.
So
Guys,
we would
are we
expect to
playing
find
nice or
fossils. We would
More or
expect to
less.
find fossils
Nice
in the
enough.
migration routes of those animals when they escaped from the Ark to their future habitats, and we don't find that. What we, however, do find is that the fossils of animals that are very closely resemblant of the animals that live in the same continents right now are in the same territories. So, for example, we have many marsupials in Australia, we have kangaroos, we have koalas, and we have fossils of ancient marsupials also in Australia, even though those fossils were supposed to deposit during the flood. So they would have to somehow go from Australia, from the pre-flood position, to the boat, and then after the flood go again to the same exact habitat for some reason. That doesn't make any sense.
Bro, there's mysteries that I can't explain, right? But to act like your model is superior with abiogenesis and evolution from a single celled amoeba, dude, that's preposterous.
Yeah, well, over
If you
billions
think
of
that, if you
years,
think
not
that's
over
more
thousands of
rational,
years.
if you
Not
think
over
that's more
thousands of
rational
years.
than a
Guys,
Not
one
over
at a
crater,
tens
time.
of years. Over billions of years.
Well, NASA, please allow him to finish. Don't interrupt. Guys, come on. I will preside over this conversation, but don't interrupt each other. Please. Please. Thank you.
But once again, this comes back to so you're stating that it necessarily needs to be the case that an infinite number of miracles occurs to prevent to make Noah's flood work, or there's a naturalistic aspect in which single cell life appears through different hypotheses, which we haven't confirmed yet, and not a single cell amoeba as the progenitor of all life, because amoeba is actually relatively genetically new compared to what a protocell would be. You'd be looking at more something similar to archaea. But once again, you don't actually have any background or understanding of evolution, biology, or any of the material in the science, so you're speaking ignorantly.
it doesn't matter, bro. You have no mechanistic explanation for life coming about from a random primordial soup of RNA. Dude.
That's abiogenesis.
Even
We're
if
talking about speciation.
Evolution doesn't have anything to do with that.
Even if you controlled the conditions perfectly, you can't see that happen. It's never been replicated. You fail continuously to replicate that process.
Show me one of the other sort of fucking problems with creation is you guys shift from evolution to abiogenesis as if they're the same thing.
Oh, because it's convenient to separate them and completely ignore abiogenesis because how wacky the shit sounds.
Excuse me, why is
you guys
Noah's
just want to
Ark
completely ignore that?
Why is Noah's Ark based on the story of Gilgamesh?
Bro, I already brought up Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh came later.
Gilgamesh
is a descendant of Noah.
No, the other way around.
You actually have no way of justifying
Guys,
that.
you're talking
no way
over
of
the
Yes, I do. It's historiography.
You actually have no way of justifying that Gilgamesh came later, considering that the epic and all archaeological records and basically everything that we look at, for the exception of just assuming that the Bible had to come first, shows that Gilgamesh predates that by an enormous amount of time. Same thing with Atrahasis, same thing with Utnapishtim, same thing. I said Gilgamesh and all of these other pre-Noachian deluge myths are understood to have been composed well before the people group, that is, the Hebrews, even exist.
Dude, you're not gonna win, dude. You're gonna lose this. Trust me, bro.
No, he wins. The story Gilgamesh came first. It's well established in archaeological.
Dude,
yes,
we have
Look it up again.
not only. Okay, wait a second, bro. Let me talk. So the assumption that the Sumerians were Utnapishtim and that Gilgamesh and all these ancient Near East cultures came before Noah is absurd, right? Especially when in all these Middle Eastern cultures, Near East cultures, they all reference Noah. They all reference the Ark. They all reference their great-great-grandfather that they all came from. That's why they all have a similar flood myth.
No,
because they're all
the
descendant from the same man.
Gilgamesh
you
came
could say
first.
you could say that the oldest
That's
fragments of the
OmniTalk.
Bible aren't as old as the rocks that they found in ancient Sumer, right? The cuneiform tablets. But
The Hebrews didn't exist when those were
to
written.
think like we don't have an oral history,
Hebrews
historiography.
did not even
we have the book of
exist.
we have listen, we have the book of Jubilees, we have the book of
Jubilees
Genesis,
is a
with the
later
Dead Sea
book.
Scrolls, and we have the book of the bees.
Dead Sea Scrolls were written after.
There's plenty of historical accounts that actually list the table of nations and the origins of both the Greeks, the Romans, the
Greeks and
Persians, the
Romans were much
Medes,
later. Persians were
the
before.
Arameans, the Chaldeans. Basically, you have
Again,
the
but
descendants
these-
all with their patriarchs listed very neatly and concisely in the table of nations.
I know you believe this, but it's false because the creation story is also based on Babylonian tales. The model presented was the Babylonian model with a few adaptations. I mean, you have this history backwards in your head. I'm sorry, but you do.
Guys, for the last time, don't interrupt each other. Everybody would be guaranteed time to speak by me, but if you interrupt each other, then it will be impossible for me to decipher who has to speak and when.
I fully
Thank
support
you.
this.
Here in Russia, Putin said Ark and Noah not real, so we don't believe anymore.
I had Putin takes his orders from wealthy Americans from a pretty reliable source.
What Putin says is true.
Putin.
Putin.
You got Nineveh, Babylon, the ancient city of Cush, Uruk, Ziggurat of Eridu, right? These places.
Did you say Ziggurat? I am one.
Ziggurat is basically a boreal like mount. It's not a city.
No, I didn't say that was a city. I said Uruk.
Was a civilization, and they do have the Ziggurat of Ur, which is a burial ground or burial mund.
These were nation states, city states that existed post flood.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure isn't Ur kind of like Athens in the sense that it was like a city state in a way. It wasn't like its own kind of like, it was like in Samaria, pretty sure, but it was like kind of like, it was like one of the main kind of cities. It was like one of the big like capital cities.
Are you guys archaeologists? How do you know about this shit?
Because the reason why is actually because I took like an ancient history class like a semester ago, and I just remember that.
I have to dig down deep into my memory banks to be able to what was it? The Mesopotamian city-state. That's all I remember.
I'm like 100% sure like Ur was a Sumerian like city.
I mean, it's a Sumerian civilization, but it was a Mesopotamian city-state because it was in Mesopotamia.
know that the Bosnians have built pyramid.
Oh, it was a ziggurat. Ziggurat is not the same as pyramid, although they are similar in structure.
The Bosnians have built the pyramid in Africa.
That's what
the Bosnian pyramid is crypto archaeology bullshit.
AI and archaeological like extrapolation, like through like AI is gonna like reveal so much about like a lot of these cultures that we've lost time.
Well, actually, it's used for the worst things now. It's used to create like false history, false archaeology, and propaganda is like real weird bullshit. Like the Atlanteans, the white man Atlantean came in and taught all of these brown civilizations how to build shit. Essentially, that's literally what's happening. Graham Hancock talks about this. He's like a hack archaeologist, and he talks how like the Atlanteans, the whites, came in and essentially like fucking taught every other ancient civilization how to.
He's
I kind of like that.
He's a joker. Like nobody thinks
he's a bit of a Indiana Jones wannabe, isn't he? Yeah.
He's like 80 years old.
He has no formal training in archaeology or history. He has a
nothing.
He has a bachelor's in sociology, and that's it.
Yeah. But I was listening to a bit of that last night. Old Rudolf Steiner. I was listening to a bit of the Atlantean stuff. And he made a big claim that the water used to be less dense. And it was interesting because NASA Shield has said something about water being less dense or something like that. And I thought, when did I hear that? And I heard it last night on Rudolf Steiner.
The Nazis pushed this conspiracy that like all world cultures derived from the white Atlantean. They call it the Thule, by the way.
Yeah.
That's where the Thule society
It's
comes
not.
from. And
Yeah,
they
it's not
push this
exclusive
like
to
Nazi
Nazi
bullshit.
mythology. No, it's not, dude. It's like if you research ancient Egyptians, the age of Zep Tepi. You ever heard of the age of Zep Tepi? Before
No.
the
Yeah.
deluge? Because the Egyptians also talk about a deluge, and then before the time before the deluge, which was supposed to be like a golden age.
Well, no, hold on, line. I think we're mixing things together. So what the crypto conspiracy, archaeologists say is that essentially the Nazis, well, not the Nazis, sorry, the ancient Atlanteans who are Aryan apparently went to Egypt, and Egypt at the time was settled by Nordic people, and they taught these Nordic people. Yeah, Nordic people, and they
How
thought
did
these
Nordic people get all the way down there? How did Nordic
I have
people
no
get all the way
idea.
down
This is, I mean, ask the Nazis. This is their bullshit, not mine. And they say like, yeah, Nordic people were actually, the Egyptian culture is a southern Nordic culture, and they're Aryan, and their history and tradition are Aryan. They're not Egyptian. Like, it's just a bunch of racist bullshit.
It's not. It's the thing is, bro. It's really complex history, and there's evidence that the ancient Egyptians originally that were there, not before the flood, but after the flood, were black, right?
Dude, please.
Hold on a second.
Maybe
I'm gonna explain
they
to
were,
you.
but they're
so
not
you have,
Aryan.
so you have, the son of Ham, or Ham's the son of Noah. Well, Ham had 4 children: Put, Cush, Mitzrayim, and Canaan. They all inherited Africa, including the slave coast. Well, Egypt is Mitzrayim in Hebrew. Egypt originally were black people, bro. Initially, but then they were replaced by Shemites from the north that were light-skinned, blue-eyed, red-haired, right? And there was a war that pushed them south even further. But then eventually it did a big full circle where then the blacks ended up taking over Egypt again. But it's been over 10. There's pre-dynastic Egypt. There was 10 different dynasties. There's different, there's a long history, bro.
Okay, but like you have to agree that Rosenberg, for example, famous Nazi anthropologist and archaeologist, well, he wasn't really one, but he liked to LARP as one. He said that the Egyptians and their culture is Aryan and Nordic in nature. That's why they are accepted as part. They're not placed as an Untermensch. They're placed in the hierarchy, right? But he literally was talking about how like these specific people, they're not Egyptians. Their achievements were given to them by the gods, the Aryan gods of Atlantis or Thule, and therefore, like all of their achievements are insignificant, and it's because of white people essentially that like.
I get what you're saying. There's a lot of bullshit.
Zoidberg's making sense.
There's a lot of bullshit in there because of the occult, right?
sense.
Like Thelema and Theosophy and Madame Blavatsky and the Masons. If you actually look at the Masonic doctrine, they have a similar idea of history. And the thing is, bro, like you're not gonna believe this shit, but in the Book of Enoch, when Noah was born, dude, he was an anomaly, right? His father accused his wife of committing adultery with one of the fallen Watchers, because the Watchers apparently resembled Nordic people, right? These fallen angels that came down were white, blonde hair, and blue eyes, and that's where you get the Nephilim, right? Their offspring were the giants of old. Well, Noah looked like one of the offspring of the Watchers because he resembled the Watcher himself. He was light-skinned. He had his cheeks were blooming like a rose. He had light-colored eyes, light-colored hair. His father didn't think that was his child. His father thought his wife cheated on him, and he had to go seek his father's counsel, and then his father had to go seek his father's counsel, Methuselah.
No, I understand. No. I understand. Sorry, not no. Lion. I understand this is the case. I'm just saying is that anybody who believes that the ancient white Atlanteans went in to all of these like non-white cultures and gave them like civilization technology is a racist. That's what I'm saying.
It's not racist. It's not racist, bro. Because if you
it is a racist thing.
If you could theoretically communicate,
what we're
with
saying
these
is that
beings,
brown
right?
people can never achieve anything on their own. That's what we're saying in essence, essentially.
No, it's that the Watchers, the Watchers look white, dude. They look white with blue eyes.
Mm-hmm.
These fallen angels, these interdimensional beings that you could communicate with if you hold a seance, right? And open up a dimensional porthole. They can come through, it's a Solomon magic, right? They can come through and start communicating with you, give you the knowledge to life, knowledge to DNA, knowledge to chemistry, knowledge to whatever, dude. Genetic engineering.
But I'm asking you, like Lion, in your heart of hearts, do you believe that all of these cultures, non-white cultures, be that the ancient Chinese or the Japanese or the Siamese or whatever, the Mesopotamians, the Aztecs and the Inca and the Maya, all of them, who are not white, who are not white, were taught by white people technology and culture. Do you really believe this?
No, I don't.
I mean, Andy, I understand that you are a racist and you wear it at least proudly. That's
history
fine.
shows. If it was the other way around,
it's not showing the history at all, man. That's like a racist
they were all
position.
taught by black people, but it shows that even the depictions.
Crazy.
Even the depictions show that, right?
when white people were swimming in shit and mud, the Arabs had mathematics and optics, right? And white people in Europe, white people in Europe were making shit huts with their shit bricks. Essentially, they would mix it with the mud and make a house like this. Like, don't talk to me, please, about this.
I don't claim to say shit like that, but I know there's a few black people that.
I mean, I'm obviously being hyperbolic, but.
You ever heard of Dr. Lee Dr. Lee, Jordan Lee Peterson, something like that?
Jordan Lee Peterson?
Jordan Lee, he's not a doctor. Jordan Lee Peterson. Yeah.
Do you mean Jesse Lee Peterson?
Oh, Jesse Lee Peterson. Excuse me.
Jordan Lee Peterson is the mix between
Jordan Peterson. No, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about Jesse Lee Peterson, black dude.
That guy's
very controversial.
The guy is a fucking. Do you know he's accused of rape and like homosexuality?
Pedophilia. They caught him with he posted his very sus porn videos. No, that's true. You can look it up. He posted apparently. Again, look it up. Take it with a grain of salt.
He can't accuse anybody or anything, though. Like,
No, not accusing him. I'm saying what does
accuse him of right now? Let us just put out there that he has a piss poor understanding of any scientific topic, and most often says things that are known to be correct.
I can't say what Dr. Pepper's saying over the killing of the zombies. Sorry.
You can train.
You say,
you can train a black man to be a physician. You can train him to be an astrophysicist. You can train him to be a lawyer, but you can't train him to understand the world. He doesn't know. Black people had Africa, that big old continent over there.
Please stop
that was seaworthy. Not one.
Dude,
not
what are you doing?
This is the
You know that's inappropriate.
You're talking about Egypt.
Why?
Egypt is not Africa. There's Arabic people up there. Yeah. When you think of Africa,
These are black people talking about black people, dude.
Dude, I don't give a shit.
The first colonization of
He's grabbing his pearls. Watchkis is grabbing his pearls.
Can you just stop spamming the chat, man?
I'm not spamming, dude. This is on topic.
Post the video.
Nobody asked you. Yeah, just post the fucking video, man.
When we was kangs.
Nigeria. Look at what y'all have done in Harlem. You can't even hold
Somebody
on.
mute him or something.
All right, dude. Fine, dude. Oh my god, dude. You guys are so freaking.
It's annoying,
Can't
man.
even play a 30-second video without you guys bitching.
Yeah, was that the cartoon?
Put it in the chat for us,
bro.
Yeah, it's the Hodge twins.
But you playing it through your speakers, blowing out my ears, is unwanted and unnecessary.
I apologize.
A lot of whining today.
Post the link.
I didn't know it was. Maybe it was
And
distorting.
some of us have
my bad.
headphones, right? It's like very loud.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, it wasn't that bad. It was the
disrupt
guy we
both.
were talking about, and we got a 20-second preview of what that guy was about. That wasn't that bad.
So that was actually the Hodge twins, playing a video of another black guy. I don't know his name.
Wait,
with
the
the same
Hodge
sentiment.
twins. Wait,
all I'm saying is that in archaeology right now in university, they try to be respectful towards other people's cultures, especially the people who are colonized or people who are conquered by whites in the past, so that we actually have ethical ways of researching other people's culture instead of doing this bullshit and reinforcing this harmful stereotype of white Atlanteans gave every ancient civilization that's not white their technology is absurd, because if that was the case, they didn't benefit their own white people, which wallowed in darkness and mud and shit for eons, right? So, I don't know.
No, they got flooded out, didn't they? I thought that was the story.
I don't think that's the story.
They got flooded out. That's why they had to leave their own thing, right?
By the way,
Yeah.
did you see
the other thing
Lion?
is, you know what's funny about Jesse Lee Peterson? I love it when he exposes people, these fucking hypocrites, and he's like, "Do you love white people?" That's what I want to ask you, Zoidberg. Do you love white people?
I'm white, Andy. What do you think?
Because these people sit there,
my
and
skin
they can't
is so
even
white,
say,
it's like
they
feta
can't
cheese
even
white.
say, "I love white people," because
And
there seems to
also,
be this hatred against white
my
people.
my mom is brown and I love her, and my wife is brown and I love her. So I don't know if I can say I love white people, because there's like literally no white people to physically love. All the people I love
The
are
point
brown.
is that these people come on there and they go,
What's white people? Hey, Andy.
Spartacus, have you had vodka today, or are you sober? I'm talking to a
Oh,
sober
nice.
person.
There's no need to do
You're not the only. You're not the
insults.
only person here. And
There's no need to do these insults. Come on.
Well,
Yeah, so
dude, I'm just
what
trying
is
to
white
talk, and
people, Andy?
Spartacus is like, oh, dude, pop yourself on mute.
Dude,
and you
you've been
talk after me.
talking enough. You've been
No, I
talking
haven't.
enough.
No, I haven't. Pop yourself
wanna
on mute.
chime
You can
in.
talk after me.
Okay, Spartacus, let him finish, and then you have the right to respond.
Dude, I was.
Please, come on.
Dude, if you honestly, I'm gonna have to get Omni to make me a mod if you're gonna keep playing these sort of games.
The problem is that Omni.
No, I haven't finished.
There we go. So shut the fuck up, man.
I said I haven't
don't-
finished.
I don't. You said you are finished.
No, I said I haven't finished.
Okay, then finish, and then Spartacus will talk. Come on.
But the thing is, I mean, Spartacus, are you on vodka again? I mean, are we just going to listen to a drunk person
Andy,
waffling?
stop doing this. There's no need to do this personal
Okay,
bullshit.
Spartacus, let Spartacus talk. Come on, he's wasting time. Come on.
No.
Spartacus, Andy lost his right to talk because he's doing this petty childish bullshit.
Dude, don't let me get in
Spartacus,
touch
go.
with Omni. You'll not like me.
Let the guy. I was just
let
gonna
the guy
say,
talk.
can we move on from like this a personal insult? I should talk about something substantial, like asking.
I like
hey,
it when
yo,
Jesse
hey,
Lee Peterson
fuckface.
asks
Wait,
these
I'm still
people,
talking.
Andy,
hello,
Andy,
white
he's
people.
Andy,
And
he's
what do they say?
talking.
They say, I love old people.
Andy, why are you doing this?
Andy, he's talking. Jesus Christ, man.
You just
like
like
you're a
blatantly
grown
start
man.
talking over
I'm
me
trying
when
to
I was
finish.
talking, man.
I'm trying to finish.
No, you had the chance to finish, and then you went into Spartacus. Are you drunk?
Well,
come
I
on,
guess
man.
we can.
Like,
Personal
just have
insult,
some
man.
respect for your fellow interlocutors here.
Well, he didn't. Are you drunk?
Jesus, how you're probably like 50.
What? Are you
How
talking
old are
about?
you?
50. I'm not even 50.
What's
cheeky
going on?
you.
Okay, 40. If you're 40, it's still shameful to act like this.
Oh, come on. That's the pot calling.
What do you mean,
fucking
come
kettle
on?
black.
Chill out. Come on, dude.
Stop clutching your pearls. How the fuck did he
I'm
make
not
you a
clutching
mod?
my pearls. This is not a good conversation. We have to do this meta now because you couldn't stop yourself from like insulting Spartacus or the fact that he drinks. Yeah, he drinks.
Because he's. Yeah, I'd like to help him
You
with
were
his drinking problem.
Yeah, you're helping him great by doing this, by mocking him. Yeah, definitely helping.
Well, it's quick, isn't it? You know, I want to help fat people as well, but
dude,
just
yeah,
easy
by
to say,
beating
Come
them?
on, fatso. Get him.
Notice that we had actually more or less decent discussion before Andy decided to chime in.
Yeah,
I mean, Lion, could you like take on the conversation? Like you.
Well, no,
at
I don't
least
know
you
what's
were,
going on, dude. Spartacus, what did you have something to say, dude?
Well, yeah. Well, first I was like trying to counter like Andy's like hostility and towards Zoidberg and like this bullshit about do you love white people? Bullshit, right? Can we talk about something substantive?
What's bullshit about that? That's not bullshit.
They hear
bullshit.
white
Oh my
people.
What? Okay,
My
so we
God,
talked about
man.
you guys brought up
I
the Aryans,
hate
right?
white people.
There you
No,
go.
we're talking about the
At least
Atlanteans.
Ardian's honest, right? He's honest. I like that.
The Nephilim.
The Atlanteans were supposed to give every civilization technology. That's the new grift in crypto archaeology, essentially.
Crypto Nazism.
The thing is,
I mean,
when
it
we
is-
talk about
it is part,
Atlantis, Atlantean, that is the age before the deluge, before the flood. We have no idea. All we have is oral traditions and records in the Bible, Enoch, and the Egyptians and stuff like that, in the occult. That's it. Like when you read Masonic doctrine, they talk about that era. when you read about Zeptepi, and I forget the guy who spoke to one of the pharaohs. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes,
Yeah, it was a Bosnian guy.
Solon.
Solon.
Yeah.
So we have his accounts that he passed down because he spoke to some of the high priests in Egypt
Yeah,
3,000 years ago or 2,500 years ago. That's a long time ago, and he wrote down their accounts of the time before the flood and what it was like, allegedly.
He said, "You
Yeah,
know,
but, like,
you have
do
no
you
opinions
think that-
hoary with age." That's what he said.
Do you think that like white angelic people went around and gave the Hebrews or the Egyptians or the Sumerians technology? Like that's not.
Yeah, that's what I think.
This is I'm trying to explain it
It's
to you.
more
bro, right?
believable than evolution,
So
anyway.
what you consider the white people, bro? Before the flood, you had an Atlantean age that was the world was being controlled by principalities of divine origin, right? They came down to earth, they made it with women, they hold high positions as kings, as deities on the earth. That's where you get the Greek mythos from, right? With all the demigods fighting. Well, if we read the Enoch's account, these demigods started to war with each other. There was conflict, there was family feuds. But these white people that were demigods also gave mankind technology and understanding and wisdom of not only how to, not only architecture, but medicine and pharmakia and all types of stuff.
Did they give technology? But that's kind of offensive. No, you're basically saying the Chinese never accomplished anything. It was given to them by whites.
No, this is before. This is before the flood.
factual.
This is before the flood. After the flood, there was a reset, a great reset.
Wait. Which flood are you talking about? Gilgamesh, like 4,000 years before the Bible, or the Chinese flood story, or the Greek mythology flood, or the Irish one? Like, that was a common trope of us telling a story back then.
Yeah, over 200 cultures recount a flood myth. Absolutely. Now, you don't have to believe me, but Gilgamesh is a descendant of Noah through Nimrod, through Ham. So Nimrod was a descendant of Ham.
But the Gilgamesh, that story, that was like 4,000 years before the Bible. So it's like,
No, not at all. Not at all.
yes, it was, dude.
Not at all. No, it's not, dude. We have plenty of records accounting the Table of Nations outside the Bible.
Yeah, because again, dude, that was a common trope to tell a story back then.
Bro, I don't think you understand, dude.
Early era.
I'm gonna have to post a Table of Nations for you, dude.
I mean, storytelling was an incredibly value thing.
Yeah, powerful too. Yeah.
Yeah, like
and
people
and
back
it was
then
it
didn't
was
care how, like, yeah.
But I mean, again, Lion. Sorry, right to go.
No, I'm just saying back then, like, people didn't care if it was accurate. It's how you tell a story. That it was a different view of the world back then, like something. So, I mean, hell, even Native American. Yeah, even Native Americans have the story of the flood, but nothing to do with punishment of the gods or anything.
It was the raven with Native America.
Yeah. So it was like they just go on a hill, just with the water goes down, and yeah, again, that's like every civilization common trope. Like you have floods.
I understand.
Yeah,
dude.
and
I get it.
Rachel, thank you, man. Hey, how you doing, buddy? How you doing?
Still alive.
So I posted right here. The
And yeah,
Levant area.
I just want to say, and Aryan as well. Hello, Aryan. I just want to say, yeah, huh?
Don't fucking talk to me, man.
And I agree, absolute ratio. I actually wanted to say exactly pretty much the same, just to expand a little bit. Yeah, back then storytelling was common, and it was sort of taken with a grain of salt. It was understood to be like a tall tale. Usually, it's like a what do you call it, like a moral lesson there, right? It was a way of like preserving history. And
in Bulgarian, it's called a pritcha, a tale with a moral derivative lesson.
Yeah.
So me personally, I agree with Lion, but only one thing we disagree upon. It wasn't the Atlantic people who did this, or whatever you said. It was Bosnians.
What?
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about the
No
Bosnian
way.
people.
It was the Serbians, man. Fuck you. It was the Serbians.
No,
Atlanteans. That's what he said. Atlanteans. And yeah, I've heard a similar story with this Scythian tribe that Christopher Beck was always talking about. That they were sort of legendary people. What's interesting though is that this idea that there is a hierarchy, that there is actually a more spiritually advanced people, right? They were just more honorable. They had more integrity. They were fucking legends. Like they were tall. They were big fucking people, right?
Yeah, just like
And it's
Bosnia.
interesting when we come into this place where, with all due respect, we get a lot of socialism. I suspect Zoidberg and Spartacus and perhaps many others, where they try to level everything out. So there is no hierarchy. A homogeneous,
Don't you dare start a socialist conversation.
That's right. Yeah,
that's why it's interesting,
There's
right?
no
Because-
hierarchy. Yeah, everybody's.
Yes, you're taking away that hierarchy through this
That's
fucking
right.
bullshit.
That's
I agree with this, Andy.
You're so
I again
smart,
agree with
Andy.
I again agree with Andy, but the only problem is again these tall people he's talking about are Bosnians. They are the tallest people in Europe. Coincidence?
I don't know who they were. If they were black people, I found out they were black people, I would say, oh, look, they were these huge black people who were fucking awesome. So it's nothing to do with racism.
what your wife
Zoidberg.
said.
when it comes
It's a
When it
racist
comes-
narrative to
real
say
quick.
that like Europeans
Well,
gave
ain't
everything to
racist
every
for
other
me,
culture.
boyo.
Actually, 10,000 years ago, Serbia covered the whole world, but they were simply so generous that they gave the land to different peoples.
That's Bosnians, not Serbians.
No, that's the
So
Serbians.
I
You must
posted
be
it.
lying.
I posted the descendants of Noah right here. His 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Yafet, right? And then you could see their sons, Noah's grandsons, Yavan,
By the way-
Tirak, Medea, Gimmer, Tubal,
Teric.
Magog,
It's
Meshech,
It's a Bosnian.
By the way,
Teric.
having
Asher,
only like a few families.
Aram, Arphaxad, Elam, right? So
Okay,
Aram,
I get it.
the Elam, these are well-known, established cities in the past, right? But those cities were named after patriarchs, right? So Ashur
And
is
so
where you get the Assyrians from. The Iranians, the Aryans came from the Assyrians.
You know, we can tell in a genetic in our DNA, right, in the genetic record, when there was a what do you call
DNA
bottleneck?
spike.
Bottleneck. That's right. That's fake. It was a bottleneck. It was like very few people. We ascertained that at some point humanity was like something, I don't know, 20,000 people or something, right? And we could tell that the notion that from just what 2, 3 families, 4 families, like what 100 people, you could repopulate the whole Earth, kind of unlikely. But also we would see this in the genetic record.
Bosnians can do it.
All right, so you have the Elamites, descendants of Elam, son of Shem, with southwestern
You know what I
Iran,
said?
bordering Persia, right? So the Medea, you ever heard of Medea, Persia?
You're
Like,
stuck
that's
in the
history,
past, bro.
That's history, dude. Mainstream
You're stuck
history,
in the
Medea,
past.
Persia. So who were the Medes? Right?
No
the
one
Medes are
cares.
descendants of Madai. Madai was a direct descendant of Noah, grandson of Noah. The Medes came from Madai. So you have the Medes mixing with the Elamites.
Yo, can
mixing
you
with the
just give us
Assyrians.
like a diagram with this fucking family tree charted out? We don't need
It's
to
already in
sit
the
here
chat.
and listen to you verbalize every fucking name in
It's
that
in the
book.
chat, Glory. He said it's in the chat. Jesus
Open the
Christ,
chat.
man.
What are we
Open your eyes,
listening to
dude.
then?
It's in
Scroll
the
down.
chat. He said it's in the chat from the beginning.
He's
Okay.
talking.
Can you
Over
read
here,
a bit
it's
more?
important.
Wait, no, hold on.
Every
Glory,
name in the
I
Bible
don't
being
care.
written out
Glory,
to me in
you would
DC.
sit your ass down and listen to me. The man, Lion, said, hey, I'm posting it in chat, and then started explaining based on it. Can you be a little more charitable towards the people you talk to?
Yes.
Can you? Okay, try it.
Holy shit, dude. Calm down.
Nah, let the Bosnian inside of you come out.
I am Bosnian. Problems? I am Bosnian. Problems?
I just wanted to know because we're trying to get into the ancient Aryans, right? Andy brought up the Aryans. I'm trying to get into the Aryan ancestry and where the Aryans came from. That's why I'm bringing this up. It's not just because.
Continue,
for no
Lion,
reason.
continue. You were talking, you were the main interlocutor. Continue. Jesus Christ. People need to get better, like, etiquette and fucking
Can I
manners.
talk now or
So-
what?
No, right, we'll wait until Lion finishes. I apologize.
Real quick, so
but-
the Indo-Iranian people, where does that name Iran come from? Iran. It comes from it's a suffix of Assyrian, right? It was in the Iranian plateau, the same exact area. Now that area was dominated by different peoples over different times, at different empires, right? You had the ancient Sumerians that became Assyrians, that became the Persians, that were mixed with the Medes. These people groups existed for this is well-known history. Anyways, go on. I don't want to monologue. Go ahead.
That was my
you wanted
point
to
of
say
my
something.
interruption. What I was trying to get to the main point. So what was the point of all this?
It was describing the lineage to the Aryans from ancient families. Raito, you are next.
Yes.
Please.
Yes, sir.
No, I would just say, I just about like just going back to Atlantis. I don't think Atlantis was real. I think Plato just told that, like, trying to make a point with it, right?
Plato.
Plato, sorry.
Yeah, close enough.
No, I'm
I
gonna call
mean-
him from now on Plato as well.
I don't know. That's how I pronounce it in Hebrew, because
Plato.
Plato,
I like that.
Platon, yeah, Plato.
Late
Plato.
tectonics.
Yeah, whatever.
Did you hear that Ricky Gervais thing about talking to Carl Pilkington about the Noah's Ark? And he's like, Carl, why didn't the lions eat the sorry, I'm killing zombies.
Because I think one of the excuse, because was it he put something the deep sleep or something, or was the movie with Russell Crowe? I actually like that movie, the Noah with Russell Crowe.
The lion
only-
rapes anything that speaks.
Where's the kangaroos? Where's the pandas? Where's the sloths? There's like llamas.
He's like, why didn't the lions eat the
Llamas?
antelopes and oh shit? And he's like, well, because in a crisis you all pull together.
But yeah, the story of the flood, yeah, that was a common trope in those times. I mean, hell, even the Aborigines has like a story of the flood. Well, not exactly like the one we know, but like there's like two sisters who went to a mouth to a giant snake or something. You can correct me if I remember something like this.
Serpent.
Yeah, serpent something. Yeah, until the floods went down, they came out from the giant snake, serpent mouth or something. Yeah. So
What I don't understand is if we want, like, I see this with Christians being done often, where they like say, "Oh, the flood is mentioned so often," and then use it as legitimacy, right? Okay, sure, let's go with that. You know what was done way more often? The sun being worshipped. So, do you now think that the sun is a deity too?
And even before the real sun, there was another sun, but it was just a different sun. It's like a spiritual sun. It was the central sun. But you guys don't know fucking nothing about that. That's more concave Earth territory. I'm gonna stop there. Let's go back to our
Don't stop
old,
there. You cannot just
old
dump
rehashed
this.
biblical shit that's gotten us nowhere for 2,000 fucking years. That's what you
Hold
guys
on.
are
You
here
cannot
for.
just dump this and say,
Fuck
I'm
out
gonna
of here,
stop here.
Zoidberg. I just did dump it, bud. This is not the
Okay.
audience for me to speak about that.
You don't
You
even
guys
know
stick to
the
flat
different
Earth, stick to
suns.
globe Earth, and the same rehash shit that has taken us nowhere.
You don't even know all the.
You guys aren't in this for the
You-
truth.
You don't even know all the European suns. You don't name them.
Black sun.
Not you. That's my favorite sun, but not you.
honestly, the word Yavan, that's how we say Greeks in Hebrew.
He cannot
Greeks.
answer. He cannot. What's his name? Who was speaking? He ran away. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, we all lose.
And Yavan is the descendant of Yefet. Son
No,
of
but
Yefet.
you. I was talking to you
Yeah,
earlier, Lion. Lion.
Lose
If you seek legitimacy by saying, oh, there's cross-cultural references to mythical flood or like a real flood, whatever, why don't you do that with like the sun being worshipped? Like literally every single religion on earth was in one way or another claiming that the sun has something spiritual or as a deity or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, well,
It kind of makes sense as well, doesn't
the
it?
scrolls talk about people, worshiping the creation instead of worshiping the creator. People worship the elemental spirits, right? People worship water, fire, earth, and wind.
Earth, air, water, fire. Those are the elements in the ancient
People
world.
worship the fallen angels. People worship a lot of things. The moon, and God always try to redirect them to worship Him. He's the creator. Don't worship the creation, but worship the creator in spirit and in truth.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's cool
I
and all.
worship the Lord Zenu, and Tom Cruise is the best actor ever lived.
You
Is he the
say
best
that
actor because of Xenu, or
Oh wait, no, Zenu's the evil overlord, right? That's I forget.
gotcha?
you say that, and that's fine and all, but my point is, how come you give legitimacy to one thing they say, but the other one you just hand wave and say, no, my God said that they are wrong.
Well, it's coherent. Why worship the creation when we could worship the creator of the creation?
Well,
Why
how do you
worship
know
the
that
sun? That's
sun
part
is
of his
also not?
creation. Why worship the
How?
moon? That's part of his creation. Just worship the creator of the sun.
Well, you just are asserting the premise again that they are wrong, right? How do you know that? Maybe there is a deity within the sun.
Well, it would have to get into the reliability and validity of the Bible and the Word of God. I don't want to go down that route right now, dude.
No, I'm saying that there's way more cultures, way more religions who say the sun is God than religions who say the sun is not God. So, like, statistically, you're not looking good.
No, it's not. Well, I don't appeal to consensus or majority. I don't do that. And yes, I agree with that. There's a lot
You
of
want
sun
to instead
worshippers,
appeal
even
to
within.
authority?
No, even within the Catholic Church, right? There's sun worshippers, the Jesuits, the Sol Invictus, the Mithra cult, right? Mithraism that invaded the Christian church. I understand that sun worship goes back to Babylon.
Not just
I know that.
Babylon, way before Babylon.
I think
not
the
a sun
reason a lot of
worshipper.
I think the reason a lot of civilization worship the sun because a lot of them build, like rely on agriculture, no,
No,
the
because the
weather
sun
and
is
all that.
God. No,
And I mean,
because
yeah,
the
but
sun
like,
is
I
God.
mean, but that's one of those things, right? Like,
So
it's really important.
all you just said to me was you don't want to appeal to consensus, you rather want to appeal to authority. Your Bible says the sun is not God. That's all you said.
Yeah, I appeal to the Word of God, absolutely, as my foundation to my truth, to my knowledge.
And so
But
do
I just
I.
want to say that have you ever heard of the Lord of Arata
Yeah,
from the Sumerian account? Who do you think the
yeah.
Lord of Arata is?
They stole him though. It's an Aryan god.
Who is the Lord of Arata in your opinion?
It's in God from the Yamnayas. Like they just stole it.
Because
What are the
there's
Yamnayas?
so there's a couple scholars.
The Yamnayas are the
one
Proto-Indo-Europeans.
There's a scholar. His name is Samuel Noah Kramer. Ironically, his middle name is Noah, but he's an Assyriologist, and he is responsible for translating over 20 Sumerian
I'm a
tablets.
Chogothologist.
And he first published it in 1952, the complete work of 20 Sumerian tablets. And when he found out, he's known as the world's leading Assyriologist, right? So Assyria, like Assyriologist. In that day, and a world-renowned expert in Sumerian history and Sumerian language, he immediately correlated it with the biblical Tower of Babel account. Accordingly, Arata is commonly agreed to be somewhere about or surrounding the mountains of Ararat. And if you read the account, dude, it's amazing because what we have here is an interaction between Enmerker and Marker, which a lot of people believe is a Sumerian name for Nimrod. So you have Enmerker in his dialogue with the Lord of Arata, and it's remarkable in the Sumerian tablets. Now I could get into it, but I was just wondering if you knew about it.
What's his name again?
Erata?
No, the guy was in Noah.
Samuel Noah Kramer.
I'll say Shmuel.
So there's a dialogue back and forth between Enmerker, who's building this giant tower, and the Lord of Arata. Enmerker wants the Lord of Arata to bless the construction of the tower, which people believe is a tower of Nimrod, but reference from the Sumerian account. And Arata wants nothing to do with the construction of that tower. He rejects it. And then Merker gets angry with, which I believe is Noah. The Lord of Arata is Noah that lived in the vineyards of the mountains of Ararat. So the Lord Arata, living by the mountains, clearly outnumbered, in whom Merker himself tells us he believes is only a small community of people protected by magical powers, protected by God himself, tells Nimrod's messenger that both sides should only send out their best warrior to decide the matter.
I don't know. I guess it's still depend if it still holds up as sources, you know, because they're always gonna find something new. But yeah, I'll check this guy up.
So there's a messenger that gets sent back and forth between and Merker and the Lord of Arata. The messenger, this is from the text itself. Speak to the Lord of Arata and say to him, a garment that is not black colored, a garment that is not white colored, a garment that is not mix of colors. I shall give him such a garment if he can win against me. My champion is embraced by Enlil. I shall send him such a champion, my champion against his champion. Let the more able one prevail. Say this to the Lord of Arata. So there's a type of power struggle that's going on. They're trying to send their best men to fight each other. But hold on, that's not the part I wanted to read. There's a lot in here. I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to take over the chat, but
Yeah. Anyway,
so
what's
actually it says in Merker is building the tower for Inanna. You know who Inanna is?
No.
Would you say that's the same Tower of Babel or another
Yeah.
similar tower?
Well, this is from the Sumerian account.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Do you think they're both talking about the same tower, or there was two towers?
I think it's the same tower. I think this might be the same tower.
Yeah, makes sense. If it's literal, it makes sense that it's one tower, and the Bible is a retelling of the real story.
Just to be clear, the Bible is not like like I mean, it is a historical resource, but it's not an objectively historical resource. You know, just saying.
Yeah, most biblical scholars are biblical minimalists. They didn't consider the Bible to be like accurate, actually, historically. It's more
I
of
mean,
a
yeah. It's kind of a mixed bit both, right? Like that, like every culture ever, right? Like honestly, like for example, that like the earliest of king of the Israel that is considered a so-called figure we have so far, it's King Omri around was it 800 something BC or something. I'll post on the side chat. That's the early we have so far. And King David is considered like legendary. He probably did exist, but you know, not the way we might think. So just take it with a pinch of salt.
Didn't they look in the Bible though and find something like King David's castle or something in Israel? Didn't I see that or something? I mean, like they literally looked in the Bible, looked where it said, and then found it archaeology wise, right?
I mean, well, like it's like people, you know, imagine like I don't know, thousands of years in the future, you know, the whole world is fucking destroyed, and New York is buried under the sand, and you find you find the Spider-Man comics, right? And look, oh, they tell about New York, right? Oh, but New York exists. Look, we found it, right? But it doesn't mean that all the other things are historical.
Yeah, because the Bible is kind of like I don't know what you guys call it, a broken phone, right? Like it's changed over time, each generation. Details change over time, or like for example, there's like King Solomon time. Jerusalem was fancy and gold and rich, but apparently Jerusalem in those times, it was no bigger than American football field.
Changed in what 2,000 years? Because I thought you could go back to the original, right? The Hebrew. I thought so. How can it have changed?
No, I mean each over time it's changed each generation, over
From its
millennia.
inception, you mean in the first centuries or something?
Yeah. So yeah, who knows? Yeah. So
I think.
I mean, there probably was Moses, but it might not be the one we know him from the book. It could be completely different person as we might know him. Who
I
knows?
think a family of Davids is more believable than some of the other characters in the Bible.
I guess when you want to believe it, sure. I don't know.
Wait, I feel like if you believe in the most unbelievable character, God, then everything else seems possible. Like if you grant that there's a being that can do miracles, by definition break the laws of nature, doesn't everything else have to be just as believable?
Kind of. Yeah, that's the problem. That's why religious people have a little problem like accepting, that it's all literal.
But what if God means something? Because here's the thing: people for example, the 1960s, people thought in their dark ages, people thought the world was flat, which wasn't true. People knew the world was curved, but like for your perspective at that time, they didn't know there was another continent, right? So people thought differently, because we figured like a stereotypical, oh God, and that there may be some partial truth for that, but again, it's not maybe the way we think as they thought, like the philosophy or politics, or maybe they kind of mean the opposite. So like language, it's changed over time.
Well, I mean, there's that much stuff in the scriptures. It's a huge thing, right? In terms of content. And when people say, "Well, these ancient goat herders, they didn't know any," I'm like, "Holy shit! Have you seen it? It's like crazy. There's no way this is ancient goat herders. It makes way more sense that they would have, like you said earlier, it's like a collection of books, right? It's like it's taken from all kinds of different cultures. That makes sense to me.
But this
Also, they
interaction
don't
in the
know
Sumerian
anything.
tablets it is fascinating. Even if you guys think there's no parallel between the Bible, dude, I see the parallel. I see between this character known as in Merkur interacting with the Lord of Arata to be fascinating because, like for example, it says here, quote, Lord Arata did not build for the holy Inanna, which is his wife and sister. Inanna is actually his wife and sister. Some incestual stuff going on. Let Arata build a temple brought down from heaven, your place of worship as the shrine of Inanna, the temple of Inanna, the holy place, the brick-built Kulaba, city of Uruk. Like, that's insane, guys.
Okay, fine, but now you need to look up for the other culture that mentioned the Bible if they sort of described similar things. So okay, we have some witnesses, right? Like that's how most stuff works. Like for example, we don't know where sure there's no grave of Alexander the Great, but we know he exists, because he mentioned everywhere, right? So we know that he exists, right? Even if there's no trace left of him. So okay, we have some witnesses, some from many perspectives. So this confirmed there was a guy named Alexander.
But for those that don't understand what I'm saying, the Lord of Arata, I believe, is Noah, because in the scriptures, Noah's ark landed on the mountains of Ararat. Arata is Ararat, right? So there's a Lord of the mountain of Ararat that Nimrod and Merkur has conflict with, contention with, and he's demanding that Arata, the Lord of Arata, bow down to him, and actually that him and his children or his family help build this tower that's dedicated to Inanna, his wife, in the Sumerian tablets. And Arata wants nothing to do with the construction of that unholy tower.
Do you think they could be persons on Earth, Lion, or is that about spirit people?
No, these are real people.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Inanna's a real woman. It's like that's interesting.
Yeah, yeah. It says, "Let the people of Arata bring down for me the mountain stones from their mountain, to build the great shrine for me, erect the great abode for me." This is directly from the tablets. "Make the great abode the abode of the gods. Make me famous. Make me prosper. Make the Abzu grow for me like a holy mountain." Now, the Abzu, as interpreted by some, means the abyss.
So it's not polytheism. It's about elites, people. I find it interesting to think about it like that.
Oh, what do I want to? Wait, I want to look up something real quick.
They're invoking their own versions of God, or someone else is telling a story and saying their God had a fight with their God.
From the
So
text
everyone
itself,
invoke their own version of God all the time. No two people agree what God is.
Yeah, that's why we discuss it.
Well, you can't discuss things that you decide yourself arbitrarily. It's just why
That doesn't
it's
make
why it's
any
arbitrary.
sense at all. Of course we can.
No, you can't.
What are we doing now then?
I mean, you guys aren't even talking about God at this point. You guys are talking about a story, the tablets.
We believe that suggests what God might have been like. So
Well,
you're
we're,
stupid.
we're comparing we're comparing a pagan account, right? Of who Noah might have been. It says here, a summary. It says Nimrod is intensifying the demand that his great grandfather Noah now worship him, his gods, and help build his new mountain-sized temple in Eridu, today known as Babel. It is to be noted that Merkur is calling together all the lands who apparently understand each other's languages at this time to be unified as one tongue for this gate of the God which connects heaven to earth. That's what people believe the Tower of Babel was.
Okay. Sorry, I gotta go. I'll catch you later. See you.
Twin Towers is another like tower example. Maybe God was so annoyed that he struck them down. Or we're playing it out and pretending we're God and the tower. We're playing both roles.
So it says, quote, "May Arata pack go nuggets in sacks for me when I am adorned in Eridu by Arata. May the people marvel admiringly, and may Utu witness it in joy." Now, Utu is listed in the Sumerians' kings list. Okay? Utu, biblical, this biblical astrologist who's seen the parallels, he thinks Utu is Ham, son of Noah. And Utu would have been Nimrod's father. I mean, Nimrod's grandfather.
That's a whole line of men telling their sons what to do and having little arguments. Like the masculine hero myth over and over again.
It's called the hero's journey. Sorry, that's so pedantic, but it was kind of annoying.
Heroes, did I say?
You said the masculine man myth, or masculine heroes myth.
Yes. Hero's journey. It's in the tower deck. There's a tower card as well. You've got the Sauron's tower in Lord of the Rings.
So within the writings, this is from the astrologist. It says here, These are the longest back and forth dialogues done through a messenger that Enmerker had with anyone, seeking blessing, favor, and submission of Lord Arata. All of the dialogues and communications are instigated by Enmerker, who he believes to be Nimrod, possibly Nimrod himself. They go from Nimrod expressing to Arata how grand and wonderful an empire Nimrod feels he has built, to Nimrod becoming a clear family feud style troublemaker, and Lord Arata largely wanting to be left alone in his gardens and vineyard. In fact, Enmerker becomes incredibly concerned that the messages are not being correctly relayed by his messenger, as the replies are not definitely what he wants. Nimrod tells us this is the finest messenger in the whole kingdom, in his whole kingdom. It is for this reason that Enmerker, i.e. Nimrod, wants all the messages done in writing on tablets that are to be taken back and forth. Greater still, Enmerker claims that these very tablets were the invention of writing, an obvious exaggeration to show importance. What he is essentially saying in his arrogance is that writing itself was invented so he could have this very dialogue with the Lord of Arata. It is this level of importance for Enmerker, and Arata could care less, or couldn't care less. I don't know. I find it fascinating. I have a physical copy of the Epic of Gilgamesh. I have a physical copy of the Book of Enki. I have some, facsimiles actually of the actual tablets themselves. I can't read them. I don't know how to interpret that stuff, but I rely on their interpretation. There's a few experts in this field aside from the notorious, infamous Zachariah Stitchin, who's known to be a liar. These guys are not liars.
It's great stuff. If you interpret the pagan shit that came before the Bible in this way, I think you can do that with more texts and make more sense out of everything.
I was just looking yesterday. There's a guy who was probably the first. Well, he's a big critic of evolution. Certainly abiogenesis as well. His name's David Belinsky. Anybody heard of this guy? I was watching him a little bit last night. He's pretty good. He seems pretty switched on. Anyway, he wrote a book called Newton's Gift. So I was trying to find an audio version of it yesterday. Couldn't find it. So I'm just gonna have to buy it. But yeah, I mean, he was talking quite eloquently about Newton. He's one of these guys like fucking hell, who's that scientist who did the he did the one of the the rockets, the rocket that blew up, the one with the teacher in it. Come on, help me out. It's right on the tip of my tongue.
You went too deep, Andy. I'm not sure about these references.
You know, the guy, shit, right there on the tip of my tongue. See, if I were on my old computer, I could just find a thing that he said, a famous thing that he said. I'd be like, oh yeah, that.
Challenger or Columbia? Space Shuttle Challenger or Space Shuttle Columbia?
Yeah, the one with the teacher on. He sort of did the investigation and said it was some O-rings or something that had failed. I think he's a physicist of some kind. He was the guy I think that said, oh, Feynman, right? You've probably watched a bit of Feynman. I don't know if you have or not, but if you haven't, he's very much an everyday sort of person, right? He talks very like you. If you listen to him speak, you wouldn't think, oh, this guy's a genius. He's fucking, he really, he's like next level. No, you listen to him, he's like just your next door neighbor, basically. And this Belinsky sounds like that. He's good though. That's I like that. I'm not saying that as a bad thing, and I like that. So yeah, he was talking very. He was talking about Newton and his weird foibles. He's kind of a shut-in, kind of and ferociously intelligent. I mean, just how he changed the game, basically. Yeah, so his book's called Newton's Gift. So that's the next one I'm going to get and have a look at.
Change the game in what way? Like the way we do our calculations or think about things? Or like what do you think?
Yes,
What's he getting
all of
at?
the above, Boomer. Yeah, all of it. He single-handedly changed everything, didn't he? So. Well, again, it's I sort of I'm more on the philosophy side of things, and I'm a bit of a sociology nerd, so I've always liked why we do things. But it's only coming through the flat Earth servers and listening to flat earthers. And when I said before, which Tora had a good laugh at, and rightfully so, that I had no idea about science and physics and stuff, all this stuff. So the people that I learned that stuff off were people like Quantum Eraser, right? And people laugh at that. I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm not drawn to them subjects. But when they start saying things like, oh, fucking, they just poo-poo Newton, or they just throw him, like, what's this idiot thinking? Or it's like, what? It's hard to even fathom. So that's typical me, actually. I want to hear the other side. I want to hear somebody talking about why he was a genius, and somebody like a Feynman who can just put it in very simply, I mean, I've read a bit of Newton, don't get me wrong, and it is a bit wordy, so. But yeah, I don't like this idea that I could see why people get a bit frustrated with flat earthers when they just throw Newton under the bus like it was just some cretin or something. I mean, funnily enough, Newton himself didn't like the idea of some sort of relationship between two bodies without no mechanism in between. And I think he likened it to God or something. I think, he just basically did the maths. He didn't.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't know exactly why it does it. He's just saying it seems to do it, and this should pan out on a bigger scale, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But no, it's bigger than that, right? I mean, he made novel predictions. He was able to. I forgot what it was. The retrograde of Mars, I think.
Yeah,
Because
he's a
in like.
glober. It makes sense if you're a glober.
Yeah,
No, but the
course,
point
yeah.
is, Spartacus, that people often reference Newton for mass attracts mass. And he was the guy who was like, no, don't attribute that to me. Thank you very much.
Really? Did he?
Yes. Yes.
How so? Really?
I'm trying to find the quote, dude. I can't find it, dude.
That would be quite interesting.
That's exactly what he said. He basically said that nobody should presume that there's some invisible force. I mean, Andy said it earlier, like that there's some invisible force that acts immediately over large distances. But as far as the mass, he was okay with like mass attracting mass, just not instantaneous action at a distance.
Ah, you see, that's a difference, right? So that's a different whole thing, yeah.
Yeah, he's not saying gravity's not a thing. He's just saying don't. He's just saying, it's like there's nothing there. It just seems to happen, kind of thing. Just.
Well, more than that, specifically, it's that he's commenting on how fast does it act, right? And at the distance, right? Like imagine just a body mass appears, right? How long would it take for the attraction forces, right there, the gravity forces, right, to affect, right? And there is discussion about this, right? But he's not denying the fact of mass attracting mass relative to its mass.
Yeah, he presumed there was some mechanism. He just didn't name one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know that either. We don't know how fucking magnets work. We don't know many things how it works. But the fact of the matter is that we can observe these things, and we have experiments, wonderful experiments, that actually show this. You can do yourself.
Part of that quote is him saying it wasn't even me that made it up. I'm just doing more math for that model, sort of thing.
You could probably find the quote.
Yeah, Mark's got it. I've read it before. There's loads of nuance in that letter. They're mad guys talking to each other.
Oh, they're weirdos in a way. I mean, Newton had a rival, Hooke. It's something Hooke. I forgot his first name. And he had all of his portraits, all of his depictions removed. Like he was really fucking. He really didn't like that guy. And there's a question of like how many things did Newton actually invented, and how many things did Hooke invented, and Newton just possibly took claim to, right? I mean, there's a lot of possibilities there. Like I don't give a shit about, you know. Oh wait,
Oh
here's the
wait,
quote.
Hook like in Hook's Law,
Yes.
like for springs.
Yeah, Hooke's like spring. Yes, exactly, yes.
Oh, look at that. That's crazy.
Because Hooke was head of the whatever scientific whatever, forgot the academy of like you know the highest like
Yeah.
scientific institution like college in Britain, right? And then Newton replaced him.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you should watch Cosmos. Not Carl Sagan one, but the sorry, mom. The the black dude. I'm blanking
Neil
on his name.
deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
Actually, was Newton also? I'm not sure about this. I think it crossed my mind or not. But was he also into alchemy as well? And although we look at it now, it's
Yes.
kind of like, oh, that's stupid. But there was chemistry back then, like
Yes.
sodium chloride. Yeah, so there was chemistry. So alchemy, like, I can kind of see why. Like, I don't know what the difference between either is. One's kind of a little bit magic, and the other's kind of the hard and fast rules. But yeah, so Newton was into that too. So he was just a wide mind. He was a Da Vinci. But how many Da Vincis are there now who just never got the gig? Yeah, like they actually worked their life as a farmer, and they could have been a Da Vinci or they could have been a Michelangelo.
True. Yes. I mean, and hey,
In fact,
we actually did figure out how to make gold out of like metal. We actually did.
yeah, we've only just worked it. But they say the biggest invention of the 20th century was invention itself. Because in the older days, if you invented something, you were a peasant on a farm and you didn't get any credit for it. It was like you just a low life. But now people could invent things and actually get ahead from it. So
But
yeah, invention is the
now you
greatest.
work. Sorry. But now you have another catch there, which is that you work for a company, right? But then the company owns the rights to it, right? Or you might be an inventor. Like, have you seen the film about the guy who invented, you know, your wipers, your like on your car.
Windshield.
The double-bladed windscreen wiper. Yes, I know what you mean. I think I know what you're talking about.
No, not the double. No. No, he invented the electronic circuit before the digital age, right? Because it was the 50s, 60s, right? An analog way to change the rate of the wipers wiping. That was a kind of an issue, right? I mean, if you're driving a car, if you drove a car, right, you kind of know, right, that you kind of, if it's like not raining enough and the wipers are like too fast, right, they're gonna like rob, you know, it's gonna right, and it's not good. So it's better to change the rate of wiping, and that was a thing that people trying to like figure out back then. And an inventor figured it out in America, went to Ford, gave them the prototype, right, and then they just screwed him over. They're like, oh no, well, what do you mean? No, we don't know anything.
Okay, what you do now? Okay, just say you invent the I don't know, the super noiseless headphones that are going to work beautifully, better than anything else. You don't just register one design because you're showing the enemy how to make it. You can register up to 60 designs on a patent or copyright. So you register 60 different 58 fictitious designs and one or two that might work. And that way the enemy have got to go through every single design in order to find the one you're going to market. So there are what do you call it, counter tricks for stopping people stealing your idea.
But the point is that the system is not right now at all absent of people trying to steal people's innovation and suppress it even, right? Well, stealing it mostly.
That's where joining the right fellowship comes into account. That's why I always say about Farnsworth. You know about Farnsworth, right, Boomer?
Oh, hang on, it rings a bell because of this Futurama guy. But what did he do?
He invented the TV. He was like a farm boy, basically, and obviously a
Mhm.
genius in this aspect. And
Yep.
John Logie Baird, he invented a TV as well, but it was like a spinning disc. And so basically, they went to the patent office at a similar time, and all of a sudden, John Logie Bair's ideas and schematics and all the rest of it changed. Like all of a sudden, they looked very similar to Farnsworth's, and yeah, Farnsworth died an alcoholic and poor, and so
But
I
Farnsworth.
suspect. You want
Is it
Spartacus?
the character from Futurama? Somebody said because
No,
Yes.
he was a farm boy who invented the TV.
Yeah, and they got the name for the Futurama, Dr. Farnsworth, the guy who owns the old guy. Good news, everybody. He's
Yeah.
Dr. Farnsworth. They got his name from the Farnsworth that Hold My Beer's talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, I mean, the way I see it is, it's just what fellowship you've joined. That's the way I see it. That's why I often say about Elon Musk, you're allowed to corner the electric car market in America. You know, you don't just do that. That's not allowed, right? You are allowed to do things like that, depending on what groups you've joined, essentially. So that's the way I see the world, anyway.
The only reason that's the case is because we can't buy electric cars from other countries that sell better ones. Like there are electric cars designed by other
China.
countries, and the US just doesn't allow them to be sold here.
Ooh, China, yeah, China has some amazing.
Yeah, like that's the actual reason.
I don't think you cannot really
I've
buy.
been-
You can't really make electric cars without China. So
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not because Tesla's the best. It's because it's the best out of the ones that are allowed in the US.
Oh yeah, yeah. It is interesting that China was absolutely. They were starting to. And again, this is difficult because there's many layers to it. But it certainly is interesting, just from the surface level, anyway, from where I think most people see the world. That China was starting to sell a lot of cars, and then they have these tariffs thrown onto it. And by the way, Elon Musk got his way into the White House, so I'm sure that helped him a lot. Those tariffs, right, on his cars.
Well, I was looking into the e-bikes, and I'll just clarify which e-bike. More or less a cycle with a little electric motor assisting you. And what happens is it's kind of the wild, wild west out there, where one of them was $2,000. It looked really good. It looked like an old, how do you say, a super racing bike with this little motor on it and all that stuff. But apparently you've got to download an app for it, and they're getting out slowly, and whoever's made them, they're not a big company, but they're trying. And this thing, when you go to push it along, it somehow engages its motor accidentally at about 5 kilometres, 6 kilometres an hour, and motors away from you. So you stop to get off and cross a pedestrian crossing, and it'll run over an old lady on the other side of the street. So it's just like, oh my God, it's a wild, wild west. And this is in push bikes. So I personally would always wait for Toyota or Mazda to make a proper electric car rather than someone else who kind of wants to. Like, motor trade needs certain cunning and expertise to be successful. Even a good idea doesn't necessarily make it. But e-bikes, man, it's a wild, wild west out there right now.
Yeah. I actually looked into e-bikes. I really wanted an electric car, but I just couldn't afford one, so I ended up buying a diesel. But I'm the same. I love Honda. I love Toyota. I'm a big fan. They were going down the sort of hydrogen-fueled cars, weren't they, for a while? I don't know if they're still doing that, because obviously the infrastructure is a huge problem with that.
We have hydrogen buses. We have hydrogen buses here in Western Australia, but it's basically they've got to. It's so much to make the hydrogen, and that's got to be done probably electrically. So although it's not polluting the bus tunnel where you're pulling up, it's creating pollution somewhere else. So it's a bit like an e-car. You know what I mean? Like there's no gas coming out the back, but there's somewhere out there somehow there's gas going into the atmosphere because of your car. So it's a really slippery slope, and those who don't like it will attack it, and we'll kind of like, oh, watch those. Oh, the other one with e-bikes too is landlords are a bit scared about fires. They don't like you charging up your e-push bike in the flat because you might set fire to it.
It might just suddenly combust, spontaneously combust.
Yeah,
That is a bit
so-
terrifying, though, isn't it?
Well, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because I mean, since we discovered fire, all we've ever done is find better ways to kill ourselves, haven't we? Like electricity's a wonderful slave, but a terrible master. So we invent cars, they kill us. We invent electricity, it kills us. Whatever we fucking invent, high-rise buildings, they kill us. So we're really good at making ways of killing ourselves.
Yeah, it's the electric starter, actually, according to Jay Leno, so it might be a bit of a factoid, but he says that the person that invented it, essentially, it was somebody close to him had died trying to start one of these. You know where you start it from the front with the crank, with the handle?
Yeah.
And he'd hit himself in the face, and over quite a short time, I suppose, died later in hospital, basically. And this guy, that inspired this dude to then go and make the electric starter. And once they made the electric starter for the car, it was pretty much over for any other, because there was electric cars and there were steam cars. There were so many people competing back then. I mean, that who was that extremely wealthy guy? He had that steam car that went, I think, 127 miles an hour or something like that. You know, the guy that made that huge plane, Howard Hughes, I think his name was. Yeah, he had that steam car. That is
the
an
blueprints. Blueprints.
The blueprints for what? Oh, for that big duck thing, that big plane. Yeah, it's interesting that there was a lot of competing. Well, steam sort of kind of died out then, didn't it? The early 1900s for automobiles, certainly. But
You don't think steam power is still prevalent today?
Well, I suppose. Could you describe a nuclear power plant as a giant steam? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it is interesting that also, I suppose, though, that people were just having to sell their oil, right? I mean, I think that's the main driver behind why the internal combustion engine just went through the roof, because of the oil. And it's interesting that they called it fossil fuel because, has anybody seen that video of that guy who said it was at the meeting, basically, when they decided to call it fossil fuel to give it scarcity, essentially, because it was the second most abundant fluid on Earth, and you could literally pick a pail off the floor. And they're like, what, how do we sell this? It's fucking everywhere. So they called it fossil fuels. Yeah, that's funny, because they routinely take oil from the ground way below the sort of lowest fossils ever found. So I'd post you that video, but I'm not allowed on BitChute anymore. That's where I watched the video of the old fella telling the story.
How did you get banned from BitChute? No one gets banned from BitChute.
I think it's something to do with the what's it called? I don't think it's all the UK's now banned from BitChute. I think it's an individual internet provider or something like that. I'm not exactly sure, to be honest. But basically, if I put it on, it says I could read it to you if you like. It's quite.
But you got banned from BitChute. I mean, what'd you fucking do? Invade Poland with a fucking small army or something? Like, hell, it blows me out.
Due to what we view as ongoing harassment